awesome is for everyone.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
Mia!
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
Enemy has been slain. The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
UBS Gold, Trust in Goals. Kekompakan menjadi kekuatan, kehormatan menjadi tujuan, kemenangan adalah kemewahan bagi mereka yang berjuang meraih impian. Limited Edition UBS Gold X Mobile Legend Bang Bang. Rayakan setiap momen berharga dengan emas. Main bareng, investasi bareng UBS Gold. Limited Edition Maya Necklace UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Eudora Bracelet UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Bundle UBS Gold Bar X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Gratis Hero Skin setiap pembelian item collaboration. Tersedia di ubslifestyle.com, Blibli dan di e-commerce UBS Lifestyle.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan beli gas ambil rezeki voucher combo bertubi-tubi pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Awesome is for everyone.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor.
Mia!
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
UBS Gold, trust in goals. Kekompakan menjadi kekuatan, kehormatan menjadi tujuan, kemenangan adalah kemewahan bagi mereka yang berjuang meraih impian. Limited Edition UBS Gold X Mobile Legend Bang Bang. Rayakan setiap momen berharga dengan emas. Main bareng, investasi bareng UBS Gold. Limited Edition Maya Necklace UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Eudora Bracelet UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Bundle UBS Gold Bar X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Gratis Hero Skin setiap pembelian item collaboration. Tersedia di ubslifestyle.com, Blibli, dan di e-commerce UBS Lifestyle.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan beli gas ambil rezeki voucher combo bertubi-tubi pasti puas belanja di beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop. My Galaxia!
My awesome screen. My awesome camera. Long lasting. Battery life. My awesome screen. My awesome camera.
Long lasting battery life. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live.
Babak regular season MPL Indonesia Season 11 telah berakhir. 6 tim terbaik dari 8 tim telah membuktikan performa mereka untuk memperebutkan tahta tertinggi di skena kompetitif Mobile Legends Bang Bang Indonesia Season 11. Oni, tim yang memperoleh kemenangan hampir sempurna dengan skor 13 kemenangan dari 14 kali pertandingan, membuktikan konsistensinya sebagai Raja Galaksi di season lalu. Performa yang sangat baik dan chemistry yang mereka bentuk berhasil membuat Oni bertengger di puncak klasemen. RRQ tampaknya belum bisa untuk merebut posisi puncak klasemen. Setelah ditinggal XP laner mereka, yaitu R7. RRQ masih membutuhkan penyesuaian atas rotasi pemain XP laner mereka, Lemon dan Banana. Hingga pergantian coach, yaitu Bang Lu di pertengahan regular season 11. Ini adalah tugas yang berat bagi Bang Du untuk menemukan komposisi yang tepat di RRQ. Bigetron Alpha, roster baru yang dibawa Coach Aldo, membawa hasil yang cukup baik. Bigetron Alpha berhasil naik satu tingkat dari season lalu yang berada di posisi 4 klasemen. Dan di season ini, mereka berhasil menduduki posisi ketiga klasemen. Performa yang luar biasa dari Saker, KYY, dan Super Ken terbukti membuat Bigetron Alpha naik kelas. GEEK SLATE ini adalah debut pertama mereka di babak playoff. Sejak season 4 MPL ID, GEEK SLATE belum pernah lolos ke babak playoff. Dengan revampnya, GEEK SLATE membawa perubahan yang nyata. Mereka berhasil menempati posisi keempat klasemen. Berkat konsistensi dan chemistry yang matang, sang kuda hitam berhasil lolos ke babak playoff. EVOS Legends. Season lalu adalah season yang kelam bagi EVOS Legends. Namun, dengan roster ISM-nya, EVOS Legends berhasil membuktikan diri mereka pantas untuk babak playoffs. Performa di awal season 11 yang begitu bagus membuat EVOS Legends bertengger di posisi atas klasemen. Namun, performa yang tidak konsisten hingga akhir babak regular season membuat mereka harus berpuas diri di posisi kelima klasemen. Alter Ego. Di awal season 11 babak regular season, performa Alter Ego sedang memburuk. Pencarian komposisi yang pas dan membangun kembali chemistry dengan susunan yang baru membuat begitu banyak tugas bagi Alter Ego. Namun, mereka berhasil memperbaiki chemistry yang hilang saat di awal season tersebut. Terbukti dengan berhasilnya mereka mengejar ketertinggalan poin di penghujung babak regular season.
Karena sekarang tuh udah ngomongin bukan masalah individual skill, tapi kedisiplinan konsisten pas lagi di in-game. Apalagi sekarang itu metanya semua laning tuh harus kuat, ya kan?
6 tim yang masuk ke babak playoffs, 2 diantaranya, GEEK SLATE dan Bigetron Alpha, menjadi pesaing baru atas dominasi 2 tim papan atas yang sedang menguasai tata raja galaksi sejak season 8 hingga season 10. Namun, mereka harus membuktikan konsistensinya di lower bracket match untuk menjaga asa dan lolos ke babak selanjutnya demi menguasai tahta Raja Galaksi dan menjadi perwakilan Indonesia di turnamen MSC 2023.
Semua tergantung momentum, di dalam liga juga awal bukanlah akhir. Jadi kita lihat aja untuk para penonton juga, pastinya MPL season 11 ini udah kelihatan banget dari improvement para tim.
Di babak playoff ini, apapun bisa terjadi. Apakah mereka berhasil untuk bertahan? Atau langkah mereka akan terhenti di hari pertama? Saksikan dan jadilah saksi atas perjuangan mereka di babak playoffs MPL ID Season 11. We own this.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari.
Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 11 babak playoff. 6 minggu sudah kita lewati dan 56 pertandingan sudah tersaji di season ini. Banyak hal yang sudah terjadi di season ini. Dari yang selalu mendominasi hingga sang juru kunci yang mampu merubah diri. Kita awali dari kisah manis sang pasukan Raja Langit yang mampu berada di pucuk dari awal sampai akhir regular season. Dominasi sang Raja Langit sih emang gak terbendung. Tapi beberapa season terakhir ini yang bisa ngatasin dominasinya Onyx ya cuma tim dari Raja dari segala Raja. RRQ. Ngomongin soal tim kuda hitam di season 11, kejutan justru hadir dari tim yang tidak pernah diduga. Nampak seperti tim yang sudah naik kelas, GEEK SLATE menjadi ancaman serius bagi para pesaing juara di season yang ke-11. Selain itu, Alter Ego
berhasil untuk mendapatkan tiket
Bigetron Alpha
dan Super Cat berhasil untuk mendapatkan poin penuh tanpa ada balasan.
dan EVOS Legends juga bersiap untuk menghentikan dominasi sang raja. 3 tim langganan playoff ini sudah sangat siap untuk merebut tahta juara yang pastinya sangat mereka nantikan. Di sisi lain, kisah pahit harus diderita Rebellion Zion dan Aura Fire setelah mereka harus rehat lebih awal karena gagal memperebutkan tiket ke babak playoff. Tidak hanya persaingan antar tim, persaingan antar player juga semakin memanas. Ada yang sudah syarat pengalaman, Dan ada juga kekuatan baru yang tidak segan akan gertakan. Akankah pertarungan ini akan menjadi milik kerajaan yang kembali berbagi takdir? Ataukah kita bisa melihat sang juara baru akan terlahir? Babak regular season MPL Indonesia Season 11 telah tuntas. Telah kita saksikan para pertandingan yang saling membalas dan bahkan tim yang berada di atas kertas masih kalah keras. Dan juga kita semua telah menjadi saksi dari lahirnya sang kuda hitam yang akan membuat sejarah di MPL season yang ke-11. Seluruh tim telah memberikan amunisi yang terbaik. Adaptasi, regenerasi, ambisi hingga konsistensi. Namun perjuangan mereka masih jauh dari kata usai. Karena pertarungannya sebenarnya baru akan dimulai. Di regular season sulit, tetapi Alter Champs tetap solid. Meski berada di posisi ke-6, mereka tetap menolak bungkam untuk terus memberi dukungan terhadap mereka bagi Alter Ego. Sekarang di babak playoff bukan lagi dukungan mental yang mereka berikan, tetapi juga dukungan spiritual. Semangat Alter Champs jadi modal berharga untuk Alter Ego tampil lebih baik di playoff ini. Karena meski berakhir di posisi ke-6, di babak regular season, penampilan mereka terus menjadi ancaman. Di babak playoff ini mereka akan membuktikan bahwa di atas langit memang ada kapai. Karena menjadi juara di MPL Indonesia memang impian yang telah lama ingin mereka capai. Bagi mereka, sekarang bukan lagi tentang kekeluargaan, tetapi soal bagaimana jadi kebanggaan. Mari kita sambut Alter Ego! EVOS fans bisa lebih bersantai di season ini karena EVOS Legends sudah kembali ke playoff setelah kemarin berakhir ke posisi ke-7. Namun tentunya lolos ke playoff bukan akhir yang mereka tuju karena jalan EVOS Legends untuk menjadi juara masih sangat panjang. Dengan suasana pantai mengingatkan kita pada ajang esports outdoor terbesar di dunia yang berhasil dimenangkan oleh roster EVOS Legends ISF. Dengan kemenangan tersebut, kelima roster dengan title juara dunia ini membawa harapan yang besar bagi EVOS fans untuk bisa memenangkan MPL Indonesia kembali. Akankah sang macan bisa menjawab harapan untuk sekali lagi mereka mengaum di MPL Indonesia? Ini dia EVOS Legends! Beberapa musim kebelakang performa dari sang macan masih kurang konsisten. Bahkan season 10 lalu mereka memang jatuh di posisi ke-7. Tetapi season ini mereka kembali ke playoff dengan roster juara dunia mereka. Yaitu Psychots, Tas, Dreams, Brass, dan Hijume. Memiliki pengalaman menjadi juara dunia? Akankah mereka membuat EVOS Legends dapat mengamankan trofi MPL mereka yang ketiga? Atau EVOS hanya bisa berbangga dengan sejarah mereka di ISF saja untuk sekarang ini? Mari kita lihat performa mereka di babak playoff MPL Indonesia Season 11. Berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk EVOS Legends!
Semua masih sesuai rencana. Skenario kita di playoff gimana? GEEK jadi juara kan? Pokoknya kalian atur lah. Semuanya sesuai dengan arahan dan settingan dari gua. Yang penting GEEK jadi juara season 11.
Di saat Toyo sudah memberi arahan, di sana sejarah bisa diciptakan. 7 season selalu berakhir di zona merah. Kini mereka mencetak sejarah untuk pertama kalinya berada di playoff. Mereka adalah GEEK SLATE. Brief detail sudah diserahkan, kini tinggal bagaimana GEEK menjalankannya. Bisakah bantuan Doyong membuat GEEK bukan hanya untuk pertama kalinya lolos ke playoff, tetapi juga langsung menjadi juara? Karena jika kita lihat apa yang terjadi di regular season, GEEK hampir mengamankan posisi top 2. Mereka telah membuktikan bahwa mereka telah revamp sepenuhnya. Di babak playoff ini, GEEK bukan hanya lagi kuda hitam, tetapi juga siap membuat tahta para raja terancam. Sekali lagi, GEEK SLATE! Lolos dari peringkat bawah, Bigetron memulai playoff dengan meriah. Bigetron menjadi lihat gambaran bahwa mesin mereka sudah on dari awal playoff ini. Kekompakan super fans dari Bigetroopers juga siap menjadi player ke-6 Bigetron di Land of Down. Loh, tapi kok playernya cuma 4? Supercan menjadi Superman untuk Bigetron Alpha di MPL Indonesia season yang ke-11. Penantian 2 tahun Bigetron Alpha telah menciptakan robot yang bisa menjadi pilot untuk Bigetron Alpha mendapatkan gelar juara. Tentu bukan hanya Supercan yang membawa Bigetron Alpha begitu kuat di season ini. Masuknya sang juru rakit Race Boy dan Aldo juga menjadi kunci sang robot bisa bangkit. Ini dia Bigetron Alpha.
Empat musim belum terhenti, namun kekuasaan masih menjadi milik Royal Bestie. Akankah MPL Indonesia season ke-11 kali ini tetap didominasi kedua tim ini? Atau nanti kita akan menjadi saksi dari reformasi? Dicari penantang baru yang bisa meruntuhkan dinasti dua raja di MPL Indonesia season ke-11 kali ini.
Ini dia para coach yang membuat dua tim raja bisa duduk santai di upper bracket. Keduanya telah membuktikan bahwa mereka memang tim terkuat dalam 4 musim terakhir di MPL Indonesia. Meski sempat tergelincir, Bang Dut bisa membawa akhir yang baik untuk RRQ di regular season. Begitupun juga Coach Chip yang berhasil mengantarkan Onyx ke posisi pertama hanya dengan 1 kekalahan saja sepanjang season 11 ini. Para Raja Galaksi telah memasuki arena. Prajurit-prajurit terbaik siap memberikan pertarungan yang jauh lebih sengit dari season-season sebelumnya. Akankah dominasi 2 tahun Royal Bestie akan terhenti? Atau justru mereka akan memberi bukti bahwa mereka memang tim terbaik di negeri ini? Ini dia, tim Monarki dan tim Onyx! Inilah ke-6 tim yang akan berlaga di babak playoff di MPL Indonesia season 11. Akankah lahir Raja Galaksi yang baru? Ataukah para raja sukses mempertahankan tatanya kembali. Mari kita semua menjadi saksi atas apa yang akan terjadi di MPL Indonesia Season 11 Playoff. We are this!
Will the dynasty that is Onyx and RRQ continue to reign supreme? Or will we finally see a new contender to be able to overthrow these two kings that have dominated over the past 4 seasons? These questions will finally be answered starting today as we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the playoffs of MPL ID Season 11. We are now live here at the G-Expo Kemayoran, Jakarta, Indonesia. And of course, on the caster desk here, we will accompany you out throughout the first opening match here as once again, Bigetron and Alter Ego go head-to-head. But on the caster desk, it's still me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Agani. And, you know, coming into this first opening match, Mirko, we all know you are a Bigetron fan. How are you feeling in this third time that they meet up against Alter Ego?
Well, you know, in the first leg, Bigetron Alpha did beat Alter Ego 2-0 with a different lineup. That was also Alter Ego utilizing their first ever lineup with Rizal and Rossi. And even Kits, a lot of rookies there. In the second leg, however, with the changes of roster from both Alter Ego and Bigetron Alpha, it's still 2-0, the same result, and I feel like Bigetron Alpha have only gotten stronger, but same goes for Alter Ego. They can make the right steps here, take the right steps to go all the way, to learn from those mistakes up against Bigetron Alpha and maybe find those little holes to exploit in this matchup.
Remember, Miracle, right? This is going to be the debut playoffs for Super Ken and Sak Ken potentially. So perhaps the pressure is going to be the edge here for the side of Alter Ego because technically they have experienced this situation all throughout 4 or 5 seasons, even throughout Season 6. And let's take a look here in the rendezvous of MPL finalists, right? Back in Season 6, it was Alter Ego with this lineup. Aside of Nino, it's their lineup. Are very experienced. They are very, very they're veterans, right? But in the meanwhile, Bigetron, they're young guns, they're rookies here. So it's going to be a statement for the side of Bigetron and Aldo to perhaps bring this new kid and leave a mark this current playoffs.
Because that's exactly what I was thinking as well, right? Because right now, remember, this is no longer a best of 1, it's no longer a best of 3. This is a full best of 5 series. Yeah. So definitely endurance is going to be questioned for both of these teams, where Alter Ego, they've been through this for so long. These are kids that are veterans. You know, Selly Boy has been in that jungle position for so long as well. And when it comes down to it, that experience is going to help them in a full best of 5 as these two players, are going to be the main highlights here for both of the teams.
And again, if we're talking about the leg 2, it's just a landslide, right? Bigetron, they were able to defeat, well, in this current replay, it's EVOS, but in the second leg, when Super Ken joins in, it was actually them just popping off, all right, left and right. They find their synergy, they centralize more towards Ken, and also they rely more on towards Moreno's positioning as I feel like their second damage dealer right before Saken. And then again, Super Ken here, remarkable hero. He likes to pick up the Ling, 3 times being picked up, 100% win rate. He can play the cheese like the Alice, like also the Hanzo perhaps, but this is again the playoffs, so there's no messing around. But I feel like with Aldo joining in Bigetron, they are a very structured team now.
I agree, and not just the structure, but also the creativity that has really entered Bigetron Alpha. I think last season, maybe 2 seasons ago, Bigetron Alpha, we always talked that their strategies were very one-dimensional. I think a few seasons ago, they were very late game. They couldn't get it from that early game. But with all these new players coming in and what we saw throughout the entirety of that regular season, with Aldo stepping in as well, alongside Coach Razorboy as well, we saw a different Bigetron Alpha, a new Bigetron Alpha, a stronger Bigetron Alpha.
Reformed, refined, transformed and upgraded. That's the Bigetron Alpha that we are seeing here today. And don't forget, you know, Boy, Aldo, but also the analyst, the brilliant man behind the scenes also, Paulo Expert, who's really been helping Bigetron Alpha create or craft these drafts that were literally the foundation of their success. Early on, they had a shaky start. So did Alter Ego, and a lot had to do with the players just underperforming. Sure, we could say that the drafts sometimes were a bit too experimental, but you know, most of these games, it comes down to the execution, and it's pretty safe to say right now that in the first leg, Alter Ego and Bigetron Alpha, they were still trying to find their rosters. Once they did, they were able to beat the likes of RRQ, EVOS, and even GEEK SLATE.
Which was huge, right?
Exactly, with this current roster, Alter Ego, they were unstoppable. Once they got the ball rolling, it's really hard to stop them, and my God, they are looking to dominate, I feel like, in this current playoffs. Their roster, very mature. They're perhaps at their peak now. And with this strong fire, right, with Nino in the helms, remember, their brand is family. So this main five, not just Nino, all 5 members can actually carry and be an impact in that game. When Nino's off game, Pi will enter the chat and just pops off, creating havoc towards the opposing side. And let's say Pi not given a good hero, Udil can just give out damage, hold, be an anchor as a mid laner, and again just create an impact, such impact. So again, their branding is family and their execution is just very, very unity wise.
Yeah, that's what I love about Alter Ego, right? Every time they go on stage, you don't know what to expect. You think that they're doing badly, they pull out something crazy. As we now take a look at the keys to victory for one of the teams very, very soon.
Yeah.
But before we get into it, right, is there any concern perhaps from you, Goni, of Alter Ego? Because sure, they're unexpected, but in comparison to the performance with Bigetron, they're not as consistent.
Exactly, right? So perhaps my concern for the side of Alter Ego in this particular match, they need to watch out Key, right? Again, Key can facilitate, can provide, where Bigetron, they usually centralize around Super Ken, so they need to break not the Super Ken yet. Early game, they need to just deny the rotations, deny Key away, so the setup, the game plan that was very structured from the side of Bigetron can be negated. So I feel like they need to somehow watch out for Key or just deny his rotations. And you can see here, the keys to victory for the side of Alter Ego though, they need to secure Rassi's comfortable hero. Now Rassi, as we all know, especially in Leg 2, he's not a initiator tank, right? He's not the aggressive roamer, so he is there to provide cover. So he needs to be given the Estes that perhaps can provide the heal, that can provide the game plan, and also getting the early pressure to get the tempo. Why? Bigetron, like we all mentioned earlier, they're a structured team. So perhaps once they get the early, control the tempo, get their pace, Alter Ego can control and dictate their game plan. Meanwhile, Bigetron, they need to control. They're a structured team. They need minute number 3, they need to be here. In minute number 5, they need to be here. And if Alter Ego can ruin that rotation, they have a chance at grasping this series.
Yeah, I agree. You know, a lot of these points, like Rassi getting the comfort heroes, it really enables them to make those plays and to force that faster tempo on Bigetron Alpha, who, like you said, are very structured. But I honestly feel like for Alter Ego, they're a bit too one-dimensional in the regular season. Sure, everyone can carry, but Nino has been getting most of that.
Yeah.
Here, though, Gani, tell us how Bigetron Alpha gets it done.
They need to make sure the duo Kens, Saken and Super Ken, to get their comfortable hero. Again, they centralize more towards Super Ken, so giving him a hero that is well in their game plan, perhaps they can't execute it to perfection. And again, just optimizing Raceboy / Aldo's cheese picks perhaps in this current playoffs. They can perhaps pull off a game or two, all right? So let's see.
Definitely. We'll see very, very soon. As remember, we are about to enter the first game of this full best-of-5 series. But before that, we need to thank our sponsors. MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A Series A34 and A54 5G. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner by UBS Gold. We have our partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, and Blee. Official broadcast, Max Stream Supreme broadcast partner, TVRI Esports, our partners Indomart and Point Coffee, and of course MPL Indonesia Season 11 is supported by PBSI. Now coming back to that point, right, about Alter Ego, I gotta agree with you. I feel like if both of these side lanes from Alter Ego gets shut down, it's GG. Sally Boy doesn't get room to farm, he can't snowball. It's very difficult for Alter Ego to find their initial game plan, I would say, to execute that initial game plan. And I find that a little bit scary going against Bigetron, who we mentioned time and time again, very structured. And the thing is, I see a completely different style here between Super Ken and Sally Boy. Sally Boy has been great for the past few seasons, but honestly, he hasn't been shining as crazy as we see Super Ken. One of the main things that I remember from the regular season is Super Ken picking up the Ling, killing spree, 930 GPM.
It's like they just pulled that game off of Season 7, right? A jungler with 900 GPM is something we usually saw in Season 7, but we've literally never seen here in Season 11. The fact that he was able to pull it off on an assassin pick against a Fredrin, against a tanky, a utility jungle on the opposing team shows you that Bigetron Alpha, not only the Super can shine, but the entire team also, with the draft, enable him to do so, right? And that's really the point in a lot of these games for Bigetron Alpha. That foundation in the draft are always so solid. They understand where to use these flex picks, when to get those prio picks, and even when to respect the enemy heroes in the banning phase. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, I would say, not just the players have been inconsistent in the regular season. Towards the end, they started to get that consistency, but the draft has stayed inconsistent for the side of Alter Ego. When they are able to secure a comfort pick, a strong matchup, a winning matchup for Pi, the team does well. It doesn't matter what Nino is on, he can play weak side and still perform. But thing is, when they don't get it, like you mentioned, and both these side lanes get shut down, it almost seems like it's inevitable that we will see Alter Ego on the receiving end of a loss.
So again, yeah, they rely on their side laners, so perhaps that should be the loophole that Bigetron can exploit, right? So Rizzo, perhaps he can play the strong lane, independent, going up against Pi. It's gonna be interesting to see the EXP laners go head-to-head, but also a tough task for the debutant, Saken. Going up against Nino, experienced gold laner. It's gonna be a tough matchup. But remember, they did it in leg 2, right? Saken pops off on the Herald, so it's also a statement that, hey, I can also play the APCs, all right? Not just the marksman, I can pull off a mage, and perhaps that should also be Saken trying to be exploited, all right?
Yeah, that was very surprising indeed. And I'm wondering if Saken is actually going to be playing, as we are going to take a look at the official starting lineups here for both of these teams. We're going to start with Bigetron. Moreno, Sorizo, Saken, Super Ken, as well as Key. Still the main 5 here from the Red Robots. And in a few moments, we are going to take a look at Alter Ego.
This lineup now for Alter Ego is also still going to be the main 5 that we expect to be thrown down into the Land of Dawn. No more experimenting, no more trials. It's here. It's now or never for this matchup. Alter Ego, Bigetron Alpha, match number 1 as they enter the stage. First, we welcome the team, the 3-face masks, led by the Kage and Sir Pi, Alter Ego!
My goodness, Alter Ego, remember you mentioned it earlier, I'ma say it again. This lineup beats RRQ. All right, they're second in the standoffs. And so that speaks quality, that speaks depth. So quality, they have it. It's just a matter of, again, adrenaline. This is the playoffs. Game 1 sets the tone.
For sure here, definitely gonna be a question once again for endurance here for Alter Ego. But it's not going to be an easy task, right? They are going to have to try and defeat the number 3 on the standings, which they have already faced twice before and lost in quite a dominant fashion. So on the flip side, let's welcome their opponents.
Upgraded, transformed, and refined with a new member on the team. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Red Robots, Bigetron Alpha.
Bigetron Alpha programmed to win indeed. And it seems like with Raceboy and Aldo in their helms, man, they're really looking like robots. The structure, the program, right? They just know how to execute their game plan. They know how to exploit their drafts. And it seems like here, against Alter Ego, they are again looking to destroy the three masks.
It's been an amazing season for Bigetron Alpha. Sure, it was a little bit shaky in the first leg, but that's the time that they needed to take to readapt to one another, to readapt with the coach, and finally be on the same page with the vision that the coaches have set for them. And on that note, we're gonna welcome both of the team's coaches onto the stage.
Still, for Bigetron, it's Raceboy and Paulo Expert. For Alter Ego, it's Nafari and his analyst Ars.
Again, just the impact that these four men create to a team is just, impeccable. Let's see here again, head-to-head in the playoffs. Alter Ego, with this lineup though, they have failed to reach the finals for 4 or 5 seasons, almost 4 seasons. So let's see here for the side of most picked and banned heroes. For the side of Bigetron, they like to prio heroes for he, right? Seeing the Kaja, seeing the Grok as well. Sure, Grok can be flexed, but it seems like he can also just secure that hero and be an impact. So they really like to prioritize around those two roamers. But for the side of the most bans, they like to pick up the Melissa. They also can pick up the carry, so they like to ban out the Claude. It just makes sense. Again, Fanny, very prio ban. Yves, why? Moreno prefers the Farsa, right? So they like to ban the Yves out to somehow force and just let them pick the Farsa themselves. Meanwhile, for the side of Alter Ego, it's a different story. Fredrin is their most favorite pick because Selly Boy is just very, very comfortable on this hero, as well as the Farsa here. So perhaps in game 1, we are going to see a battle and contested pick for that Farsa.
Selly Boy, right, on the Fredrin, like we are seeing right now, 15 times picked up. They have also flexed it into the XP lane, but you're right, most of the time it does go to Selly Boy, who has matured so much since he first debuted in MPL Indonesia, only playing those assassins, only playing those heroes who can really carry the game. So you can call him Selly Man now. He's
Selly
matured.
Man.
Selly Man on the Fredrin.
All right, and now we're also going to take a look at the previous draft recaps here between both of these teams. You can see here, this was the last match where they met, and this was the drafts that they actually opted for.
Yeah, I mean, Sorizo on that Esmeralda were just unkillable, right? I mean, Alter Ego, even they have the Masha, sure they have the glue, but that Esmeralda was just unstoppable. Same Sori second leg. Take a look at the total kills. 17-5, so it's a landslide victory. Data-wise, 4 departments all taken by the side of Bigetron as well. With Harith on the gold lane, it just proven that, yeah, Bigetron, they're flexible, they're creative, and they are able to execute it. Alter Ego, they're in the hot seat now. Playoffs, best of 5, they have the experience, but do they have the quality to take on the young guns of Bigetron?
Yeah, we've actually spoken about the intelligence behind that draft that we saw in game number 2 there by Bigetron. I think you have maybe something to say about that, Mirko.
Yeah, in game number 2 is really interesting because, well, with the Harith pickup, with just so much setup, purely to set up Super Ken, it shows. They got every single winning lane, so that the Ling won't really be pressured. And guess what? They also picked up the Ling in the first phase, the last pick in the first phase to ban out the Hilda in the end, just getting a few of those counters out of the way from the side of Alter Ego. So they really like to set up Super Ken for success. Fortunately enough, though, for Bigetron Alpha, that's not their only win condition. They can play for Saken. We have seen him before on the Melissa. They can play for Sorizo, who popped off with the Grok high and dry, something we haven't seen pop off in a long time. I think the only few members who found success on that Grok XP, high and dry, this season has been Sorizo and, I would say, Boots.
I agree, but you're forgetting one person that usually, well, for the most part, has been the second damage dealer here, Mirko, from your team. It's Moreno, right? He's, I feel like, an underrated mid laner, right?
For real.
No one really rates him, but he hasn't matured in his game, so he still has that hunger to develop as a mid laner, and my goodness, that boy is scary.
And he's already so reliable, so consistent in his games. It's great that you actually highlighted him. As ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game of a full best of 5 between Alter Ego and Bigetron Alpha. And very interesting ban here. So with the last patch that came in March, with the buff onto Gatot Kacha, you can actually, not Gatot Kacha, sorry, Mincetar. We haven't seen him for so long that I get them swapped, but yes, Mincetar. You can see that the ban is actually going to come through here for the side of Bigetron Alpha.
Which is interesting, because this is a whole swap. No 1-1, no Joy ban, and Alter Ego don't even first pick it. Gonny, what's going on?
My goodness, Joy. Yeah, I understand the 1-1. We all kind of see it coming, right? The 1-1 not very prio, not being banned out. But the Joy Alter Ego left it open. So Bigetron, I feel like they did their homework here. They know, perhaps in screams, data-wise, Alter Ego, they don't usually pick up the Joy, and that's why they are comfortable enough to open that Joy. And take a look at that. Mincetar and Joy pick comes through.
But
Alter
remember,
Ego.
the Joy was quite nerfed, honestly, in the last patch.
He's adjusted.
Adjusted. I wouldn't say nerf.
I won't say nerf because you can't spam her skills as much as you could before. So that mobility that she used to have when she could rotate from that top side of the map to the bottom side of the map, it's changed.
Yeah. The dashes have been limited, right? Especially with the stacking now. Used to be she could do it 4 times, and even more actually if she gets those resets down, but now it is down to only 3. She does do a little bit more burst damage though with her build as well. You can expect this Joy to go maybe even full damage, whether he goes to the XP or the jungle, but I think that's still the strong point for Joy, being such a good flex pick that Bigetron Alpha can play with in the second phase. Alter Ego have done pretty similar job with the Grok, right? It's still a pretty good flex pick, but Bigetron Alpha have picked up 2 of the most prio heroes in the regular season. And actually 3. Kaja, Joy, and Wanwan.
Wow.
Goodness, right? I mean, Bigetron, right? They are just stacking here. So, I mean, if we see these 3 heroes in leg 1, it's GG's, right? I mean, you get the 1-1, you get the Joy, and the Kaja. That's very, very prio. Alter Ego, though, what do they have in mind, right? They sure have a plan. And take a look already, Bigetron already with the ban here towards that Phobias. And we have a comment here from Aldo.
We do have a comment. I believe, and my players believe, that if our preparation is good, the results will follow, because the process will not betray us. Hashtag trust the process.
Hashtag trust the process. And so far, it's been true, right? 3rd place in the regular season. That's where they ended it off. After having such a shaky start to the season, I think they were 6th place at one point. There were a lot of doubts placed onto the best coach of Season 10. How is he leading this team? Because it feels like with his presence, it may be downgraded, but then he really proved with the progression for Bigetron Alpha, with Raizeboy and Paulo also stepping up, and the bans here so far have just been the anti-dash heroes, Mincetar, the Phobias, and even the Franco. So taking another good CC lockdown hero from the side of Alter Ego, forcing them. This is risky, by the way, because Alter Ego can still go for something like a Diggy up against a 1-1 that is really good and can give the carry so much more pressure to play with in lane.
It feels like that option has been forced onto Alter Ego, honestly. If Bigetron want, they can actually go for the overwhelming route, right? Go for more CC, go for more, so they don't have enough resources, so the time journey gets popped off early before it can actually have an effect onto the 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, and to that, it just fits Rossi, right? He likes to play the cover hero, he likes to play the supports, and I feel like Diggy should be the main prio here. Sure, it can't really lock down the Joy, but I feel like it's just job task now is just to provide and cover for Nino. But it seems like they will lock the Hayabusa first, 47% in the regular season. Not a positive one, but I feel like in the hands of Selly Boy, he can make something happen. There are 2 juicy targets, right? With the 1-1 with the Farsa, Selly Boy can target those, but it's not gonna be the Diggy, it's going to be Grok and Rossi and Edith for 5.
Very interesting choice here to go for. Alter Ego, this should just be the Edith in the XP and Grok in the roam position. Again, when we take a look at the regular season to, see the data, Rossi hasn't performed in the Grok at all. Even missing a big ultimate a few times with his flicker actually getting away from the side of the engage that he actually wanted to go for. So again, Bigetron Alpha, I think right now they are very comfortable with these drafts that Alter Ego have. Also in the bans, picking up a Valentina and then banning out the Faramis, right? So they are taking these big ults away that I would think that they would actually want to face off against. Bigetron Alpha with their final pick. It's a pick that can dive into the back line and also can put a lot of pressure down in lane. And as expected, yeah, it's Pi on that Edith. Not too sure how this will work out.
Have we seen him on the Edith this season?
We have.
Just like a few times.
A few times. Very few. I think it was 2 times.
Audience prediction though, here you can see 55% for the red robots compared to Alter Ego with 45%. I'm wondering what you guys think as well. Don't forget to show your support in the comments as we are moments away of entering game number 1.
Here it is. Both the drafts set in stone to get us into game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, a best of 5 in the play-ins means you lose, you are out of the playoffs. And both these teams know it. Both these teams will not hold back. With an aggressive lineup from Alter Ego, with Bigetron Alpha with a structured lineup. It's time to enter the portal into the land of dawn for game number 1.
Well, we are about to see here the land of dawn, but it seems like a pause.
Hold up, hey. We gotta build up some tension.
Sure. 4 flickers though from the left side, so I believe that's the side of Alter Ego. Yeah, Alter Ego. So yeah, it seems like they do not care for that crowd control that can be given from the side of Bigetron. And it seems like 1-1 will still have that Inspire, sure. But I don't know, man. The only lane that I'm really concerned of is that 1-1. Turzla can hold it off alone in that EXP. It's just that 1-1 I'm worried about.
We do seem to have a technical pause, ladies and gentlemen, from the side of Bigetron. So we are going to take a few moments to repair it as soon as possible because once again, fair play is our utmost priority. But you're right, on that note here, Mirko, what do you think about the 1-1 matchup?
The 1-1 actually does pretty well against the carry, I would say, in these 1v1s, right? The 1-1 is really going to struggle. Well, the carry does too during these ganks. And I do think the 1-1 has a little bit more flexibility compared to the carry when it comes down to escaping or even skirmishing in the 2v2s, 3v3s in the gold lane. Thing is, that crossbow tank has been nerfed to, I would say, almost death. That ultimate is so low. The range is so small. I've played 1-1 this regular after the patch, and man, I haven't really been having too much fun on that 1-1. The pro players though still can make it work. Again, there's a debate right now amongst the 1-1 players if the boot should be built or not because of that crossbow tang range that has been adjusted. It's a crossbow tang that has been nerfed in terms of the range, but the movement speed has been adjusted there. He gets 100% bonus of the movement speed, so if you go for something like a rapid boots, maybe you could actually get closer in time and you can stick onto the targets a bit better. But that's a whole item slot that 1-1 usually goes for, where she goes for another item. So, it's a pretty hard gamble.
It's a very hard gamble. So again, yeah, perhaps 1-1 then. With that explanation, yeah, I feel like 1-1 should win with the cover of the Kanja as well. Looking at their compositions again, Bigetron looking, yeah, again with the structured execution, with the Joy. It should be aggressive from the early game here. After one item, it can deal somewhat of damage. So looking at their composition, I feel like from the side of Alter Ego, they should prio the Radiant armor to negate that, right? They can build a Radiant and Athena to negate both the burst and the DPS coming from Joy and as well as Farsa. Let's take a look here. Bigetron Alpha match history in leg 2, only 2 losses.
Yeah, very different to leg 1, and this is what we were talking about, right? Leg number 1 for Bigetron Alpha was, you could say, like their adaptation period, right? New coaches, new players. There's got to be some time for them to be able to find that final formula that they need right now. And you can see it actually come through, right? Leg 2, a lot more stable in terms of their performance. I wouldn't even say stable, I would say amazing performance, especially in the last few matches that we saw there in the regular season of Week 8. And it's interesting, right? Because Bigetron Alpha, they had to experiment so much, right? Marquee for the gold lane or Saken, right? So Riza or Vernacure for the EXP lane. Max, Juskar, or Super Ken. But eventually, they figured it out. Even Gamora stepped in at some point there in the mid lane until they finally decided onto Moreno. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, the pause has been alleviated as we are going straight back into the land of Dawn. And this is what I was expecting, right? With the draft of Bigetron, I could see that they would be able to rotate a lot quicker than Alter Ego and utilize that mid lane pressure onto those side lanes. And that was what I was afraid of for Alter Ego if they can't withstand that early game pressure.
The Gronk also doing a good job though, understanding that Moreno will have a little bit more wave control, wave clear in the mid lane compared to the Valentina. He's going to be freezing these waves or just holding it back with the barrier in the base. These mini waves, 3 waves will be constantly pushed or kind of forced in there, so that Bigetron Alpha's mini waves will crash into the turrets, therefore giving Alter Ego members a bit more of a better time in lane to clear those waves.
And we're already seeing here the structured Bigetron, right? Super Ken already with the invades. Meanwhile, Sally Boy slightly behind on the rotation. And here's a fun fact, right? The high and dry is now the Master Assassin.
Yeah,
right?
they changed the name.
The passive is still the same, but now it's not called high and dry. It's the Master Assassin, but the mid side will not commit on towards that. So again, both teams here playing it very safely. I feel like if this tempo continues, it might actually still favor towards the side of Bigetron. Why? Because Bigetron Alpha is dictating, they're controlling with the invades here, with slowly just Super Ken farming up. It's going to be very scary for the side of Alter Ego Esports.
It truly is, and you can see now already both of these teams are going to go and find one another as they both set up for the next turtle. You can see here Moreno already level 4, Udil a little bit behind. He's just able to get that, but not sure if he can use the IMU right now, right here.
Rossi with wild charge right now, but that's going to be Super Ken targeted down. That's Saliboy winning the Retribution battle, and Super Ken is forced back. The Divine Judgment finds Udil. Bigetron Alpha finds a kill back to 1-for-1. Objective traded in for the mid laner.
Huge crowd control there, huge wild charge opened up by Rossi. Sure, we all know Rossi as a cover roamer, but with that play, actually he is able to somehow create a small statement, right? Hey, I can also open things up. Take a look at my wall charts. It's a 1-for-1 trade though. You can see here still Bigetron Alpha with the slight gold lead.
That's why I always thought of Rossi a little bit. He reminds me of Wijanarko, right? Because that's the exact thing that we initially thought about Wijanarko. We've only been able to get those support heroes and find success on those support heroes and those covered heroes. But it feels like Rossi as well is already developing as a player. And like you mentioned here, Bigetron Alpha with the slight gold lead, 600 to their name. I think there's going to be a lot more emphasis now on the gold lane. Here we go.
There you go, Divine Judgment going to be able to lock Rossi down. Saken finds the kill right now as he's going to be targeted down, but that's only the roamer. Once again, 1-for-1 in the back line. Super Ken with the electrifying beats will try his best to deal some damage, but he gets bursted down and he will be forced to back away. BTR still with that kill.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1. Both roamers taken out. A solo kill.
Told you about that matchup, man. 1-1.
Wow, very interesting. And that's going to be quite detrimental to Nino here. But looking at the talents prediction, it's quite split. 3-for-3, but in the top side here, Selly Boy going to get a little bit aggressive.
Just a bit, right? He's putting some pressure down because Chorizo has been somehow actually winning this lane quite convincingly in these trades.
Yeah, it seems like now here, Bigetron, they are slowly but surely establishing a healthy lead. Let's see, the second turtle take. Oh, Blind Judgment.
Flicker out already. One more weakness point. He actually gets it, forcing a wild charge out, and this just might be a free turtle to Bigetron Alpha. Big CC tool used up, penalty zone on the pie. So Rizzo still gonna be able to survive right now, and he gets out. Super Ken wins the retreat battle. Silly Boy forced to get out with a quad shadow. Key wants to look for that kill. He gets the dash in. He has the flicker, and he will not utilize it. Super Ken takes Silly Boy down. Bigetron 5-1.
There you go, a 2,300 gold lead and counting as once again they're going aggressively onto Udil.
Wow, not yet. So yeah, it seems like Bigetron with the control, right? They are able now already control the slight jungle there, limited jungle of Alter Ego, taking that purple buff away from Hayabusa. That created a setback for Silly Boy in the next 1.5–2 minutes, right? Again, with that in mind, Bigetron Alpha, who were at just 1,000 gold lead a minute ago, now look at them now, 2,500 gold lead all of a sudden. Alter Ego, they are again just slowly but surely starting to grumble, and perhaps in this current situation, all they need to do here, again, just pick their battles and just create farm towards Zeno, make him space, and let's see.
He's been absolutely on point. Rossi hasn't been able to do anything on that Grok. Again, just suppressed and taken down. Sakan has been able to utilize this 1-1 absolutely phenomenally right now. As again, he's not only getting the kills, he's farming well and he's bullying Nino.
Man, 2-4-0 trade there as well, right? Bigetron Alpha, they're really just building onto that gold lead that they initially had. It's going to be difficult as Rizzo jumps back in.
Flicker burns out. Key still able to escape, but Silly Boy jumps in right there. Going to be able to get bursted down behind the back line. Finds the Earth Shatter onto Key, but he's still able to sustain for a bit. Pi pops in Primal Wrath. Bottom side turret taken down. So Rizzo still trying to sustain. Flickers out to safety. But Bigetron Alpha, all the while those fights were happening, the Roamer got taken down, but 2 turrets fell in favor of Bigetron Alpha.
He's unstoppable right now, and take a look now. Super Ken is already just occupying the jungles pretty willingly here. Alter Ego, they have no real response. Nino, he's behind on items, so his damage isn't quite there yet, and just Bigetron Alpha fully dictating the game as predicted, as just the structured Bigetron here, as we were seeing here. Very nasty indeed as Super Ken, take a look at his score, 104. So he is there not to just for the kills, he's also just there to be a nuisance towards the jungle. Item-wise here, we are now seeing Moreno. After Clock of Destiny, he is building his way towards that Lightning Truncheon. But yeah, Pi quite behind here. 3 still leg plates.
4.
Oh, now 4. Yeah, you're right. 4 steel leg plates, and it seems like just Joy. 2 items already. Genius 1 and Glowing 1. 5,000 gold he has achieved. Meanwhile, take a look at Silly Boy. As a Hayabusa, you don't want to be behind.
Oh, charge defensively. The Divine Judgment somehow connects it to Sakin. He's able to pop into crossbow tang. Udil's been taken out of the fight. Now it's going to be the damage coming in, but Sakin's able to purify out of that. The Earth Shatter not able to find its mark, and Pi gets punished. Bigetron Alpha with another beautiful reaction for that engage, and they're going to be able to take this mid lane turret for free.
And this is just getting a lot worse for Alter Ego here. You can see that Moreno already picked up the Lightning Truncheon as well, so the damage, the range, and the burst that he already has on to Nino, it's going to be a lot more difficult, seeing as Nino is quite far behind.
My goodness, Super Ken and Saken, right? They're rookies in the playoffs, but it seems like it doesn't really bother them. It's just them. Not unbothered. Yeah, they're unbothered, right? With the current situation. And Alter Ego, they're the ones who look like a rookie now.
Yeah, I think Bigetron Alpha are, again, making it look kind of easy, right? The fact that they're able to do this so early on, when we said in the drafts that Bigetron are a structured team, they usually wait. They don't usually go for these skirmishes. Well, they've been doing that.
Man, it's only been 9 minutes. Can you imagine? Already all the turrets there in the top side taken down. Only an inhibitor turret left, and Key goes in once again.
Divine Judgment, all the weakness points. Rossi with a wild charge. There you go. Like I said, the range so small, and you can get out of that with a flicker, with a wild charge. But somehow Bigetron Alpha have been utilizing the Divine Judgment to actually keep the guys in range.
You know what? I mentioned that Alter Ego, they need to deny the setup for Key, but it seems like it's Key who denies the setup from Rossi, right? He's just... he's... no impact whatsoever, non-existent in this game. 0-3-0, unreliable, and it seems like there's something in bot side.
Divine Judgment, everything used, and Key somehow still survives. Saken will be able to take Pai down. He's looking for more, chasing them down, and Sorizo with the penalty zone. Rossi with the wild charge. Saken still able to escape for now. Is asking for the shadow kill, popped into the back line, but still, Bigetron are still able to survive in this skirmish, taking Rossi down and forcing Alter Ego back. 9 minutes, 57 seconds. We do have a pause, but man, it's a stomp so far.
That was prime follow-up coming in from Sorizo as well with the flicker and the penalty zone to land on Alter Ego.
Yeah, man.
What's going on with Alter Ego here?
That was, I have no words. I thought their experience can get the better of Bigetron, but it seems like the quality, right? We question Rossi. Yeah, given a Grok, I don't know. Very questionable, right? It seems like in this game, it's evident that his impact has been non-existent, right? 0-3, 0-4-0 even now. And his wild charges, his, just his playstyle in this current game is very, very far off. So I would prefer him on, again, just give him a cover hero. It wasn't one of the keys to victory as well. Give Rossi his comfortable hero. And it seems like in game one, they took a gamble, get the Grok for Rossi, and it didn't pay off. 2-11, sure, the game's not over. Anything can still happen. But so far, 10 minutes in, not looking too fancy for side of Alter Ego. Not fancy.
Maybe I spoke a little too soon, right? Because earlier on, I was like, I think, Rossi has developed as a player, don't transforming.
I've learned from LaFell.
Yeah,
don't say things.
Just don't say things.
You're gonna curse them.
This is the thing, right? Because before, that's the exact mindset I had about Rossi. I was like, okay, just give him comfortable heroes, give him the cover heroes. But he picked up the Kufra and he actually performed really well. So I was assuming that with the Kufra performance that we saw that had an impact, it could also transfer onto the Grok. But it seems like there has been little to no impact. I feel like Bigetron Alpha did a really good job of exploiting that fact. You can see also in the way that they play, Key always targets the Grok first.
Okay, may I answer the chat now? I'm a Kufra player.
Exactly.
It's very hard to play a Grok, right? It's very different. Sure. Yeah. I know. I get what you mean. The initiator tanks, but it's just very different. Different mechanics, different play style.
Yeah. I would actually say the Kufra is a bit more reactive than proactive, right? I mean, in the early game, sure, you're a bit more proactive because you go for the ganks, but in these late game team fights or in these turtle fights, you're waiting for someone to bait for you, you're waiting for someone to initiate for you, and then you kind of follow up with a Tyrant's Revenge, right? Obviously, you do still have that opportunity to just jump in too, but you're right, the Grok is a bit more one-dimensional in that aspect. You need to go, you need to initiate first, and you need to find those openings. If not, you go 0-4-0.
Indeed. And it seems like, again now, Bigetron, 8,000 gold lead already in hand.
9
now.
Wow.
It's 10 minutes in. They're racing now. I feel like Bigetron, they want to go more than the minutes.
Maybe. They want to pull an Onyx, maybe. Like Onyx did to EVOS in the regular season. You guys can buy the tickets for the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, 5 to the 9th of April, 2023 in Hall D of G-Expo. This is the first match of the playoffs, and so far, Bigetron Alpha have looked very convincing.
Very right, and again now, it seems like still with the siege here, what will they be able to grow?
Key's already with a concealed blade here, Miracle. It looks like this might be the final push.
Feathered airstrike by the Earth Shattered. That's going to be the Lord cleared out. We still have these turret passives to play with, but Sunny Boy gets chunked really low. And that's going to be the mid base turret taken down with the first Lord of the game.
Wow.
Talk about value, man. Usually you get all tier 2s. Mid lane base turret? very expensive.
You know, before that team fight happened, right? Before the siege happened, we were talking about, you know, does Bigetron Alpha want to surpass the minutes? And, you know, they're getting there. Look, 11.3K.
They're there.
There.
11
No.
minutes in. They've actually passed it
There you go.
now. But as you can see here, Bigetron once again going in for the push in the top side.
Super Ken already jumping in, baiting, and already isolating Pi with a crossbow attack, dealing damage, melting Udo down. Rossi will pop the conceal defensively. That's another base turret down for Bigetron Alpha. Sully Boy jumps in onto Moreno, who's still going to be able to fly away, flickering out. And Sully Boy won't be able to assassinate Moreno.
That's insane. My God. They pulled out all the resources. And that's a mid laner, right? That's a mid laner that's
No
supposedly
winter.
squishy. No winter. The nerf on the Clock of Destiny as well reduces their longevity in these team fights, and yet they're still unable to pick Moreno off. 2-0-5. And this is why it was really great that Goni mentioned Moreno earlier, right? He's just always so reliable in that mid lane and doing the damage, having the impact.
My goodness, they are just, again, they're like a robot now, right? Their brand, well, Alter Ego, their brand is family, but Bigetron Alpha, their brand is a robot. And look at them now already, looking for the contest here, perhaps from side of Alter Ego. I don't know. This might not be the wisest move.
Okay, with the conceal already, that's Alter Ego backing away. I mean, that's what you kind of have to do when the opponent has a 14,000 gold lead in the 13th minute. You're right, they've beaten it. They have beaten the clock.
And looking at the items now, it's looking very, very bleak again. Nino is behind almost 5,000 gold lead if you compare it to Saken, right? So he is that behind. Saken is already at full items almost. Athena Shield is on its way. So when that is grabbed, it's going to be very hard for Valentina to burst him down. Again, Bigetron Alpha, they're toying Alter Ego.
Another airstrike popped in. Rossi already taken low. That's giving the onward and the Earth Shatter. Super Ken still surviving. That's what the 15,000 gold lead does. That's giving Super Ken still surviving. That's giving penalty zone onto 3. And game number 1 will be secured by Bigetron Alpha with a 16,000 gold lead.
16,000 gold lead in under 15 minutes. That is the domination that is Bigetron Alpha here in Season 11. And I'm concerned for all the other teams, honestly, looking at the performance that they have just shown us here in the first game. Goni's a little bit busy, Mirko.
A little busy, all right? I was a little bit busy here, all right?
Oh my goodness.
All right, so yeah, again, Bigetron, they're just programmed to win. They are a very structured team, and it seems like it's just a very, 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 very hard matchup for the side of Alter Ego here in this current game. Where in the drafts, again, we mentioned that Rossi were given somehow a very uncomfortable hero here. Again, it wasn't the keys to victory that it is very important. It is very essential for Alter Ego to draft and give heroes that is comfortable for Rossi, but it seems like it was just a bit too much. So they managed to surpass the time, correct?
Yeah, they did. Look, I'm not really sure what happened there. Do you think it was the drafts? Do you think it was
100%.
execution?
100%. I think they were set up for failure. I mean, to be completely honest with you, right? I mean, the Edith pick, I feel like even the Hayabusa and even the bans there were just really strange. I understand the Pyramis ban if you are going to set up for maybe a glue, but the fact that they wanted to go for Edith, I would actually say leave the Pyramis open. You have a Valentina to take those ultimates. The Grok as well, maybe a good flex pick, but when the team has consistently been, failing on the Grok, I don't think it's a flex pick that Bigetron Alpha were
too
wary
concerned
of at all. They really didn't care. The Grok pick comes through, all right, it's going to go to Pi or it's a loss. That's what they thought, I think, and that's what we kind of saw, 0-4-0 in the end. I think 0-5-0?
Yeah, something like that. It was quite bad.
Yeah.
That was a rough game number 1 there for Alter Ego, ladies and gentlemen. But We're going to throw it to the analysts here. Dig a little bit deeper there. So do you also agree that the drafts were just questionable?
I completely agree, right? From the drafts here, they need to start from the first phase of the battle, which is the draft, right?
Joy not picked as well.
Joy not picked up was, I feel like, also a blunder from the side of Alter Ego, but it perhaps can be, again, the homework from the side of Bigetron. And Screams for Alter Ego weren't too successful on that Joy, so yeah, they realized we can't let the Joy go. And again, I feel like in this current performance, it's just this two here, right? The two Kens, they were able to just to clean with it, all right? In this current game, game 1, they were unstoppable. Saken, 0 deaths whatsoever. Sure, provided, facilitated by none other than Key. But after he pops off, it was just very hard for the composition of Alter Ego to go into the back lines. Nobody. Edith can't go towards the backside. Rossi, wild charge. Sure, he made a good wild charge. I credit him for that wild charge on towards
First turtle.
But after that, it was just non-existent, all right? Alter Ego, they were able to not execute their draft properly with the draft diff as well. Bigetron, it was a ranked game, it feels like, in that game, and I gotta be harsh, but it's the honest truth.
I think, right, like, sure, for Alter Ego, they severely underperformed. I would say, I would agree. The coach also with the draft, I don't know, for me personally, it feels like they drafted 3 losing lanes and an assassin jungle, right? So, again, like we mentioned, I also want to give credit to Bigetron Alpha because, hey, they drafted really well. They forced Alter Ego into that draft. It wasn't the coach just fumbling the bag. It was Bigetron Alpha forcing those, picks as well. They banned out the Franco. They banned out a lot of these heroes that can actually, be a nuisance to the mobility that they have. And when the Joy and the 1-1 gets picked up, when a Kaja gets denied of you, when a Franco, a Minsathar, and a Phobius gets taken out, what are you supposed to do? I mean, they did the best that they could.
Diggy.
Okay, sure, they could go for the Diggy, but it only really answers the 1-1 and the Terizla.
So that's at least like 1 or 2 winning lanes. Something that they could actually have worked on.
I don't think that with the Diggy they would have won the lane though. Still.
I think it would have helped with the bully onto 1-1. Helped the carry a little bit.
The Kai is always down there too though. Remember, 2v2s, the carry doesn't really... The carry, especially into a 1-1, is a tough lane. Very tough.
Well, let's see here. Perhaps they need to definitely adjust here. Give Rossi here somehow his hero that he needs. But yeah, on the board, item-wise, it's just a landslide, right? Got someone that can burst. That is Moreno. You got someone that can DPS magically, and that is Joy. You have someone that can deal physical DPS, and that is the 1-1. So draft-wise, very complete, very all around, and execution. My goodness, their quality. Almost 0 deaths, right? Apart from Key, nobody really dies. So again,
crazy.
It's just a rank game. It seems like
4 eggs,
4 eggs, right? 4 zeros, death. And you can see here already the rich guy and the carry in this game has to be the 1-1. Saken was just unstoppable. In the early game, sure, farm. After that, facilitated by Key, he was just everywhere. Even Key just burns off his Divine Judgment on towards Rossi multiple times because he's understand after that 5v4 potentially can be the win. And again, in this current game, it's just a very structured Bigetron displayed again, just like throughout Leg 2. When Superken and Saken joined Bigetron, they were just somehow unstoppable. Again, taking at the post-game, Forgotten One has to be Key, right? Kaja, again, he's very reliable still. And it seems like in playoffs, in his opening game,
he is
very clean. He knows, right? He knows he has his job desk. He knows he is the Key, and he just provides that Key Divine Judgment multiple times. Remember, targeting is important, but in this current game, he understands that let's take off the Grok on the board. It's just 5v4. Nobody can enter the backline because, again, 5 composition from the side of Alter Ego can't enter the Grok except the Grok. So he take that off the board, force him to recall or death. Yeah, nobody can touch the backline, and there you go. The Saken will be the MVP with a 505 stat.
No, I personally would. I thought Key was going to be the MVP because, sure, Saken performed absolutely phenomenally. 5-0-5, 2 departments, but in that gold lane, it was set up by Key. He was always waiting there, just opening the vision. Presented to you by the presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34 and A54 5G. The MVP is Saken. Still, well-deserved, though.
Well-deserved. I think most of them performed really well.
agree.
Honestly,
Everyone.
Moreno did his job,
Everyone
right?
did their
Key.
job.
Like, you know, I don't even want to mention them
It's
all.
a tough one. It's tough to pick the MVP.
Super Ken was also really
He was super in
performing.
that game.
He was unstoppable, right, with the joy. And let's take a look here in the heat map, right? The first file, not the first minute, but 5 minutes till the 10th minute. Saken was already everywhere. This is what
He's
you
a
expect
roamer.
as a marksman, right? After 5 minutes, he cleared the bot lane, the gold lane, and then he explored. He explored with Key towards the EXP. And let's see here, the highlights of that first game. In this current game, it was opened up by, well, this is where it all started, right? Rasi was just picked off left and right. And it seems like here, in this second game, well, in the second turtle, different story. Bigetron took full control, and this is where I feel like the downfall of Alter Ego. After that Selly boy taken down, it's Alter Ego losing on all fronts, right? Bigetron, they were able to exploit that momentum, and it seems like now Alter Ego, sure, they got a couple of dubs on towards Key. Only Saken was just flying, soaring in this game with that crossbow with Tang. Very hard to take him down. Multiple times we see just Key escaping with just 1 HP. And after that, it was just textbook, right? They didn't go for the overextension. They didn't go for the gamble play as well. It's just Bigetron with the structure. They executed. And it's just textbook game throughout, right? They understand. I feel like they really are. They understood the game plan from Raiseboy, from Paulo Export, and as well as Aldo to just execute like this. Minute number 7, do this. Minute number 9, do this. And it's clear. It's very evident that it was Alter Ego that aren't able to deny the structure from the side of Bigetron that has already been set by their coaches.
Now, I really feel like this is the ultimate test for both of these teams, right? Can Alter Ego bounce back from 0-1 to 0? That's my first question. My second question is, can Bigetron Alpha stay consistent? Because remember, it's no longer a best of 3, but it's going to be a best of 5. So if Alter Ego can go back to the drawing board and reassess the damage and reassess the mistakes that they made in that first game and come back, then there is still a chance for them to win these series. But of course, they were using one of the best phones. No, sorry, the best phone in the business.
What is it?
It's the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Whoa.
It's an epic smartphone for auto winning gaming. And maybe that's how Bigetron were able to win that so dominantly.
They were equipped with it, and guess what? Gani, just tell them what the specs are.
Specs? Let me tell you, all right. Samsung Galaxy S23 5G, equipped with the fastest processor technology.
What is
all
it?
right, 4 nanometer Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 4 Galaxy. All right, large RAM up to 12 gigabytes, memory up to 1 TB.
What?
That's terabyte for you. All right,
That's a
the
PC.
screen is dynamic AMOLED 2X with 120 hertz of refresh rate, and of course the battery is 5,000 mAh, so it lasts long, right? 3 days without charging, full ranked games. I'm down. The phone is down. You should check that out.
And it seems like they have a lot of amazing deals that we can actually get our hands on. And, you know, Mirko actually utilize this deal.
I do, you know. Don't miss the limited offer because from Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, this is a special one for you guys. Get an epic Ramadan promo up to RP 2 million IDR.
Whoa.
Wow. For trade-in purchases or with Galaxy Wearable Plus free. Samsung Care Plus protection for 6 months worth up to 889,000 IDR. Terms and conditions apply. Level up your epic game with Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G and buy it right now on Samsung.com/ID.
Man, they should. They should. And
They should.
one of the best things about this playoffs is coming soon.
Patience is key. That's what we were saying in the regular season.
Good things comes to those who wait. And we've waited long enough because, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Finally, the official merchandise in collaboration between UBS Gold and MPL ID Season 11 is here. You guys can get your hands on the Mia necklace, the Eudora bracelet, as well as the UBS bundle
they have a Wan necklace?
gold bar. You can check it out. You also can check it out if you guys head over to the venue and check out their booths because
clean.
It's clean.
Wow, Gani, see? Good things come to those who wait. That's why it can't be Gani can't wait bang bang anymore. You need to be Gani, I'll wait.
Gani, I'll wait. All right, so, okay. I'm going to put that in mind now. I think that's my new philosophy. Everything, right? Game number 2 between Bigetron and Alter Ego. You know what? I'll wait.
You'll wait. But
all
you
need
know,
to wait.
the thing is, right, about this UBS thing, the UBS Gold, you get free skins with every purchase.
Wait,
as
is
well.
there any other way to get me
Of course. You guys can check out ubslifestyle.com or go ahead and check out the UBS Lifestyle e-commerce as well. Because other than that, you guys can get value from Dunia Games.
Whoa.
What's a Dunia Games? What value?
It's an app.
Oh, is this the app?
The app.
The app.
The one we were talking about.
We got vouchers. You can buy vouchers, in-game items, and you get 3 GB of quota every purchase. Is this the one you're talking about?
This is the one I'm talking about.
Okay.
Wow.
How do I get it?
Super easy. You guys can scan the QR code down below, download the app as soon as possible to get your hands on this deal. Because like Miracle mentioned, I'm going to repeat it once again for you guys.
Repeat it.
With every in-game item, purchase, or voucher,
one item,
you guys can get free 3 gigabytes
3
of
gigabytes.
quota.
1
3
for 3.
GBs.
You get 3, that's 9. Quick maths.
12 if you get 4.
There you go. I was
Is
about
that
to
right?
say. Yes, it is right.
Quick maths.
Very smart,
Saken
right?
approves. He's like, yeah, you got it right.
The MVP?
The MVP
of game 1.
The MVP.
Saken.
Spelled with 3 letters. M, V, and P. Just like the 3 gigabytes of quota.
Ooh.
Oh. I was like,
That's
quota doesn't have 3 letters.
The most valuable player for you.
Thank you, Gani.
In case you didn't know.
Thank you for that
All right.
information.
You're welcome.
And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're going to take a look at the game recap there for game number 1 between Alter Ego and Bigetron. And like you see on screen here, it was Bigetron being able to get that first win, first victory.
My God, yeah, was the total gold was just farther, and take a look at the total damage is even farther, right? 46,000 for 140 something towards Moreno as well, and then that is just a huge landslide of a victory. It was Alter Ego cannot do anything, but this is the first game. Sure, it sets the tone. Let's see.
The gold gap was so far, Gani, that Moreno, after he built the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon, he instantly built Holy Crystal. See, that's not a usual item build for a mage. You only do that if you're so far ahead, because usually you go for at least magic penetration, right? But when I saw the Holy Crystal being built up,
Magic power.
Yeah, magic power. From the side of Alter Ego, there was only one person who was able to build that magic defense, so it made sense, right? Holy Crystal instantly. It's just so unfortunate.
It was really, I mean, when Pi has to go for 4 steel leg plates into an Athena shield, you really know you're behind. Bigetron Alpha this time with first pick. Again, they're going to be able to force the Joy out again, and, you know, proper response this time around for Alter Ego. They tried to play around it last game, didn't work so well, so now it's time to adapt.
Your team really need to adapt and adjust, and you can see here already a switch, right? Bigetron will occupy the blue side, Alter Ego occupy the red.
No.
Seems like, no, it's going to be Fanny, Arlet, and Minsatar, same bands, Alter Ego. This time around, they're not messing around, and they ban out the Joy and the glue.
Last time they opted for the Melissa ban, right? Alter Ego. Now, do they want to go for the same route? If they're not going to do that, they're going to ban out the Farsa first, taking it away from Moreno, and perhaps giving them more space if they're forced on the carry once again.
I think first pick of the Fredgen would still be a solid option for Bigetron Alpha. The Wan, they don't really need to first pick it here because Alter Ego have a lot of counter picks to play with now. With the Melissa open, they can utilize it. And yeah, they don't go for the Wan. They don't go for the Fredgen though. They go for the Valentina, adding a little bit more flexibility. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see here. Perhaps we might see Valentina Faramis trade, right? Alter Ego with the Farsa ban somehow forces that Valentina pick as well. But it's going to be the Melissa here picked up first and the Faramis. So yeah, it is going to be confirmed. We are going to see the Valentina and Faramis trade. Now, the response, Bigetron should have seen this scenario, right? With the Melissa and the Faramis. So they should pick up the Claude.
Yep.
And perhaps a hero that is Fredrin that you mentioned, Miracle. Still very prio. Super can play it, but what is most important, it takes it away for Silly Boy.
I think they could also go for something like a Lapu here into the XP lane, something that does really well against the Faramis and the Melissa, right? So they can double down on that. Having a Valentina, AoE damage, can steal away the Cold Alter, picking up the Claude, who's good in lane against the Melissa, and can pop that Cold Alter. Say it is going to be the Fredrin and not the Claude. It's actually the Fredrin and the Kaja here. Gani and Bigetron Alpha go for. So interesting, very interesting.
Guys, I'm having a weird feeling.
All right,
okay,
what
sorry. I was while you guys were talking, I was looking at Alter Ego and I was like,
Okay.
wouldn't it be cool if they picked up the Estes? So
Now?
Faramis Estes. Okay, not now, but maybe later on.
Definitely could be an option, right?
I really like it, right? Because the Valentina would be forced to either choose, right? Either the ultimate from Estes or, of course, the Cold Alter from the Faramis. And so they can double down, utilize both, and they have still +1 of sustainability in these team fights.
I see your point, and perhaps that is in the back of the mind of us, of Nefari and the whole Alter Ego squad.
I would
Let's see here,
rather
it's not going to be the
betray the
Estes
world
first,
than
it's going
let
to be
the
the
world
Yuzong, perhaps that
betray
is going to be
me.
the cheese pick, right? They do have that last pick. It's going to be the Yuzong here securing a hero for Pi. Should be important, right? Alter Ego, second phase, they should ban out the Claude here, right? Just limit Saken's hero.
It's pretty interesting. Again, the Yuzong pickup here before anything gets picked up for the side of Bigetron Alpha. Anything in the back line, actually. Alter Ego will go for the Hayabusa, though. After picking up the Yuzong, they want to kind of give the Melissa a bit more space to play with, right? So they're already taking the right steps to win this game. They are setting their gold laner up for success. The main win condition that we've seen for Alter Ego in the regular season has been Nino. He got a Savage on this Melissa in the regular season, so I think Alter Ego might as well go for something like a Claude ban very soon, maybe right now. Or do they want to go for Ling?
Ling?
Will they commit to a...
Will they fully respect Super Ken with a Fredrin already picked up?
It's gonna depend
There's
here.
no
It's gonna be full
Pure
Super Ken respect ban here from Alter Ego in the second phase. Bigetron with the Diggy being taken off the board. It's a huge question as to what Rasi is going to be using in that roaming position.
If Bigetron can locate to ban the Estes out.
I will protect you.
Not going to be the Estes, but it is going to be a hero for Rasi banned out again. It's going to be the Lolita. Alter Ego now, perhaps they are looking to pick up the Estes. And perhaps here in the first pick of the second phase, Alter Ego, they should, I feel like, add a hero. I feel like they can secure a Lancelot here for Silly Boy.
I think that works. Actually, very good choice here for Alter Ego. But if they want to respect this pick comp a bit more, maybe something like an Akai could also be an option, right? But you're right. I think the Lancelot, in just terms of farming and neutral objective takes, would be amazing for Alter Ego, and it suits Silly Boy style.
Silly Boy suits Silly Boy style, right? But let's see here. It is not going to be the... Whoa! All right, it's going to be the Barats. So
Matilda.
Again, signifying Matilda pick, a support pick, right? Estes might work here. Bigetron, they should be able to locate this, but at this point, they have picked up the roamer, so not much that they can do.
If they think that they're gonna pick up a Matilda, then maybe an Esmeralda might work for Sorizo in that EXP lane. I mean, assuming that Fredrin is going to in the jungle.
Esme and Claude perhaps should be the pickup here, right? And I mean, Estes can work here as well, right? It's not going to be it. It's going to be Alice here. So again, Alice in the regular season only, Kyrie as well as Super Ken is able to pull Alice Jungler off. It seems like 1-1 will be the last pick. Alter Ego, they should go for the Estes.
Okay, wait. Because Okay, they go for
There
the
you go.
Estes. Wow, my feeling, bro. From the
You
first
had the
phase,
weird
guys.
feeling,
That
and it
weird feeling the
paid
first
off.
phase. But honestly, I don't know if I like it or not, right? Because with Bigetron picking up something like the Alice, I keep mentioning this over and over to whoever meets Bigetron with the Alice strategy. They need to be able to pressure the Alice from the early game, right? Because they're going to be so dependent on Super Ken's rotations. Sure, he's the perfect jungler to execute that game plan, but it's so difficult in the early game because the Alice isn't as tanky, the mana regen isn't as great as well. She's weakest in that early game and they need to be able to pressure, but with the Asta stepping in, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to put that kind of pressure onto Bigetron in the early phase of the game.
Well, we'll see if they can, right? I don't think they're going to be able to put too much pressure early on, but with the Melissa, it does seem like they will be able to. And also the Barats, who can clear really fast. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see if Alter Ego can equalize in this best of 5. Welcome to the land of Dawn for game number 2.
Let's see indeed here. Looking at their composition, it's going to be again Saken though on that 1-1. So looking at game 1, he got the MVP. Is going to be very, very scary here for the side of Alter Ego. Now looking at their compositions again. Wow, so Riza opted a concussive blast on that Virgin Key though, very low.
And that's going to be first blood there, taken by Alter Ego. Being able to get a kill onto Key earlier on. A little punish onto the aggression that Key has placed onto Alter Ego as we are going into a technical pause. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay patient with us here. It is only going to take a few moments. And now we have a little bit more time to review the first few minutes of the game. Emblems, spells,
You know
rotations.
Rotations,
Okay.
all right? I feel like they should go and invade the purple buff of Alice. They are able to, they are equipped with it, right? They have the Barats, they have the Estes, and their mid lane is also there. Fermis can provide the damage, right? And it's should be their game plan, right? Alice, sure, you said it earlier that her mana in the early game, not too fancy. So with that purple buff, Alice can be more sustainable and perhaps won't recall, right, with that purple buff. So what they need to do is deny the rotation in that purple buff area.
Because I agree with you, right? Because they need to be able to exploit that first 5 minutes of the game, right? Until the gold shield turret is taken down.
Yeah.
That's the window of opportunity that Super Ken has to be able to get those stacks from the side lanes. Otherwise, he's just going to be taking away from both Sorizo as well as Saken.
Yeah, those two side laners are going to play a big part in the game, and honestly, I think the optimal route obviously is going to be taking away the purple buff from the Alice, right? The optimal way for you guys is to redeem the codes you see on the screen right now. Premium skin fragments for all you dudes out there. And
what about gals?
What about gals?
All dudes and gals, okay?
Wow, Miracle.
Wow, Miracle. There you go,
How could you
man.
forget the gals?
I don't forget the gals because I want to talk about the Alice now. And she's a gal, right?
That's true, that's true.
And the Alice, she clears really fast, so it's going to be very difficult for Alter Ego if they actually want to invade. Super Ken can clear very fast. And again, on this Alice, you know, if you haven't faced off against the Alice, you probably don't know, but he's super sustainable. I think because of that sustain, she might actually be tankier than even the Barats. Maybe as tanky as the Barats with that sustain.
I feel like that can be the case, and also that is also perhaps the more reason for the side of Alter Ego should build anti-regen items ASAP, right? The Dominance Ice, how it's perhaps, yeah, just the Dominance Ice here might just work, but we are seeing now already Alter Ego here with the slight control, right? With that first blood, they were able to gather 300 gold. Let's see, will they be able to take more momentum with it or no? It seems like they are already in the vicinity of the turtle.
Sully Boy is on it. No contest here for the side of Bigetron Alpha. They will just leave it, concede it over to Alter Ego. Game number 1, Alter Ego also got the first objective. So far, on point.
This is typical Bigetron Alpha, especially when they use the Alice strategy, right? They're very passive in that early game, very different to what we saw in the first game. And they're just doing what they need to do. They're going to wait for the power spikes to hit, and that's when they're going to pull the trigger. You can see that Super Ken on the Alice is a lot more, I would say, independent as a jungler, seeing as the Barrett's just constantly being pressured. You can see that Udil always needs to babysit him around the map as well. So it looks like Super Ken is going to be able to clear a lot faster than the Barrett's as well, even without the help of the mid lane.
Alright, we are now seeing already Super Ken. Take a look at this guy's rotation, right? From minute 1. Been taking the mid lane creeps. So what they're saying is, yeah, it's okay. Valentina doesn't really need much items, so it's okay just to funnel all it towards Super Ken. And it's clear, Super Ken has been getting those stacks.
But remember, it's not funneling before minute number 5, right?
Yeah.
Just to get the stacks.
Yeah, so that's what they're doing, right? And that's why I said it was very important for Bigetron Alpha to be able to utilize successfully the first 5 minutes of the game, because that's when you don't take away the gold and the EXP, even if they're in the same lane. All the Valentina needs to do is stay in the same lane, but here we go.
Judgment's welcome being popped in. That's going to be the invade that we mentioned. Silly Boy actually able to steal it away. Sorizo now caught in the midst. Flickering out. That's going to be the call. Alter stolen away by Moreno. Saving Sorizo for a bit as he pops in the Appraiser's Wrath. But Alter Ego finds a kill back. And they are in the lead here early on.
That is what they need to do. That's what we expected, right? And Super Ken, take a look at the mid side. Soaking a lot of damage, but will not commit on towards a fight. Again, Alter Ego, they understand that they need to do the invade with the 4-man gank, and they're able to pull it off. They need to pull it off again, though. The job is not done.
The question is, are they being aggressive enough, right? I mean, 4 minutes in already, sure, they have 2 kills on the board, but it doesn't seem like they have the aggression that I imagined themselves to have here in the early game, right? They have the Pyramus with really good clear, but look at this, Rossi gets a little punished.
Still able to survive pretty convincingly. They're not even utilizing the flicker. The burst just not enough right now for Bigetron Alpha. And Alter Ego are playing it really well. Again, securing these neutral objectives and utilizing that pressure from Rossi on the other side. Thing is, Alter Ego have 2 kills on Rossi, right? So the snowballing right now, most of the resources are actually on Rossi.
All right, you're right, but Talent's prediction, nothing changes, right? Still 3 for 3. Take a look again in the mid side.
Okay, Deathless welcome onto the side of Super Ken. That's going to be the Cold Alter popped in by the side of Moreno. Udil pops in to Cold Alter by himself as well. The flowing blood by Super Ken trying to get out, but the Petrify finds him, and the burst from Udil takes him down. Purple buff going to be stolen once again. Alter Ego bullying Super Ken in the jungle.
Now that's what we want to see, right? Alter Ego with a 1,700 gold lead, putting pressure onto Moreno as well here in the mid lane. Key forced to rotate towards that area to help him clear the waves as well. As you can see there in the top side, already a battle between Sorizo and Pai. But anything stands out to you in terms of those items? Sorry, emblems, Gunny.
Nothing really stands out, right? They need the heroes here to just mobility, to penetrate very standard emblems here from both sides. But it seems like Alter Ego, I love it, right? The adjustment here. Already not just invading the purple buff. Wow. He invades the orange buff. So Bigetron Alpha, yeah, this is the way. This is what I expect. Again, the first structure will fall here for the side of Alter Ego Esports. We might see a 1-1 here in this series.
Now, wait a minute, right? Because like we mentioned before, Bigetron Alpha, they play patiently because they're waiting for a certain power spike, right? So what power spike are we looking for from the side of Bigetron Alpha here? Are we waiting on Saken or are we waiting on Super Ken?
Both.
Both.
Right? Both. Super Ken
Actually,
and
all
Saken.
3. Right?
And
Super Ken, Saken, Moreno, exactly.
But it seems like for now, Alter Ego, they are still dictating the game here. Controlling all 3 turtles here almost. And it seems like Selly Boy, oh my gosh, bot side.
Pai has used the Petrify though. Right now he dives in onto Saken. The crossbow tank's gonna be ready and he pops it in just in time to escape. The purple buff gonna be stolen away once again by Selly Boy. And Super Ken is forced to run away. Sorizo with the Appraiser's Wrath onto nothing. Bigetron Alpha are really struggling early on here up against Alter Ego, who are absolutely bullying Bigetron Alpha and even stopping their attempts to trade on the map.
Yeah, I mean, Alice, no purple buff, very hard for him to be impactful, right? Very hard for him to get the stacks. And it seems like the top side might fall again. So, Bigetron Alpha, woo, they're in shambles now. Selly Boy, perfect turtle, 3 turtles taken away, and Key will survive with 1 HP.
If that was the old Selly Boy, he would definitely go for it, but he goes back, doesn't commit onto it. And you can see here Alter Ego just continuing the pressure that they already have built there from the early stage of the game, being able to get perhaps another turret in that top side. As we take a look at the items, right? So power spikes, you can see that the Alice with the Clock of Destiny as well. What items are we waiting for?
Dominance Ice. He is on his way towards Dominance Ice there. Kaja has the 3 Dominance Ice, so they do not rely on 2 Dominance Ice here with the Fredrin and Kaja. Alice wants a piece of it as well. Dominance Eyes already built now, so saying to nullify the Barats, the Estes, the Yuzong, it's a very good item. Let's see though in the mid side.
And even the Melissa, they're trying to nullify the Melissa too, right? With obviously, okay, the healing, the sustain that she gets with the Inspire, but also that damage, the attack speed, Selly going to be brought back to the team by the Divine Judgment, but the Call Alter placed in perfectly is going to save him. The Blessing of the Moon Goddess, that's the double down. Sakin not able to escape, but he pops the crossbow tang in time to get out of Pai's reach. And Pai still somehow able to survive. Alter Ego able to find the better trade by far, getting the mid lane tier 1.
What the heck was that? Even with 3 Dominance Ice in that vicinity.
Too much healing.
Is able to just the life drain. Oh, bot side, super good.
Oh no!
The Retribution, he's still able to buy a little bit more time, but he will fall in the end. 26 seconds on the death timers. And look, he was trying to buy time for the 1-1, but Yuzong, Pai has been so on point in stopping these trades from happening. So it's just going to be a tier 1. He's holding out for that tier 2. And Alter Ego, he's letting the team go for that bottom lane. More pressure on the map. Bigetron Alpha need to try to burst Pai down.
I mean, Pai is able to sniff that key is around, so he will not commit. And it seems like he will sacrifice the inner turret too here to be able to trade with the Lord. So Alter Ego Esports here with the gamble, just sacrificing 2 turrets, but it seems like it might work, right? Alter Ego Esports. Now let's see here. Selly Boy already trying to somehow again open things up.
Oh no!
Divine Judgment, everything used up, and the Call Alter saves him. Sakin still saving that crossbow tang. Pai gonna be able to dive into the back line with a Petrify as well. Moreno pops the Call Alter. Chorizo will be saved. The Depton is welcome coming in, but Sakin pops in a crossbow tang, who's still not gonna be able to melt anyone down as Super can. Moreno, Chorizo, and even Sakin. No, he doesn't fall. Udil picks up a triple. That's the 4th anti-regen item built up.
Oh, Sea Halberd.
It's a Sea Halberd, Gani, but Bigetron Alpha are not able to do anything to Alter Ego in these skirmishes.
Oh man, look at this, 6,200 gold lead, 3 members taken down for Bigetron Alpha. Only Key, only Saken. They're left standing, a Lord still on the way in the top side. But it is going to be enough time for the other members from the side of Bigetron Alpha to come back into the Land of Dawn as they try to defend this top side.
Gonna have to utilize these ultimates really well. Moreno has stolen away to Call Alter. Selly Boy is in the mid. Super Ken with the Flowing Blood getting out. Selly Boy getting chunked to half HP. But with the healing, with the sustain that Rossi can provide, he's all good. He acts as that guy in the mid to soak in everything. Pai now diving in with the Black Dragon form, zoning Sakin away. That's the 2nd base turret of the game, taking down the first Lord. Mini waves crashing down once again onto the base, but Bigetron Alpha with a key, jumping into the Divine Judgment, gonna be able to find 1 member, and it's Nino. They collapse, the crossbow tang is ready. Selly Boy's gonna be melted down, but the healing is still there. The Appraiser's Wrath finds 2, and Alter Ego had fallen. Udil can respawn with a passive, but it's a massive shutdown for Bigetron Alpha.
Oh my god! That 5v5 team fight, Bigetron Alpha, they were able to turn it around. Rossi, Nino, Selly Boy, they all get taken down. We gotta see that again. Let's take a look at the instant replay.
It was just Alter Ego again overcommitting, but Key opens up here, and it seems like even with the ult from Rossi, even with the ult from the Faramis, it was more than enough damage. The burst damage was there from the Valentina as well, from Moreno. And now we got perhaps potentially an even game again. Still though, 3,000 gold lead for side of Alter Ego. But this just sets the tone. Bigetron now, Alice is able to get her purple buff. So Alter Ego, they need to again reset and find that small loophole.
Man, 12 minutes in, and This is the power spikes that are starting to hit here for Bigetron Alpha and Alter Ego. Despite them trying to end it as soon as possible, was able to actually kind of lose that really heavy lead in that stage. It was, what, 4,000, 5,000?
7,000.
7,000.
Yeah.
And now only a 2,800 gold lead for Alter Ego. This is the perfect time for Bigetron Alpha to continue to capitalize over it, especially with how much anti-region that they have. Look at this, Super Ken.
Petrify, Furious Dive, everything popped and used. Winter Truncheon can be baited out here for the side of Super Ken as he pops out the flowing blood to get out. Chorizo with a 3-man taunt, and the Cold Ulcer saves him. Chorizo in the midst of it all gets the Razor's Wrath down, but Key finds the Divine Judgment only onto Udil. Not able to find any more. It's Alter Ego once again with the win in the neutral objective battle.
My goodness, the mechanics though, right? I mean, Super Ken, if that was me playing the Alice, I would be a goner, right? But Alter Ego though, still with the win. Taking Chorizo down, and with this Lord, it's very important, right? They need to learn from their mistakes. They need to be more controlled. They need to be more disciplined, it seems like. Like, if you see no openings, let's not force it. If you find an opening, then let's end the game. Let's see though, with the base literally exposed, Bigetron Alpha, are they able to defend? Because composition-wise, their high ground isn't too strong.
Only 2 waves are pushing in. Chorizo on the bottom side going to be chunked down by the Muddles from Ninos. That's going to be the final base server taken down. Super Ken with the flowing blood gets out. Going back in right now, but the Muddle placement is on point. The Lord has gotten in range of the base. Key still in the midst of it all right now. The mini waves will be cleared out by Bigetron Alpha. Moreno's looking for the engage, but Alter Ego decide to not commit in the skirmish. 14 minutes in, they decide to give Bigetron Alpha their proper respect.
Still though, 5,600 gold lead from the side of Alter Ego. This is what I was curious about, the items. 15 minutes in, you can see already a shift in the meta, right? NOD being picked up here by Estes as well as the Faramis.
2 NODs, 1 Dominance Ice for Yu Zong. So it's a anti-region party, right? It seems like from the left side and the right side. You see Dominance Ice built by 3 members of Bigetron, 1 Sea Halberd, and from the right side it's just 2 NODs and 1 Dominance. Oh, Flicker from Chorizo, let's see.
Pi needs to be careful here. The damage is starting to hurt, and look in the back, flying. It's going to be Key, who's in the midst of it all, caught. Now the Cold Ulcer actually saves him, baiting a whole lot. Super Ken in the midst of it all, going to be able to find a 3-man mobility. Socket, now 1 more weakness point is all he's looking for. The crossbow tag is ready. He pops it up in time. The Winter Truncheon is going to be bought. BTR, they've won the team fight, but in the mid lane, Pi is looking for that split push. That's going to be a recall for the side of Chorizo to try to save the game. He's going to be able to hold the lines for the mid waves. Udil running for his life as Socket tries to chase him down. Bottom lane, Pi has failed in his split push attempt, and Bigetron Alpha have found a way once again to come back in the game.
My goodness, both teams here refusing to lose. And now Alter Ego Esports are forced to again reset. The Lord will be up in 20 seconds, so both teams will look for that. I feel like Bigetron Alpha now will look for the contest. All right. They were looking for it last time, but it failed, right? Because Super Ken was just too low. But now they learned from that mistake, and perhaps they will slowly but surely rotate towards that side, and Super Ken shouldn't open the map. Let's see though.
Saken building the Berserker's Fury for 1-1.
Melfic Roar built up. He goes for the Crojan side as well. I believe he actually didn't go for the DHS. Am I right?
He has the DHS
and the Sea Halberd.
The Sea Halberd, exactly.
He's just stacking down. He is going for a glass cannon build, knowing that Alter Ego are playing it purely front to back most of the time. Pi is the only one who can dive towards the back line, but with 1-1's kit, he can purify out of the Petrify very easily. He can maneuver out of Pi's movement very easily. That's why he only has a steel leg plate. Maybe he can sell that for an immortality, but at this point of the game, I would actually say go full damage. Maybe more attack speed or just more pure damage to help you out in these skirmishes. Bigetron Alpha have completely controlled the Lord with a macro play. Silly Boy with Death is welcome. This is a desperate move. Super Ken with Retribution battle. Silly Boy wins it in the back line though. Nino going to be able to find the damage as Chorizo finds the Praiser's Wrath. Bigetron Alpha not able to find the dub in this skirmish. The flowing blood is right there, but Zaken will fall as well to the hands of Udil as he shuts him down. 4-1. Moreno trying to jump in to find a trade back, but it seems like it is going to be all over for Bigetron Alpha in game number 2. Moreno versus Rossi and Udil, so trying to dish out more damage, but Udil is able to get out in time with a flicker to outplay Moreno, and it's a wipeout for Alter Ego. He, the only man left standing, but Alter Ego will equalize.
Wow, the three-phase mass bite back, saying to Bigetron that it's not going to be that easy here in a full best of 5. And in the end, the glass cannon build that we were talking about, the Wanwan, didn't really pay off for them.
Nope.
Zaken was taken out so easily there, even before the team fight begun. And it was just GG from then.
It's just very hard for Bigetron to find an effective fight. Why? One, Alice, he's still behind, right? He's still behind in farm. He is forced to build that Winner's Truncheon early just to add more spice, perhaps. But again, in game 1, it was Alter Ego losing the draft. In game 2, it was them outplaying Bigetron from the draft, right? Why? In a bit, we are going to see and explain, but my goodness, what a good execution. Finally, the qualities that we've seen from game 2. It was just clear, right? Alice, as we all know, we need to invade the purple buff, and they did it. They did it with a good rotation. They did it. They understand their again, job desk. They need to invade, and that is just the rinse and repeat. Sure, they lost, they overextend, they overcommitted on towards the base, but thankfully it was still them able to control and win the team fight in that Lord. And after that, it was just GG's.
It was.
Even when they actually baited down to the late game, I think in the late game, that's when they really find their strength, and those were the skirmishes that they were able to win, right? But still, even when they got to those power spikes, it wasn't that big power spike that will win you the game. It's a power spike that equals the playing field, right? So it still comes down to the execution, and props to Sully Boy, man. Chunk low, poke down, red tree 50-50 against the new kid in the block. The new kid on the block, and he wins it. Showing class in that second game performance.
I feel like patience was also a huge factor, right?
For
Patience,
sure.
discipline as well from the side of Alter Ego. They were pushing the pressure in that early game, but it was calculated. It wasn't like chaotic, what we know and love about Alter Ego, right? It's not the chaos derby that we were expecting. It was more calculated. They had a certain goal, and they were able to achieve it, right? Which was pressure on to the Alice in that early game.
They were able to take something off of Bigetron's book, and that is structure, right? They have the structure already in set with their composition. And this time, they were able to execute it. Their snowball early game, Alter Ego, Alice, and what, minute number 6, I feel like he lost the purple buff control. And after that was just GG jungle control. They lost it. And it was at one point 7,500 gold lead, he said. Yeah, that's sure. That shows that Alter Ego in game 2 was the dominant team. But they made mistakes. Sure, they overextended, they overcommitted in that base. But overall, it was just an EGG game for the side of Alter Ego. 18 minutes this time, quite long, but it's still very, very clean, right? Sully Boy, no kills whatsoever, just 13 assists. But he stole the purple buff. Take a look, this 12, if you compare it 12 to 7, that's a lot. As an Alice, you need that purple buff, right? Sure, finally towards that end, he get the items, but it was just a little bit too late. He wasn't able to get the contest in time. It was just Alter Ego Pi again. Securing Yuzong in that first phase, I feel like was also a huge factor because Pi on that Yuzong can give a huge impact towards the team. With the Petrify getting 7 assists and a kill, shows, right? Rasi finally drafted, given on towards the Estes. Comfortable hero, and why in game 2? Faramis ult and Estes ult was just a little bit too unstoppable. They weren't able to. Sure, you got the Valentina, Moreno given the Valentina. Sure, you can take the Cult Altar away, but at the end of the day, it was 2. Blessing of the Moon Goddess, it was just, again, too much for the side of Bigetron, and it shows during 5v5s, Bigetron, when able to sustain the heals and the call alters that Alter Ego can provide. And take a look at the post game. It's still though the rich guy, still the losing side, Saken. But this time the carry, Nino will have a say 100,000 gold, well, damage given. That is much. So two other Alter Ego members were given the sandbag and as well as the Forgotten One. That shows that this time Alter Ego, they have it under control. They learned it. They learned from game one, from the drafts as well. They finally drafted comfortable hero for Rasi, right? Give him the SS, give him the Diggy, give him the cover hero, and he will show, he will shine, right? 15 assists if I'm not mistaken. And let's take a look at the gold curve. What happened here? Again, it shows that it's just to a team. Not even Bigetron has a gold lead in this game. Sure, it ups and down, but for the most part, well, for the most part, it's just Alter Ego controlling. You see the switch there on towards the north side, but it's still Alter Ego. It's just when the comeback, right, when they overcommitted here in minute number 15, I feel like, in that graph, that is almost Bigetron Alpha with the convincing comeback. But Alter Ego, thankfully, with their experience, with their poise, with their composure, they were able to find and reclaim their control in game 2. And boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness game 3 in a best of 5. So it's going down, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, but it seems like here in a bit we are about to see here the MVP. Who will get it? It's gonna be Udil with that triple. My goodness.
Wow, 918 KDA, 100% KP as well. Man, even on the Faramis, he's able to have that much of an impact.
Remember, regular season, what we were saying, where's the Faramis? Why is he never playing the Faramis? They are always banning the Faramis away, picking up a Farsa, a Valentina. Turns out maybe they are hiding these strats for when it matters the most, which is the playoffs. And this is the Alter Ego that we expected to see in game number 1, an Alter Ego that was built for success in the draft and the execution. Again, like we mentioned, that's what we needed. That's what we were expecting from Udil, this level of execution. And I think we saw this level of execution in game number 1, but the draft did not help them at all. If you give them a proper draft, look what he can do.
Yeah, I have an idea, right? Because the Faramis was really great. The impact was definitely there because I think it created a lot of outplays and miscalculations from Wanwan's crossbow of Tang. We are going to take a look at the heat map as well for the first 5 minutes.
It's somehow similar for Saken, right? But it's just from a mid laner. He roams around towards the mid, but he also touches the top side and also the bot side, which just, again, Udil, as a father, right, himself, he is able to just be a provider and an anchor in this team.
He's a family man.
He's a family man. And again, this is just rinse and repeat here, right? It's just the purple buff invade all over. Rinse and repeat. That's the main focus. And I feel like 80%, 90% the success, or 100%. Superkin got the purple buff though. But in this fight, after minute number 10, it was just all Alter Ego controlling the fight and the purple buff. Very hard for side of Bigetron to, again, win the team fights. Why? Like I mentioned earlier, it's the ult from the Faramis and as well as the SS that is just a little bit too much to withstand here. Again, in this current fight, take a look at Pi. He moves towards the mid side looking for a small opening, but thankfully for the side of Bigetron, they were in time and they were able to wipe the side of Alter Ego, and the Fredrin here is able to recall. But in this fight here, Sally Boy was the MVP, right? I mean, he got the Lord. He was taken down though. But here you can see Superkin isolated. He is able to pull off the winner's truncheon, but Pi was just too strong. Again, I feel like Pi on the Yuzong is a force to be reckoned with. And with this in mind, take a look at the backside already. Nino is already eyeing for that base, and in game 2 it was, I feel like, almost a clean game for Alter Ego, but still Alter Ego in this game, in the playoffs, they are still not messing around.
They still aren't. They're still, they need to be respected still, right? Because like we mentioned, even before the match had begun, on paper, sure, Bigetron Alpha, they look like the stronger team. But there's something about Alter Ego that it comes out of nowhere, you know?
It's the switch.
It's the switch.
They flip that switch.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Even
I love
Nafari
it.
has a switch, right?
Nafari.
Draft one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, guys, let's read them out. Let's give them a
Yeah.
chance right now.
Rossi, here's a Grok.
Yeah, here's a
Game one.
Grok.
Game 2. Okay, Estes.
You know what? Never mind.
I'm a
Here, let's
switch.
flip the switch. Yeah, let's turn the lights on, right? Because
Yeah.
that was a very dark game for Rossi. 0-5-0, I believe, right? Game number 1. And again, this is why Anti-Mage, there was a quote in the draft for game number 2 that we didn't get to read, but he said, Alter Ego is the scariest team to meet in the playoffs. Why? They could be bad in the regular season. They could be the worst team in the regular season, but if they make it to the playoffs, they can be an entirely different team. And you saw it, game 1. Everybody was like, oh, they're done. No, 16,000 goal lead, they're going to be stopped. They're going to lose everything. Nope, game 2, they're like, boop, it's time.
That's the thing, right? And specifically talking about game number 2, I feel like that main factor honestly was the Melissa pickup, right?
Oh,
because if Bigetron were able to put the Melissa onto Saken instead of the Wanwan, I think it would have done way better against the composition from Alter Ego, right? Because they had to come together. That AoE damage from the Melissa would have done so much better because it's more DPS as well. You're not reliant on your crossbow of Tang, that single target. And I think that would have made all the difference.
I agree, right? So a very smart draft again, right? Somehow forcing the Bigetron side to pick up a hero, not that Melissa here, like Juicy, Fredrin was also there, right? And again, it's just a draft. Bigetron Alpha, they were able to somehow withstand the pressure for the most part after minute number 15, but it was too late, right? It was too, they were too behind, they were just too much to catch for the side of Alter Ego, but let's see in game 3.
Let's see in game number 3, but before we get into that, we are going to have a call with Repo.
A man, the myth, the legend. The man who brought colors, I would say, to Season 7, all the way to Season 10 even. He's a funny man. I'll just call him that, right? He likes to taunt, and you guys know him. He's Repo. He's now in RSG Slate Malaysia. So a big change, going back to his home country. But we're going to ask him a few questions, obviously, for BTR, I think, mostly, because he was a BTR player for a long time.
He was, and one of the main things that really stood out to me was his taunts, right? I feel like
He's creative, man.
Man,
and he brings that to Malaysia now.
Exactly. That was like the best part of a Bigetron game. Honestly, because Bigetron didn't perform that well back in the day,
every time
right?
you wanted them to win because of Repo.
Exactly.
Right?
And fun fact, he also is repping the Malaysian national team for SEA Games. So, woohoo,
Repo making moves.
Improving in Indonesia and also developing in Malaysia, 2 countries. But my goodness, it's a series, right? 1-1. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear your support in the live comments, right?
For sure.
1-1, who you all got.
BTR win or AE win?
Your curse broke.
Yeah, I did. You know, usually the curse is like an entire series thing because usually it's like, you know, predict before. So it's an entire series thing. So, you know, let it play out, maybe. If Alter Ego break it, then we finally understand that maybe it's a blast this time around in the playoffs, not a curse.
Perhaps.
There's always that to fall back on.
But my goodness, we are going to witness
the interview.
The interview.
We gotta wait it out a bit, you know, because
I'm excited.
Don't worry, I'll wait this time.
I can't wait this time.
So it's Eterna can't wait, bang bang, and Gani I'll wait, bang bang. And there's just Mirko. I'm just here. I'm just here to enjoy the show. And it seems like
did you see the opening?
Oh, of course I did. I was right here, Gani, right next to you. And it was, like you said, amazing. My God, that opening.
Oh.
There you go. Oh, wait.
Oh,
we got...
So...
It's not Repo
I'm
yet.
flabbergasted.
It's not Repo.
Yes.
It's Flapteasy, all the way from the Philippines. #1 in the standings for MPLPH. A legend. A Filipino legend. M2 world champ.
Oh my God, I have no words. M2 world champ.
lucu banget ya, Flapsy ngomong kalau perbedaannya dari MPL Philippines dan juga Indonesia. Kalau di Indonesia katanya ini lebih, mereka tuh lebih all out, apalagi di latihannya, di trainingnya. Memang mereka tuh latihan berjam-jam, Monik.
Wow, memberikan yang terbaik ya. So, Flapsy, how do you see the match between Bigetron Alpha and Alter Ego?
Oh, mereka kuat katanya ya. What is the strength point of this team, especially Alter Ego, because you met them before on M2.
Oh, jadi kan. Oh, jadi kata Flapsy ya, ketika sebelumnya sempat bertemu juga dengan brand Alter Ego di M2, tapi katanya waktu itu brand beruntung aja karena amat nggak main. Tapi sekarang katanya Alter Ego kayaknya lebih semangat dan lebih kuat lagi ya.
Oh ya betul. But what is the strength point of Alter Ego right now? Can you mention it, Flapsy? Oh ini combo ya, kombonya Rasti, like oh my Rasti, and also Udil. Mereka berdua emang lagi ini ya nempel-nempel dan katanya kuat banget di mid lane-nya.
Flapsy, one more question. So, what's your prediction about the two teams that will represent Indonesia and in MSC 2023?
I think the representatives will be Onyx and BTR. Onyx and BTR is the representative of MSC, I guess.
Wow, jadi pas ditanyain prediksi nih dua tim dari Indonesia yang akan masuk ke MSC katanya Onyx sama BTR kata Flapsy ya.
But if your team going to MSC as well, how is gonna be the match against you and Indonesian teams?
Can you repeat that? I did not.
If you and Brand Esports going to MSC as well and meet Indonesian team, how gonna be the match?
I think Onyx. Onyx is so strong.
Oh. So if your team Brand met Onyx, so you predict that Onyx could beat you? Is that right?
No, we will beat them.
Oh, jadi katanya pas ditanyain kalau misalnya ketemu tim Indonesia, katanya yang paling berat Onyx. Terus kalau misalnya Brand ketemu Onyx, katanya Brand bisa katanya ya mengalahkan Onyx. Kita lihat nanti.
Luar biasa pastinya karena mereka lagi di atap banget pas di regular season ini. But once again, thank you so much Flapsy for coming to this MPL Indonesia Season 11 and please say love to Mara and love to Philippines as well. Good luck for your fight.
Thank you, Flapsy.
Thank you.
Yes. Wah, yes, ini menarik banget ya Flapsy. Dia ngelihat bahwa tim Bigetron katanya bakal menjadi perwakilan Indonesia bersama dengan Onyx. Tapi itu hanyalah prediksi, kita nggak akan tahu seperti apa karena perjalanan mereka masih panjang.
Benar sekali, ini baru hari pertama ya Bude ya, ini baru match yang pertama. Nah Bude, bukan cuman Flapsy, tapi kita bakalan juga telepon-teleponan, call-callan sama juga yang jauh di seberang sana. Bukan dari Indonesia, tapi bukan juga dari Filipina.
Tetangga ya, dari Malaysia.
Wah, dari Malaysia ada siapa Bude?
Ripo!
Ripo! Hai!
Yes.
Halo.
Halo Ripo,
Halo.
please say hi to your Indonesian fans here. We miss you Ripo. Kangen
Halo
deh.
guys.
Udah.
I miss you too guys.
Tapi gimana bermain di Malaysia dan Indonesia? Apa yang kamu rasakan Ripo?
Perbedaan sih jauh banget sih. Maksudnya kalau di Indonesia tuh lebih ke arah
fansnya lebih supportive gitu. Kalau di Malaysia tuh mungkin agak kurang lah supportive mereka, tapi masih berkembang lah mereka.
Jadi lebih kangen ke fansnya kamu ya?
Emang keren-keren banget sih super fans kita ini. Mana suaranya? Wow. Dan anyway Ripo, kalau kamu melihat match pertama hari ini antara Bigetron dan juga Alter Ego seperti apa nih? Apalagi Ripo ini kan sebelumnya juga pernah menguatkan Bigetron.
Memang seru sih lihat mereka tuh, soalnya kan bekas BTR kan, terus pas udah keluar jadi ya kayak seru aja lihat STM gitu. Mereka berebut slot untuk ke depan gitu.
Oke, tapi kalau dari playernya sekarang tentu berbeda banget kan Ripo. Gimana kamu ngelihat dari player Bigetron di season 11 ini Ripo?
Bagi aku lebih kuat sih, soalnya ada Super Ken.
Super Ken?
Super Ken.
Kenapa? Apa yang menurut Ripo yang menjadi poin penting dari Super Ken ini?
Soalnya dia tuh benar-benar jago sih, Super Ken. Benar-benar jago banget, makanya aku kayak lihat tuh BTR ada peluang lah untuk masuk ke Grand Final gara-gara ada Ken.
Oh, prediksinya masuk sampai ke Grand Final.
Berarti langsung aja Monik ditanyain prediksi untuk MSC.
Yes. Prediksi ke MSC 2023 menurut kamu Ripo, 2 tim yang bakalan mewakili Indonesia siapa nih?
Onyx sama BTR.
Onyx sama BTR, janjian ya sama Flapsy tadi ya?
Kenapa kamu memilih 2 tim ini? Apakah karena kamu mantan Bigetron jadi jiwanya tuh masih robot merah? Atau ada sesuatu?
Ada sedikit lah, tapi lihat daripada line up mereka emang udah bener-bener kuat banget sih. Emang mereka layak lah buat masuk dapat MSC gitu.
Oke, tapi kira-kira tantangan terbesar apa nih menurutmu sendiri untuk Bigetron untuk menjadi perwakilan Indonesia?
Tantangan mereka emang harus usahain lah, maksudnya sampai konsisten terus sampai masuk ke grand final lah. Soalnya mereka benar-benar kompak sih kalau lihat secara gameplay mereka.
Oh, oke. Dan Ripo tadi kan kamu bilang kangen sama teman-teman di Indonesia. Bisa sapa-sapa, kemudian juga mungkin ada pesan-pesan nih buat fans-fans di Indonesia, Ripo.
Untuk fans, makasih ya, soalnya dari nol juga lah aku di BTR, terus kalian support aku terus sampai jadi gini. Terus pokoknya kalian jangan lupa tetap sokong fans kesayangan tim kalian lah. Itu aja sih.
Itu aja. One word for MPL. 1 kata untuk MPL Indonesia season 11.
Untuk MPL season 11 bakal ada juara baru lah.
Thank you so much, terima kasih banget. Dan good luck untuk perjuangannya di MPL Malaysia.
Yes. Semangat banget ya Ripo ya, tadi dimintain 1 kata jadinya 1 kalimat, itu semangat banget untuk teman-teman semua di sini juga ya, super fans yang selalu mendukung Ripo dan juga tim-tim kesayangan kalian.
Benar sekali, semuanya lagi berjuang, apalagi juga kedua tim ini yang sedang mencari poin. Bigetron di-mention 2 nama, ada Flapsy dan juga Ripo. Tapi seperti apa pembuktian dari kedua tim ini, inilah dia. Bigetron Alpha dan juga Alter Ego di game ketiga, silahkan caster.
Thank you so much, Flap TZ, Ripo, as well as our host, Bude Clara Mongstar, of course, as well as Monica for that interview. It was really interesting, right? Because both of them have said that their predictions for the 2 slots that are going to go to MSC from Indonesia is Onyx and Bigetron. So no longer RQ maybe this time around.
Hey man, everyone tries to predict Onyx and someone else, RQ and someone else, but so far 4 seasons in a row, it's been Onyx and RQ. We'll see if that mold breaks here in Season 11 as we enter the drafting phase, because the prediction BTR and Onyx to MSC can end right here with Alter Ego on the way to trying to knock BTR out.
Looking at game 2, it's very possible, right? Again, Bigetron, they need to show perseverance again, perhaps in game 3 here. They need to able to bounce back
May
and
the blood
reset.
of my
Now they
enemies
are back to the
flow my
second pick,
spear.
which, in fact, 2 games in the second pick. Still
Time to
100%
drop
win
the
rate, right?
beat of the
So let's see here.
Your team-
Alter Ego, this time they learned their lesson. In game 1, they didn't prio the joy. This time round, they will.
This is very risky.
Mm-hmm.
Leaving the joy open like this, Alter Ego learning from their mistakes, but also Bigetron Alpha, look at their bans. The Minzathar, the counter towards the joy has been banned out. They can go for something like a Kaja, but that's it, right? Maybe, do they want to go for a 1-1?
Maybe. Perhaps the 1-1. And it's very, very possible. Very possible that the 1-1 will come through. It's not going to be the 1-1, it's going to be the Valentina and the Kaja first, right? They want to secure a hero for Moreno and Key. Very fast response though. Alter Ego saying Varmus and Lolita. Wow.
See, this is not the same mistake that Alter Ego did in game number 1, right? With the Valentina pickoff, they didn't opt to ban the Faramis, but they've actually left it open, and now Alter Ego, they're going to be able to pick it up instead. But now, in the first phase, what do you think they're going to prioritize here? With the Melissa being taken away, do you think they're going to go for a gold laner or something more safe?
I think they need to just let go of the 1-1 now. With the Lolita and the Faramis, the Joy is the only one that can, that's really good against that 1-1, right? Or that 1-1 is good up against. I don't know, Gani. Gold lane or XP?
Looking at Bigetron, I feel like they should go for the gold lane here. Yeah, looking for the...
like 1-1 though.
Every day you see such
Oh
a
no, it's going to be
dragon
Super Ken
like me.
taking the lane away. So they learned that in game 2, perhaps they didn't get the chance to opt for a Ling assassin pick. Seems like in game 3 they will switch it up a notch and take an assassin. But comment here by ours. In my opinion, RRQ will always become Alter Ego's a big obstacle. If we can beat RRQ, we can become the champions, which they did though. Leg 2, they beat RRQ. So
yeah,
let's see. The premise. Or something.
I mean, they'll have to beat Bigetron first here, right? So let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. You still need to be able to conquer the red robots, send them home today. But coming back into the drafting phase here, Bigetron opted for a Masha ban. Obviously trying to take away the pressure that the Masha can have in the jungle to give, once again, the Ling space. Like we've seen a Bigetron Alpha pull before. The only thing that is left open is the Hilda, but Alter Ego, they already have the Faramis as well as the Lolita pickup, which makes the Masha ban a lot more logical.
Value, right? Oh, big value. But Alter Ego doing the same here. Noticing that again, the first time Bigetron Alpha let the Joy go. They did not just pick up the Kaja, but they also secured a Khalid who could really bully the Joy in lane. Getting it out will mean that Chorizo now will have a little bit more trouble facing off against that Joy. Karina ban comes in, which is a very interesting ban for the side of Bigetron Alpha. We haven't seen a single game of Karina for Silly Boy, but hey, he did pull off a Barats earlier, so who knows?
Literally, right? Who knows?
The Estes is still open technically right now. If they want to go for a Faramis Estes combo again, they can secure like a, I would say something like a Brody, and then they can go for an Estes Faramis combo again that honestly can still work.
I mean, the Lolita's being picked up
Sure,
already.
you're right.
So I think Bigetron, they want to pick up the Esmeralda.
Faramis Roam?
Oh,
No,
man,
no way,
the
no
Esmer
way.
got
Lolita
banned.
Roam, yeah. Esmeralda, they're really like targeting
So
Chorizo
good.
down, man. I think Bigetron Alpha right now, those are the two picks that does well against the Esmeralda, right? Or the Joy. The Esmeralda
Exactly.
and the
Khalid.
Khalid. If they want to really bully the Joy, I've seen this, Lemon has actually said this on stream, but the Hilda XP does pretty well against the Joy. They're going to go for the Lapu though.
Yeah, Lapu here, it seems like will be the choice. And so, you guys are assuming that the Joy will enter the EXP?
It should be with the Khalid and Esme ban.
Okay, yeah, it really sets up for them, right? So let's see here. It's still a flex. It might be a bluff though. Alter Ego. Let's see here. Looking at their composition from inside of Bigetron, it's quite very one-dimensional, I must say. It's a lot of pickoffs, but perhaps with that Lapu-Lapu, it might add more spice during the team fights. Alter Ego, yeah, you're right. Joy EXP, Martis will be played by Selly Boy.
Nino?
Nino, looking at their comp, Brody.
Brody works
earlier
here.
mentioned, Mirko earlier mentioned Brody. I like Brody. They should pick up the Brody here.
There you go.
There you go. Got the Brody pick right here with the Martis as well. That's really going to be a big problem towards Bigetron Alpha. Bigetron now needs to set up for, I think right now at this point, go for something like a Beatrix, right? If you go for the Claude here, you do well against the Faramis. Ah, man, the Beatrix is really going to struggle against the Joy too. Yeah, but I think the Beatrix will still be... They go for the carry against the Brody. So, yeah.
I thought they want to go for the Harith.
Yeah, even more pressure now for the Brody. There's a lot of good lanes to play with. 2 winning lanes, I would say, for the side of Alter Ego, XP, and Gold Lane. Ling is going to have a tough time. I think it's going to be similar to game number 2, where the purple buff is going to be invaded in the... when Sunny Boy gets level 4. Instantly, I think.
All right, let's see, right, about the compositions, though. It's going to be very tricky, I must say, for the side of Bigetron indeed here, looking at their comp. Quite weak. Ling though, Super Ken, remember last time he performed on a Ling, whew, he was magnificent.
He really was, right? But it really depended on the space that was able to be given onto him, right? Facilitated, how he was facilitated. So we'll see, without that facilitated level from these side lanes for Bigetron, how will this pan out? Mirko, take us in.
This is a battle for match point, ladies and gentlemen. The one who loses will be knocked out of the playoffs. It's all or nothing once again for Alter Ego and Bigetron Alpha as we jump into game number 3 into the Land of Dawn. Gani, anything significant here from the emblems?
Gotta check, man. Looking at the compositions, the emblems, and as well as the spells, it seems like Kai will play the Vengeance Joy, so as expected as an EXP laner. But looking at the grand scheme, no, Rasi though, he opted for Tenacity, so no concussive blast, so he is more of a very covered, tanky for the side of Roamer here, for the side of Rasi. But it seems like now it's going to be lethal battle still. Wow. Super Ken gets it without effort.
Yeah. With the Retribution, just Slink clean in and gone. Here though, without the Estes, you can already see that the pressure is very different, Eterna. Moreno and Key are able to really push and utilize that wave clear in the mid lane compared to the last game.
Very different. Feels like the impact definitely is less, honestly, for the side of Alter Ego. But they're still trying their best here. Onto Super Ken. They might actually take him off.
Oh my god.
Oh, but barely. Super Ken still able to get out here in the first minute of the game. Bigetron Alpha still holding a small gold lead as Alter Ego putting their focus now back onto Sake.
Quite surprised Udall didn't pop his flicker there to secure the kill, but outside Selly Boy.
Oh, they're doing the same thing right now onto Selly Boy. Super Ken is rotated and Selly Boy jumps in with a Decimate. He's actually able to survive for a bit, but the first blood won't be picked up by Super Ken as Pi runs wild onto Key. That's the stun coming in by Soriza with a flicker, and the Tempest of Blades will mean that Super Ken gets a double early on. Alter Ego's attempt at shutting him down have only given him a double kill early.
Oh my god, the turnaround, the torn apart memory there. Very low for Saken. He pops the flicker, but take a look at Super Ken already in the invade of the purple buff. It's a revenge, right? It's Bigetron and Super Ken saying, you invaded my jungle earlier, let's take mine now.
Good dodge away, good flicker as well. Gets out in time. Gets a trade down, but the flicker comes down as well. Super Ken will fall to the hands of Udil. Not a good trade in the end. Alter Ego able to equalize instantly.
Wow, so even without the setup, right? You can see that Super Ken is still trying to be aggressive in the enemy jungle. But the combo wombo between Udil as well as Rasi. Wow. But look at the Taos prediction here. Only one for Bigetron. As you can see here, Alter Ego trying to get aggressive as well.
Divine Judgment on the Selly Boy, but the call Alter comes down for Alter Ego by Udil on that Faramis. And so far, again, it's Alter Ego just laying low, not wanting to go for anything too aggressive. no crazy invades yet.
No crazy invades yet, indeed. And take a look at top side here. It's just both gold laners here farming. Yeah, it's just giving space for the gold laners, but it seems like the mid side, Alter Ego, they want business. But Bigetron, they will kite it first.
Oh. They're committing onto Key. Not too sure about this one. He does have the flicker and he does get out, but it does bait that resource out of him. Defensive flicker will mean that Saken will have no pressure to play with up top in the gold lane, and Nino will just be able to utilize his early game lead on that winning matchup.
Very interesting choice from Moreno using the IMU for the ultimate of Selly Boy. Was it a misclick or did he actually want to go for Selly Boy's ultimate there?
I must say, I feel like that was a misclick. Right?
I think he does.
Right? It's,
I think he does want to go for it.
Oh, really?
Why?
The execution helps a lot. We've seen this from time to time as well from actually a lot of players in the regular season, stealing the decimation so that it really helps with the execute. Valentina struggles with that. Key gonna be engaged on. That might just be the wrong target. The Cold Alter is popped down, but it all is just gonna be Alter Ego who gets silenced, and Super Ken takes all the blades. Rossi with Lumina Blast finds a two-man stun, but it's Bigetron who pick up all the kills.
Oh man, Nino and Rossi are the ones to fall. Bigetron Alpha taking these two down. They're gonna have the space and the man advantage to be able to get this turtle uncontested. And you can see here Alter Ego looking for some compensation. It instantly gets taken away. But coming back to that point, right, I think it was still a misclick because before that team fight happened, Moreno threw away the ultimate and now he has the cooldown and was able to get the Numran Blast now from Rossi. So perhaps coming into the future, when they go in for a team fight, Moreno might have more of an impact.
Hopefully, right? Now they are already almost establishing a healthy lead here. 1,000 gold in the first 5 minutes. Are in control. The structure here, the lanes rather, is very well managed. It seems like in the mid side, Alter Ego. In game 2, they have structure, right? They are able to execute their structure, but I gotta be honest, in minute number 5, no clear structure here in the mid side though. They're just forcing fights after fights. Moreno.
Whoa, Moreno with a very miscalculated play there, but he jumps onto Udil, still getting the damage down. That Numina Blast would have actually slain Udil, but in the end, it's still Bigetron with a turret. So nobody saw that. It's fine, Moreno. Nobody saw that. He's hitting Natalia.
2,300 gold lead still though for Bigetron Alpha despite that play in that mid side. And you can see here all 3 lanes going to be pressured by Bigetron. Top side already pushing, mid side as well, as they are trying to get a little bit more ground and map pressure in order to get the next neutral objective.
Oh, this is very dangerous. Divine Judgment again. Silly Boy. That Cold Alter just melts down as Sorizo jumps into the back line, and then now Blast unable to connect, but it's going to be the Vengeance into the back as well. Under the turret, Pi picks up the kill. Super Ken now onto the back as well, finding the Tempest Blaze with Nino with the turret apart. Memory and a basic attack takes Sorizo and Super Ken down. Ultimately becomes worth it to AE.
That double was very important, right? That double kill on towards Nino that grabs the gold. I feel like for Nino, perhaps he might be leading if you compare it to Saken. So with that 2 kills, take a look at the gold already. It was almost 2,000. Now it's just nullified. It's just back to square one, it seems like. Alter Ego, though, will not give the last turtle away freely. And it seems like Bigetron Alpha, they are the ones who are behind on the rotation. Will they contest is the question. Let's see.
Udil doesn't have his ultimate yet, so it seems like Bigetron should have the better. Wow, but Selly Boy steals it.
Very good.
Selly Boy's been so on point, man.
Serious, yeah.
1 level below. That was the advantage for, it should be for Super Ken, just for Retreat.
Seems like he denies it, right? And oh my god, now there's focus shifting on towards bot side. Let's see, will it become a war? But no, let's talk about the item first. Blood of Blade of Despair, rather, for Brody already. Just physical attack, and I feel like he wants more physical attack and penetration on his way perhaps towards that Malefic Roar. Good decision. But take a look at Super Ken, right? With that Berserker's Fury is able, oh my god, bot side.
Call Alter placed down though. Saken's still gonna be able to survive, but Call Alter gets melted down. The Venom Blast now charged in. Rossi not able to connect, but Super Ken jumps in now with all the resources popped in. Udil will be taken low, but Cerezo jumps in with a flicker, not able to find anybody as City Boy rotates back. Cerezo finds a two-man stun, but will be damaged down. That's Cerezo taken out by the decimation. Super Ken in the back, looking for a play, cuts the wave and tries to rotate around. We'll be able to get out with the Finch poise, but Bigetron Alpha so far have been unable to make these movements work.
Wow, and all the while though, Bigetron Alpha not being able to get anything on the board either. They've been able to clear that top side, but not get anything for it. Alter Ego, it looks like they're the ones controlling the pace here in the third game.
They are now. Bigetron Alpha here slowly but surely losing control. Silly Boy with the invade, let's see.
That's the damage. That's Silly Boy, who's taken very low, and Cerezo is able to follow it up now. It's going to be Udil gets targeted down. Super Ken looking for one more hit, and he will be able to find that kill to make it a double kill. Pi falling as well in the mid lane. It's just chaos all over the place in the Chaos Derby.
Bigetron Alpha, they get the trades back in though, right? 3-4-0 trade. Bigetron Alpha once again with a 1,700 gold lead. With Selly Boy as well as Pi off the board, it looks like Saken already starting up the first Lord of the game.
Yeah, it seems like Alter Ego will not contest. They don't have enough manpower, they don't have enough resources to just contest, right? Bigetron Alpha with this Lord take, what they're aiming is of course to the structures, right? One by one, the structures will be the main target, and Alter Ego behind now. Very, very tough to come back here. Sure, Nino gets the Malefic Roar. That is the only, perhaps, way here to turn the game around with Nino and that Call Alter, right? Meanwhile, Bigetron 3,000 gold lead already now established, going for more. Perhaps after this load push, they might go for that 5,000 gold lead. And take a look at Saken here. Still behind on gold door if you compare it to Nino, but he is well on his way. Corrosion, Scythe, and as well as Golden Staff here built. But Endless Battle and Windtalker added to the arsenal of Super Ken. That's nasty, but take a look at Super Ken here, showing off his dexterity with his fingers, right? Very, very fast hands. But again, with the Endless Battle and Windtalker in the hands of the lane, Super Ken, it's just, he's confident. He's that confident to dish out damage onto his Alter Ego members. Other than the Lolita, no clear crowd control that can really catch him, so that is why Super Ken, looking at this composition from Alter Ego, it might be a playground for the Sling.
That's true. That's true. Alter Ego, how are they going to be able to stop the lane? I guess, I mean, before we saw that Udil and Rossi were able to take him down in a 2v1 situation, right? Try to utilize the stun coming in from Rossi, the Lolita. That definitely is an option. But it's not as reliable as you would say, like a Kaja, right? So it's more difficult to execute here for Alter Ego when they go in for the team fight as well. But coming back into the player's gold here by UBS Gold, still Super Ken, insane at 10,000 gold lead for himself compared to Saken, the gold laner, 7,000. Well, wait.
Not sure about this one, Key. The Call Alter does save him though, but that's a massive resource. The Flicker is well burnt out. Silly Boy now jumping in, and the Venom Blast is charged up, and he finds Key. Only one member so far, but Vengeance now with Electrifying Beast, dealing damage on the Saken, who's not going to be able to survive right now. And it's Saken who falls. Bigetron Alpha with a massive blunder, and the Torrefy memory from Nino. The fadeaway kill onto the back. 3-0. That lead that Bigetron Alpha have built might just be lost with the base turret now that Alter Ego can take. I don't think they can end the game, but this is such a big blunder for BTR as they look for more. Moreno is going to be stunned up there. Bigetron Alpha still able to survive. Super Ken looking for a re-engage right now as he jumps into the back line, dodging away from Nino's stun. The Wind of Nature gets popped in. Nino still able to survive. The Doom Now Blast gets cancelled out. Pi will fall to Moreno, and that's another on the back. It's a shutdown picked up by Moreno as he goes for more with Key. BTR able to punish the overcommitment from Alter Ego.
What an exchange from both teams again. Bigetron Alpha, they were ahead with the Lord push, but now Alter Ego earlier can find a comeback, but they overcommitted. They should have left when they got the base turret top side, and just go on their day.
I agree.
But they just overcommitted, they overextend, they forced a kill, and they didn't even get it. And Bigetron Alpha, they were able to capitalize again on the backs of Moreno, right? On this Valentina, claiming the double, finding the shutdown onto Rosino. That is just the space that they need to find the Lord freely. And now Luke, who's defending again, Alter Ego.
Yeah, the macro miscalculation from Alter Ego is definitely evident, right? And they committed onto that, even realizing that their main damage dealer wasn't even there. You can say it's Saken, but honestly at this point, I feel like it's Super Ken with how much pressure he goes, but he's here now.
Say goodbye to Selly Boy, disappearing instantly in the mid lane. Now Chorizo jumping in the Bravest Fighter onto Udo the Flicker to take Nino down. The Wininator is there, but it does nothing against magic damage. Moreno picks up the double, electrifying beat with Vengeance now in the mid lane, but it does not matter. BTR will be able to survive that one, not losing a single member. Supercan jumps in into the back line once again. Udo targeted down, and that's Moreno with the godlike as he looks for more. Supercan picking all the blades out, but Pi will find a kill back finally. The immortality is bought by Pi. He buys a bit more time just to get smacked in the head by Chorizo as BTR will try their best to end the game. And that's game number 2. That's match point for the Red Robots.
The Red Robots strike back here in game number 3. This entire series has been a ping pong game going back and forth. But like you mentioned there, Mirko, Alter Ego now, they only have 1 life left. They want to stay in the playoffs.
My goodness, what a performance from Bigetron. They were able to just be... Yeah, they were able to toy, I feel like, Alter Ego. All right. He played splendidly, display again in Game 3 his qualities as a roamer. But that turnaround, right? I'm still... it hasn't sit on me very well. That turnaround from Alter Ego could have just been exploited by their side. But no. They decided to overextend, they overcommit on that play, looking for the kill on towards Moreno. And it failed drastically, and it's just again Bigetron Alpha able to reclaim their control, right?
Yeah, they're leading the series too, right? I do want to say though, I think started in the draft again for Alter Ego. It seems like this has just been a pattern for Alter Ego. They got prio picks, right? They got solid picks, but they completely forgot the foundation that the team likes to play around. You pick up a Joy, but Pi is no longer on a hero that can engage now. Remember, in game number 2, Alter Ego were able to win. How? With Rasi on his comfort heroes, reactive heroes that can react to the plays, but who actually engages? It's not Rasi. It's not Rasi on the Estes. Here too, it shouldn't be Rasi on the Lolita. Up against this kind of composition, again, very tough to do so.
Yeah.
Pi gets placed on a Joy, and I'm not sure how you play it, but that is definitely a very hard hero to go in first against a Kaja, right? Maybe if there's no Kaja, no suppress, sure. That's a Kaja, you can't just be the one initiating there, and it takes a whole lot away from Alter Ego's draft.
You know what? I agree. I mean, I feel like execution-wise, it was just Bigetron getting the better as well, right? Super Ken, give him a link, and he will perform. He did, right? Sure, he gets taken down twice in that game, but it didn't really matter because he's able to just bounce back, finding his rhythm again, even though he lost his footing. As a Ling, you want to farm like here and there, but it seems like Super Ken doesn't matter. And also just rate Key. Right on the Kaja, he was able to just find the pickoffs. 13 assists to his name, almost 14 perhaps. But my goodness, it's just a very good in-sync Bigetron. They're back to their structured. They're able to just to program to win vibes. They were able to execute it in that game. It was very clear that they have the structure to do it. And there you go, game 3, it was a GG. 18-9 was the total kill points. A 15-minute game, quite clear cut. Take a look at Chorizo. He is able to find the 10 assists, providing what he needs on that Lapu here, right? Bloodlust Axe, must-have item, Fury Hammer as well. just extra penetration. But after that, it's just full defense. Dominance, Ice, and as well as Athena. And again, Saken here doesn't really shine, but he got that 3 kills, get that 7 assists as well on that carry. His positioning here was almost exploited. Thankfully, you're right. You mentioned it earlier. Pi was on a Joy, not a backline hero. But talked about Chorizo. We talked about Kaja. We talked about Ki. We talked about Super Ken. We talked about also Saken.
Everyone.
But we need more of Moreno.
More
Moreno. More of Moreno. You're right.
Rate this guy.
All right. He is, I feel like, he hasn't matured. He hasn't matured as a mid laner, but my goodness, this guy performs
so good.
So good. Almost 100 KP this game.
Yeah.
He is on a Valentina.
Most of the kills,
given
I think, as well,
Farsa.
right?
Pardon me?
Does he have most of the kills?
Yeah, of course. That game, he was what? I think 8 kills, if I'm not mistaken, or 9. So again, this guy, very silent killer. We just saw Super Ken on the lane, like here and there, top, bottom, but Moreno was doing the killing, was doing the assist, right? He gets the Numenon Blast multiple times as well. He just knows when to pop off, and that defense there, when Alter Ego overcommitted onto and he saw that mistake. He is able to outplay and get the double, get the shutdown out on towards the momentum that Alter Ego were desperately needed in that game. Just diminished there by that guy Moreno. So the post game.
Look at the damage.
Take a look at the damage. 56,000.
No, that's not real. 1,016 GPM.
Oh
my God, Super Ken.
Oh, no,
right.
no,
You're right.
no.
That's crazy.
No.
That absolutely is crazy.
He wasn't even like that dominant this game. He wasn't 13-1. 1,016. Gani. Eternal. What?
What?
He broke his own record.
I'm surprised as well, right? My goodness, 1,016, that means rotation, right? Just ban the link out, all right? This is a lesson. Last time around, you mentioned it earlier, 900-ish GPM.
930.
Right? Sure, that made you ban.
heck?
But now you just need to ban Super Ken, Ling Super Ken, right? It's just very unstoppable.
Yeah, you could call it Ling Super
But
Ken.
Moreno again, right? 94% KP with the help of Ki as well. 94% KP. So with the help, the duo here, the mid lane and the roamer in this game displayed very, very effectively, very efficiently. Again, he's the silent MVP. Let's see the gold curve here. Very balanced if you compare it to game 1 and game 2. Whereas it was a very, very even game there after that second turtle. It was just slowly but surely both teams trying to pull their tug of war. But once Bigetron find their jam, they were able to find it was just them controlling the game. Sure, that you see the slight slander there towards the north side. It was the comeback. But because of Moreno, again, they were able to find and reclaim their control. After that, they disciplined themselves, get the Lord, Alter Ego. Unfortunately, looking at their composition, not much high ground, right? Only Rasi, Numenon Blast. So it's very hard for them to defend. Was behind as well. So it's GG 2-1 match point for the side of Bigetron, and MVP goes to Moreno. 7-0-10, 94% KP. Yeah, sure, Super Ken have the 1,000 GPM, but let me have game 3.
Wow, I mean his impact, right? And
For
that's
real.
the crazy thing about Moreno. Like, even earlier on of the season, not even like through the playoffs, but you don't see his impact, right? You have to actually rewatch it and
He
watch
does so
what
many
he
things
does.
off cam.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And again, just to remind you guys, this is crazy because mid lane usually we're like, oh, Sans, Udil, and Eterna. We gotta remind a lot of these people, regular season, mid lane, most kills is Moreno. He holds that record with the least amount of deaths as well. So he has the best KDA, most kills. He plays safe, yet he's still able to dish out the damage and get most kills. What does that say?
It says that he has a lot of potential because, like Gani mentioned,
has more potential.
He hasn't even fully unlocked his
You're right.
entire potential just yet. And he still makes mistakes, but imagine if those little kinks were perfected.
Yeah,
Can you imagine, Gani?
You know what?
What he would
Honestly,
be?
I'm gonna say here, he gives me Sans vibes, all right? He looks for the outplay. He
gives you jungler vibes?
Gives you Sans vibes.
Sans vibes.
A guy that can play 5 phones vibes, all right? Where, you know, but let's see the highlight here in game 3 again. What happened here in the highlights here? In the early, well, the first 2 minutes here, Sally Boy was caught here. Still even, he's still pop off, but here, after what, I think, no, not here, but after here, right? It was 3 members taken out from the side of Alter Ego, right? Will was taken out as well earlier. After that, it was just Alter Ego slowly, surely losing their control. Take a look at the total kills, 2-6. And it's just very hard for the side of Alter Ego here. You get the double here, thankfully. But after that, still, Bigetron with the lead. They were able to find their success. Super Ken in the backside with, again, just 1,000 GPM. I'm still like baffled, still flabbergasted, honestly. But Alter Ego in this comeback here, they find it, they'll find the loophole. But Moreno in this, oh my God, beautiful, beautiful double kill, beautiful shutdown. And after that was GG's from the side of Alter Ego. Unfortunately, again, their composition, not a lot of high grounds going on. So Bigetron saw this opportunity, saw that they can exploit their high ground, and that's why they force and overcommit on towards that base without any lord or whatsoever. So because they saw it, we can take one, their high ground isn't too strong, are able to just force a fight, find an opening, and they were able to execute that, thankfully for their side. And it's just GG, 2-1 now.
Yeah, it's not as easy to make mistakes against the new Bigetron Alpha, right? Makes small, I wouldn't even say that's small, that was kind of...
That's a big mistake.
That was a pretty bad mistake by Alter Ego there. So they need to refine that. Once again, going back to the drawing board, but now the pressure is definitely on Alter Ego.
Definitely.
Remember, one more life, or they have to end their journey here. But of course, after watching 2 matches today, right? Because we have 2 matches. We have Alter Ego, Bigetron, and then afterwards we have EVOS and GEEK.
GEEK SLATE.
Best of 5 full today, but after that, then what?
Then obviously you can go home, chill, and check out Sinopolis. Because, you know, after a long day, you guys do not want to miss more excitement by watching the latest movies at Sinopolis Cinemas with 7.1. Not 7.0, not 6, 7.1 visual, audio, all around you, quality. And go and check it out because right now, you guys can use the promo code you see down below. Discount 20,000 IDR actually. The discount is 20,000 IDR with Cine X MPL. If you're lazy, scan the QR code, man. We got you right here to get that promo, to get yourself those tickets. And let me tell you, the popcorn in Sinopolis, it's the best popcorn.
Did you bring some?
Unfortunately,
today, right now?
I did, but I cannot show you, or you cannot eat right now.
Why?
We gotta wait.
All right, we gotta wait. We gotta wait.
Gotta chill.
Gotta
wait,
chill.
Right? But my goodness, right? I was very good series, right? 1-0, 1-1. Now we're back at a 2-1,
2-2.
That's counting. That's
3-2,
counting, right?
and then 3-3, and then 4-3, and then we got the grand
whoa,
finals.
whoa.
That's the best of 12, right?
Best of 5.
Oh, best of 5.
Guys.
Right, you're right.
We'll save the best of 12 for the grand finals.
That's a best of 7. Best of 12. I don't think best of 12 would work, by the way. It's a
best of 13.
Best of 9. Best of 9.
13.
Best of 11 then.
Yeah, all right, there you go. They're just making numbers out right now with the best ofs, but hey.
MPL 11, season 11, best of 11.
Oh, they should do that.
Maybe.
They should do that.
We should.
We
really should. We should grab that opportunity.
Yeah, grab it now.
Grab it now, just like you guys can. Grab? What do you want to grab, Eterna?
Discounts.
Woo! On where?
On Grab.
What discounts? Switch hands. Switch your road.
There's so many. There's so many, right? Because as MPL ID Season 11 begins, there are just so many Grab promos that you guys can be ready to enjoy. So for new users, back in the day, remember we like to talk about it, 50% discount at Grab Food to power you up when you're watching MPL ID Season 11. Of course, if you guys want to hop on to the venue here at GEXPO, you guys can. Just use the promo code where you guys can get a 90% discount for whichever transport route you take, be it Grab car, Grab bike. What do you like to use?
I usually grab a bike.
Grab bike.
Gotta stay efficient,
Bicycle.
you know, economy, right? You gotta stay efficient with your money,
But aren't you the richest caster?
That's Arashi, my guy. He always takes grab car. You should know that, Gotti.
And, you know, with that in mind as well, you also can get free MLBB hero skins.
No
so
way.
don't forget
Whoa,
to check
what?
out that promo beforehand. Go back a little bit on your YouTube, scan the QR code or grb.to/MPL. But of course, with that in mind, right?
You know what that makes me want to do?
What?
Makes me want to grab car home.
Why?
And because I really want to enjoy Max Stream Eterna.
Oh, Max Stream.
You
That
know
app
Max Stream? Yep.
that combines the OTT and channels.
Yep.
So you don't have to switch. It's so
Got it.
efficient. No extra value as well.
No.
Wow, yeah, I remember us talking about this, right? Because not only that, but you guys can also enjoy exclusive quality content from Max Stream, including Love Coach with Rachel, Love in Game, The One Believe, Rasha, The Wonder Kid, and of course, Kolak Express.
You're not saying it right.
Well, how am I supposed to say it?
Gani, teacher.
Rasha,
There you
Wonder
go.
Kid, and Cole Ak Express. All right? That's the way, the only way to pronounce it.
The only way to pronounce that. Sorry.
The way the
Kolak.
dragon.
Cole Ak.
And
There's a space between the Cole and the Ak.
all right. I hope I'll get it right the next time. And I guess that's the same thing that Alter Ego are hoping for as well, right? Getting it right in the next game, or that's going to be it for their playoff run. They're going to go home again on the first day.
Oh my god.
Like they have before.
3 seasons in a row if they actually get knocked out.
Exactly. 3 seasons in a row.
I'm low-key cringing right now.
It is going to be such a sad day for Alter Ego if that happens. But remember, just like Cole Ak Express, that space is usually what Alter Ego utilizes. Game 1, they lost. Game 2, that's the space necessary. Game 3, they lost. Now, Game 4, that's when they can flip the switch. Remember also, sure, back-to-back first day knockouts. But both these knockouts for Alter Ego have been 3-2. Not 3-1, not 3-0. It's always 3-2.
We'll see. Can they replicate that same 3-2 for victory, though, this
We don't
time
know.
around?
We don't know, right? We never know. We will have to wait, though, as 25 seconds will enter the dough.
Yeah, I don't know, right? Because sure, they do need space. I like that. I like that wordplay. But Alter Ego, aren't they a team that requires momentum? Without the momentum here, right?
Maybe
Look
before
at-
they did. Because I feel like this Alter Ego, it's like, it really depends on the draft. If they're set up for success, they do it. The execution is still there. And even in that draft where, unfortunately, they did not have that initiation, they were still able to make it work in a lot of these situations. Remember that fight? They were able to punish Bigetron Alpha a lot of times despite being down 5,000 gold.
But this is the third game.
That's right.
No, that beforehand was the third
To
game.
live
Now it's the
is
fourth
to
game.
trick That's the how math reaper.
That's how math works. Sorry. What I was trying to say is, even given a good draft, Alter Ego, they still didn't execute it well, honestly. Sure, maybe they did in the early stage of the game, but like we keep mentioning over and over, and like we pinpointed, the fact that they made a
I
huge
am the
blunder
power of
really
light
costed them that
incarnate.
game. So coming into the fourth game here, you can now check out the drafting phase as well. Bigetron with the first pick, Alter Ego with the second. Fanny, Arlette, Fermis going to be the choice here from the side of Bigetron. Alter Ego with the Joy, the Kaja, and the Glue. With the Valentina being opened up, Bigetron utilized that first.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be just like game 1 where Valentina was picked up first, but it was to the side of Alter Ego. Now, in the hands of Moreno, remember what happened last game. Valentina, he got the MVP, right? 807 or 806. My goodness, now Alter Ego, what will they respond with here? Most likely they will respond with a Fredrin and a Farsa, or not, if not, a Fredrin and a Melissa, perhaps.
Yeah, I think securing the Melissa is going to be very prio. Maybe when the Farsa Melissa could come through
Yeah.
here, knowing Alter Ego can play in that
Stitches.
jungle
Yeah.
position, and that's
Your team is
exactly
picking.
what they go for. Farsa and the Melissa. 2 incredible picks early on for Alter Ego. The winning condition, remember, for Alter Ego is Nino winning matchup in the playoffs.
You might just get that, especially with the Melissa being picked up as well. For the
quad
past
time.
few games, Farsa was also taken off the board by Bigetron. With this being opened up, Udil on a comfortable hero as well. Even, you can say, a power pick for Udil. Now, Bigetron, how are they going to respond to this, right? Claude? Is Claude an option?
Claude is definitely an option here, looking at their head-to-head ahead, looking at the head is going to be Melissa, but no. Sakin is more comfortable on a carry, it seems like, and it's going to be Grok. Still flex, but most likely here on towards Key. But the quick response from the side of Alter Ego now. Again, Alter Ego will give Hirasi his comfortable hero in the support area. It's going to be the Diggy, and Alter Ego will respect Super Ken's Ling 1000 GPM.
That's crazy. I'm still thinking about that 1000 GPM game. Because he
too.
wasn't 13-1. He wasn't performing like he did in the regular season. He didn't have 16 kills like he did in the second leg against Alter Ego. Yes,
farm.
1000 GPM. The farming
You
pathing
should.
really shows here. Bigetron Alpha with the proper respect. If Alter Ego want to respect Super Ken, Bigetron Alpha want to respect Sully Boy, who's just been a nuisance for BTR. He's been so on point on his retributions, winning it out most of the times in these 50-50s against the rising star, Super Ken. Now, Alter Ego. Thing is, they picked up a Diggy, sure, but they picked up a Diggy to a Valentina, right? That does give that time journey to BTR2 to play with.
A lot of things that they really need to take into consideration now. But now, Alter Ego with the Ling being banned out. Are they gonna go for another jungle ban here? I think it's a little bit difficult to try and ban him out, but they are gonna go for the Hayabusa, taking it away from Super Ken. Bigetron, are they gonna go for the same route? Are they gonna take away the Martis perhaps this time around, taking it away from Sally Boy?
Maybe, but again, remember, the data is still showing that the second pick is still 100% win rate, right? So perhaps the last pick is just a very good conclusion for the draft. But there you go. Bigetron, not the Martis though, it's gonna be the Barats, right? Seeing game 2 and what it's the hero that just annoyed Bigetron most, and feel like Alter Ego now, without that option, perhaps can go for the Akai.
You're right. The guy can definitely work, but again, that's another big ultimate that BTR can utilize. I think in this particular situation, it does work though, because you want to try to overwhelm the Valentina with a lot of good ultimates, so she doesn't know what to go for, right? And in this case, they also still need a utility jungler that's good to set Sully Boy up for those retreat battles.
May the blood of my enemies flow from my spear.
Oh yeah!
First time. Yep.
There you go, Mincetar for the first time of MPL ID Season 11. It gets picked up, and Mincetar is gonna fall into the hands of Alter Ego. Very interesting question. I would have thought more XP.
Me too.
Should
but
be more XP.
Maybe might be XP, right? Still a flex at this point, right? But that's also a big CC that can be taken away, but not a lot of dashes inside of Alter Ego, so fair enough.
And I'm wondering, right, is this Mincetar gonna build damage,
Yeah, we'll have
attack
to see.
speed, or more tank?
I have to wait and see as well, right? Still up in the air at this point. Bigetron now. What will they go for? Seeing the Mincetar here. Perhaps they can go for the Hanzo, actually. Oh, it's not going to be the Hanzo. It's going to be another Alice. And the Terizla. Oh, it's just it's a similar draft from the side of Bigetron with the game from game 2.
It's them doubling down on CC. Again, they're just trying their best to maybe overwhelm the Diggy as well with these big ultimates, with these big CC abilities to maybe bait it out, right? Maybe Wild Charge comes in to bait the time journey out, and then they can utilize the penalty zone a bit later once that time journey runs out. I think that's the plan right now for Bigetron Alpha. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, they can take it a little bit more chill. They have superior range with the Farsight and the Melissa, and they need a proper frontliner. No, they don't!
Wow.
They go for the Hellkurt in the jungle.
That's also the first time we've seen Hellkurt this season. Alter Ego with a lot of pocket picks. Finally, we get to see it when their backs are against the wall.
Oh my god. Not a lot of thin heroes though.
That's why. So, assuming this, Mincetar should build tank.
Okay.
But even if he builds tank, he's not as sustainable as he used to be.
You know what? Imagine if Hellkurt uses his ult, right? Trumbull. And then Mincetar comes in with their ult. Nobody can escape. Nobody know the location of his teammates. So perhaps that's the combination that they're looking for here in Game 4.
That's nasty, Mirko.
It is very nasty, and this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego will need to climb up this is the game to equalize against Bigetron Alpha, who are at match point, who can seal the deal in this game. Moreno with an interesting spell, sprint. Chorizo with the sprint too.
Whoa, hold up.
What's not Purify?
Okay, so what they're saying is we cannot escape the Pai's ultimate, right, with a flicker, but we can escape it with a sprint.
You're right.
Very
walk
smart.
around.
Yeah. Very, she's chunk here, so he needs to be careful. Still holding his flicker, but there you go. The flicker will be activated. See, Moreno give me Sans vibes, all right? That's all I'm gonna say now.
all right. We'll see if he lives up to the name of Sans. You can see here already, once again, Odile and Moreno trading blows to try to clear as fast as possible and try to rotate towards that EXP lane perhaps, but Moreno going to be able to deal some damage onto Odile. I'm really quite curious about the gold lane matchup, right? With Supercan coming down though.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a good lane at all for the carry. Saken is going to be quite bullied in lane, but with the addition of the Grok, maybe with Alice, if they continue to go bottom, then it should be good. I mean, look at Key. He is already utilizing Grok properly. He's trying to freeze it up right now, but that's going to be Celiboy jumping into the stingers. And that's the early game pressure that this Hellcurt brings to the table. He actually brought the Master Assassin, so not the Demon Slayer.
Nope. He wants to be a, he wants to be an assassin here in this game. That's why he brings the Master Assassin. And for that first blood, right? The stacks were full, the ult was popped. Oh my god, the side.
Okay, with the wild charge, gets out just barely, but Odile finds the kill with the last fadeaway basic attack. Meanwhile, Moreno gets a kill back with the help of Chorizo up top. It's 1 kill over to BTR as they look for a control, which they have more of here with, again, that Demon Slayer emblem, letting Supercan farm a bit more efficiently.
Very interesting here, right? Because I would have thought that Bigetron Alpha would need to play a lot more patiently in this early game, right? Realizing that they do have Celiboy on the Hellcurt who can deal out that damage in the early stage of the game and punish Supercan, but it feels like it's the exact opposite.
Perhaps that is the case, and let's see here. Oh, again, top side. Chorizo though is the target. I don't think this is the right one.
Yeah, that's also, the sprint that gets him out actually from Mincethar's King's Guard. Celiboy jumps in, a good dodge from Chorizo, but Celiboy finds the kill anyways. He is looking for a trade back here, trying to read out his movements. He has spotted Celiboy. He might actually be going for this. He does have the flicker, and he jumps in. Moreno stole away the feathered airstrike in the mid lane just earlier, and it is a trade. XP for jungle that actually will favor BTR.
My goodness, right? Both teams here in the early game, already 5 total kill points from each respective team. So total kills accumulated, but man, early game, they're not hesitating here. 2 to 3. And it seems like now with this second turtle now about to join, we'll see, right? Alter Ego, will they contest? Because it seems like in the first turtle, they weren't able to rotate in time. Let's see, Bigetron now will look for the move on towards the purple buff. Celiboy will grab with the retribution. Again, giving knowledge towards Alice that
the name of the game for Alter Ego, because if they can get it right in the position where they can limit the movements, it is going to be massive. Key defensive wild charge to get away, but the turtle goes to the hands of Bigetron Alpha once again. Alter Ego unable to utilize this early lead, and they are instead doubling down in their winning lane, which is going to be that gold lane for Nino. They need to now play for Nino, who's trying his best to siege down the turret, but Key is able to open up that map with the Power of Nature, gets brought back to the reverse time to flicker defensively, and Nino picks up the kill. Definitely not the member you want to give gold to.
That's a very costly kill indeed. And thankfully it was only Key though, but it still just sets the tempo for the side of Alter Ego. again. Now it's gonna be whoa. Yeah, it's gonna be Alter Ego still in control, but the goal is just going crazy up and down here. Not very sure it's an even game in this current state.
Oh, very
I didn't know you were a
interesting.
Biget Trooper.
I'm not.
Oh.
I chose Alter Ego before. I think I have your curse.
Oh no.
I don't know. I think it's rubbed off on me or something, but I mean, we'll see, right? According to the talent prediction, it's one versus everybody. We'll see who comes out on top in terms of that prediction. But once again here, Bigetron are going to be able to rotate. Once again, that mid side, put some pressure, but that's the thing, right? Because Bigetron Alpha, they need that mid-game power spike, but Key goes in.
Yeah, that's a damage, and even the Dark Knight Falls was stolen away. Moreno took it for some movement speed, and just to get some more pressure on the map, that really plays with a part. Moreno, though, getting brought back to the team by Pine. You know, the perfect go-away. The barrier gets placed down, the King's calling as well. But in the end, it's actually the side laners now who has so much more pressure to play with. Super Ken already in the back, trying to invade, trying to put some more pressure. But Key gets taken down as we see a pause here. It should be 2 turrets taken down as well in the bottom lane and the top lane. Tier 1's falling left and right from side laners, Chorizo and Saket.
But we are going to be entering a technical pause. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay patient with us. Once again, we would like to remind you that fair play is our utmost priority. As you guys can see here, the situation in the venue.
Yo,
super
Bix.
packed. Come over, guys. Take a photo with Bix, even though he's kind of damaged.
Oh my god, his head fell off.
Oh, poor Bix.
What happened?
Not really sure.
Bix.
I don't know, man.
Now I wanna.
Someone call an ambulance.
I wanna go there and help him.
It's okay. You can go now.
I can?
Yeah.
Okay. See you guys later. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to just troubleshoot for a minute or two. Let's talk about what happened there, right? I feel like Bigetron, they are now starting to collapse on towards Alter Ego. They got the mid side now.
And the top lane.
And the top.
Bottom lane. They got all tier 1s.
All tier 1s.
They hate tier 1s.
The yuck. That's what Alter Ego, Bigetron saying to Alter Ego.
But on your screen there, previously, we saw Pai's family. So he's actually come to the venue to support him.
It's the family of Sirs. Got Sir Pai.
And Sir Dad.
Sir Fitland.
And Sir Mom.
Sir Mom.
Sir Pai. Sir Dad.
Sir
brother.
Sir Clan.
Sir
Pai
sister.
of Clan Sir. Ooh, that's what we call him usually. Because he's such a Sir. Here though, you can see that the Alter champs, the Alter Ego fans in the building are still very optimistic. They know about the gaps, the spaces that they need to get the dub. And so far, yo, is that Moreno?
Yeah.
It
Moreno
is
headband.
Well, you said you wanted more of Moreno. That's 2 additional Morenos and 2 keys.
Oh, who's that? Oh, that's Key.
And then who's on the far left?
I think it's Super Ken, maybe?
Perhaps that is the case.
I can't see it.
Oh, we got a, yeah, sir, hello.
Hello. Shout out
Ready.
to our security guard, man. Keeping the place safe as usual. Big shout outs to everyone behind the stage as well, because it's not just the players, not just us casters, it's everybody.
We got crews, all
we
right?
got crew, we got security guards, we got the hosts, we got Donnie, Seraphine.
Oh my god, that's a unit.
That's a unit.
All right.
Yo, we have kids and Leo Murphy too.
Oh, cool.
Leo Murphy has a son.
No,
I don't-
Kids is a
No.
player, not Leo Murphy's kid.
The
It's his
jungler, right?
name, Yes.
All right, all right, all right.
Oh, there's some fans for Bigetron here. The Biget Trooper saying, let's go, 3-1. You guys
It's
can
a
do
rare
it.
thing we see a Bigetron fan. It's a rare thing to see a Bigetron
Yeah,
fan.
so it truly is. Truly
can
is.
look to
But
your right.
ladies and gentlemen, we are going back into the game as the technical pause has elapsed. 6 minutes, 7 minutes rather, have passed. And you can see that Nino and Pai, they've actually, Nino rotated towards his top side.
Whoa.
Back in the game, and there should be a siege here. Alter Ego able to find it. Free. No contest whatsoever for Bigetron Alpha for now. Good opening as well there with the alarm bombs by Rossi, spawning Saken out, forcing him to show up in lane.
Well, it's the first structure for set of Alter Ego, right? So that's a good step to perhaps to gain more control in this game. But it's still overall, still Bigetron's game, right? 3 turrets taken out. It's very small goal lead, but just the pressure, the map presence. I mean, Key, take a look at this guy. He's opening up vision for his team. And Superken will grab the turtle. And uncontested here. See Halbert though, built for Selly Boy. That is also the reason why I don't really like the Hellcurt pick here. Honestly, it's on towards Rizla, on towards Key, on towards Alice. Not much of a target to be, assassinated.
Yeah, I guess the power of the Hellcurt was in that early game, right? But Key going to the bottom side, looking for a play perhaps.
Dark Knight falls there, and it's going to be the mid laner who gets picked up. Moreno will fall. That's silence from Sully Boy with the high and dry as well, or the Master Assassin, as they have renamed it. It's doing a lot for the team. As Superken tries to look for a trade down below. There's a barrier placed down, and the turret should be able to take down the minion, forcing Alter Ego away. And Bigetron Alpha somehow come out on top in the objective game. They do lose one member, though, and they should lose that bottom lane turret. So Alter Ego should get the best of Bigetron Alpha in this trade.
Ooh. We're going to pick up another turret there in the bottom side. Alter Ego, they're really pushing the tempo here.
Yeah, they need Key though. Needs to be careful here. Alter Ego now, slowly but surely, they were behind 2 turrets earlier. It was 3-1, but take a look at them now. It's 4-3. So they're catching up turret-wise. And looking at their execution, it's suffocating actually. They weren't able. They're just picking their fights, right? Sure, Moreno, they were able to catch him off guard. Very good pick off here. So they're executing their game plan with that Hellcurt, their pick off strat, right? So a very good conversion or a very good transition from side of Alter Ego to, let's slow the tempo down and just pick their battles. But item-wise, again, DHS. And as well as Golden Staff has been secured. Has Claws, it seems like, will be on its way. No shoes for Melissa here. Doesn't seem to matter, it seems like.
Chorizo with a penalty zone there. Very aggressive. Nino still holding on to the Inspire as he does a lot of damage even without it. And this is the main problem right now for Bigetron Alpha. Nino does so much. He has scaled as a monster now in the mid lane. There's some damage placed down, but Sankan is somehow able to escape there with a Purify, getting out of the silence. But that's a massive resource that Alter Ego can utilize now in the next team fight. Superken already onto the Lord. Nino still looking for the siege. As Superken jumps in, trying to pinch Nino and Rossi down. Popping up that Blood Ode. It's going to be Nino with the damage right now. As that's the time journey popped in, but in the back line, everybody's diving in. Nino still able to outplay with a double, making a triple and a maniac for Nino. Once again, he performs to carry the team. Saken is the only member left standing. Nino's hunting for that Savage, but it will not happen for him, not just yet.
Incredible performance by Alter Ego in that previous team fight. With 4 members taken off the board from Bigetron Alpha, you can see that Alter Ego have been able to get more on the board. A turret in that mid side as well as the top side, and even perhaps taking this Lord uncontested in the 10th minute of the game.
Yeah, welcome to MPL ID Season 11 Playoffs. My guy Nino already with the opening match. Game 4 rather. Opens up with the Maniac. Take a look at what happened here. Right, time journey pop, Key pops his wall charge, a lot of resources, and my god, Nino was just free hitting, right? Pin Moreno down, gets the Maniac. Luckily, Saken was nowhere near that area. If not, it would have been a savage. Alter Ego Esports. It was a up and down game here, but it seems like now they have established a very strong foundation to end the game. Let's see though. This time around, the high ground actually from side of Bigetron Alpha is not bad. Let's see the offense from side of Alter Ego.
Moreno stole away the time journey here. In this defense, Ariza going to be able to get caught there, but Pai gets knocked up. Key burst it down like he's nothing. Nino, he's a shredder. He feels like the carry here in the game. Bottom lane, it's going to be Saliboy who gets taken down. Moreno finds a kill back. But Nino, once again, look at the muddle placement, taking Chorizo super low without the basic attacks. It was just the muddles. Moreno jumping in, trying to buy some time. Bigetron Alpha losing that base turret. And Alter Ego, they are alive and well with Nino in the center of it all.
Wow, that's insane. But they're going to be able to defend once again here. Bigetron Alpha, they lose that inhibitor in the top side. But as a whole, they're still able to fend off for another day. Taking a look at the gold difference here by OBS Gold. I want to know how Nino was able to deal so much damage onto Key. And it's the gold lead, 10,000 in comparison to, what?
7.
Oh, 7.
You know what time it is? Bigetron Alpha needs to needs to watch a very scary movie. It's Finding Nino.
Finding Nino, that's a
Oh
good one.
God.
It's a good movie though.
I think it's going to be hard to find Nino. Nino on the Melissa
Very
with the
hard.
go away, right? If Key wants to go for an engage, it's not going to be as easy.
Yeah, but remember, this is starting to give me a late game vibe, right? So it's going to be Alice perhaps popping off in that late game after minute number 15, but they need to be careful here not to open a face shot. Oh my God, an opening.
Oh no, Nino again! Nino with the damage! It's another triple kill!
What?
They try to find Nino, but Nino finds them first! Bigetron Alpha, 4 members down. It is GG! Unless Moreno can make a miracle play happen. 4v1. Moreno, if you want to make a play, this is the time to do so. He jumps and he gets a feather and McFly finds a hook with a flicker. It's a wipeout. Nino is a monster. Alter Ego equalize and we get a game 5.
Going all the way here, full best of 5 as Alter Ego were able to strike back. And this is why people have said, beware of Alter Ego in the playoffs. And that's exactly what we're seeing. They have definitely shown their fangs here. A lot of pocket strats, aggression, domination from this team. And you know what? I'm excited to go to game number 5.
First opening match of the playoffs. And we got a full best of 5. It's so, oh my God, it's so good, right?
Welcome to playoffs.
Welcome to the playoffs. Best of 3, nothing, right? Best of 5, 1. Oh my goodness, very. Both teams here share the same quality, share the same determination that they do not want to go home early. And my goodness, the series is gonna be, no words. What a execution! What an execution from Nino. He was very quiet in the early game towards that mid side, but given the items, given the positionings, he gets Maniac and a triple.
It's incredible.
It's very incredible.
I didn't expect this, right? I would have thought that the series would maybe 3-1, honestly. That was my prediction coming in today. 3-1 for Bigetron. But
Whoa.
Alter Ego, that's
No.
what we were talking about.
That switch, man.
That switch.
They
It's
can flip
incredible.
it. And the way they do it right now, it's Nino, Melissa, right? Game
Exactly.
2, Nino,
Melissa.
Game 4, Nino, Melissa. There's
Yeah.
something with Nino and Melissa. He just somehow is able to be the best at playing that Melissa here. The way he plays it, he carries the team. Literally, he takes the team, puts him in the backpack, carries him to school.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this guy is just so special. Even from the regular season, he was the
So
first
good.
player to get the
only player, Savage.
Only player, Savage,
And on
right?
Melissa.
And my goodness, he displayed it
Man of
again
culture.
in the playoffs. And yeah, I have no words here. Rossi here, good pickup, give comfortable hero towards Rossi. He will most likely perform, and on the Diggy as well, he is able to facilitate, to provide cover that Nino needs in the early game, throughout the game if not, which just made Bigetron, again, that mission, that Finding Nino mission, very, very hard to execute, right? And on that note, let's just take a look at the item builds here. What did happen? 14-minute game time here earlier was 15, but in this game, it was 18-4. Alter Ego, they were just low-key, slowly dominates Bigetron Alpha. Super Ken again on the Alice here. Still 0% win rate. 0 for 1 this time. And it seems like, yeah, Key now it was the first game it was Rossi who could not pull off the Grok in that first game, but now it's Key 0-6-2. Very, very hard game here for the Grok. But take a look at Nino, right? No shoes. He doesn't need no shoes, all right? He builds Corrosion, Golden Staff, DHS, Rose. He built the Has Claws first, and then he builds the Rose Gold and the Malefic Roar. So full attack, this guy, all right? He knows that the cover is there, right? Sally Boy can pop the Dark Knight Dark Falls to perhaps give cover. Rossi, 14 assists to his name with the Enchanted Talisman, NOD, and Athena. So only one defensive item build. But also, let's give props towards Pi, the debut of Mincetar. It seems like they're able to find again the dub, all right? So in this game, what happened was, it was still, of course, mentioned in Miracle throughout regular season, finding Nino, and here he is able to find the Maniac and also the triple kill, all right? So again, it was very, very hard for their side to just find Nino because the cover from Rossi is always there. The Dark Knight Falls is also can be provided as a defense as well towards that late game. So again, in the post game, it shows. Rich guy, almost 900 GPM. Nino on that Melissa, 80,000 worth of damage almost given by this guy. But of course, let's not forget about
14-minute game. That is absurd.
Exactly. It is absurd, right? He, though, will suffer the sandbag on the losing side. Number-wise, it's just Alter Ego, damage dealt, damage to tower, right? Sure, they got most turtle, but it doesn't really phase them. Sally Boy here, 28% KP, doesn't really matter. Utilities, Helker, it seems like, right? Just utilizing that Dark Knight Falls to find an opening or as a defensive maneuver. And it seems like they're able to somehow, again, just withstand. It seems like Alter Ego, they want to lose first just to have a better game the next game.
Will they break the pattern, though? Because
they need to.
They need to right now. Game 1, Bigetron Alpha. Game 2, AE, and it's back and forth all around in the series. Eterna, 100% win rate for second pick still. Will that change in Game 5?
I mean, we'll see. We'll definitely see for game number 5. But man, this has been such an entertaining series, right, between both of these teams. And we're going to crown the MVP for that fourth game. Nino on the Melissa, 1201 KDA, 891 GPM, and a 72% KP. See, one thing that I wanted to point out, right? He has 1201 KDA. He got the Maniac triple kill. His GPM is 891, but somehow Super Ken is still able to get 1,000 GPM. But coming back onto Nino here, taking a look at the highlights of what made him deserve that MVP.
Well, early game, if you take a look at Nino here in the minimap, it's just him focusing on farming, right? It was action on the mid, on the top here, Sally Boy giving that Dark Knight Falls somehow a utility vibe, right? But again, here in mid number 5, Key gets taken out. Key not a fun game in this game. Sally Boy gets picked up a couple times already, but this is where Nino is starting to shine. All right, minute number 6, already gathered some items here, trying to defend here. Bigetron overcommitting more often than not, but this is where it changed, right? Nino, take a look at this positioning here in the go away and time journey. My goodness, nobody stopping that guy. And it was suddenly a Maniac, right? And after that, the siege here. This is also the nail in the coffin. Nino getting the triple kill here. Again, a questionable decision here from side of Bigetron, knowing Moreno, and as well as the other guy was towards the backside. Why would they force a fight in the area in that backside? So it was a very questionable shot call perhaps to force a fight there, knowing Moreno was still behind and another member was also in that mid side. It was an equal matchup. So of course, with Nino also in play, with all the damage items that he has equipped with, it's just easy free hitting, 3 triple kill after that, 5v3. Of course, it was too much, munching Moreno down, munching the other guy in that mid side down as well. And After that, it was just one straight push, 2 wins from side of Alter Ego. It was a wiped out, and they do not need a Lord to assist them to end the game.
That was really one of the things that I really wanted to point out, right? The fact that Bigetron Alpha, they had so much CC, so much dive, but they still tried to dive onto the Melissa, who has the go away, and that kind of miscalculation was actually taken back into Alter Ego's hands, where they were able to, punish it. So I was wondering, like Moreno has Valentina, right? Why didn't Moreno just utilize Halkurt's ult and look for? I guess it's easier said than done, clearly, but I would have thought that that was one of the approaches that they could have adapted with in game.
Yeah, maybe, right? There was a lot of obviously options for Moreno, and I think that's ultimately what gave Valentina such a hard time. There were so many big ultimates to try to take. There was a King's Calling to maybe go for. There was a Time Journey. There was a Feathered Airstrike. So too many ultimates for Valentina to really think about and to actually utilize, where he's overwhelmed. And the thing that we mentioned earlier, Eterna, where the CC could be utilized to overwhelm the Diggy, that did not happen. They did not try to bait out these abilities. They just went straight in. And with a Time Journey ready like that,
nullified instantly.
Nullified, gone.
That's why. And they didn't even go in as a whole. There were moments where they went in one by one. So we'll see the changes that both of these teams have to go through, because remember, we're sitting at match point for both of these teams. Back to a best of one here, as before we get into it, we are going to go on a short break to finally see the results of who's going to go home today. So ladies and gentlemen, me, Eterna, Mirko, and Connie, we'll see you after the break.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the refreshing break. Truly needed that. I thought for a second I was Mirko before the break.
Me, Eterna,
which was kind of weird.
Mirko on the left, Marashi all the way on the left.
But anyways, between these two teams, Alter Ego as well as Bigetron, we're back to a best of one, even though it was a best of 5 series. Truly, both of these teams are punching each other back, just prolonging it. And this is great. The first opening match already a full best of 5.
And like we mentioned, I mean, or like I would say Udil mentioned actually, in the interview of the final match, leg 2, BTR versus AE, 2-0, Moreno said, we want to replicate the success in the playoffs. What did Udil say? It's not as simple as that, my dude.
It's not as simple as that, and it seems like both teams here, again, you're right, Rachel, both teams trading punches, just holy crap, right? I mean, 1-0 Bigetron, 1-1 Alter Ego. Bigetron says, let me get the lead and match point, 2-1, but Alter Ego says, let's go back to a best of 1. And here we are, 2-2 between these two teams. And at this point, I'm rooting for nobody. May the best team win.
I gotta agree with you, right? And I don't know, are you kind of shaking right now?
Are you nervous, Mirko?
Are you nervous?
Nervous? I don't get nervous.
All right. What do you get?
I don't know. I don't really get anything.
Unfazed.
I get unfazed. That's the real deal right now. Because honestly, looking at it, that's what the players have to... That's the mentality that the players have to be bringing out to the stage right now. They need to be unfazed by the situation because it feels like, especially for Bigetron Alpha, they kind of tunnel vision, like you mentioned. They were going in, but they were not utilizing the win conditions that were set in the draft. Baiting out these skills from the Digi is crucial, yet they forgot it. It is the most crucial part of the game plan for that draft, and they really need to stay chill, composed, because I feel like they're panicking a lot in these skirmishes.
No, that's it, right? They're panicking. They're losing their focus that we saw them having in game number 1. So is this an issue of perhaps endurance now coming into a best of 5? Because remember, a lot of the players from the side of Bigetron Alpha, they're rookies.
Exactly, right? This is the question that I earlier brought up as well. The mindsets are the rookies ready to, like, mentality-wise, physically, and as well as emotionally, right? Has been a roller coaster here throughout the series, but it seems like, take a look at your team, Mirko, 100% for the second pick, and your team is on that second pick. So if stats don't lie, right, it's GG.
Alter Ego have a pattern though. They have a trend of making those stats lie a lot. So we'll see. Faramis, first pick, one of the picks that granted them that victory in game number 2. Bigetron Alpha, what do they go for here?
I'm wondering if Glue is still a reliable choice or in this current meta, right?
For Alter Ego, yes. For BTR, I think that's just off the board already because of the Faramis pick.
Is it possible that... You're right. Okay, we'll see here. Bigetron...
Never mind.
There you go.
What?
Wow.
Into a Faramis.
Doesn't care. He doesn't care. It shows that he...
Sorizo, he's unfazed.
Unfazed. You pick up the Faramis, let me pick up the counter. All right? Not the counter.
Let me pick up the hero that you counter.
Exactly. Not I counter you, you counter me. All right? Glue and Farsa will be picked up, though. I do want to say the matchup between Faramis and Farsa, slightly, somehow I favor the Farsa. Why? It can burst you down. It has range. Overall, I still favor the Farsa.
I get what you mean, right? The range, I think, is one of the main factors as to why the Farsa wins that lane matchup. But the Faramis does clear a lot quicker if given the opportunity to. And the Faramis is also able to roam as quick as the Farsa. So very interesting matchup here. Alter Ego, though, they're going to respond with a Yuzong and a carry pick once again. But it's not going to be the Melissa, as it was banned out for Nino. But the Yuzong going to be picked up, going to be able to go into that backline and cancel that Feather Airstrike when needed. And Bigetron instantly with the 1-1 pickup.
Game 1, remember, carry into 1-1. That's what they're playing with again here. It was the same exact, I think, pick as well. The carry was picked up, literally there in the third pick for Alter Ego, and 1-1 was picked final for BTR. The exact same, but BTR are making those adjustments. In game number 1, they did not ban the Diggy. They will ban the Diggy now, and with the Yuzong and the carry picked up, they no longer have to ban Phobius, unless Udil makes a big risky move and plays the Phobius mid, and the Faramis gets flexed into the roam position.
Let's see here, right, with the composition set. It's going to be very interesting to see here. You know what intrigues me most here in this playoffs is Claude, right?
Hello.
Where is Claude? Claude is missing, not banned out, not picked up as well.
They hate Claude.
They hate Claude here, but it's going to be Bigetron here banning out Rossi's hero, right? The cover heroes. Diggy and Estes asking a question again. What will you choose? Grok? Question mark, like in game 1? But it seems like still there
You're
aren't.
forgetting his signature, Gani.
What is his signature?
Octopus Boy.
Oh, without Diggy, that makes sense. But then again, Bigetron can pick up themselves here. Atlas can be their hero.
Is it Rossi's style, though, right?
Yeah.
Can he utilize it properly is the question. And if Bigetron don't want to risk it, they could just definitely pick up the Atlas now. But they don't go for that. They actually go for the Hellcurt. So picking up a hero that Alter Ego picked up in the previous game, they're going to be the second ones in the league to utilize it. And Alter Ego, if they want, they can definitely go for the Atlas pick.
The Atlas wasn't meant for Alter Ego. I think the Atlas does...
meant for Bigetron.
Yeah, because it does horrible against Bigetron Alpha's composition. Remember, the 1-1 can get out of it without Purify.
But if they don't take it, Bigetron can pick it up.
Exactly. That's a risk that they have to be willing to take right now, because honestly, picking it up just to deny, giving Bigetron Alpha much more of a better pick composition, they can always just go for a Franco. And I think Alter Ego right now can go for that same pick. A Franco can still work. That suppression really helps with the team to pull back. But they instead go for the Natalia and an Akai. So that's your disengage. Not the Franco, but an Akai in the jungle up against that Hellcurt. Natalia to help that carry. We mentioned game 1. You said Diggy would be a good pick against the 1-1. I think this one is even better. It really relieves off all that pressure from the 1-1 carry lane.
It's going to be very interesting again, right? It's going to be Natalia and Akai debut for the playoffs here in Season 11. But Bigetron, with this Akai pick, it
Hard
somehow
Atlas.
denies.
Yeah.
It denies the Atlas pick, right? So with this Akai pick. So Bigetron here, they're now in the hot seat. Seems like they will secure a Jawhead for a roamer.
Oh my god, I'm not too sure about this, man. This is a
huge gamble.
Oh, it's a massive one for BTR. Jawhead.
Jawhead Key, Season 7.
7, yeah.
He was massive, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah, he
this
was.
current patch,
but yeah,
I don't know. This current patch, Jawhead, question mark, man.
They are doubling down on pickoffs.
Goodness me. On the last game, potentially, one team will fall.
Well, it does show that the coach perhaps is unfazed, but we will see if the players have that same mentality, bringing up a risky, understatement. Risky is an understatement. A Jawhead. He brings up a Jawhead, Eterna. Final thoughts.
Do they have a gambling problem again?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the question we will see. Bigetron Alpha, will they be able to utilize this risky pick to claim the victory, or will Alter Ego defy the odds once again to make it to the next stage in the playoffs? Welcome to game number 5. It's all or nothing for both these teams.
Their tournament lives gonna be at stake here once again. I can't wait to see how all this unravels here in the final game of this best of 5. And very interesting though, Rasi has actually opted to help out the EXP lane first in terms of his rotations.
Well, it seems like he will not go for the quick clear per se, right? He's still at level 1, but gains a lot of EXP. But take a look at on the move here, maneuver onto a Super Ken, forcing him to jump around, but still, Super Ken getting that lethal. Again, right, one team will move on and advance to RRQ, and going up against RRQ, and one team, unfortunately, we have to say bye-bye.
Okay, whoa, Super Ken.
Good steal, Super Ken getting absolutely demolished here in the first minute of the game. First blood over to Alter Ego, who are not scared at all. They invade early on.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna give them a little bit of an advantage here in the first minute of the game. But the thing that I was thinking about was the Jawhead pick, right? Why Jawhead? Okay, they want to go and double down on pickoff, especially with Super Ken as well. Moreno going to be able to help with the follow-up, but the missiles should be able to sniff out the Natalia location, no?
Yeah, should be. And perhaps at this point, right, Rasti here is just roaming. He does not go for the predictable gold lane babysit. Instead, he opens up map, mid, bot, and top. So he is unpredictable on this Natalia. And it seems like Bigetron now is a little bit behind on rotation for that turtle take. Let's see though. It's going to be a delay here from Sorizo, Key, and Moreno though.
Not too sure what the goal is right now, but Sorizo is already pushing for some good damage down. That's damage speed. Whoa! What was that damage, my guy? Key deleted. Silly Boy with the unstoppable force. It's still going to be Pai who secures the turtle. But man, did you see that?
That was insta-burst. That was melted. What are the items looking like? Honestly, I'd like to see.
Is he going damage? There's no way he goes damage, right?
I mean, there's a lot of... I guess Sorizo can be the frontliner. I don't know. I really want to see the items, honestly, because you're right. That was a lot of damage coming from Key with a support emblem.
That's on... I don't know. I have no words. Oh! Montage!
Those are the mechanics that we expect from Key back in Season 7. The ejector flicker combo, pulling Nino all the way back. And the lack of the Purify really sets in now for Alter Ego. Gani, explain!
It's ejector, flicker, and then he just pops off. It's... my God. It's a takeoff, all right? It's a takeoff for Nino there, unfortunately. He again displaying his mechanics back from Season 7, but he might be caught here.
Heavy spin, putting him down. Rossi doing some damage right now, picks up the kill. Only onto the roamer though. Supercan waiting in the bush. Gonna be spotted out. Udil going for more. Actually now jumping on a Supercan. Further airstrike gets popped in. Dark Knight falls as well. Supercan able to get the Cold Alter HP. But he does fall. 0, 2, and 0 for Supercan in game number 5.
Bigetron Alpha had the early game gold lead, but with the trades coming through with Supercan being taken down 2 times in the first 4 minutes of the game, Alter Ego have been able to alleviate the pressure that Bigetron Alpha were putting onto them. But now here, 10 seconds left onto the next neutral objective. And it looks like so far, Rossi has been doing a good job at opening up the map and even taking some kills for himself. But 2-0-1 in the early game, is that the KDA you want on a roamer?
2-0-1 at this point. You're Natalia, you might. It's all right? You need also somehow damage items, so 2 kills. Not that bad, considering that Celibo is on an Ikai, so a tank, jungler, I feel like it's still okay, but it would be preferred on towards perhaps Udil or Nino still.
All right, Bigetron now, so Rizzo.
They've swapped lanes.
They have.
Interesting.
Oh, the bottom lane.
Yeah, 1-1 getting dove on, but that's, oh my God, I believe the ejector utilized by Key with the unstoppable force to actually bring Rossi back, and the kill was picked up by Supercan, who desperately needed that kill. Bigetron Alpha with the lane swap, a very interesting move. They understand that the turtle is no longer in their control, and this is a good adjustment. Supercan gets brought into Udil with the ejector, and I guess that's the creativity they're looking for, as Udil jumps in with a stampede, bring them back. Supercan trying to deal some damage, but the Cold Alter has been placed down. Key will need to respect it. It's a turret traded in for the turtle.
That's a resource wasted though here. So Bigetron Alpha, if they're looking to fight, the time is now. Without the Cold Alter, the composition from Alter, oh my God, the damage, the pressure, the killing pressure that Rossi gives is just massive, right? But take a look at Bigetron picking their battles here, waiting for the right opportunity. Is not going to business just yet. Oh, they might be caught.
The cut right now with a heavy spin. Saken gonna be spotted out, looking for all the weakness points. Pops in. The needless. Oh my God! One more weakness point, but it will not come through. Alter Ego with a massive punish on Bigetron Alpha. 6 minutes in, gold lead still back and forth. Bigetron desperately looking for a trade on the map with the mid lane turret and the top lane. Hellkirk, Supercan committing and finding that turret to trade back on.
But Alter Ego gonna be able to get a turret there in the bottom side, so even the trades are happening, but Bigetron Alpha still have a little bit of a lead in terms of that gold, and we're talking about the items, right? And here we see it. Jawhead, no damage items whatsoever.
That's just the base damage then.
Yeah.
Holy. Wow.
So there you go. Anti-Cuirass already built as well as the first item here, trying to negate the damage from the side of Carry, and of course the Natalia, the burst physical will be negated. And now it's going to be looking at the items as well. It's just corrosion here, nothing too fancy, nothing too crazy just yet. But of course Rossi on that Natalia will have that late tendencies. Oh, Sally Boy caught.
They're trying to force the heavy spin, I believe, right now, right before the turtle spawns, but they weren't successful at that. Look at Supercan. He's going to get dove on now by Rossi. He's able to escape. Third turtle. Oh, Key on solid force. That's a heavy spin. Baited out. Massive resource baited out. Bigetron Alpha will have an advantage coming into the next turtle.
It's going to be very interesting to see, all right? Bigetron Alpha, they finally managed to bait that resource out, so it's going to be a no contest, it seems like, here for the side of Alter Ego. Bigetron will claim the last turtle, so no perfect turtle for the side of Alter Ego Esports. They will share it 2-1. But let's see here. Alter Ego Esports with this Natalia, I don't see the control, the map control. Sure, killing presence, yes, but the map control here seems like still is favoring Bigetron Alpha in the mid side. Here, trying to zone away. But oh my God, Key.
A miss. But he does find Sully Boy right now with all the weakness points popped in. Saken is looking for the crossbow tang. Is going to be able to find it right now on the Sully Boy, but he gets out of range in time. Supercan now petrified and taken down. Nino finds the kill. Bigetron Alpha, they secure the turtle, but they lose their jungler in a pickoff that they started.
Wow, 1-3-0 already. Very different to what we're accustomed to for the KDA of Super Ken in particular. But Bigetron Alpha still with a healthy 1,000 gold lead. It can definitely shift in favor of Alter Ego if they find the momentum. But the side lanes, they're still pushing in favor of Bigetron.
Very, right? 1,000, it's 1,000, but it's not much. But it's a good foundation because take a look at the map, right? 3 turrets taken out here forward side of Alter Ego. So Bigetron Alpha, they have more map to play around with. They can play the bot, top, and as well as mid. And it seems like it's gonna create Rasi a tougher job here to somehow withstand and balance the map out. Let's see though, it's a gank from Alter Ego. It's a 5-man rotation. Let's see, will they commit to this?
All Key.
Unstoppable force onto Udo, bringing him back with ejector right now, but Key is gonna be pinned down and he will be the one taken out. Zaken looking for all the weakness points, gets in onto Pi. Has the crossbow of Tang, but will not utilize it. Bigetron Alpha have lost their lead completely. Alter Ego with the kills and their objective takes are able to equalize it on the board again.
Listen, right, their brand here, Alter Ego, is family. And that is why they are rotating as 5. Take a look at the items here already. Hunter Strike built for Yudzong, so that Petrify, the combination of skills that Yudzong has can take Super Ken down or Moreno. They need to be careful of this, or even Saken, right? And to add to that, Nino has collected enough items to fight, and that is also why they are starting to rotate as 5, not as 4, as 5. So they need to be careful of that as well because it can backfire. Take a look at top side already. They are low-key rotating as 5, but they will sacrifice that inner turret. Will it cost them? It's still up in the air. Perhaps they want to activate that Magic Sentry, which they immediately did. Activate the Magic Sentry, and let's see here. The Lord, it seems like, will be resetted still. Bigetron Alpha, it's just a 50-50 game, honestly.
50-50, but the real-time win probability favors Bigetron Alpha for the moment because of how many objectives they have on the map. But there you go, heavy spin baited. Do Bigetron Alpha want to pull the trigger?
They need to. That was what they were waiting for. Chorizo actually baits it out. It's on a lower cooldown than Flicker, so it might still be worth it for Alter Ego if they can play it out, if they can stop Bigetron Alpha from taking this Lord, but it doesn't seem like Bigetron Alpha want to give them that luxury. Mid lane being cleared out, top lane being slow push, concealed play, popped in. Saliboy going to be engaged on right now. He's still able to dash out. Keep still holding on to the Alcel enforcement in the back line. Rossi dives in. Super Ken's looking for the back line as well. Nino is able to burst Chorizo down. That's the front liner taken out. The battle, the retribution comes down, and it's Saliboy who secures it for Alter Ego. The ejector from Key doesn't help Super Ken in the end. Alter Ego, no heavy spin, no problem.
What in the world is happening? Alter Ego once again with a favorable trade. 2 kills, a Lord as well. 1,700 gold lead. We gotta see that again.
Yeah, I gotta run it back, right? I mean, Chorizo here, he insta-melted, right? Unfortunately, for side of Bigetron, they lost Lord Saliboy again this series. His retribution, woo, 100, not 100%, but it's just very reliable. 2,500 gold lead now, Alter Ego Esports after that exchange, and they will definitely get more. Lord is still very healthy outside. Let's see though, it's a 3-wave push. Bigetron Alpha, they need to take care of this. Let's see how they will defend.
Shadow Stampede popped in mid lane, micromanaged properly. Black Dragon form now being popped in by Pies. The airstrike comes down, but Moreno is going to be cancelled out. Keep looking for a pick on the Jawhead. Has the flicker to look for it, but they will not be able to do it. Top lane, micromanaged again by Bigetron Alpha, sending Super Ken up. But man, Alter Ego, they got through. They weathered the storm, that early game where Bigetron Alpha had most of the control.
And it's not going to be easy, even if they want to go for a siege though, right? Sure, they've taken it back, but it's different to when they approach a fight outside of the base as compared to when they go for it into the base. Because Bigetron Alpha, they have the high ground, they have the Farsa. And the thing is, in that previous team fight where Alter Ego Esports was able to get the Lord and 2 members off the board, Rossi was able to cancel that Feather Airstrike because of how they were situated. So Alter Ego, they need to think about this, but they go in full onto Chorizo. He gets taken down here, and that's a member off the board. Looks like Alter Ego might want to pull the trigger once again.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, with a man advantage, they should pull the trigger. But with that in mind, Bigetron, they realize that, but they want to defend the mid side. Will they be able to? Oh, they still can. So it seems like Bigetron, with the feather airstrike, they are able to buy enough time to just revive, well, not revive, just to hold that structure in the mid side and help it stand.
Yeah, protect it at all costs, right? Don't give Bigetron Alpha more map pressure than they already do. This was a little bit similar to one of the games we watched earlier, right? Alter Ego had more of a lead, but it only took one mistake that was punished and capitalized by Bigetron Alpha to turn the entire game around. So there is still a chance for Bigetron Alpha for sure to come back. But here, you can see here already a setup for the next turtle. They're looking to bait Sellyboy once again, but we saw even with the bait, Sellyboy was still able to get the Lord.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why he's still hovering around. He's so confident, right? You know, look at the situation right now. It is actually Alter Ego with the lead, but they are the ones pressured. Why? Because the far lane, the top side, is constantly pressured by none other than Sakin, right? Of course, assisted by Key, but this might be war.
That's the pin down to Rizzo. Pinned down right now, but that's going to be the feathered airstrike zoning Nino away. The call altar has been baited in, and Key is looking for an engage now with the assault first and injector onto Nino, but he flickers onto the back. Moreno flickering out as well. Pi with Black Dragon form as the crossbow tag is able to deal some damage on the Sellyboy, but Moreno will fall to the hands of Pi. Rossi in the back, Rizzo falling. It's a disaster for Bigetron Alpha. 4-1 for Alter Ego.
Oh my god! One member left standing.
You want to end?
Mirko, Goni, is this the end of the red robots? 12 seconds
for Key.
10 seconds. Oh my god, Mirko!
They're counting down. Super Cat with the retribution saves the day. Buy some time. Alter Ego, they might have overcommitted here, but the minion waves comes down. It's going to be another wave to play with, but they defend. Bigetron Alpha just barely staying alive for now, but Alter Ego will still be able to utilize this once again onto the Lord. Bigetron Alpha, they need to work it out, man.
Oh my goodness. Mirko, you weren't shaking earlier. I bet you were nervous now, but thankfully, Key and Moreno, they're up in time to somehow provide and cover. It's a reset, but it's another engage.
Unstoppable force, getting him out. Ejector as well to disengage, but Rossi finds the assassination in the back. Sakin trying to run away. Spy jumps in with the Black Dragon form. Super Ken gets spotted in the bush, pops the Dark Knight Falls just to disengage the defensive maneuvers from Bigetron Alpha as Marky watches from the back rooms. Alter Ego will be able to take the Lord for free.
Wow, and over, right? It's not Pi that goes into the back line, it's Rossi. 5-1-3 KDA already eliminating the burst threat coming in from Moreno every time they go for a team fight, and that is the impact that Natalia has in this game.
My goodness, what an opening match, what a treat, right? It has been a 2-2, and game 5 hasn't been disappointing. And it seems like now still Alter Ego. Still, take a look at the total kills, right? 15-5, my goodness. But it's only a 3,000 gold lead. So Bigetron Alpha, with their current composition now, they have the Dark Knight Falls, they have the Feather Airstrike, which they can utilize to defend this Lord. And of course, they have that crossbow with Tang. So again, comebackable, all right, for Bigetron Alpha. Alter Ego Esports, though, they need to stay disciplined if they really want to end the game. Don't overextend, don't overcommit. Don't make no more mistakes, because Bigetron Alpha can wipe you out and end the game there.
Very low chances of that comeback, though, as Alter Ego utilized the map pressure with a 3-wave push. Bigetron Alpha still able to actually clear out the Lord. Black Dragon form getting popped here by Pi to zone the members away. Super Ken baiting out 2 ultimates. A massive bait, but now the mid waves have been crashing down into the base. The base is wide open, but he finds the ejector. Nino gets brought back to the team. Now the damage comes down, and Moreno finds a shutdown. Unstoppable force on the silly boy. Chorizo's dealing the damage, taking some more. Saken going for the chase, but has to deal with the minions. Bigetron Alpha, they lose a base turret, and they catch Nino. They're still in this game.
I am ready for a 30-minute game, ladies and gentlemen. 15-6. And take a look at this, right? 18 minutes in. Rossi jumps in.
Supercan versus Rossi! And it's Rossi who gets the kill, and it's worth it for... I don't know. Is it, who is
I
it
guess
worth it for?
Supercan got the shutdown.
Exactly. On paper, it should be the jungler
Yeah.
who loses out in the trade, but he does get the shutdown. So, Gani...
I gotta say, at this point, right, it's worth it towards Supercan. They needed that, right? They needed to somehow stabilize on that gold department. And with that shutdown, take a look at the gold already shifting towards Bigetron Alpha. Sure, you can argue it's 19 minutes, Gani. You don't really need items, but take a look at the items. Not all of the heroes are at full items. 1-1, though, will definitely be at full items, adding that anti-cuirass to negate the damage from, again, Natalia. But if you take a look at carry here, 2 somehow defensive items, right? 1 for physical, Wind of Nature. Sure, it adds attack as well, but Athena Shield is a must. Why? Because they have the glue, they have the Farsa that can burst the carry down. So, of course, Nino understands that, and he builds that, but it's another reset for both of the teams. Alter Ego Esports, who were looking good at 3 minutes ago. It seems like now Bigetron Alpha has an equal chance. Let's see, though. Another opening might happen here. Both teams, though, this time, they're taking it slow. All right? Bigetron Alpha, they managed to equalize in this game. All right? They were behind 3,000. They were behind on structures as well. But slowly but surely, they're low-key catching up now, looking at the flickers and as well as the Inspire. Bigetron Alpha, they're ready for a fight, and that's why they are baiting in the Lord pit. Let's see, though. Will Alter Ego be baited?
Okay, Unstoppable Force and the Ejector Flicker. Rossi with flanks right now. This might be massive as Chorizo gets chunked low. They need to reset the Lord. Moreno spotted Rossi out. Now he's looking for Chorizo actually with Immortality, and he baits out the Feathered Airstrike, another big ultimate. The conceal play now with the heavy spin popped in. He can even be brought back onto the team. Masakin kites away. He doesn't have the Immortality, he will fall. And it's a disaster once again. Chorizo! His Immortality has been popped! Supercan looking for the play, but the call Alter comes down to save the day for Alter Ego. Bigetron Alpha had to concede another Lord, but this time around, it's the evolved Lord. Supercan, I don't think you want to go for this. He doesn't. He needs to back away. The Feather Airstrike comes down. The Winter Truncheon is popped. Udel has baited another resource.
Wow, Alter Ego once again with a Lord take. They're gonna have the advantage when it comes down to the siege as well. 1,500 gold lead is back for Alter Ego. And look at the damage dealt, right? Udil, Nino doing the damage. Moreno is a little far below because of how baited the ultimate has been and how it gets cancelled a lot by Pai as well as Rossi. But once again here, Bigetron Alpha, they do have the high ground. Will they be able to defend once again?
Saken zoned away by the Black Dragon form, but he's able to bait it out properly. Look at that spin by Silly Boy! Supercan in the midst! Alter Ego, they have risen! And Bigetron Alpha, they will be knocked out in the first day of the playoffs! Alter Ego have done it!
Alter Ego! They are now officially advancing to the next stage. Meanwhile, take a look at the other side of the coin. Bigetron Alpha. Their journey will end here right now.
Wow. Unpredictable result here for our opening match. And if the coach was worried of the 3-2, they get it. But it's Alter Ego finally progressing in their playoff run for the first time in 3 seasons. The journey that this team has gone through has been intense. If we thought that Bigetron Alpha had a shaky regular season, Alter Ego had a rough one. Lose streak for so long in that first leg. Eventually, they were able to win. They were with aura fire in that red zone for so long until Nino finally stepped into that gold lane, replacing Rizel. It felt like they finally found their main five, and they're gonna progress into the playoffs. Next stop, RRQ.
Next stop, RRQ, and it seems like that Alter Ego still respecting their opponent here in Bigetron Alpha. But my goodness, what a journey from Bigetron Alpha. What an opening season for Superken and Saket.
We got a moment here for Bigetron Alpha as they will do speech, I believe, on stage. One last sign of respect from their manager, Audi.
Tes. Tes.
Cek.
Cek. Oke. Pertama-tama perkenalkan, nama saya Odi, saya tim manager dari Bigetron Alpha. Dan saya nggak ingin berbicara banyak, saya hanya ingin bilang thank you juga buat para fans-fans yang sudah datang, yang sudah dukung kita selama season 11 ini. Maaf sekali lagi kita belum memberikan yang terbaik buat kalian, tapi yang saya bisa janjikan adalah tentunya kita bakal bisa improve terus ke depannya. Gitu aja. Dan yang kedua tentunya buat Alter Ego, sukses terus. Semoga kalian di playoff bisa lebih jauh lagi. Dan semoga juga siapapun yang mewakili Indonesia di MSC nanti bisa membawa pulang piala internasional sekali lagi ke Indonesia. Dari kita gitu saja terlebih dulu. Dan supaya nggak lebih lama lagi, thank you sekali lagi.
Cek.
Alpha for season 11. Despite not getting the most success in your playoffs, you definitely have a team worth building on. So much promise, so much potential. They just need a little bit more experience.
You're right. This is the playoffs. It's not regular season. And it's proven, right? I mean, again, I want to repeat. Rookie, Superken, and Saken. Amazing display of performances. But it seems like they have to bow down to the experience that Alter Ego has. Remember, it was Bigetron always leading the series 1-0, 2-1. But equalizing Alter Ego, they were able to equalize in that last game, in that game 4. And in game 5, that jawhead pick did not pay off.
It didn't, so we'll take it to the host for the interview with Alter Ego.
Wow, Alter Ego! Dan BSM diakhiri dengan 3-2, poin yang sangat-sangat tipis. Dan inilah dia pemenang kita. Bigetron Alpha sudah terhenti perjalanan, tapi kita boleh melihat mereka lagi di esok hari.
Wow! Dan di sini sudah ada Alter Champs banyak banget. Dari tadi suaranya kenceng banget. Bisa nggak kita dengar sekali lagi mana suara Alter Champs?
Bergema. Kemenangan derby STM ini cukup menarik, di mana di regular season kalian makan telur terus pas derby STM. Tapi di babak playoff kalian bisa ngedapetin kemenangan. Dan bahkan dagdikdukser nggak sih Kak Pai? Kasih tahu Kak Pai.
Kenapa regular season kita kalah mulu ya? Ya udahlah, lagi juga cuma regular season kan, kita fokus turnamennya di playoff bukan regular season.
Buset.
Kelas kan?
Alasannya pinter ya, padahal kalah ya.
Iya kalah benar, cuman nggak fokus aja. Fokusnya ke playoff lebih.
Tapi apa yang kalian temuin sih pas mungkin nggak kalian lakuin pas regular season terus kalian lakuin di sini pas ngelawan tim Bigetron?
Yang ditemuin nggak ada sih. Paling kepedean mereka aja.
Wow. Tapi ya ngomong-ngomong tadi kan kita sempat ngobrol nih sama Ripo sama Flapsy. Terus mereka tuh sama-sama suara prediksinya tuh BTR yang bakalan masuk nih untuk mendapatkan tiket MSC 2023.
Yes.
Tapi ternyata kalian nih Alter Ego yang akhirnya memulangkan Bigetron Alpha. Menurut kalian gimana tuh dengan prediksinya?
Santai dulu gak sih?
Santai dulu.
Lagi juga dari seluruh penjuru kota yang ada juga pasti bakal dukung BTR yang menang. Bapak saya aja dukung BTR yang menang.
Loh, kamu minta orang tuamu datang ke sini untuk mendukung BTR?
Ya, dukung BTR. Tapi nggak apa-apa, buat BTR semangat aja. Kalian tetap menang kok di orang-orang yang prediksi kalian.
Wow. Kak Pai, ini spesial banget. Sebenarnya Bude penasaran. Katanya Kak Pai itu minta orang tua datang kalau pas playoff selalu. Ada apa di balik permintaan Kak Pai ke orang tua itu setiap playoff?
Nggak ada hal khusus sih sebenarnya. Kalau datang terus-terusan regular season mahal kan ongkos dari rumah. Itu aja sih Bude. Nggak ada hal khusus, iya.
Nah tapi tadi ya pas Kak Pai itu masuk orang tuanya apalagi bapaknya tuh langsung Pai tepuk tangan. Masa sih dukung BTR?
Enggak kan itu bercanda aja.
Bercanda.
Nggak bisa diajak bercanda.
Ada pesan-pesan gak buat bapaknya sama ibunya sama adek sama kakaknya ya datang ya semuanya?
Iya. Pesan-pesannya pasti ya sehat-sehat aja lah terus buat papa sama mama karena kalau nggak sehat-sehat dapat rezeki banyak segala macam percuma juga kan kalau nggak sehat mending sehat-sehat aja terus.
Sehat aja. Besok diminta datang lagi nggak?
Datang kalau bisa.
Datang ya Om, Tante.
Ya, tapi Alter Ego kita ngeliat juga tadi, oh my Rasi. Untuk kali pertama mengeluarkan Natalinya di babak playoff. Ada apa gerangan? Apakah khusus untuk ngelok satu player dari Bigetron, dari Super Ken, atau memang ada sesuatu di balik munculnya Natali oh my Rasi?
Apa ya? Kayak Nata gue diajarin Leo Murphy Bude makanya jago. Gitu. Iya.
Gitu?
Iya.
Jempol?
Oke.
Oke.
Gak kedengeran, pasti Bude gak denger.
Gak kedengeran Rasi? Coba ngomong apa tadi?
Tadi Bude bertanya apa?
Nah, oke. Diulang lagi deh Bude biar jelas nih.
Kenapa tadi pakai Natali? Udah intinya itu.
Iya, disuruh Navari sih. Sama apa ya? Mau bungkam netizen aja bilang gue cuma bisa main support.
Bude, tadi kan kita ngobrolin orang tuanya Pai yang datang khusus. Katanya ada pesan khusus nih dari orang tuanya Pai. Ada bapaknya Pai katanya mau ada pesan-pesan khusus. Mana nih bapaknya Om? Halo.
Pesannya khusus untuk Pai dan tim Alter Ego. Sukses terus. Besok bisa win lagi.
Wow, makin semangat nih ya. Wow. Tapi ya, BTR ini salah satu tim yang sangat diunggulkan juga pada saat regular season karena ada kehadirannya Super Ken.
Ngomong.
Iya, ini pertanyaan buat kamu nih, Jelly Boy. Kalau kamu gimana nih head to head sama Super Ken yang di sanjung-sanjung belakangan?
Oh itu udah jawabannya udah ada di Udil.
Loh. Kan lawannya kamu. Oke, Udil.
Oke.
Silahkan Udil.
Halo guys, Alter Ego lagi buka investasi bodong. Namanya Binom Gel. Jangan lupa download ya guys ya.
Deal. Hari-hari ya Udil nih. Tapi memang sesuai perkataan kalian juga pas terakhir. Udil udah bilang gak usah try hard gitu ya Cil. Udah gitu ya Dil ya.
Betul.
Dan pada akhirnya seperti ini hasilnya. Cukup puas dengan pertandingan tadi?
Cukup puas Bude.
Tapi besok kalian bakal ngelawan tim RRQ selanjutnya. Ini ya, apakah yang kalian nantikan juga untuk melawan RRQ?
Nggak tahu Bude, buat masalah-masalah RRQ tanya aja ke coach kita Navari. Navari lawan nasi uduk besok ya, tolong.
Tolong ya.
Seru banget ya Bude ya. Jadi gak sabar. Jadi teman-teman semuanya besok juga nanti Alter Ego akan bermain lagi dengan RRQ.
Yes. Celi Boy, ada yang mau disampaikan? Tadi kayaknya mau ngomong sesuatu. Gak jadi.
Udah dilempar ke Udil.
Udah, oke. Dan sekali lagi yuk kita kasih tepuk tangan untuk tim Alter Ego.
Gokil.
Gokil. Luar biasa dan seperti kita akan langsung nge-breakdown seperti apa permainan mereka dari analis. Dan juga ada guest analis kita Profesor KB dan juga Kolio, silakan break it down.
Congratulations, Alter Ego, once again, as you guys get to move on to the next stage of the playoffs. But it's not going to be easy, as they are going to have to face the Kings of Kings next, RRQ. But of course, coming back into this matchup, wow, 3-2 Alter
Crazy.
Ego against a lot of people's expectations. Alter Ego really brought the big guns, and it was funny, right? Because during the interview, they mentioned that they weren't focused on they weren't focused on the regular season. They were focused on the playoffs, and it's ironic because before Alter Ego were really strong in the regular season for quite a while, right? At some point, they were #1 on the standings, right? What season was that?
Season 6.
Season 6.
Season 7. Season 8.
Alter Ego.
All those seasons. They've always been one of the top teams in the regular season, but they've always fell flat in the playoffs. Here, it's the opposite.
Exactly.
6th place in the regular season. And hey, maybe this is the start of the winning streak in the playoffs for Alter Ego. But for Bigetron Alpha, it's a very unfortunate match in the end, losing it. But hey, if there's a way to lose it with these two new rookies, it's with the full veteran lineup of Alter Ego, who really showed class this time around up against Bigetron Alpha. A lot of people counted them out in the series, similarly to how a lot of people counted out Aura Fire in the first round of the playoffs last season. And right now, Bigetron Alpha sent out first.
Yeah, I mean, again, you cannot learn without doing mistakes, right? You need to somehow fail first to really learn to mature as a person and as a player, right? So perhaps with this L in this first playoffs for their season, Super Ken and Saken in particular, perhaps then they can develop into beasts next season, right? And again, Bigetron Alpha, this was I feel like the concern that I got from, it's just experience, right?
Exactly.
They're rookies, it's a different stage. Sure, regular season, it was a breeze for their side, but it's playoffs, man. It's the best of 5, whole different ball game, and it shows that they show quality in that game. They low-key choked, but they also did their best in that game, right? In that series in particular. Alter Ego, different story. Being down 1-0 doesn't phase them. They can climb back up. Being down 2-1 doesn't phase them. They can climb back up. And when it's game 5,
it's switch flipping time.
They switch. And this is also why I want to show you something here.
What does that say, Gani?
Okay, sorry, right? It hasn't been...
Cameraman.
Experience.
Cameraman. What does it say, cameraman?
Experience. Well, you can read them out.
Okay, we
Experience.
Over.
Talents.
All right, so, yeah. And the robots, unfortunately. But experience here. It's the playoffs. It's a different ball game. It's just a very, very good example where Udil, Nino, Selly Boy, very, very top-notch their mindset, right? It's all about the mindset here in the playoffs here. Doesn't matter, you're down 1-0, 0-2 perhaps. It's just mindset. Reset, and they're able to bounce back. Unfazed
Jawhead
mindset.
Pick, unfazed.
Also, right, that jawhead pick was a gamble.
A big
also
one.
Another thing that I wanna switch my here.
Whoa.
All right.
What?
That's magic.
There's another one.
Family is everything.
Family is everything.
All right, Vin Diesel.
Exactly.
There's a little note in the top.
RRQ soon. It's just it's
a teaser to what's next for Alter Ego.
Right. Yeah, indeed.
But this is your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It's Rossi on the Natalia. And I gotta give it to him, right? Even though he's not known for his initiator roamers, on the Natalia, he was able to have a huge impact in the game, able to cancel a lot of those feather airstrikes, just render Moreno useless. The man who
Yeah.
was able to get those MVPs in a row.
Exactly, right. He just embodies his inner Beloy. It seems like he embraced his inner Beloy here. 7 kills, 3 assists. Really, creates a havoc in the early game though. I thought that this Natalia wasn't really shown, but mic checks.
30. Kelas tadi. Hati-hati gua. Dia mau buka nih. Lihat gua ya. Mau enggak? Gua tarik. Kebuka tuh. Mati. Nolti. Mati. Nice. Lihat gua nih. Gua tarik ini dia. Mati. Kebuka tuh. Nice. Nolti grok ya dulu. Tower cat. Oke, tower. Jadi halen ya. Gulti. Gua tower. Lihat gua. Gua tarik. Mati. Edit dia. Nice. Boleh. Masih bisa. Kalau bisa lock. Lihat gua. Nice. Mati.
Nggak ada flicker. Gas pai. Gas aja.
Warnanya udah ulti ke gua. Aman gua, guys. Gas saya ganyang terus. Nice. Low banget. Agak kena.
Mid, bisa mid. Pas wifi. Kaja dari belakang, no. Kaja flicker.
Ajar BK bocil.
Nice kill. Main.
Jangan nge-chase. Ajar depan.
Elis.
Warna masih ada ulti, Pai. Hati-hati,
Winter.
Nice, Pai. Santai.
Nice. Santai. Kita menang.
Lihat. Awas dimainin. Gak apa-apa. Mati lo.
Nice.
Ya.
Nice guys.
Boleh. Gua tarik.
Perang.
Sabar ya, ulti gua 3 detik. Gua aman. Lihat bro dia. Perangin. Nice.
Mati. Gua bisa kena guys.
Bunuh. Nice.
Nice sayang.
Mau kejar pelan-pelan ya? Gua udah ulti. Let's can.
Gua udah ulti lo di sini.
Lemor no. Awas, ulti dia mor.
Low semua. Mati.
Nice mor.
Let's go.
Lengke. Ini Martis nih. Martis jauh, temannya jauh. Nice.
Ulti. Gua ulti. Gua ulti.
Masih bisa perang.
Ayo. Tuh, lihat. Gua ulti.
Lihat Korijo.
Sabar.
Nice.
Mati.
Oh, cakep sama
Gua TP.
aman. Kalem aja.
Santai lagi guys. Santai lagi, Bang. Korijo. Grok di atas. Nice.
Sprint.
Lihat Elisnya enggak?
Lihat.
Backup guys.
Ulti.
Santuy. Bantai no. Nice.
Enggak.
Dia mau majuin. Goltino.
Lihat. Kari gak bisa nih.
Mati Kari. Woi!
Lanjut atas. Santai no. Lanjut atas.
Kalem.
Anjay.
TB.
Bisa gitu, Bay. Kamera di gua aja.
Nice.
Siap.
Aman, HC aja dulu.
HC aman.
Nice. Lihat lordnya.
Dapat gua. Cabut.
Dapat guys. Nice.
Mid.
OTW gua.
No, gua depanin no. Udah ulti ke gua one-nya. Gua aman guys, gua aman.
Depannya dulu.
One-nya.
Mati.
Santai, Cok. Nice guys.
Kita menang, Cok. Bawah.
Glu.
Gua urus HC.
Kena dua.
HC sama gua guys. HC setengah darah.
Nice banget, gak?
HC mati. Imo. Lihat HC bro.
Saya udah cuek aja orangnya terus.
Mati bro.
Orangnya terus. Orang fokus.
Same roster, old lineup. They're not improving. They're blah blah. Hey, guess what? They just showed that they're better than the New Bloods with Rossi doing the signature pose.
It was incredible. Wow, I still can't believe it. What a way to open up the playoffs, right? Already such unpredictability. 3-2 all the way, best of 5, as we are going to take a look at the keys to success for Alter Ego.
they have a well-prepared draft, I must say, right? Especially game 4 and 5, where it matters, right? They were down to 1. In game 4, they were able to draft excellently and execute to perfection as well. Same as game 5 here with the Natalia last pick, with that Akai. It just adds more balance, right again? And of course, the counter setup with precise targeting by none other than Rossi, right? He was also an ex-Onyx player, if you don't know.
What's that supposed to mean?
He is also the key to, the win today.
All right. But yeah, going back to Alter Ego, we saw that even in their first match of the playoffs, they pulled a Mincetar in the EXP lane, and they picked up a Hellcurt, and they picked up... What else did they pick up that was weird?
They picked up the Natalia.
The Natalia? Okay, Rossi's picked up the Natalia before. So
Played Estes.
Estes
he
was
played
also,
everything,
but
honestly.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is
Mm-hmm.
watch out for more pocket strats and pocket picks from Alter Ego.
You know why Rossi's so good? You know why Rossi's so good?
I see you, Layla.
I want to see Layla. Sorry, what?
You want to see Layla?
Yes.
You did see that in MPL Malaysia.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it worked.
It did
Chiku won,
work.
right?
Chiku on the Layla. The man just, he's weird. And he makes the weird stuff work, which is so impressive, honestly. But Eterna, I think it's time to take them to something.
Are we going to take them to something?
Yep.
Oh, all right. Guys, before we get into match number 2, between EVOS as well as GEEK SLATE, there is going to be a fun match held in Indonesian. But for those of you who want to enjoy that, you can during the break, because
it's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun.
It's a fun match.
It's a fun match between Team Fonzie and Team Jerome Paulin.
Whoa.
They're big icons here in Indonesia. If you guys want to check that out. But ladies and gentlemen, me and Gani, we're going to say goodbye for now. See you tomorrow. But don't worry, your Mirko will still be at your service for the next upcoming match. So on that note, thank you guys, and we'll see you after the break.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah. Awesome.
Awesome. Awesome is for everyone.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
My Galaxy! My awesome screen. My awesome camera. Long lasting. Battery life. My awesome screen. My awesome camera.
Long lasting battery life.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Awesome is for everyone.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
My galaxy! My awesome screen. My awesome camera. Long lasting. My awesome screen. My awesome camera.
Long lasting. Battery life.
Awesome. Awesome.
Awesome is for everyone.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
Green
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
My galaxy! My awesome screen. My awesome camera. Long lasting. My awesome screen. My awesome camera.
Long lasting. Battery life.
Awesome. Awesome.
Awesome is for everyone.
Wow, match pertama pada babak playoff telah usai dan Alter Ego berhasil mengamankan posisi mereka masih terus melaju di babak playoff dan sayangnya Bigetron Alpha harus pulang pada babak playoff season 11 kali ini. Dan super fans di sini semuanya masih semangat, mana suaranya? Wow, dan seperti tadi udah ada bocoran-bocoran informasi kalau kita bakalan ada halftime fun match. Fun match seperti apa ya ini ya? Tapi sekali lagi kita tanyakan lagi deh ke teman-teman di sini. Maunya fun match yang seperti apa sih teman-teman? Hah? Apa? Kayaknya ada suara-suara epic. Itu tuh yang dua paling depan kayaknya kenceng banget suaranya dari tadi. Epic apa sih? Monica jadi penasaran di sini. Jadi kayaknya boleh nih dilihat-lihat kayaknya yang kenceng suaranya. Oh, Fonsi sama Kak Jerome ternyata. Yuk dong langsung ke sini. Yuk Fonsi sama Kak Jerome bisa langsung ke stage biar bisa ngejelasin ke kita semua apa sih yang dari tadi diteriakin epic fun match itu apa ya? Wow. Kak Jerome.
Halo.
Dan juga Fonsi. Hai. Ke tengah dong, ke tengah dong. Wah, kenapa? Manglingin ya? Ganteng ya?
Mirip.
Oh mirip, ganteng sama cantik. Oke kita ke tengah lagi dong, dikit lagi nih. Kayaknya Kak Jero maunya deket-deket Fonsi mulu nih, gak mau jauh-jauh ya.
Nah, ini kita,
Oke, biar sesuai gitu ya. Sesuai. Tadi tuh dari tadi neriakin epic. Maksudnya apa sih Kak Jero sama Fonsi?
Jadi aku sama Fonsi ini bakal ada epic surprise match bareng Galaxy Series 23 5G.
Oh, mana suaranya dong? Wow, jadi ternyata ini yang disebut-sebut fun match-nya epic. Tapi kan kalau main Mobile Legends tuh harusnya berlima ya satu tim. Ini kalian sendiri-sendiri doang apa gimana?
Oh enggak, kita sudah mempersiapkan tim.
Oh udah mempersiapkan tim.
Iya gak sih?
Kayak ragu-ragu nih gimana sih? Tim seperti apa? Kayaknya gimana? Kalian mau milih tim seperti apa?
Sebenarnya kita pilih-pilih dari penonton sih nanti.
Dari
Ini
penonton?
Ada banyak yang datang, kita pilih-pilih beberapa.
Wah, teman-teman di sini yang lagi nonton, ada yang mau main bareng Fonsi sama Kak Jerome nggak? Mana suaranya? Buset, dah pada angkat tangan semuanya ya di sini. Nah, tapi ya, ini kalau gitu berarti mau ngambil dari bawah? Teman-teman dari
nanti
bawah?
kita ada ambil dari tribun juga, sama nanti aku ada tim pokoknya.
Ada tim. Kalau gitu langsung aja deh, langsung dijemput atau dipilih nih penonton-penontonnya yang mau. Kayaknya satu-satu nih. Fonsi dulu bisa tuh.
Ayo Fonsi.
Ditarik deh ke atas sini ya. Langsung Kak Fonsi. Yang mana? BTW selama ini Kak Fonsi kan lagi mau milih. Oh, ternyata
ini tim aku ada Thomas, Chesty, sama Arbi yang menang giveaway dari Samsung ID. Ayo guys.
Oke, ternyata ada pro player juga.
Ya.
Dan ada juga yang menang.
Ini udah berempat ya?
Giveaway. Udah
Satu lagi
berempat.
aku.
Nah itu tuh ada suaranya katanya boleh diadu.
Satu lagi yang
diadu.
itu deh tuh yang itu ya.
Yang mana Fonsi?
Ya itu dia.
Yang mana? Ya oke. Sepertinya sudah lengkap ini dia tim Fonsi dan juga Jerome. Jadi Jerome akan bermain sendiri Jerome?
Enggak dong.
Oke,
Tunggu,
bisa
aku
langsung.
melihat di sini ada temanku. Let's go. Fior.
Oh.
Fior. Bro Taka. Halo bro. Yuk main. Oh ini sama pemenang giveaway dari Samsung di Twitter. Yeay.
Ada
Yuk.
pemenang dari giveaway
Oh.
juga.
Mau main mas.
Oke,
Boleh.
ini milih.
Yo.
Naik. Ini udah lengkap. Mungkin bisa dijelasin lagi nih timnya Jerome seperti apa. Tadi kan Fonsi udah jelasin nih timnya. Kalau Jerome ini siapa aja?
Timnya ada Jerome.
Ada Taka.
Bintang.
Pior.
Najib.
Siap.
Oke, ini udah keren banget. Tapi penasaran gak sih? Ini kalau kedua tim ini strateginya kayak apa? Tapi BTW Jerome memang main Mobile Legends. Main.
Sekali.
Main. Oke, biasanya pakai hero apa? Terus mainnya role apa biasanya?
Biasanya pakai Nana. Rollnya, ya Nana. Terus ada skin gajah kan. Tadi aku disuruh pakai skin gajah tadi. Terus rollnya support ya aku ya. Ya support.
Oke, tapi strategi kali ini ada nggak?
Strategi kali ini ngikut bos Taka aja sama Fior.
Oke, nah kita udah denger ini dari Jerome. Dari Fonsi jangan mau kalah dong.
Ya.
Udah siapin strategi apa? Pagi ini pro player lagi kayaknya keren-keren.
Jadi strategi aku nanti aku jadi tank. Naik mobil Johnson. Terus nanti aku sama Thomas kita mau combo gitu. Jadi jadi Thomas Iya pokoknya strategi kita kurang lebih combo-combo gitu guys.
Oke, jadi udah ada bocoran-bocoran strategi walaupun lebih banyak ketawanya Fonsi yang manglingin ya. Biar itu bisa jadi strategi juga ya. Biar siapa tahu nih lawannya terganggu konsentrasinya karena pangling sama ngelihat Fonsi ya. Oke, nah teman-teman semuanya tentunya kali ini bakalan seru banget karena para pemain ini bakal main games dengan Samsung Galaxy S23 Series Epic Performance with Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 4 Galaxy. Jadi teman-teman semuanya bisa langsung dapatkan Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G dengan epic cashback hingga 2 juta rupiah hingga 9 April 2023. Jadi jangan sampai kalian ketinggalan. Ini udah tanggal berapa sih? Jadi jangan pokoknya sampai lewat tanggal 9. Kapan lagi kalian bisa dapat HP yang epic banget, bagus banget. Kita bakalan buktiin melalui fun match kali ini. Seseru apa fun match kali ini dan sebagus apa sih Samsung Galaxy S23 Series? Langsung aja nih kedua tim. Sportivitas tos dulu dong, terus langsung duduk ke meja. Wow.
Hey. Bro.
Oke, nggak sabar lagi nih. Silakan langsung duduk ke meja panas, kursi panas masing-masing. Tos lagi, kayaknya nggak berhenti nih ya. Monica yang di sini bingung. Oke, silakan langsung aja ke kursi panas masing-masing. Tim Jerome dan tim Fonsi.
Keren
dan
banget
langsung aja sudah ada caster yang siap di sana. Langsung aja, casters, take it away.
Banget prosesornya Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 4 Galaxy yang pastinya mengoptimalkan perangkat untuk main game agar nge-kill enemy lebih smooth dan no more lagging.
Jadi nggak ada lag-lag lagi tuh ya?
Gak ada alasan, wah aduh nge-lag, aduh.
Aduh panas nih handphonenya, udah ya stop dulu ya, gimana ya panas banget, aduh ini ada di depan, udahlah teman-teman ya.
Dia.
Ini nanti tolong dari hari terakhir dari pagelaran playoff ini,
diamankan.
Tolong diawasin ya, karena bisa jadi mungkin saya. Saya jujur-jujuran aja.
Saya juga siapa yang gak mau lah.
Iya kan, lu
karena kan aku anaknya push rank banget ya.
Wah.
Aku benar-benar lagi nge-push banget nih.
Oke.
Sama kan?
Sama.
Nah kan kita butuh baterai yang kapasitasnya besar juga dan disediakan 5.000 mAh pastinya.
5.000 mAh tuh ya, udah gede banget. Yang lain mungkin hanya sekitar 3.000, 4.000, kita 5.000 mAh. Itu kalau kita main dari sekarang 5.000 sampai kita nanti punya anak 2 ya di charger juga.
Benar.
Kalau lama banget kalau itu enggak nyampe situ juga.
Enggak begitu ya teman-teman. Tapi teknologinya juga 120 Hz refresh rate.
Itu dia.
Yang lebih cepat dan dynamic AMOLED 2x 2 kali. Gimana tuh?
Bang, tapi kan kita nantinya bang, kalau kita pakai layar Super AMOLED gini apalagi untuk X gini bang. Aduh kalau nanti kenapa-kenapa pecah nanti kita gantinya mahal. Hei bro, nanti kalian kalau kita bacakan di sini harganya tercengang. Ya kan? Harganya sangat terjangkau tuh. Kurang apa lagi. Jadi buat kalian semua langsung aja. S23 sudah menanti kalian.
Benar.
Sudah menanti untuk langsung ada di genggaman kalian. Kurang apa lagi?
Dan mumpung sekarang lagi Ramadan nih, ada limited offer dari Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Dapetin hingga 2 juta trade-in.
2 juta?
Dan
sampai 2 juta tuh.
Iya, Galaxy Wearables dan free perlindungan Samsung Care Plus selama 6 bulan senilai 889.000.
Tuh, kurang apa lagi ini kalau di total jadi 2.900.000 tuh ya. Tuh banyak banget lagi kan bonusnya, emang awesome banget loh. Awesome banget pokoknya.
Awesome banget.
Awesome banget pokoknya.
Ini juga awesome banget, lihat. Fonzi
Aduh,
yang
ada
akan
kakak
bermain. Kalau tadi sebenarnya udah ditanya ya,
Iya.
dia nge-spill banyak banget.
Betul.
Informasinya dia bakal mau main Johnson yang dikombokan. Mungkin nanti sama Hati bakal main
Odet. Ini kayak sama hati sendiri dia. Rada keringetan seharusnya dia.
Tadi dia di belakang ngomong, jangan di-spill kebanyakan. Nah, tapi kalau misalkan ada fun fact-nya,
Iya.
Jerome Pauline,
Heeh.
ini cuma bisa main Nana. Nah, kan? Jerome Pauline, lihat.
Jadi user Nana dia.
Iya, dan
User
dibalik Nana gajah katanya. Lihat, yang menggunakan Jerome Pauline.
Coba.
Ini dia pakai Molina Smooch, pakai
Iya.
Molina Blitz,
Heeh.
dihitung.
Oh,
pakai
kalkulasinya
matematika.
ya.
Beuh, bukan
Ini
main.
rumusnya segini. Oke deh kalau begitu sekarang waktunya kita untuk masuk ke ban and pick.
Benar, tapi di tim Jerome ini ada yang menarik juga.
Apa?
Ada Ngapior.
Ngapior.
Apakah dia akan pakai Cyclop?
Gue kaget lagi kan. Ngapior.
Iya. Ada Cyclop.
Yep.
Bahkan Farsianya juga sering muncul menjadi signature juga nih.
Oke. Ini untuk Paramis sudah dihilangkan. Martis sudah di-ban pula. Agak serius mereka memang ban-banannya ya.
Ya kan ini memperebutkan
Apa?
tahta dan pride.
Ini pride sih jatuhnya
Pride,
nih.
bener.
Memang. Wah, ini dia nih. Bang Bang Poir.
Nih.
Kalau lu manggilnya Ngapior ya? Kalau gue
Ngapior.
Bang Poir biasanya
Oh,
manggilnya.
dibalik juga ya.
Iya.
Oh, Piornya yang balik.
Bener.
Aku ngapnya.
Iya, kalau kamu ngapnya kan, aku belakangnya.
Bener. Nah, ini first pick harusnya Nana gak sih sebelum di ban?
Iya, emang gak ada pilihan lain juga kan? Sulit
Iya.
memang.
Nanti kalau misalkan diambil Nananya, Jerome agak bingung nanti
Iya,
ya.
itu tadi ada Taka juga ya, ikut
Betul.
bermain juga bersama. Aduh.
Dan ini ada juga loh yang menang dari giveaway
Iya.
dari Samsung ID.
Yang menang dari activity ya, itu udah enak banget. Makanya kalian tuh langsung tetap pantengin aja tuh seluruh sosmed yang dimiliki oleh Samsung. Karena banyak sekali kegiatan-kegiatan bisa diikutin. Dan sekarang ada beberapa orang yang memang beruntung yang bisa ikut langsung main sama mereka.
Betul, aku mau turun aja jadi
Tidak bisa, saya
drafter
sendiri,
gimana?
saya sendiri
Oh
di
iya,
sini,
sorry,
saya sendiri. Saya kejar Anda ke sana, saya tarik lagi ke sini. Gimana?
Boleh, boleh.
Boleh?
Tapi ada Chessy juga nih.
Iya, ada.
Apakah Chessy ini udah terasuki arwah Kabuki? Nah kan, tiba-tiba main Melisa gitu. Melisa di band tapi, maaf. Nah kan, dan Jerome beneran pakai Nana karena memang CBN ya Jerome ini ya.
Iya.
Cuman bisa
Bentar.
Nana.
Gue Nana Gajah aja gue udah berharap dan ketemu gue di muka bumi.
Nana gajah pakai flame shot dan stiker Layla yang jebek. Melet. Itu udah paling epic banget tuh.
Udah paket komplit ya.
Bener, ini udah epic banget. Dan ini akan ditunjukkan se-epic apa Nana flame shot dan skin gajah dan stiker Layla.
Tolong jangan gunakan combo itu.
Jangan.
Buka puasa sebentar lagi.
Itu meresahkan soalnya.
Saya takut tidak bisa menahan amarah saya.
Jangan dong. Namanya jaga fun. Match first pick Nana karena ini Nana bukan sembarang Nana. Ini kalau misalkan dipanjangin namanya Nanatika. Nah, matematika kan dihitung semuanya, skillnya, kalkulasi mateng masuk semuanya. Gak ada yang namanya miskalkulasi.
Kamu salah. Sebenarnya nama panjangnya Nanakulasi.
Bener.
Iya, kan kalkulasi.
Bener.
Iya, kalkulasi. Nah, kalau kamu tadi apa?
Bukan Nanatika.
Bukan Nanatika. Bukan.
Nanakulasi ya.
Iya.
Wih, tapi ada Fanny dan kayaknya nih Angela bakal dipakai sama Ngapior nih.
Bentar, Ngapior nih bau-baunya mau pakai Fanny nih. Ngapior pakai Fanny.
Cakep. Apaan nih?
Terancam kita sakit hati. Dong, lihat.
Bener juga. Tapi ternyata dari tim Fonzi ini juga cukup serius ya.
Kak Fonzi pakai apa? Gue mau fokus ke Kak Fonzi aja.
Kak Fonzi tadi udah di-spill mau pakai Jongsong.
Wih keren banget deh.
Oke, mau pakai Johnson katanya.
Parah banget. Nah, ini
Mau
dia.
combo apa nih? Oh ini lagi apa namanya discuss.
Lagi discuss.
Nah kan Johnsonnya dipakai.
Ngap, tos dulu ngap. Nah, gitu ngap. Ini ngap Jerome nih.
Ngap Jerome.
Ini ngap Jerome, sebelah ngap Pior. Ini ngap Ponzi. Kenapa ngap semua nih jadinya?
Bener.
Mohon maaf.
Kalau yang ngeliat Fonzi emang kadang suka bikin mangap gitu ya. Ya kan.
Mohon maaf lahir dan batin.
Waduh. Belum, itu belum lebaran masih tanggal 20-an nanti ya.
Ya nyoba aja dulu.
Gak apa-apa. Tapi ini Fonzi pakai Johnson, jarang-jarang
Betul
loh.
loh, jarang-jarang wanita menggunakan Johnson.
Betul.
Iya
Nih,
kan?
ini kebalik.
Apa?
Di balik sosok Nana yang gemoy,
Heeh.
yang pakai adalah sosok pria tampan yang gagah.
Di balik Johnson yang memang kekar, penuh dengan bahan baja di dalam tubuhnya.
Dan suka melempar tang.
Suka melempar tang dan kunci Inggris. Di baliknya ada sebuah wanita. Sebegitu halus, lembut,
Iya, Fonzi.
mempesona. Luar
Mojang
biasa.
Bogor ini.
Hah?
Mojang Bogor.
Kamu sebagai orang Bogor gimana?
Bangga sekali.
Bangga ya. Saya juga selaku orang Bogor, saya
Boleh,
senang. Ya, ikut-ikut aja ngapa sih? Nggak boleh banget.
Enggak. Oh, kombonya adalah
Johnson dan juga ini. Lui.
Tapi biasanya Johnson ini kan kombinasi klasiknya sama Odette.
Biasa sama Odette, dulu pernah
Atau
sama Eudora.
Beatrix.
Dulu sama Eudora, Bu, juga Bu.
Akhir-akhir ini sama Beatrix.
Iya, sekarang sama Beatrix, sama Kadita pernah juga. Itu adalah kombo-kombo yang kadang sama Odette, tau nggak lo?
Kan udah ngomong tadi
Oh, iya.
yang pertama ya.
Iya, kan udah puasa.
Diulang lagi.
Iya, puasa. Emang nggak nyampe tadi memang,
Ya
ya kan?
ampun, glowing banget ya.
Mana?
Kayak pakai glowing one gitu.
Ah, kebakar dong.
Kitanya kebakaran lihat.
Oke. Kapan sih? Kakak.
Gak denger dia.
Ini menandakan kalau irbamnya itu kedap suara ya teman-teman. Suara kita udah sahol loh ini. Tidak dengar.
Berarti gak akan ada yang kayak, wah ini
Kan
dibocorin
makan
nih.
kadang ada yang nanya, Bang emang suara abang ngecaster tuh itu nggak sampai ke telinga player? Itu barusan kita pakai panggil.
Iya, enggak.
Antara emang nggak denger apa emang
Cuek.
cuek gitu. Nah, kapan sih nggak?
Enggak. Wah, ada Mia nih, ini hero BA. Kalau kalian punya aplikasi Mobile Legends di handphone Samsung kalian, gambarnya Mia. Makanya kita bisa lihat Mia muncul yang bakal dipakai sama Samo HT kan. Dan Chessy bakal pakai
ini
edit.
Wow.
Wah ini Nana gajah udah.
Nah, ini.
Nana flame shot gak sih?
Nah, Nana gajah itu yang pakai kostum, yang pakai skin slumber party kan?
Iya,
Iya
Nana
kan?
baju tidur.
Betul. Aduh, itu gue punya lagi skinnya, gue pakai.
Meresahkan gak?
Betul.
Nah kan. Nah tapi ini buat teman-teman yang dukung timnya Jerome atau tim Ponzi.
Iya.
Nah.
Boleh langsung nongol di kolom komen ya. Kalian timnya Ponzi apa timnya Jerome? Bisa langsung nongol di kolom komen, kita mau lihat segimana banyaknya yang mendukung tim Ponzi, segimana banyaknya yang mendukung tim Jerome.
Mungkin akan dibedakan dengan adanya kaum Hawa dan juga kaum Adam nih ya. Mungkin jangan silang aja gitu biar sama-sama imbang. Tapi ini dia fun match kita akan segera dimulai.
Oke, bintang ini mungkin dari activity ya?
Iya.
Pemenang activity, oke. Sementara ada Bel Nitafior.
Nitafior.
Iya. Di bagian tengah tuh Bang Jerome dengan menggunakan nananya maju mundur cantik. Namun untuk sekarang tempat yang berbeda, ada sebuah pergerakan memang dilakukan oleh Bang Nitafior untuk bisa memberikan bantuannya terhadap Jerome.
Nah ini ada fun fact juga mungkin buat yang nggak tahu nih, ada lingkaran kuning di bawah Nana itu menandakan pasifnya
Pasifnya
aktif.
ada, betul.
Kadang suka masih ada yang nanya nih pasifnya ada nggak nih Nana nih?
Iya, tinggal dilihat aja nananya di bawahnya itu ada lingkaran kuning atau tidak. Iya kan, lingkaran kuning, wih mantap lah itu.
Betul. Ada pasifnya,
Ada
jadi nggak
pasif.
bakal mudah untuk ditumbangkan. Tapi
Betul.
ini agak cukup ramai ya di tengah ya, kayak mereka laning masing-masing juga. Dan ini Nitafior sebagai support system terkuat kayaknya. Dari tadi nggak ninggalin Jerome sendirian. Kombinasi dua hero bocil tuh, Nana Angela.
Iya ya, Nana Angela ya. Betul juga. Ya, dari itu tuh liburan PAUD Lestari mereka main ke Lane of Dawn, Bu. Iya kan?
Combo Nangela ya.
Iya, PAUD Lestari lagi libur nih. Katanya, ayo kita ke Lane of Dawn. Ketemunya no, coba lihat sekarang.
Tuh kan
ada
di
Fonsi.
center.
Tuh, Fonsi udah nyenterin, udah kayak nyari belut malam-malam di area sungai pula. Belut mana ya, gue setrum nih gitu. Yang ke setrum betis sendiri.
Lagi nyari menang dia ya di situ, cari orang dulu disenterin. Tapi ini Fonzi ternyata memang sinergi banget sama HT. Tadi udah dibilang, ini mau main combo-komboan.
Iya.
Dan ini ada sedikit perbedaan.
Apa itu?
Ngapior yang nge-backup Jerome,
Heeh.
tapi Fonzi yang nge-backup ke arah HT. Dan ini kan dua lane yang berbeda ya.
Iya. Ini kita lihat aja nanti, selama apakah Nitafior akan sanggup untuk membackup pergerakan Jerome. Nah, apakah sampai menit kelima saja? Setelah itu udah, lu udah dewasa.
Bener, atau mungkin kalau sampai nunggu nanti ada ultimate,
Betul?
ada hard guard nanti,
Iya.
kan dia bisa kemana-mana tuh.
Coba lihat, ih ditas-tasin coba, gaya banget ngap. Buset, dan sekarang Fonzi di area dari River ada Nindya yang memang coba untuk bisa membantu dan juga mendapatkan ke arah Nitafior, tapi Naka dengan linknya mulai lompat ke bagian depan, ada Nindya yang langsung dihabak saja dengan satu lagi pergerakan Tempest of Blade. Zat first blood-nya pun tercipta, sementara untuk Fonzi berjalan sendirian, berubah sekarang menjadi mobil, akan mendapatkan diri ke arah mana, tapi ternyata Fonzi masih selamat. Tidak, Fonzinya terduduk dan juga masih bisa kabur sejauh ini dengan Vengeance yang diaktifkan.
Tapi Arby yang ternyata berhasil ditumbangkan di tangan dari Taka. Dan ini lihat Taka pakai link, itu gesit banget apalagi
Licin
pakainya
smooth.
Samsung Galaxy S23.
Parah. Samsung Galaxy S23 ini kalau gua boleh nih, kalau gua ada bootnya nih ya, gua jualan di depan nih. Weh, Apo sana masuk lah kemari dulu Apo, cari itu device terbaru gua Samsung Galaxy S23 gua paten banget. Yang Samsung lengan panjang lengan pendek masuk lah Apo, sana masuk dulu nih gitu kan.
Enggak, tapi karena tadi kan banyak promo ya, banyak cuan juga kan pastinya. Dan sekarang cuan udah didapetin sama tim Jerome. Dapetin turtle, dapetin 2 poin eliminasi. Tapi kita bisa lihat juga Cesian.
Disetrum tuh, mau kemana lu? Mau kemana? Najibnya terkurung, Nindya mencoba untuk memberikan bantuan sementara. Untuk Fonzi belum di center, belum mau menyari kebenaran di area tersebut. Kan biasa center nyari apa? Nyari kebenaran bang.
Bukan nyari pila ya, bukan juga ya. Tapi lihat Fonzi, rapid touchdown yang akan mengarah kemana nih, mencari korban. Tapi nampaknya Fonzi di sini nggak bawa siapa-siapa.
Iya.
Dia nggak menunggangi siapa-siapa nih, karena kan kelihatan kalau misalkan skin yang transformer ini nih, ada siapa yang di dalam mobilnya.
Dia hanya membawa semangat yang dia miliki.
Dan membawa niat ya.
Betul, niat. Nah, itu ditabrak dan bintangnya pun di area tersebut. Untungnya Samo HT ada di area tersebut pula, tapi ternyata Samo HT dengan penggunaan Mia-nya masih belum bisa mendapatkan bintang karena bintang langsung dirasukin. Dengan adanya Ngapior, walaupun ada Ngapior di dalam tubuhnya pun, dia tidak sanggup untuk bisa mendapatkan ke arah Samo HT.
Wow, tapi Ngapior dapetin poin eliminasi ke Samo HT 2 tukar 2, tapi lihat di arah top lane. Taka yang berhasil untuk mendapatkan keuntungan kembali untuk ke-plating ke arah sinergi outer turret di arah atas.
Yep. Ya ampun. Tadi kakak yang senyum di sebelah kanan di tim Jerome yang mana itu ya?
Itu
kakak ini ya. Kakak
itu kayaknya
kakak bintang deh kayak. Nah,
bintang.
ini nih. Ini kayaknya kakak bintang nih ya. Apakah benar ini kakak bintang? Halo.
Gak mungkin dia Najib dong.
Apa?
Gak mungkin dia Najib dong.
Ya bisa jadi.
Enggak, ini Najib nih yang ini tuh.
Mana?
Oh, ini Taka.
Nah, iya nih Taka.
Nah, ini
nih
Najib.
kan. Ini Thomas.
Ya. Ini Najib juga.
Coba lihat tuh Jerome, dikit lagi SP-nya. Ada pasif di dalam tubuhnya, harusnya dia masih bisa selamat. Tapi ternyata untuk kali ini Jerome pun masih berhasil kabur dengan tidak terbuka pasif yang dimiliki. Taka dicolok dengan satu lagi pergerakan Phantom Execution dan Takanya masih bisa selamat. Bahkan Nita Piornya selamatkan dia untuk masuk ke dalam tubuh rekannya dan masuk loh.
Wah, ini bener-bener sih Nita Pior gesit banget. Apalagi performance-nya ini didukung dengan adanya epic performance with 5000 mAh battery. Dapatkan Samsung sekarang juga biar kayak Nita Pior.
Betul.
Itu backupnya cepet banget loh.
Itu barusan kalkulasinya juga tidak akan bisa berjalan lancar apabila tidak device-nya tidak mendukung.
Betul.
Iya kan? Ini device-nya kita pelototin aja, kita baru niat mau ngambil turtle-nya udah langsung diambil.
Iya.
Langsung dapet ya.
Dan apalagi dapetin Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G dengan epic cashback hingga 2 juta sampai 9 April. Nah ini hari terakhir dari MPL Indonesia Playoff nanti nih. Nah kalian selama playoff ini bisa dapetin cashback tersebut 2 juta.
2 juta loh teman-teman ya. Itu 2 juta. Ini Fonzinya coba lihat. Fonzi ini keren juga ya untuk bisa ngetengin rekan-rekannya, untuk bisa ngezoning. Tapi ternyata untuk turtle-nya malah langsung diambil. Dan Takanya ngamuk di area tersebut. Taka dengan adanya Ngapior di dalam tubuhnya. Taka terlalu berani dia dan benar saja menimbulkan efek yang begitu baik. Bahkan Jesiannya sendirian dikeroyok 4 orang.
Wah,
lenyap.
Mega kill diamankan dan Nita Pior udah recall. Tapi lihat Jerome di sini. Ini menjadi, ya kan cita-citanya Jerome kan bagus ya. Dia kan mau jadi menteri pendidikan katanya.
Benar.
Ya. Pahlawan tanpa tanda jasa, lihat. 001.
001.
Satu asli aja.
Iya. Antara memang, apa ya, tadi tuh pergerakannya bagus atau less kontribusi aja nih kayaknya.
Wah. Tapi lihat sama HT.
Dia tapi diserang terus loh.
Tapi dia nggak tumbang.
Betul. Keren.
Keren banget.
Keren memang.
Oke, tapi Fonzi, rapid touchdown bakal coba untuk cari siapa yang menjadi korban tabrak lari kah? Jerome ada di tengah, akankah ditabrak? Yes.
Bah, tertabrak Bang Jerome. Apakah Bang Jerome selamat? Dia masih punya pasif loh. Pasif berubah. Lompat-lompat lu sono. Tapi malahan Arbi harus menerima karmanya.
Wow, dan bahkan ini Jerome punya kalkulasi untuk ditarik ke dalam turret. Dan damage-nya masuk sehingga Jerome akhirnya bisa mendapatkan 1 poin eliminasi pertamanya.
Ini Oki 14 tahun dipakai semua ya Bang ya. Semua di situ ya tadi ya.
Ini itu tidak terlepas dari kalkulasi yang sudah matang.
Kalkulasi yang matang, device yang paten. Iya kan? Kurang apa lagi teman-teman? Apakah kalian tidak Wah! Samo HT versus Taka.
Wah ini tapi ada yang
Jerome mau dipanah nih, tapi langsung ditabrak. Ada bantuan yang langsung dihadirkan oleh Fonzi. Hanya saja sekarang malah Samo HT yang harus menghilang daerah tersebut. Mereka tidak punya damage yang cukup untuk bisa mendapatkan karena Najib dengan adanya Ngapior.
Wah ini Bang Fior benar-benar menjadi support system ya. Bahkan dia lihat recall dulu, memancing tim Fonzi untuk keluar dari tempat persembunyian. Dan bahkan ternyata diam-diam Chesian makro play-nya berjalan.
Betul.
Outer turret di arah top lane berhasil untuk dihancurkan.
Boleh-boleh.
Boleh-boleh nih Chesian.
Boleh-boleh memang.
Oh, Kang Backdoor nih ya suka, ya kan sama. Kamu juga suka kayak gitu kan.
KBD.
Kang Backdoor.
Betul. KBD.
KBD. Emang suka backdoor gitu emang suka meresahkan. Tapi emang ini,
KBD.
tapi di sini Jerome juga cukup meresahkan loh. Dia nggak
Bener.
kembang sama sekali. Dia punya flicker yang dari tadi selalu digunakan untuk defense dan pasif yang dari tadi bahkan ditahan banget loh.
Ayo dah gocap pertama dah yuk, sikat Bang Jerome yuk, ayo langsung nanaknya nih. Ayo. Tapi ternyata coba lihat Jerome di bagian belakang masih bisa untuk memberikan backup-annya. Dengan bumerang yang dia miliki tetap aja dia bisa mendapatkan satu poin kill. Bahkan Arby sekarang dalam keadaan tidak baik-baik saja. Arby-nya langsung diusir mundur. Dengan Bintang menggunakan iritel, sakit banget itu panahnya. Aduh.
Wow, ini Fonzi dari tadi nabrak tapi emang gak bawa siapa-siapa ya.
Betul.
Dia solo YOLO tapi diam-diam. Ada yang mengeksekusi ke arah Lordnya dan itu dia adalah Samo HT melakukan solo Lord yang pertama.
Boleh Samo. Ini dia. Ini adalah ilmu yang tersembunyi dari Samo HT. Tapi sekarang ada pertempuran kembali loh Aul.
Wow, dan bahkan Tempest of Blade Samo HT yang berhasil untuk dipunish. Monster kill diamankan oleh Fior dengan 6 kill tanpa tumbang. Masih ingin lebih Taka, mengejar ke arah Nindya. Mampukah dia bertahan tapi nampaknya tidak. Karena Taka dan kombinasi Nita Fior berhasil untuk mendapatkan 2 player dari tim Fonzi.
Benar ini Jerome 202 ya, boleh-boleh ya. Taka 629.
Udah kalkulasi udah, gue gak boleh mati, gue gak boleh tumbang.
Kalkulasinya boleh-boleh.
Iya, apalagi kan udah enak banget mainnya pakai smartphone yang mumpuni.
Ini coba lihat nih.
Makanya performance-nya epic banget.
Iya, Ponzi makanya ini beloknya enak banget. Udah kayak pakai power steering tuh.
Waduh.
Dia ringan,
Bener.
smooth.
Itu
Iya kan?
udah spuring balancing tuh ya.
Iya, spuring balancing. Pokoknya kenal racing.
Waduh. Dan yang pasti ini, kalau misalkan kalian pengen juga performance kalian makin epic, dengan 5000 mAh baterai yang disediakan oleh Samsung Galaxy S10 series 5G, dapetin Samsung Galaxy ini dengan epic cashback hingga 2 juta sampai tanggal 9 April.
2 juta ya
Hari
teman-teman ya?
Minggu berarti.
Ingat 2 juta sampai hari Minggu. Sampai hari Minggu aja. Gak lebih lagi ya. Sampai hari Minggu. Karena hari Senin harga naik.
Bener juga. yang THR, nah langsung deh jajan.
Di bawah. Ini Kaponzi emang gak mau bawa rekan-rekannya apa gimana? Samo HT sendirian. Ada
Wah, killing spree. Jerome Pauline berhasil mendapatkan killing spree dengan Nananya, berhasil juga numbangin Samo HT.
Oke, di tempat lain India disikat habis. Chesian berubah mencoba untuk ngejetrum ke arah satu area, tapi ternyata malah dirinya pun langsung hilang. Hanya tersisa beberapa player saja di dalam tim Fonzi. Fonzi pun gak memiliki banyak darah lagi, dia masih berusaha untuk bersembunyi. Hehe, ketahuan. Ada Bang Nita yang udah nge-spot langsung posisi dari Fonzi. Bang Najim semua recall. Ayo recall sampai Senin dah. Recall sampai Senin lu pada.
Mega kill Jerome. 26-7. Membuat dari tim Fonzi nggak bisa terlalu bergerak terlalu banyak. Dan ini lihat wajah, ekspresi. Seneng banget ternyata. Walaupun cuma bisa Nana, tapi itu adalah hero signature.
Akhirnya ya?
Akhirnya.
Bang Jerome menunjukkan kelasnya.
Betul.
Ini loh Nanaku.
Wah, ini Bang Jerome ini selain pintar matematika, kuliah di luar negeri, konten kreator yang sukses juga, punya usaha. Main di Samsung, jago banget.
Tuh coba lihat tuh langsung digebuk. Dia bisa mengeluarkan WoE, tapi di situ ada Nita Fior dan juga Jerome dengan anaknya.
Unstoppable dari Jerome Pauline yang membuat juga dari Samo HT tumbang untuk ke-7 kalinya.
Thomas. Gue bilangin lu ntar lu ya.
Ke siapa?
Apa?
Bilangin ke siapa?
Gue bilangin ke temennya Put. Temennya ke Put, ke cewek. Lihat tuh si Thomas mati 7. Lawan Bang Jerome.
Bener juga. Tapi dia nonton pasti ya?
Apa?
Di sini.
Rekan-rekannya?
Nonton. Kan lagi prepare buat besok.
Betul. Weh. Tempest of Blade-nya satu area pas banget loh. Arby-nya hilang. Sekarang Chesian juga udah hilang. Banyak banget. Nindya juga udah gak kuat lagi. Di tempat yang berbeda Fonzi langsung dicolok-colok dengan defense yang dimiliki. Nita Fior memang bener-bener. Kamu ratu tas-tas, duta tas-tas kamu.
Duta, iya. Dewi Tas-Tas saya.
Dewi Tas-Tas.
Dewi Tas-Tas. Ini Angela godlike lah 7020. Dari 31 kill 27 assist.
Dia udah god among men. Betul. Iya kan? God Among Men ini udah kan?
Itu kalau
Kalau expert wingman itu kan 25 assist sama 20 assist.
Iya, iya.
Iya
Kalau
kan?
main nge-kill banyak sih.
Oh, God Among Men itu nge-kill banyak ya? Kalau ini expert wingman berarti udah.
Iya, assist soalnya.
Kalau ini berarti expert wingle.
Bener.
Iya kan? Karena yang main ngapior.
Bener juga.
Kalau expert Wing Chun susah lagi, Pak.
Waduh.
Susah. Silat kita kan nanti. Sep. Bang Donien mendadak datang.
Expert Winky nanti gini,
Iya,
Wiriawan nanti.
betul.
Tapi lihat Jerome gak tumbang sama sekali
Keren
loh.
loh.
Ini keren banget sih dan bahkan dari tadi dia menggunakan flickernya dengan tepat waktu dan
Iya.
kalkulasi yang matang banget.
Betul.
Dan gak ada delay-delay sama sekali.
Dan dari tadi ini pasifnya nggak pecah lagi ya. Sekali doang kan pecahnya.
Betul.
Pasifnya tadi.
Dan Lordnya udah berjalan ke arah base turret di arah tengah walaupun masih ada 5 player dari tim Fonzi yang
Yep.
langsung nge-defense Lord tersebut.
Oke, sementara untuk sekarang mereka semua masih berbaris di area tersebut belum mau melakukan banyak hal. Di atas, wave minion harus ditahan. Di bawah, mereka harus menahan juga. Di tengah juga harus ditahan. Udah puyeng nih.
Dan lihat deh handcamnya.
Apa tuh?
Lihat, ini handphonenya layarnya kan gede banget ya.
Iya udah gede, penuh bezelnya itu loh. Aku suka bezelnya tuh yang tipis banget kayak gitu tuh. Jadi enak, Bu.
Handy banget ya.
Ih, parah.
Bisa
Di
enak
tangan tuh
dipegang.
juga. Di tangan itu,
Nah,
Pak.
kan?
Nah, itu dong. Johnson incar Nana. Aku tim Fonzi.
Aku tim Jerome.
Oh, gak bisa. Aku incar Nana.
Aku incer Johnson.
Aku incar Nana pokoknya.
Tapi nananya susah banget diincer.
Betul. Itu ya faktanya adalah Nana yang coba lihat. Nah tuh jalan sendirian. Aduh langkahnya imut banget tau gak lu?
Karena
Jalan
ini
kayak
juga
gitu.
nih. Angela. Diam-diam.
Enggak, Bang Pior juga masuknya tadi tepat waktu mulu loh. Heran, loh.
Benar. Dan dia juga kan lagi backupnya bagus banget. Tapi
Iya.
dia kan suka melantarkan tali silaturahmi yang gak putus-putus itu.
Bener. Itu 7 poin kill, itu kill steal semua tuh.
Iya juga sih.
Bener.
Iya.
Ini aduh Nananya sendirian tuh. Teman-teman info aja nih info ya.
Nah kita spill dikit ya.
Iya.
Karena Nananya dari tadi nggak tumbang sama
Betul.
sekali. Dan dari tadi sebenarnya Fonzinya udah nyuruh untuk incer Nana.
Nah ini dia nih.
Dikejar.
Alah Bang Nita Piornya berhasil kabur tapi malah mereka langsung bertemu dengan Najib. Malah mereka yang langsung dikeroyok. Samo HT berusaha untuk kabur. Samo HT berusaha untuk bisa nge-recall dan juga pulang. Tapi ketahuan. Disikat. Coba lihat. Nita Pior lagi kan. Karena dia bisa WWN tapi tidak dengan magical damage yang harus dia tahan. Tapi Arbi masih level 11 mau kabur ke arah mana. Dicolok sama Taka. Tulang punggungnya lenyap.
Yap, dan kayaknya nih kalau Fonzi bawa Samo HT mungkin bisa dapetin deh.
Bisa.
Iya, karena dari tadi Fonzi kan sendirian aja nih. Samo HT tolonglah peka. Nah kan sekalinya
Nah.
bawa Chesian nabrak tuh.
Iya gitu. Ngobrol gitu. Aku nebeng dong. Telepon G gitu.
Salah. Mau ulang lagi tapi kayaknya dari tim Jerome mau menyelesaikan game ini dengan cepet loh.
Betul, oke kita lihat aja wave minion. Bentar lagi akan bisa membantu mereka untuk bisa mendapatkan kemenangan. Tapi ternyata mereka mau lebih memilih untuk mundur. Ada Molina Bliss yang udah langsung dikeluarkan. Sabar. Biar terjata. Game dimenangkan oleh tim Jerome.
Wow, walaupun disuruh sabar tapi nampaknya Jerome Pauline dan kawan-kawan tidak bisa bersabar untuk menyelesaikan game ini.
Gak mau nanya sama Samo Ate, lu nyuruh orang sabar kenapa itu?
Sabar jangan di end maksudnya.
Iya.
Karena kan tadi udah kepres, dia
Iya.
nggak bisa ngetik-ngetik sabar. Jangan di end kan kepanjangan ya, jadi SBR.
SBR. Bisa jadi ya?
Atau mungkin saber, nggak ada.
Bisa, nggak mungkin. Atau dia nanti typo SOTR katanya.
Aduh.
Sahur on the road dong jadinya. Lah ngajakin sahur on the road ngapain ya gas gitu loh.
Wah. Weh, itu dia ya.
Sombong banget. MVP kan ngap? MVP nih bos.
MVP by Samsung.
MVP by Samsung ngap Pior.
Ngapior, memang ini kombinasi Angela Nana ya.
Ngap.
Angela.
Kagak habis pikir gua malu ngap.
Nah, spill,
Coba,
spill.
kamu killnya berapa ngap Poir? Killnya berapa ngap?
Gak mati, killnya berapa?
Killnya berapa?
Nah ini juga gak mati-mati nih, Kak Jerome.
Nih Kak Jerome juga.
Kak Jerome. Wah, wih, kita gak
Keren.
mati.
Ini kan India nih ya, kan India nih. Ini betul.
Bintang.
Bintang gitu ya, Kak Bintang. India yang sebelah ya.
Sebelah ya
Beda.
tadi.
India itu tadi yang Luyi.
Betul.
Kalau nggak salah.
Bener itu.
Iya kan? Ih keren kali lah teman-teman. Mantap.
Mantap dan itu ya, combo bocil itu memang meresahkan dan
Iya.
gak tumbang sama sekali.
Bener. Di saat bocil bersatu, tidak baik gitu line of down.
Bener.
Tidak baik-baik
Di saat
saja.
bocil bersatu disitulah kau bertumbuh. Gitu.
Memang, coba lihat seluruh skill yang mereka miliki tidak ada yang bisa yang kayak menghancurkan tanah kah, dinding yang terganggu nggak
Iya,
ada.
nggak ada.
Semuanya juga kayak emang slow aja.
Walaupun tadi Nananya icik-icik jalan sendiri ke bawah ya kan. tapi nggak kenapa-napa.
Ya kayak Nana jalan la 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 la. Ada aja tuh ntar input.
Iya, kita lihat dulu itemnya kali ya.
Iya.
Apakah ini akan menjadi Nana Tank?
Wah.
Wah, karena nggak tumbang-tumbang.
Atau Nana Marksman?
Oke, dan ini dia.
Iya. Nana Magical ternyata.
Nana Magical, makanya sakit banget loh. Dia
Ngeri
udah-
banget tuh.
Udah hampir full damage.
Iya.
Udah full item juga hampir.
Dia di situ pakai enchanted talisman. Oke, penggunaan mananya pasti akan sangat-sangat hemat. Cooldownnya juga udah dapat. Pantesan nge-spam terus.
Bener.
Ya kan? Tapi ada geniusnya ini loh.
Nah ini, baca buku biar jenius. Nah kan, nyambung.
Baca buku biar jenius.
Heeh.
Agar nantinya di saat kita ke depan, kita bisa mengumpulkan diamond-diamond.
Nah itu.
Kristal-kristal.
Betul.
Untuk bisa menjadi sebuah investasi.
Betul.
Iya kan? Gitu.
Dan untuk berperang pastinya pakai Divine Glaive ya.
Di dalam kehidupan yang begitu pahit ini.
Benar.
Iya kan? Mantap Aul.
Benar. Dan lihat, Nita Fior kenapa memang selalu bisa backup dengan hard
Kan.
guard-nya. Dia punya fleeting time.
Dia punya
Dan
fleeting
apalagi dia punya NOD
Iya.
yang membuat lifesteal dari
Betul.
tim Ponzi tidak bisa bergerak. Tapi ini dia, Jerome Pauline. 610, kirain 600.000 gold per menitnya. Walaupun 5 kill, 0 death, 3 assist, 34-7. Ini dia MVP by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G di Epic Surprise Match dengan Nana Gajah yang bukan meresahkan para kaum push rank, tapi ini tim Ponzi juga mulai resah dengan Nana Gajah ini ya.
Serius gue kalau di rank ketemu Nana tuh capek. Kan gue user 1-1 ya. Males gue ngejar dia tuh, serius.
Mau maju kena Molina.
Iya,
ya kan?
apalagi kalau punya pasifnya kan. Di saat dia punya pasif, di saat kita langsung crossbow tank ke dia juga. Oke, dianya ke pick off gitu. Tapi dengan pasif itu, tembakan crossbow tank kita tetap ngikutin dia.
Iya.
Cuma damage-nya nggak masuk.
Apalagi movementnya kan nambah kan.
Iya.
Cukup.
Gerakannya tuh, kenceng banget itu. Kayak pakai knalpot racing langsung dipasangnya sini dua.
Bener, sama turbo ya nos ini
Betul,
kan.
tuh
Wing,
dinamo,
ya, langsung.
dinamo yang lilit sendiri itu dipasang.
Kilikan.
Kilikan sendiri. Ada yang salah kilik mundur.
Umur ketahuan.
Iya. Ada yang salah kilik mundur.
Iya bener. Oke. Tapi kita bakal interview ya dengan keseruan yang terjadi.
Apa itu?
Ada apa di sana?
Apa yang akan terjadi di sana? Jadi langsung saja sekarang Monica. Let's go.
Wow, sekali lagi dong mana suaranya untuk tim Jerome. Wow, oke. Dan tapi ya kalau ngelihat ini kemenangan tim Jerome kayaknya karena digendong sang MVP nih. Jerome gimana menurut kamu?
Sangat-sangat digendong.
Oke, MVP-nya emang siapa sih?
Iya.
Apa? Kamu nggak capek ngegendong timnya sama Taka dan lain-lain? Udah biasa. Sebenarnya lebih jelasnya tuh ngegendong Jerome ya.
Enggak sih, gak berat sih gendong dia. He is a quick learner soalnya.
Oke, karena kita lihat kayaknya baru nggak sering main, tapi tadi kayaknya lumayan jago juga ya.
Nggak pernah main dia.
Nggak tumbang ya. Oh gitu.
Jadi sebenarnya tadi kan kita dikumpulin di atas. Terus pakai Nana nih, kayak gini cara mainnya. Nanti kalau ada item di sini pencet-pencet aja.
Seriusan, jadi baru belajar. Quick learner banget. Makanya nih kayak tadi caster ngomong, ini Nana di tangan Jerome jadi Nanatika alias matematika Nanatika. Jadi Nanatika gitu. Oh, iya. Apa itu selain itu tadi kan ini baru kali ini juga main gak terlalu sering. Ada faktor-faktor pendukung lainnya gak sih yang membuat kalian bisa menang? Handphonenya mungkin, karena lihatnya tadi kayaknya nyaman banget sama handphonenya.
Oh iya, HP-nya juga mendukung sih, jadi mainnya enak gitu.
Gimana? Enaknya gimana tuh?
Jadi epic movement.
Tuh kan teman-teman semuanya, makanya kalau pakai HP biar nggak nge-lag main Mobile Legends pakainya Samsung. Nah, di sini juga kalau tadi kita udah ngobrol nih sama tim pemenang, boleh ya Jerome ya ngobrol sama Fonsi, kasihan dia mulu ya, boleh ya? Boleh. Fonsi, tim Fonsi gimana? Halo. Sedih gak sih? Tadi kayaknya nabrak-nabrak nih, nggak pinter nyetir apa gimana nih pas bareng teman-teman yang lain?
Gak apa-apa, kita kayaknya kurang latihan aja sih.
Kok nggak ngincer Nana padahal Fonsi udah bilang incer Nana. Teman-teman yang lain kemana? Gimana nih yang lain? Kenapa nggak incer Nana padahal Fonsi udah bilang incer Nana?
Kenapa kalah?
Ya.
Susah banget soalnya ada Fior yang selalu cover.
Oh, lagi-lagi MVP kita.
Ada kakak MVP selalu cover Kak Jerome.
Tapi gimana nih kalau kalian tadi pakai HP Samsung tuh kalau kata tim Jerome kan katanya enak banget. Kalau kalian gimana?
Kalau dari aku sendiri sih seneng banget karena nggak overheat sama sekali.
Nggak overheat?
Ya.
Jadi
Karena
nggak
kan
panas ya?
Snapdragon-nya itu 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy Kak. Jadi itu udah paling powerful jadi emang nggak akan overheat.
Oh, berarti benar-benar nggak nipu-nipu nih iklannya Samsung ya. Langsung dibuktikan oleh tim Fonsi dan juga tim Jerome di sini. Nah selain itu mungkin ada, kalau kamu Jerome, gimana nih ketika kamu mungkin nggak terlalu sering tapi tadi main pakai HP Samsung?
Oke, kalau aku tadi ngeliat itu sama sekali nggak nge-lag. Jadi lancar banget gambarnya. Meskipun biasanya harusnya berat kan. Kayak kayak gitu kan berat ya. Tapi sama sekali nggak nge-lag, layarnya cepet banget. Ukurannya juga pas buat aku. Mantap sekali.
Oh, kapan
Super
lagi?
epic. Yoi.
Tuh super epic. Kapan lagi kalian? Pokoknya harus langsung aja cap cus. Apalagi ini udah ada yang nerima THR karena ada cashback yang sangat menarik. Jadi langsung aja cap cus setelah ini langsung ke tempat-tempat store-store dari Samsung dan langsung cari Samsung Galaxy S23 series. Karena memang epic banget ya Samsung Galaxy S23 series ini. Epic performance with 120 Hz display. Kemudian juga dapatkan Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G dengan epic cashback sampai 2 juta rupiah hingga 9 April 2023. Nah, tadi nih ya udah denger dari Fonsi sama Jerome. Nah, selain ada pro player, ada BA dari tim-tim, ada juga audience yang ikut main di sini. Gimana nih dari audiensnya siapa tadi teman-teman di sini?
Arbi sama Nindi.
Kak Arbi sama Kak Nindi gimana nih perasaannya bisa main bareng Fonsi sama-sama sama Chesian?
Jujur seneng banget lagi, nggak nyangka banget bisa main sama Kak Fonzi. Kak Fonzi loh. Wow, seneng sih. Kamu?
Terus ada pertanyaan lagi, kalian baru kali ini nggak sih main Mobile Legends pakai Samsung S23?
Ya jujur sih ini keren banget sih tadi Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G ini. Kayak epic banget performance-nya. Gua aja yang culun jadi kelihatan.
Oke. Nah dari Jerome juga selain ada Taka, ada Fior, ada Jerome, ada juga dari audience. Dari audiensnya ada Kak Bintang sama Kak Najib. Kalapu-lapu. Oke. Gimana nih tadi main pakai S23? Baru kali ini kan pakai S23?
Baru kali
Gimana
ini.
pengalamannya?
Seru banget, terus juga layarnya gede banget, terus tadi lancar banget, nggak ada ngelek-ngelek, nggak patah-patah. Pokoknya tuh kayak layarnya udah oke banget sih tadi main di pakai S2.
Oh, Kak Najib.
Seru banget bisa nyobain performance yang epic dari Samsung S23. Pokoknya war di Mobile Legends jadi anti patah-patah bisa.
Oh, akhirnya bisa menang ya. Oke, jadi itu epic fun match banget. Karena tentunya epic performance dari Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Dan sekali lagi Monica mau ingetin kalian semua, jangan lupa cap cis langsung cari ke store Samsung, dapetin kalian untuk Samsung Galaxy S23 series. Karena sampai 9 April aja kalian bisa dapat epic cashback sampai 2 juta rupiah. Dan thank you untuk tim Jerome, congratulations once again. Dan congratulations juga untuk tim Fonsi. Sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk tim Jerome dan tim Fonsi.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
UBS Gold, trust in goals. Kekompakan menjadi kekuatan, kehormatan menjadi tujuan, kemenangan adalah kemewahan bagi mereka yang berjuang meraih impian. Limited Edition UBS Gold X Mobile Legend Bang Bang. Rayakan setiap momen berharga dengan emas. Main bareng, investasi bareng UBS Gold. Limited Edition Maya Necklace UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Eudora Bracelet UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Bundle UBS Gold Bar X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Gratis Hero Skin setiap pembelian item collaboration. Tersedia di ubslifestyle.com, Blibli, dan di e-commerce UBS Lifestyle.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan beli gas ambil rezeki. Voucher combo bertubi-tubi pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Awesome is for everyone.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
UBS Gold, trust in goals. Kekompakan menjadi kekuatan, kehormatan menjadi tujuan, kemenangan adalah kemewahan bagi mereka yang berjuang meraih impian. Limited Edition UBS Gold X Mobile Legend Bang Bang. Rayakan setiap momen berharga dengan emas. Main bareng, investasi bareng UBS Gold. Limited Edition Maya Necklace UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Eudora Bracelet UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Bundle UBS Gold Bar X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Gratis Hero Skin setiap pembelian item collaboration. Tersedia di ubslifestyle.com, Blibli, dan di e-commerce UBS Lifestyle.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan beli gas ambil rezeki voucher combo bertubi-tubi pasti puas belanja di beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Awesome is for everyone.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
UBS Gold, Trust in Goals. Kekompakan menjadi kekuatan, kehormatan menjadi tujuan, kemenangan adalah kemewahan bagi mereka yang berjuang meraih impian. Limited Edition UBS Gold X Mobile Legend Bang Bang. Rayakan setiap momen berharga dengan emas. Main bareng, investasi bareng UBS Gold. Limited Edition Maya Necklace UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Eudora Bracelet UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Bundle UBS Gold Bar X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Gratis Hero Skin setiap pembelian item collaboration. Tersedia di ubslifestyle.com, Blibli, dan di e-commerce UBS Lifestyle.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan beli gas ambil rezeki voucher combo bertubi-tubi pasti puas belanja di beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
everyone.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
UBS Gold, trust in goals. Kekompakan menjadi kekuatan, kehormatan menjadi tujuan, kemenangan adalah kemewahan bagi mereka yang berjuang meraih impian. Limited Edition UBS Gold X Mobile Legend Bang Bang. Rayakan setiap momen berharga dengan emas. Main bareng, investasi bareng UBS Gold. Limited Edition Maya Necklace UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Eudora Bracelet UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Limited Edition Bundle UBS Gold Bar X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Gratis Hero Skin setiap pembelian item collaboration. Tersedia di ubslifestyle.com, Blibli, dan di e-commerce UBS Lifestyle.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan beli gas ambil rezeki. Voucher combo bertubi-tubi pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Awesome is for everyone.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti.
Wow. EVOS versus GEEK SLATE. Of course, this is an interesting matchup, right? Because last season, they are the 7th and 8th placer in MPL Indonesia Season 10. And right now, they turn on the Jets and finally getting that playoff berth, fighting it out for that championship.
Well, it's a different time to say the least, right? Both these teams right here, there's a lot of potential swimming around, but there are questions like experience, like adaptability, and honestly, this is what the playoff is all about, right? You can do well in the regular season, but now, in a best of 5, when the audience is roaring right in front of you and you can see the waves of human beings, this is where the real mentality as an esports professional is going to be tested to its maximum capacity.
And it's already been tested, right? We've seen Supercan, definitely one of the best junglers in Indonesia right now.
In
The
the regular
rising
season.
star, potentially the rising star of MPL ID Season 11. Not really having the best game, especially that game 5 with that Halkert pick. Questionable pick, but still not being executed properly by this guy. It just shows you that it takes more than skills to actually be able to go all the way in this kind of tournament.
It just goes to show once again that in this level, at this level of competition, it's not just, like Chef had mentioned, talent or mechanics. It comes down to everything, especially mentality. Because when you're playing, like Arashi actually mentioned earlier, in front of a massive crowd like this, with such a crazy atmosphere, it's different. It really does hit different. Whenever you make a mistake, it feels like it's just amplified by 100 times.
And yeah, before we get into that, Arashi, of course, we got to shout out our sponsors. MPL Indonesia Season 11, of course, powered by Munton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy A series and A34 and A54 5G. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner by UBS Gold. Partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blibli. Official broadcast by Maxstream. Broadcast partner by Tefari Esports. Partner Indomaret and Point Coffee, and supported by PBASE. And talking about this experience, it's a definitely interesting matchup, right? Because GEEK SLATE, on one side, they have Beloyski, they have the runner-up of the mighty M3 series, but on the other side, we have the whole EVOS Legends winning it out in ISF Mobile Legends against Blacklist International 3-0.
And it's a huge contrast, right? For one team, they've been around for such a long time, almost synonymous with the playoffs, and the other never making it this far just yet. And now it's a battle between what has been tried and true against new blood, new strategies, and of course adaptability. GEEK SLATE has been a team that's been so flexible, playing a bunch of different ways depending on what their opponents are doing, right? So this is the question right here. Will GEEK SLATE just be that flexible, that adaptable, and can EVOS adjust in time? Or will they stick to their old ways and potentially fall to the hands of the mighty Geeks?
Very brand-centric has been the main criticism for the side of EVOS Legends in the regular season. When they win, it's mostly because they play towards brands. They set up for brands in the draft and in the execution itself. And so far, in their losses, it's kind of the same thing. They put too many resources onto brands, and the enemy team was just able to nullify him. We saw this in El Clasico. Lemon, when the Terizla up against the Moskov, really showed him what a tough time means. And in a lot of these games, when EVOS Legends lost, it's mainly brands not getting ahead.
Yeah, definitely, because it really just shows, not just in eye test, but it's also in stats as well. Brands is right now leading in regular season MVP points. I believe it was 35 or something. Kind of shows you, yeah, 55 even. Kind of shows you that this team really relies on brands. And after that, of course, that perfect week 1 from EVOS, all the members of EVOS Legends getting into the team of the week. Brands having the time of his life. They kind of slowed down a little bit, and they still played through brands. And you know what? I'm not really. You know, it's not a bad play, because Brands is definitely
good.
One that you want to pour all of your resources to him, but you can be a one-trick pony, right? You can be a one-trick strategy.
Too one-dimensional. Too one-dimensional. I think that really sums it up, right? You do the same thing again and again, right? Eventually someone's gonna crack the code, right? Find a solution, and then when that happens, it's fine. You can do that, but you have to make sure that once your opponents know how to deal against it, you switch it up, right? That's how you become an annoying team in such a big tournament where everyone just doesn't really know how to deal with you. You do A, they do B, they switch it up again and again. EVOS has yet to show that they can do that, especially with the new roster. So everyone talks about the mentality. That in that department, they have it for sure. But here it is, right? The changes they can make, where they can use someone else aside from Brands to be the tip of the spear for their assaults, right? Can they use Dreams, being proactive, engaging the plays? Can they use instead of the gold, they move the EXP lane, right? And switch it up. A whole different side of the map, of the Land of Dawn, that the team have to actually read into and try and find weaknesses in.
That's something that both of these teams, I think, have done in the week where we had a break from the regular season to the playoffs. I think there's a lot of adjustments already made by both these teams, reading each other out, and they know who they were up against, right? Right as the end of the regular season, right as we ended the regular season, we saw the playoff bracket, and with that, they have shown, I would say a lot of growth here in all the rumors that we've heard.
Rumors, huh? Well, before we get more into what could possibly happen, let's take a look at what did happen. EVOS against GEEK SLATE. So far, there's been so many different happenings, right? You see that Beloyski for sure is one of the main keys to victory that GEEK SLATE has always made use of, right? Whether he's engaging plays, whether he's being an assassin on that notorious Natalia pick, he finds a way to be useful. I think that is what allows GEEK SLATE to be so difficult to deal with, because he can just change at a flip of a, at the snap of a finger. He just does something completely different. And this is something that we have not seen from the rest of the roamers in the MPL right now, but that might change, especially with new items, new metas showing up with the new patch as well. We'll have to see, man. But right here, the two roamers dictating the game. Will there be a new strategy in the playoffs? Because otherwise, looking at the stats right here, it really does seem like Beloyski will have a bit of an edge, ever so slightly.
Yeah, definitely, it's quite similar stats, especially in that kill participation. You can see the kind of like, I wouldn't say, I think it's a pretty interesting playstyle. It's pretty similar, and they like to play those kind of heroes that engages like Kaja, like Dreams with Kadira. I feel like Kadira in this patch, Dreams is more respected than Kurifa, I would say.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fans towards Dreams as Kadira, and also we've already talked about this, Rashi, Natalia on the hands of Beloyski. This guy is one of a kind, the only guy in MPL that forces you to ban that Natalia on a high rate.
100% win rate, not just high, perfect stats for Beloy. And that's where it gets really interesting, because there's so many heroes, and I think the main criticism for Beloyski has mainly been, you know, his shallow hero pool. In Season 10, I think that was a very valid criticism, but since then, I honestly feel like from the regular season, we have seen that growth from Beloy, which is strange, because he's been in the game for so long, you expect him maybe to stop in that growth, maybe just act as the leader with, sure, still a shallow hero pool, but with exceptional macro prowess to make those shot calls happen. But still, his hero pool has been really, really impressive in Season 11. We've seen him pick up a lot of different heroes and new heroes, right? On the other side, though, I agree. Dreams, another roamer that is super flexible. He can go for these aggressive roamers like the Kadira, but he can also play the reactive roamers like the Lolita, even placing him on something like a Diggy. We have seen that before, and they've won before.
I think it also comes down to the mind games, right? For Beloyski, whenever you think you have him solved out, he will just change it completely. And we've seen that being an approach he likes to use, right? He starts with something, you know, if he starts at A, once you figure A out, he just goes straight to Z, and that really confuses people. Whereas for Dreams, he still plays a lot more with the team, right, as a whole. So it's a bit more predictable. But, you know, he has been in the game for a lot longer. That is exactly what you can expect. And looking at his performance last time they met here, he was still able to find those very valuable pickoffs whenever he's allowed to have the right kind of heroes, the right kind of tools to make sure that his team does have a chance. And especially if EVOS as a whole team together are just doing really well, are ahead in the game, you can expect Dreams to just find ways to be unpredictable, to find zones where his opponents don't really expect him to be, and even go for these big flicker plays. But when he's behind, it's a lot harder for him to do so. And you cannot say the same thing about Beloyski. We've seen him play from behind, and even then, right, he is still finding loopholes. He is still finding holes in his opponent's strategies and finding ways to still be somewhat relevant, even though he is low on assists and even high on deaths.
We've seen too, like Beloyski pulling it off with Natalia against an Estes comp, against a beefy comp, and he actually succeeds in doing so. But we've talked about brands, we've talked about Dreams, but I just want to touch on Taz. I think one of the ways of EVOS to actually go further is actually trust Taz a bit more. They know that Brands is definitely the carry, but Taz in Assassins, we've seen EVOS picking a lot of utility junglers, but on Assassin, Taz is definitely one of the best in Indonesia, I would say, like up there with Kyrie even. His sling, his fanning is definitely something that's to be bragged about. And I think that's one of the ways to do so. Just don't rely on Brands, trust your other members a bit more.
Yeah, I think that was the case earlier on, Arashi, in the season. Leg 1, especially, Taz was really popping off, but towards the second leg, I honestly feel like he really dipped in performance. I don't know what the reason was as to why that happened, but we're going to take a look at GEEK SLATE's keys to victory first.
Well, maximize Beloyski's aggressive roamer heroes. That is a signature style they have right now. And of course, go all in and follow in the shot calls, because so far for GEEK SLATE, that shot call, right, that unity is what we've seen make or break the games, and that's a good thing, right? When they win together. When they lose all together. So on one hand, it looks like a very, very devastating loss, but you have to think, if it's the right call, everyone is going to be on board, and there's not going to be any room for hesitation, for doubts in the middle of a big team fight, of a big moment, maybe in the late stages of a game. So that is something that GEEK SLATE can definitely use. But on the other side, for the side of EVOS, put pressure on Jana Cutie's farming from the beginning. If he gets shut down, we've seen him dip a bit in the threat level, right? When he gets farm, when he gets items, that is where Jana Cutie can be aggressive. But afterwards, continue to execute that flanking strategy. And not flank as in the same way GEEK SLATE does it, right? Sending one man behind. No, EVOS, they like to corral their opponents into an area and put someone behind. So it's almost like they're corralling one of their opponents towards danger, towards someone else. They can just surprise them from behind. So if GEEK SLATE isn't careful with spotting, with intel, right, with the vision game, they are, they're just at risk of just getting completely ambushed by EVOS Legends.
It's the Echo way, Mirko. Benny Cutie also joining the flanks with the roamer of Echo, Yaoi. And I think they can take note of that, especially with Brands. Of course, we've seen a lot of split pushes. We've seen a lot of plays that Brands made all by himself. We've seen a lot of godly reaction speed, just like Benny Cutie did. So, yeah, maybe that flanking strategy will come in handy in the game, but definitely. There's another member that we've never talked about in EVOS, is Hijime.
Oh man, underrated. I don't know why, but mid laners are so underrated, because in GEEK SLATE 2, we have a boy, right? These two mid laners who not a lot of people rate that much. Even earlier, Moreno.
I was going to talk about that.
Yeah, Bigetron. I think the mid laners have just been severely underrated this season, because man, a boy and Hijime, they have played literally such a big role in the success of both of these organizations so far in Season 11, right? A boy coming in as a rookie in the MPLI roster. And guess what? All the way to the grand finals, even somehow outplaying Nats. You remember that play on the Valentina versus the Bene?
I actually don't really remember, but I know that they definitely beat a lot of PH representative in MPLI and actually getting the runner-up. But we're gonna see the lineup from EVOS and GEEK SLATE. I expect there's not much changes unless they want to try to be a bit tricky, and it's going to be the main five with Aboy, Luke, Chutera, Jana Cutie, and the big boy Beloy on that roaming area.
The big boy Beloy. I mean, this team, it's a team full of big men with big hearts.
Big boy Beloy, triple B.
Big boy Beloy is definitely going to be leading the pack, but on the other side, Hijime, Psychots, Brands, Taz, and Dreams, I believe that is still the IESF roster that they have been very proud of. I mean, we have a coworker of ours who has been just really showing off that moment where they lifted up the IESF medal. That was a cold moment, man.
Well,
speaking of gold, Mirko.
Speaking of gold, ladies and gentlemen, the way they won IESF was in Bali, so not cold at all. It was hot, but they did it in the depths. Welcome once again, your IESF World Champions, EVOS Legends.
Looking to recreate history once again, has not found success in MPL Indonesia for the latest seasons. The domination of two kings is still in the building, in the air, and right now they're looking to change it with the White Tigers claiming that crown from them, snatching them. Wow, and we have a new roster as well in the ISF 5.
Man, there's no lack of support coming in for EVOS right here. This is why the fan base has been so, almost infamous at some times, because everyone is just wholeheartedly supporting them, and they will go through thick and thin with EVOS all the way to the end.
This is the lineup, ladies and gentlemen, the winning lineup, but like you mentioned, Sheffin, this lineup hasn't been able to find that same amount of success that they did have in IESF. We'll say, because their opponents right here are scary. An opponent that a lot of people cannot read. Unpredictable, led by the big boy, Beloy. It's GEEK SLATE.
Big boy Beloy, or Beloyski the Broski, of course. Definitely the captain of this team and leading them towards the 4th place of MPL ID Season 11. From 8th place, this team shows a lot of promise. There's definitely a lot of work to be done in that consistency. Of course, they ride or die with Beloy Arashi.
We said they're going to improve. They're going to definitely make the playoffs this season. We said all that in Season 10, but never did we expect top 3 performance from GEEK SLATE, a completely different threat that people are just not prepared for. The players and the fan base alike, everyone has been hyped about this team and the possibility of them snatching glory. But in order to do so, they need to first focus on this right here. EVOS Legends is not an enemy they can take lightly, so you can see that they are definitely in the right headspace.
Can I just say this first, man? GEEK SLATE, they've never made it to the playoffs, but they are making it to the playoffs in style. They are drippy as heck. Look at those jackets, bro. I want some GEEK SLATE merch, bro.
Definitely, we're gonna see the coaches, the helm of this team, the brains of both of this team in Age and Coach Reno.
See the guy walking behind Reno?
Yep.
That's the shadow analyst.
Exactly.
Shadow analyst.
It's in his shadows, man. You can't see him, but you cannot deny that something happened with GEEK SLATE, right? They are just a lot more on point, and there's been a lot of questions on why that's the case, but there's rumors of the shadow analyst that might just be it. But now with that, will that be enough for them to take on EVOS? Because in the regular season, that's one thing. But now in the playoffs, everyone is talking, like we said, about that EXP difference. Let's take a look at the most picked and banned heroes. The Fredrian, very much prioritized for the side of GEEK SLATE. We talked about Jana Cutie not doing well when he's invaded. So a strong fighter, someone that cannot be bullied in the jungle, is something that they can use very, very well. The Arlet has been great, but we haven't seen it being used in the playoffs so far. So we'll see if it does make an appearance. For the side of EVOS, Hijume is definitely a big factor. And along with that, it's the carry, right? The carry as well as the Melissa if it is open. All these marksmen that can just have a huge impact, a huge carry performance in the late game, pun fully intended, could be maximized for EVOS in the hands of Brands.
And you can see the most banned by opponent, both roamers getting the respect they deserve in Kadira. And Natalia, 27 recalls.
That is absolutely, that is absurd. In a meta where it's dominated by prio picks like 1-1 and Joy, seeing Natalia, the only Natalia. If this was Season 7, yeah, okay, Natalia was banned every game. Season 11, the only man who has made it work this consistently, because earlier Rossi actually did pull it off too.
True. And we have to wonder if he is actually starting a pattern. Look at the previous game recap though, you can see that Natalia did go through something that I believe EVOS, especially if they do want to use Brands in the early to late game, right? They still do not want to have a Natalia, that pesky presence in the back line, unknown, unforeseen to them. And the Paquito, right? We've seen that Paquito tank come out occasionally, but a lot of jungles seem to prefer the more damage-aggressive style.
You can see before Natalia versus a comp that's already designed to counter that Natalia, but still, Beloy will prevail with that hero. 100% win rate so far. Let's see if EVOS will break that. But I just want to say, look at Taz right now, where he's not right now. He's not on the screen, but he's not wearing a hoodie miracle. This is Taz
first time ever
with a lot of aggression.
It's ISF Taz, because in ISF it was so hot. If he wore a hoodie, I would question his sanity. Here though, Arashi, let's take a look at GEEK SLATE's match history, because they didn't really have a good start to the season.
Definitely not, but afterwards they found their groove. They, of course, were still able to be taken out occasionally, but credit to what credit is due. Everyone, right? Well, yeah, of course, Bigetron took them out. But if you look at the standings in Season 11, everyone was so close. It was very, very competitive, which is great, right? This is what we want. When things are just clear-cut, set in stone, it really isn't as exciting, but with a team this strong, still having so many challenges in the season, this is what we come here for. So they've shown that they can adjust, that they have been able to take out strong teams and weaker teams alike. They lost the first time against EVOS, but the second time they found that winning solution. Now it's EVOS' turn to try and make an adjustment. We'll see if GEEK on the fly can adjust to that at the same time.
And we're gonna go into the drafting phase for game number 1 for GEEK versus EVOS. You can already see 1-1 and Claude banned by GEEK SLATE, respecting Brands' potential. But interesting enough, usually you see 1-1 being banned by the second picker, but instead GEEK chose to ban it. We've seen another respect ban in Natalia versus Wojski right away. A pickup potential for the big boy Beloy in Kaja.
Playing it safe, right? Not gonna go for anything too crazy first. Wants to secure a prio hero for Beloy. Momentum is very important here. And as we see from the close-up, that's your boy Beloy.
Well, I don't know if it's a close-up or if he is just that big of a presence in the MPL right now. But yes, getting the Kaja is great. We've seen it being able to be flexed around, but in recent times, not so much. For the side of EVOS, they are banning away that Arlet, so even though we haven't seen it, it's definitely something that EVOS still keeps in mind, especially against Luke, potentially, right?
Farsa, Remis?
But right now, as you mentioned, Shevin, the Farsa is available for Remis as well. EVOS want to try and keep Brands alive or prevent someone from nuking him down. That could be an option, but they go for the Yeef instead, and they deny that Fredrin pick from the Slate on the side of Geek Slate.
Yeah, interesting. I like the game plan, just denying that pick from Jana Cutie. But so far, EVOS, they like, interesting enough, they like the Ikai more than the Fredrin. So that's why I'm a bit surprised they go for a Fredrin this early on. And then
time.
Just the real-world manipulation is just very, very vital in team fights. In a 5v5 team fights, definitely one of the best ult in the game. And right away, we've seen this. Glook.
Your team is
Glook and a Farsa as well in the hands of a boy. Very aggressive right here and a lot of pick-off potential, right? Kaja and Farsa, the bird combo essentially, is definitely a big threat. Now EVOS need to try and figure out, are they going for the gold lane or are they going to go for the EXP lane? With that final Atlas pick, they have a chance to ban away this Diggy coming up. That could be what they're trying to go. They're going to go for a big team fight composition.
Do they need to though?
Yeah, I think that's the question right now, right? Because the Kaja has already been picked up. The Diggy might not come through in the banning phase, but a very interesting first phase for Geek Slate in particular for me. But before that, let's take a look at the comment here from the man himself, Beloy. I didn't get to read that, unfortunately, but Geek Slate, they banned out the Klon and the Wan. Usually you expect something like a Melissa to be picked up right after the Klon and the Wan gets banned out. These are the two heroes that does okay against the Melissa. But so far, no Melissa pick. We're actually seeing EVOS go for the carry ban. Melissa still very much up for grabs. And also, something to note is Geek Slate didn't pick Valentina in the first phase. That I thought they were going to do that because, again, fun fact, this is what they usually do, utilizing the Valentina as a flex pick in the first phase. But they are changing a lot here in the playoffs.
They're being a lot more not one-dimensional, but a lot more upfront with how they're trying to grab here. So EVOS can get a read on it, but they need to be careful. Geek Slate is a team that's known to try and play with your expectations like this. And now they ban away at Yutong, so potentially trying to secure a solid winning lane for Luke and potentially Glook right here. And we know that this man, if he is ahead, he can be the main engage tool for his team. And it works well with a Kaja pick, so they have both a good mix of engage as well as pick off in their composition.
I don't think it's a matter of winning the lane, Arashi. I think as a Clue player myself, Yuzhong is not really a problem in laning phase, but I feel like they just want to deny that pick from Psychots. This guy really likes to play that Yuzhong in the 5v5 team fights. This hero really shows its potential, especially you've seen it in ISF in the grand final. Yuzhong just give a lot of trouble towards that Ube composition from Oh My Venus's Estes. And right away, EVOS is just exhausting all the gold laners, Mirko. And right now, I feel like for sure they're going to pick the gold laner in this phase.
I feel like at this point, EVOS Legends are really just forcing, well, taking everything away from Geek Slate's gold lane, right? They are going to go for perhaps the Melissa. I'm guessing Melissa here because honestly, look at the bans. The Claude, the Wan, now the Beatrix, and the carry. The Melissa just stands out here, but they go instead for the Brody. So what they're doing here is they are denying the pick away from Chadera. Chadera has rarely picked up the Melissa, and that's what they're trying to play with. They're denying the pick and forcing Chadera to play a hero he might not be too comfortable on. Melissa is the only hero left open, unless they want to go for something crazy.
Valentina is
Gani and Eterna mentioned the Layla.
Ooh. No
a lot of people are swearing that it is really good right now in the right environment with the right utility.
This is not the right environment.
Exactly. The environment doesn't look that friendly for Alayla, but we've seen Leslie's also pop up occasionally.
Not against Brody, though.
Yeah, exactly. The Brody pick just really shuts down a lot of these options for the side of Geek. So for Chidera,
ABC?
What?
Going for the crazy magic speech by Harith and Melissa. Yeah, that's definitely the safest option, but Lancelot also Jana Cutie loves to play this tank slot. 32% win rate overall so far in MPL ID. Not the best of win rates. 1 in 3, not even 1 in 3. That's pretty interesting. And right now, EVOS, they're still trying to figure it out. whether to put this Fredrin to EXP lane or in the jungle. I feel like it's going to be to the jungle for sure, because Fredrin doesn't really do well versus a glue.
Yeah.
Let's see if EVOS will do so.
I think the Lapo is a bit of a wiser choice here for EVOS Legends, having a little bit of more
Terizla?
backline presence. Terizla could be an option too if they really want to get a winning lane for Psychots here up against the glue. Either one, they go for the link, so it is the Fredrin into the XP. Hey, you got what you wanted. You wanted Taz on an assassin. There you go. But fun fact, Taz is probably the only link player in Indo that still opts to go for Demon Slayer instead of Killing Spree.
Ooh, that's actually
so
interesting.
far.
You know, I think that he likes to play the utility jungler, and it kind of translates towards the assassin. But we can see the audience prediction is very, very close. I actually didn't expect this. I thought EVOS fans would have a lot more fans, a lot more votes in this case, but GEEK SLATE actually winning it out 52-48. Wow.
Only a 2% difference right here, so EVOS is definitely still in the back of everyone's mind. And now with the link here, Taz, when he is on the assassins, usually it means that he knows what he's doing and everything is lined up to set him up for success. So let's see what EVOS can do with this pick.
Yeah, let's see if the trust to toss will pay off for EVOS Legends right now. It's the battle. It's the survival of the fittest. GEEK versus EVOS, game 1.
Here it is, into the land of dawn, and as expected, Taz, Demon Slayer, onto the Ling. One of the only Ling players here to actually utilize that emblem. Early on though, we are already seeing a boy having a little bit of a better time. And Taz already having to pop that retribution on the orange buff to get away from Beloy.
Early start is still even, but a boy hasn't been roaming around with the wings by wings. We do not see the signature level 2 gank coming from this Pharsa. Seems like all their efforts is focused on the mid lane, because Luke, he's just tearing it up though. He's making the play happen. Psychots, fortunately, was able to escape. It's a bit of a premature flicker on that blue play, I think.
Yeah, that's what I said, man. It's not a winning lane for that Fredrin whatsoever versus blue. It's just very, very hard. And right now, Taz having a bit of a trouble. Wait,
he got
where's
it.
the blue buff? It's Beloyski.
Beloy, I told
way.
you. The orange buff forcing the retribution, and then the purple buff steal. Beloy is so active on the map, and we didn't even see it up until now. Janna also just taking everything away from Taz as Beloy just tries to bully Hijime even more. Now with the Phantom Execution onto the back. Flicker burnt out. 2 flickers, XP and mid lane gone for EVOS. GEEK pushing the tempo very early.
Wow, GEEK just winning it out in the battle of the roamers. Beloyski, especially that blue buff is so vital, and right now Taz is gonna have to look for another way to jungle. And yeah, I guess, pun intended. And Taz, there's 0 jungles in this area right now. He has to wait for the red buff to actually appear to make something out of it.
Everything's denied by GEEK SLATE, so even though they don't really have the quote-unquote early game burst damage composition, using the wave clear, right, and using the pressure, they're able to find a lot more. And Taz, right now, already going for a big exchange here, potentially letting go of the turtle, but Beloyski says otherwise.
He has level 4 here. He does have the Divine Judgment, and he will not be able to utilize it. And there you go. He does. For the airstrike comes in. Taz still able to secure the purple buff. The turtle, though, going to be taken away. And Janna will utilize the pressure placed onto that top side to do a little bit of invading himself.
Wow, I like the idea, though. The fact that he actually thought it out, just using the Divine Judgment to actually steal that. And with the feathered airstrike, trying to secure the blue buff. In the end, it doesn't matter. Taz still got it with a retribution, but Taz, another invade from Janna Cutie.
Janna is always this way, man. I think we saw in, I forgot which game Arashi last season, but he was like 4 levels ahead of the enemy. Hey.
Oh.
Hey.
Cool.
There's a one odd man. If you know, you know.
Okay. It's not really a one odd man, Arashi, I feel like.
We'll have to see if you know, what everyone is thinking about actually happens. But now for GEEK SLATE, though, they are making the proactive movements. Taz does not have any room to relax right here. The pace being pushed by GEEK SLATE is absolutely terrifying for EVOS Legends to deal with.
Already 2 levels behind, but Dreams is trying to make something happen. No! Beloyski.
That was the fatal links onto the Natalia.
Yep.
That's a great reaction speed coming in from big man Beloy. Now without the fatal links available, they can play a bit more aggressively, get this litho as well. if you look at the situation right here, GEEK SLATE slowly but surely building up a gold advantage. For EVOS, it seems like they're banking on the later mid-stage team fights, but if they're not careful, it might be a bit too late for them to try it later on.
Brands.
That's still 0-0 though.
Kind of isolated. The Inspire placed as well. Brands forced to flicker early on the Brody. Again, that killing pressure not really able to be utilized by EVOS Legends. And remember, if this keeps on going, this Brody is going to fall off. Meanwhile, Melissa, the later you go, the stronger she gets.
Yeah, 0-0 and 0 pull that results to a kill from Iskaja. The fact that there's still only 2k gold lead, there's already 2k gold lead, is very, very concerning for EVOS. But right now, Koloski,
Divine Judgment, Dreams of the Flicker. That's the real world manipulation. Answered back by the Feathered Airstrike as Janna takes away the orange buff. Now 3 levels ahead of Taz. Jumps onto the turtle, and Taz at this point is just getting all that he can get, right? He's going to the bottom side, and even then, it's Glukin time, he says, as Luke just bullies him out of Janna's jungle. Bottom side, 2v1, it doesn't even matter. Janna doesn't even need to utilize the Retribution this time around. And Taz, look, no way, he cancels his recall. All right.
Wow, man. I mean, there's practically no winning lanes for EVOS Legends to try and make plays with. Every single lane is basically going in favor of GEEK SLATE, including the gold and EXP lane. So Taz is just finding it very difficult. And even Hijumi is also feeling the pressure right here because he is not being allowed to roam and be a part of these big skirmishes.
yeah, I feel like we've seen the consequences of this Brody being instead of Melissa.
Feather Airstrike Brands, what? We actually went forward there, punished almost instantly. It should have just been Dreams that was caught, but in the end it was Brands who went for the stun a bit too late, I believe. I think he wanted to stun Beloy when he flickered forward. He got the minion.
I think he's trying to outmaneuver the Feather Airstrike as well, but wow, that is very, very unfortunate. And on the other side, look at how decisive, right? In a split second for GEEK SLATE. That play was not meant for Brands, but when they saw the opportunity, they adjusted just like that, and everyone was on the same page.
Those are what the glasses are for. In the
Exactly.
Logo. They have crisp, clean vision, Arashi.
Wow, it's like they just know the idea, right? It's like almost like before the game begins, they're saying, well, we're gonna go aggressively, but whenever Brands shows up, he becomes priority #1. And with that being in mind, right, during those split-second decisions, you can see that basically the plan Bs, right, the what-ifs are already set up in place, and that means there's going to be less of a surprise factor available for EVOS Legends to try and make use of in this game, #1.
Man, oh man, Beloyski. You haven't read the comment from Beloyski earlier, Mirko. It actually says that Brands is definitely someone that EVOS relied on too much, and I feel like Beloyski knows that and trying to find the loophole, trying to abuse that, exploit that, and killing off Brands from the game. Already 1 kill towards Brands, but 3.5 gold lead, 3.5k gold lead towards GEEK SLATE. It's really not looking good for EVOS.
Not at all. Because, okay, Age is just not happy with the way that, EVOS Legends are performing right now. Being down
there.
with a, hey, they have an early game comp. That's the reason. If they don't really get that snowball going, especially for the Brody, if Matt's on the other side of the board, right? Matt, what are you doing, Matt? Look at him. Okay.
What is going on?
But Age was his coach back in the day, so maybe this is like a little bit of payback from Matt. He's like, you know what? Here you go. I'm on GEEK SLATE's team now with Reno. Oh, the Shadow Analyst too, right there.
Yeah.
He's never visible. He's invisible.
Right. Whenever you don't see anyone else, he is there, just in the shadows, literally. Well, for EVOS though, like you mentioned, Mirko, we keep talking on this desk about winning lanes. Brody against Melissa.
Why did they go? Why did they go for Melissa? Is my question, Rashi. What was the idea there? Because
why didn't they go for the Melissa?
EVOS, because they had the first pick in the second phase.
Well, you explained it earlier. Potentially, what they're aiming for. I thought, right, they were trying to bait Kadera into the Brody pick, and they have something in store for him. That was the strategy I thought EVOS was going for, but apparently it's not. And now, whatever it is not working out.
Yeah, it is not working out, and I believe we saw a kill on, not on screen, and Brands, my goodness, another flicker burn.
And again, look at the bottles, a boy! Picks the kill up, Beloy now. Zoning Dreams away. Chadera is going to be able to pick up this turret, but he might actually deny some of the minions before he takes it down. So, again, just more gold and XP lost for Brands. Chadera just shoving it fully, wanting to get the laning phase over with so that he can roam down below, take some more turrets, and shut this Brody down.
You're talking about a gold and EXP lead. Look at Taz and compare him to Janna QT, man. That is 4 levels of difference.
Called it.
What is going on? Coming from Taz, one of the more consistent performers, this is definitely not the Link
What is he doing
performance
here?
he was
to farm the
expecting.
minions. He's doing what he can do. Chepin, like, look at his jungle. What do you want him to do? There's nothing he can do in his own jungle. So he needs to actually cut the waves and maneuver around, because if he goes for the turtle, there's no way you out-retry a person who's 4 levels ahead of you, right?
It's looking like a deja vu of that Onyx game. Another storm incoming, potentially. And right now, Gluck is just, my goodness, just another recreation, another deja vu of that Gluck game, Mirko. My.
Now looking at the items here, of course, for Taz, it is a painful
No item
situation.
for Brody yet.
Recalls
No
for Janna, just asserting his dominance yet again. And on the other hand, there's a lot of damage in the hands of a boy. Psychots is still able to survive it though, but Blue goes in.
Yep, under the tier 2, Sandwich has the split, gets out, baits some of resources. Janna doesn't even care, unfazed, just standing there menacingly, and they pick up the turret. Dreams with the flicker, but it's, oh my goodness! It's a disaster is what it is. GEEK SLATE styling on EVOS, wearing those sunglasses in the drip really well.
Add the salt to the wound as well. The recalls from Janna QT just taunting Dreams, and he might look for another Fatal Links, but Poloisky might have something in mind.
Beloy brought back to the turret, gets out, sort of our memory is gonna take him low, but Beloy gets out, flaps his wings. A boy though, the Appraiser's Wrath smacks him in his head. We'll take him down. GEEK SLATE have lost a member, but down below. What? That's Gluck lane.
That's an EXP laner with a Link against a Link with the Tempest of Plate. Like, what is going on, Arashi? This is looking like another Stomp.
What is going on? It's Glukin time. That is what is up, man. This man has been pressuring the lane, roaming around, and still allowing that bottom side jungle to be completely dominated by GEEK SLATE. Now at a 6k gold advantage. Only 9 minutes, but they have all the makings possible to go for a siege, to go for a very early end. As Psychots here gets stuck 1v1 against Lukeman himself. Janna is in the area though.
What can you do? What can you do right now?
Janna just maneuvering back and forth. Dreams, even if he gets the Fatal Links, Janna just gonna Thorn Rose out of it, right? There's not really much lockdown that they can do. And look at Gluck again down below. It's Taz. What is he supposed to do at this point, right? How is he going to get to a point where he can actually have a say in the game, Hirashi?
He needs to start, I don't know, man, in real life, with this kind of gold disparity, he needs to start gambling to win something big. That's the only way it works. It is not possible in the land of Dawn, though. That Lord has been picked up, and Kadera picks up the golden staff as well. It is looking worse and worse for EVOS. Unless GEEK SLATE makes a huge blunder, you don't really see a way out of this.
Yeah, I feel like he's just used the split push potential, and even then, they still get solo killed by that Gluck. It's insane how ahead GEEK SLATE right now, and I feel like I said this over and over again. Trust us, and it's really not looking good right now, especially in the early game. I feel like that one mistake, that blue buff steal from Poloisky is just snowballed from there. It just goes to show you how important it is, the early game for this game.
Well, they went for the last Link pick, and they put the Fredrin in the XP lane. I feel like putting the Fredrin in the jungle would have avoided a lot of these problems, but now EVOS Legends are definitely paying the price. Gold lead extended all the way to 8k. Now with the Lord still marching down, it seems like every single turret will be taken out, but will GEEK SLATE stop there is the real question.
The way Janna's playing, that's not Janna QT. That's the king of the underworld. That's Hades. Beloy also playing right there. Similarly to his old nickname, Greed. He gets taken down. Brands with a torn apart memory. That's the mistake you mentioned, Rashi, and it happens here in the 10th minute of the game. Unable to utilize the first Lord, but they can still be happy with a 7,000 gold lead.
They ride and die with Beloy. A bad engage there, just going for Dreams, not the right target, and there's just not much damage you can do. I'm actually surprised that Dreams doesn't die, by the way, because how ahead GEEK SLATE right now. But in the end, Dreams survive and get the better of it. EVOS, a room to breathe.
And some room to play around with here, but look at the damage, man. It's only gonna get a lot worse once a boy gets even more items. And as long as Geek Slate don't really put all their eggs to try and bursting down Psychots or Dreams, they really don't have a lot of threat coming back towards them as Taz is taking very long.
Oh, goes in! Watch out, it's Gluck!
What? I'm a glue player. I really didn't expect that damage to go through that high. Like, what is going on? Toss is just way too low right now. 0-3. Oh, and he's not getting any farm at all. 12-5 level difference. Wow.
Painful, man. And keep in mind, by the way, show your support for our players from MPL ID representing Indonesia from EVOS here as well. Onyx and RRQ. Unfortunately for EVOS, it's not looking very hot. The gold lead coming up to 9K. And Baloyski, once again, it doesn't matter, man. This man does not falter. He makes a mistake, he gets picked off, he just makes adjustments and goes for the same pressure again and again.
Oh man, it's not a good look, right? EVOS Legends has 3 members in that SEA Games representative lineup, and 2 of them are not replaceable. In the XP lane, in the gold lane, France and Zycos, and if they actually lose this series, Indonesian netizens, they're ruthless, and I kind of feel bad for them.
All you need to do is check the comment section in the Indo stream, right? Luke, right now again.
Oh my lord.
Showing class. I don't know why, but it feels a bit personal when Luke plays against EVOS Legends. He was also one of the players who was participating in the national selection. Psychots was picked over him, and maybe this is his proving grounds, right? Because it's a free Lord Dana, not even leading the Retribution. It's a 10,000 gold lead. Luke, down below, he says it's all good, man.
This used to be what you can do on a Yuzong, right? Take all the pressure away, and then when the going gets tough, just escape in the Black Dragon form. Glue is arguably even better on doing so, right? Using the split and just getting out with the extra bit of sustain. So for EVOS Legends, even committing to try and take out Luke is not really a winning play either. With the much stronger Lord coming in right here, we'll see if Geek Slate is satisfied going for a bit of a siege, or are they going to try and go for a pick-off yet again? Looking at the items, a boy has the Holy Crystal already, so a huge amount of damage, but not towards the tanks though, so keep that in mind.
There you go. Okay. He actually missed that Divine Judgment towards Toss, just evading it with the Tempest of Blade, but Psychots.
Top side, Enhanced Lord, marching down. Dreams going to be zoned away by Luke as they try their best to micromanage the Enhanced Lord. 9,000 HP, burst it down pretty quick as Luke is still in that mid lane. Geek Slate not able to really see just one down. Brands and Hijume able to clear out the waves, and Dreams is doing a good job at just forcing the wave, zoning it so it doesn't crash into the turret. But hey, 11,000 gold lead means that Geek Slate can still play the long game. And Rashi, let's say EVOS Legends make it all the way to 20 minutes. Can they win a team fight?
A full-on team fight? It's always possible. It requires Geek Slate, a team that has so much going on for them right now, to really clump up in a weird fashion. They just won't make any sense, right? The Farsa and the Melissa does not need to be next to each other. Neither is Baloyski or Jana or Luke for that matter. Everyone should be in their own space. So if they re-clump up like that, for whatever reason, maybe because EVOS goes for that corralling strategy, and then Dreams gets a big engage followed by Psychots, maybe then something can happen. But otherwise, I don't really see a way that they can win in vision, they can win in zone control, and in the engagements.
Well, you never know, Rashi. We've seen Beloy throws a couple of times, especially with that Kufra shot call to end the game instead of going for the Lord, but as you said, Rashi, it's looking pretty bleak for EVOS Legends. They have to somehow hope for a blunder for Geek Slate unless they're not going to win the game.
Well, now just pushing in lanes, making sure that the jungle is still completely inaccessible for Taz, and then going for the next big objective. Gluck, though, is completely fearless at this point. He just walks up. He doesn't even care if there's any retaliation coming. And Jana has been having a very simple game, man. There hasn't been a single Retribution contest because that is not allowed by Geek Slate.
Just want to remind you all that Toss is on that Demon Slayer in that jungle angle. If there's no jungle, then what can you do about it? There's no killing spree, there's no survivability in team fights, so it's much, much harder for him to actually pop off. And you can see here Baloyski eyeing for something.
Let's see. Let's test Taz's reaction time. Beloy definitely has a conceal here. I don't think he's going to utilize it just for now. Still waiting in that push. Beloy finally tries to open it up, but hey, they've gotten the vision already. They know that Taz was up top. and that's another free lord over to GEEK SLATE. 13,000 gold lead right now for GEEK SLATE.
I think the issue with EVOS Legends right here, they have a very aggressive composition, but no one can actually go for that small, simple engage. Maybe Psychots, but it's not that long range. The only real way they were been trying to go for a fight, for a pickoff, is using Dreams on the Fatal Links. And that's your only engage tool. It's so telegraphed, it's so simple to react to. So GEEK SLATE has not been able to be caught with that plan.
Well, maybe they have to find some kind of flanks and get Dreams to be creative, but right now it's another siege for GEEK SLATE with another load. This time they're eyeing for the W.
Look at the timing as how they micromanage those waves. Outside going to be able to march down a bit faster. Dreams now zoned away for the airstrike popped in and zoned the other members away from that mid lane base server. Psychots gets taken low. Beloy with a flicker around the Divine Judgment finds Dreams, but he does buy the immortality in time as he jumps onto the back line. The Torn Apart Memory deals some damage, but Chidera does more. Psychots melted and taken out by Janna QT. It's a double kill. Hijime and Brands, 2 members left standing, but what are the Tigers facing up against the Geeks? Game number 1 for GEEK SLATE.
GEEK SLATE strikes first, and they're already 1 leg in that next round. And right now, EVOS Legends, it's definitely not a pretty match. A lot of homework for the analyst, for the coach. You can see here Age looking very confused, very disappointed in their team.
Well, he's definitely trying to figure something out right here. He needs to find something before the next game. He went for a particular strategy and it did not work out at all. So I did say that right now it's EVOS' turn to try and make adjustments. It hasn't worked out. So now EVOS can try and do something, and now we're going to really find out how adaptable are they. Do they have a different game plan that really does not involve Brands having great success in the game? Can they really try and put the game in the hands of Taz somehow, some way, and get him some winning lanes, some pressure in the Land of Dawn to try and get at least some jungle camps? Because in this game, if that was the idea, it did not work out at all because Taz was completely shut down.
Yeah, this is the reason why non-utility jungler is not really popular, right? It's very conditional, and once you lose something, it's gonna snowball the heck out of you. It's different with utility jungler where you can kind of tank all the damage if you're taking jungle camps, but in this case, Ling getting solo killed by Egg Blue. Yes, Egg Blue with a lot of dashes, a lot of Peach Boys. Tempest of Blade, like the fact that you can get solo killed by an EXP laner that doesn't have a lot of mobility is like, what are you doing?
That's what happens when you mess with Gluck. There's a reason why we say Gluck and not just, oh, Luke on the glue. This man is just insane, and like Mirko mentioned, he seems to have a personal vendetta against EVOS, man. He wants the people to understand that he is not the one who shies away from danger. He is the one that takes the fight back towards the Tigers.
Yep. Gluck and his sticky fluids leads GEEK SLATE towards the victory in this game.
Okay.
And yep, EVOS Legends, a lot of homework to do, a lot of adjustment to do. As you said, Arashi, maybe they need to stick with their utility junglers instead of going for toss trust. As I said earlier, maybe I'm wrong.
I think, right, trusting Taz and the Assassins works, just not in this particular situation when there's so many winning lanes already, right? Again, when we talk a little bit about it, Melissa does do better in lane against Brody in a pure 1v1. Sure, if you have some ganks over to that gold lane, you could actually change that outcome, but looking at the whole game, going for the Ling kind of just sealed the deal for them, right? Because with the Ling pick, they're going to automatically have to put those resources into protecting Taz, and therefore Brody's left all alone. You don't pick Brody if you leave him all alone in lane against a Melissa. Melissa tears him apart.
Maybe they think that Brody can actually hold his own against the Melissa.
I think he does.
Well,
like, he can
it's
clear
Brands,
the waves,
it's
but
Brands.
you know, like, come on, man.
Well, the idea, if we can clear waves, that's cool. And then what?
Exactly.
Like, what are you going to do with the pressure? Are you going to try and gank when the mid lane isn't doing well? When the jungler is, when your jungler is 3 levels behind, right? You move into the jungle, that is dangerous, man. You run into Janna, even if Taz can come back you up, this is your jungle that's levels and levels behind, you know? So the whole jungle, essentially, for the side laners and the mid lane for EVOS, is completely inaccessible due to their own design.
Yeah, I think it stems from confidence in Brands, right? But I do think there's a thin line between confidence and arrogance, and you can see it pays off. Melissa against Brody, and you can see Fredrin against Gluck.
Well, keep in mind that Brody is a signature pick for Kadera, right? If anyone knows how to deal with a Brody pick, it's going to be that man. So it's really not the wisest decision to try and outsmart him in his own known matchup.
Well, let's take a look at the history of the day so far. Bigetron Alpha also won game number 1. So maybe they're still trying to read it out. Because in game number 1 of Alter Ego Bigetron Alpha, it looked kind of like this. Alter Ego just drafted to lose. It felt like they were set up for failure. And I'm sorry, it's harsh, but I think EVOS Legends this time is very similar to Alter Ego in game number 1. They set their side lanes up for failure, and they weren't really able to utilize anything in their composition to get that winning condition out. And this will be definitely something that EVOS Legends has to adapt on, but Arashi, it's a little costly. It's a very expensive trade to be experimenting this late. And you're in the playoffs, man. It's now or never. You lose, you're out.
Maybe they're trying to condition GEEK SLATE to some kind of expectation and then trying to find something later on. We did say that now, right? Game number 2 is where EVOS Legends need to show that adaptability, because if you look at the items right here, it's pretty straightforward. It's a pretty late game, all things considered, and it's a full build for the really powerful backliners, the Farsa and the Melissa in the hands of GEEK SLATE. And in addition to that, they have a solid protection tool with the Kaja, and they have a solid engage tool using the glue. So they have everything they need, right? Overall, as a composition, they are just so much more well-rounded compared to EVOS Legends. For EVOS, so many things have to go right. They have to find GEEK SLATE unprepared, they have to win the vision game, they need to try and use their ultimates properly, because when it comes to scaring with the engage, Glue can do so much better compared to the Atlas, right? With the Atlas, they can see you coming, right? We saw that. We saw that the flickers coming in from the side of GEEK SLATE were on point to just avoid the Fatal Links. So I think for EVOS, especially if they want to have the early game potential, they want to win those lanes and bring the fight to GEEK SLATE instead, they need a roamer that is a lot more dynamic. They can engage a lot more often than once every single time the ultimate is up, because that ultimate, you can just keep tabs on it. And you can even get, if GEEK SLATE still feels like it's a big threat, they can go for Purifies as well. So everything is pretty much countered. And I think in the hands of someone like Dreams, you want something a bit more surprising, a bit more useful, a bit more spammable to try and ensure that GEEK SLATE gets put under control, that there's some threat at least coming back from the White Tigers.
Yeah, as Arashi said, they have all the solutions towards every question from EVOS Legends bring, but we're going to see the stats here. Apoy, Janacuti, Luke, and Chatera domination towards every kind of stat leaders.
For once, the gold
Taz,
per minute
0%.
is on Janacuti. 0% kill participation for Taz, and honestly, you talk about participation, but there's only 3 on the board for Evo, so let's not really mention that.
Fair.
The damage to tower, though, less than 3,000. Even though they have a Brody, they have the Yeve, they have wave clear available, but overall, when it comes together, 5v5, it just did not work out, man.
I think you forgot to point out something in the itemization, Arashi. You can see the desperation in the builds of EVOS Legends. They actually rush 2 immortalities for Psychots and Dreams. They know that they have to die in order to make something happen. And there is no dominance eyes for EVOS Legends. Interestingly enough, versus a Glue versus a lot of movement attack speed from that Melissa. They actually didn't go for dominance eyes. They choose to go for immortality, knowing that they can't really tank a lot and they have to die in the team fights.
I can understand why they didn't go for the dominance eyes. I mean, they were already overwhelmed with the gold lead, the pressure that was placed onto them. They needed some damage. They needed something to be able to fight back a little bit. Yeah, they have to gamble. That's what Arashi mentioned as well. And I think that is definitely reflected in the item build. Like you said, desperation. They're like, you know what? It's all in or nothing, because for GEEK SLATE, it's the opposite, right? EVOS, they wanted to gamble. They wanted to get a fight in the later stage. GEEK were like, no, we don't want to fight. We just want to invest. We're good with money.
Exactly.
We're geeks.
We have the knowledge here, right? What's better than just pure strength, than mechanics? Knowledge, bro. And GEEK SLATE definitely show it. They show discipline as well in how they're approaching the late game. And look at that,
Look at this graph.
Complete stonks for GEEK SLATE. We look at the graph right here. Minimal movements towards EVOS, and I think, like we've been mentioning, every single lane wasn't doing well, and along with that, the jungler also suffers as a result. So stronger jungler, stronger lanes is definitely in contention. And if you really want to try and have all these losing lanes, right? If it's part of your strategy to somehow survive towards like, what, 17, 18 minutes with a late game composition, fine. Get some actual late game. Don't go for Brody. He can't burst down the glue, right? Doesn't work like that.
Marashi, thing is, the problem is they banned everything. It was Brody and Melissa. That's the two picks
Exactly, it's
left.
their own design. Well, the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, Gluke, 3-0-2, a 62% kill participation, an absolute brick wall in the face of the White Tigers.
Squishy though, like blue, right?
He's a squishy brick wall that EVOS cannot get through. And if they want to try and, I don't know, go for the back line or have some more pressure in the hands of Psychots, maybe banning out the glue over the Owlet could make a bit more sense, man.
I think there's another option too for... Wait, no. I was going to say Fanny, but Fanny's already banned, yeah.
Always
Because
respected.
I kind of understand why they pick for Ling. They want to have that backline presence. They want to go for Melissa, go for Farsa without any kind of threat from the front line of Gluke of GEEK SLATE. But it doesn't work out. It's like, he's like a fork in a wort of soup.
Right.
Can't do anything.
Exactly. Everything just slides through. It doesn't really work out like that. And honestly, against a Melissa, man, I feel like the Ling just has such a hard time.
Yeah.
And if you look at the heat map here for the man himself, Gluke, though, from 5 minutes to 10 minutes, he doesn't even care about being with his team, right? This is what he can do on this
He's in his island. He's in his own island, Arashi.
He's in his island, and he pulls the Tigers towards him and just traps them there. And while he's doing that, Jana and the rest of GEEK SLATE has a very, very easy time. And you can see that from the early game, there's been a lot of confusion, it seems, on what EVOS is trying to do. Are they trying to put all their eggs into the gold lane basket? Because it didn't seem like it. They weren't trying to really back up the jungler. The only moments of success they have, like we mentioned, is only when GEEK SLATE, gets overconfident, makes a bit of an aggressive move, and even then, it just isn't enough. They didn't get any real massive shutdowns. They were unable to equalize on that damage. Like you mentioned, Shevin, that is Gluke. That is late game Gluke at its finest right there. And even in the late game, it's just slowly but surely GEEK SLATE toppling everything down. And even Brands, he just gets zoned away by the Muddles, zoned away by the Feather Airstrike. And once he thinks his nightmare is over, Gluke comes up like, hey there, little boy, what's up?
Slam.
Slam. He just stands there on top of Brands menacingly.
Even Jana, he was just standing there taking the first turn. Remember, he was just there. Everybody seeing him? No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll get this turret. And he takes it down.
Brutal, man.
They were literally barbaric
there's no answer.
in game one.
There's no answer for Gluke because even if you put a lot of people there, you're still losing on the other side of the map, especially with Chatera on Melissa. You've questioned the Chatera Melissa, Mirko. There you go. It's an answer.
You don't need to be comfortable on it.
As long as you can play it.
Yeah, exactly.
And you have a two winning lanes, so it doesn't really matter, to be honest.
And plus, they already have so much pick potential as well, right? I mean, there's not really much risk to the Melissa. Let's say Melissa gets engaged on. There's always Beloy who can just flicker forward, get the Divine Judgment onto the Brody, and that's it. All the damage gone. It's an awesome game.
Yep, it's an awesome... You know what's other thing that's awesome, Mirko?
What?
It's Samsung Galaxy Series 5G. A-Series includes A34 and A54. The RAM is up to 8 GB. Memory, 250 GB. The screen is Super AMOLED Plus with the refresh rate up to 120 Hz, and processor is Exynos 3080. It's 5G ready, Arashi, and also the battery is 5000 mAh.
It's out of my reach.
5G ready, 5000 mAh, can play all day, and you won't be lagging. Like, what more do you need, man? Climb the ranks, because the season is just getting more and more competitive, man. You do not want to be left behind in Epic. That is me with the rest of the casters. I was unable to play with them because I haven't been taking advantage of this awesome phone. So please, guys, get on with it, man.
Oh, man. I'm actually interested in Samsung Galaxy A-Series, but the thing is, I don't have a lot of money, Mirko.
Well, it's fine, because you probably think with all those specs, it's crazy
gotta be
expensive.
10 million or something.
No. It's only 5 million a year. Technically, not even 5 million. It's 4,999,000, all right? So, let me take that. Let me just show it. Here, you see this? This is a triple cam setup, Shevin, that you can utilize to enhance your social media game too.
Oh
not
my
only
God.
can you game on it, not only can you watch everything properly, but you can enjoy life.
This is my old phone right now.
You're gonna throw it out, yeah?
Yep.
take that out of the way. You get the best phone in the building right now, and there you go.
Honestly, I'm surprised you haven't changed all this time, dude. What were you waiting for?
I'm still waiting for a chance to actually get it for free. Like, wait, where does it go?
Shevin, we saw you put it
Shevin,
into your
I think it's on.
You're
caught on
my
camera.
God, you know,
you're caught on camera. Bro.
You must be a magician, Rico.
Maybe
like,
do it
oh
better next time, Reno. Maybe hide it in a way where you're not on cam. Maybe when it's closing up to me.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know
Okay,
what you're
it's
talking
fine
about.
because we know and the viewers know, right? Anyways, also it's Ramadan. You shouldn't be lying. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. He puts it back.
No.
Be holy, ladies and gentlemen. But you know, you already broke your fast earlier at 6 p.m. Now, I think it's time to enjoy some proper caffeine. Indonesian coffee beans, 100% fresh quality. And he's drinking it right now, Rashi.
Well, you know, I prefer something a bit lighter, but you know,
wait, I got it too.
They got you covered, man. Like all the options that you would possibly need to try and get through your day, and it tastes absolutely delicious.
It's definitely gonna help you. Latte in the day.
It's gonna help you.
Latte in the day.
Latte in the day. That's what it says in his cup. Well,
I got tea, right? So if you maybe are sensitive to caffeine, they have so many options, man. Like,
Yeah, a bit more lighter, and there's also like chocolate. There's also like pure matcha and all that stuff. It's not just coffee, everyone.
this is lychee, dude. This is delicious.
Yeah, it's
I
actually
have to
delicious.
know.
Like it's not just ad libs. Like I'm actually a regular of Point Coffee for a long time, and I always buy it every Monday. Because there's always a Monday promo in every Point Coffee.
my
Like
God.
you can get a basically every Monday there's like a random menu that's get discounted. So I always buy for those.
and in addition, Shevin, you
There's
can also
also
use the
week
promo
one.
code here.
Ooh.
Minimum Point Coffee. Use it right now and get yourself the best coffee in the world. They're just enjoying it, man. I enjoyed mine a bit too much. I already drank half of it, just chugging it. But it's always just great. Arashi, let's get back to topic here. Geek Slate
Which
versus
one?
EVOS Legends. That's the topic we're talking about here. Arashi, game number 2, what adjustments do you think EVOS Legends need to make? Do they need to start it from the drafts, or is it just purely execution?
I think they definitely need to start from the draft and have a solid plan, because
Solid
like we
ground.
mentioned, they weren't
Solid foundation.
It didn't seem like they were sure what they want to do, right? Do they want to have a strong jungler? Do they want to focus on the gold lane? Do they want to shut down the AXP lane? That's just the point, you know? They're just missing the
Yeah.
point completely.
But you can also get some points from Indomart Point Co. It's a membership
What is that?
application that provides benefits for every shopping at Indomart by becoming an Indomart Point Co member. You can get a cashback points for every purchase. So you know,
Every
if you're
purchase?
going, if you're going to Indomart and Point Coffee, presumably, always use Point Co because a lot of benefits there, Mirko.
There you go. And with those benefits, you guys can get a whole lot of things. There's exclusive gifts and various other attractive promos.
Exclusive
For those
merchandise.
of you who watch an MPL Arena too, you guys can check it out, right? Because in MPL Arena, we have a lot of these booths hanging across the place, even merchandise. But in Indomart Point Co, using the application, you guys can become a member. And because Indomart's everywhere in Indonesia, you're really going to start racking those points up very quickly.
Yeah,
And they have a wide selection of products, right? You can, whatever you need, generally,
Anything
Indomart's
you
got
need.
For the most part, right?
It covers a
In-game
lot of
vouchers,
stuff, you know.
MLBB diamonds, they got you.
Toiletries, snacks.
Anything you can ever imagine of.
Even the Indomart that's around my house, they actually sell a lot of electronics too because it's pretty big. You know, there's also Point Coffee there, so it pretty much covers all.
Good. It has everything.
There's also a place for the actual coffee as well, so it's a coffee slash mini market, I guess.
There you go.
It's not even mini market anymore; it's more like mega market.
That's how good it is, ladies and gentlemen. So Joe, go and check it out and scan the QR code just earlier there. Back to the topic here as we are 1 minute away from the draft. Shevin, Rashi, Geek Slate versus EVOS Legends. In match 1, it was Alter Ego, or yeah, Bigetron and Alter Ego. The series where second pick had a massive advantage, 100% win rate all the way until game 4, until Alter Ego broke that 100% win rate in the second pick. This time, Geek Slate started on blue side, and guess what? They won. Is there an advantage right now for blue side or red side? Or maybe it's just a... It's just, you know.
I don't think that doesn't really matter whatsoever. But I kind of surprised that you remind us of Bigetron versus Alter Ego series a lot ago.
I gotta remind you guys.
Like,
He hasn't moved on, buddy. He has not moved on yet. Come on.
I actually thought we are gonna duo cast and he's gonna go home with BTR, of course. Like same bus like that. But,
Same
you know,
bus.
Mirko is here, so props to him.
He's a professional,
showing up
man.
to work. But we're gonna go into the drafting phase for getting the sadness of Bigetron. Atlas ban.
Where is my target?
Enough,
Your team is
Atlas?
banning.
Interesting.
What is that?
Okay.
They might have a different strategy in mind.
me, your
Just
team
talking
is
about
what
the picks, and I
matters.
think, Mirko, on that note, blue and red side, it depends on your team and your composition and your players,
I will
right? Because
choose
there's
my
an
own
inherent
path.
advantage
Is
for
picking.
both sides, but with a different, in a different context, you can make use of different
I am the
advantages.
power
So
of
it
light
depends on your team. I really
incarnate.
feel like in the right hands, both can work. But now, first pick Kaja yet again, and so far, all these gold laners are still focused down by Geek, but will EVOS go for a similar approach? That is the main question here.
You know what, Mirko Rashi? Actually, you know, the first picker of the draft has a 53% win rate in regular season, I believe, as I looked it up earlier. So, you know, it's still a slight advantage, but the samples are not there yet. It's not enough to actually make a solid case out of it, but you can see here pretty much kind of standard bans except for the Atlas from GEEK SLATE also respecting Brands with that Claude. Yeah, I feel like Brands is just pretty much, how do I say it, like strip naked, I guess? Like from the
Your
potential,
team is picking.
There you go.
from his actual potential with that Claude, but as I said earlier, they love the Akai more than the Fredrin, this guy Toss, because, you know, Akai, you know what, no, I'm not gonna go there. I was gonna say something that gonna get me fired.
What, you're gonna say that Taz looks like Akai?
No. Why you?
You're putting words
That's
in his
a
mouth,
bad
Arashi.
assumption, man.
You can
Anyways,
see in his eyes, bro.
GEEK
a bad
SLATE,
assumption.
right? They didn't go for the Fanny ban. They instead went for the Atlas ban. So they're leaving it open. And guess what Taz does? He doesn't go for his comfort pick. He doesn't go for the signature pick, that Fanny. He goes for the Akai. So this already shows that, you know, maybe a hit towards his confidence in game number 1. Trying the Assassin didn't work out. GEEK SLATE against the Akai. What did he want to go for?
There's a comment from Nafari though. Now that Volinsky is really he's indeed very powerful in handling the team. So it's the below
Valentina.
effect that's causing the current success of Geek Fam. I think that's true to a degree, but honestly, I feel like it's a group effort. And on that note, Mirko, going for the Akai, maybe it can still be flexed open. You know, you see, it's still possible, right? But we saw that with Alter Ego against Bigetron. The Akai was just a massive solution, a massive tool for a team that likes going for pickoffs. So maybe that is the strategy here. For EVOS, deny pickoffs and then use the long-range burst damage. They have the feathered airstrike. What can they get to try and help out that point here if they really want to go for it?
Huh.
How about Hellcurt?
There you go. That's
Your
Hellcurt.
team is banning.
Hellcurt. I don't think the Hellcurt is a good option. I think we saw it earlier.
That's
in
not
Bigetron.
that's not an actual question. I'm just pandering.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said. That's why I responded with, you know, I saw it.
Mirko responded so flatly to that. It's like, yeah, no.
No, it's not a good pick. No, I saw it earlier.
Stop.
Oh yeah, it's an Akai and it's Valentina. Normally you'd see this guy, the jungler and the mid area, but this is a special team, EVOS. They pull it off once. Dreams on Akai on roaming area and Chadera, a very, very special guy here, Valentina on the cold lane.
Ban Beatrix and ban Brody. You want to go up against the
been
carry.
waiting for too
Never
long.
mind.
Banning.
Well, maybe they
what's
want
your command?
Kadera
Your
to be
team
playing
is banning.
Brody?
the Brody, right? And then, I don't know, show
I
him how
feel
it's
like
done.
the way that they've already drafted here sets up for a pretty good Brody pick. I think the siege and the killing pressure of the Brody will be utilized very well in the early game. Whereas, you know, something like a carry, if GEEK SLATE played slow, it kind of, you know, doesn't synergize as well with the team.
What do I feel like something crazy is about to like show off for
Valentina
GEEK SLATE here?
Gold?
That's
That
not
is
really crazy, to
at
be
this
honest,
point. That's not
yeah.
that crazy any longer. We've seen it multiple times, which just shows again how crazy it's been.
Time
this
and
particular
tide wait
season.
for
The
no
final
man
ban is going
is
to be the
banned.
Beatrix
Girl.
Mirko, so denying the range
Yep.
potential for GEEK SLATE as well. They are a very short range team, and maybe that's why they banned the Atlas. But against a Melissa, if they're all short range like this, that's a lot of damage possible for Brands, and they don't really have a solution.
Wait, are they expecting the Akai to go to as a roamer? They're banning out the Hellcurt here.
Possible, it's possible.
It's possible, but it's unlikely because Toss is... You said this earlier Mirko fanning is his signature here.
Thorns
but in this
remain.
season,
Should
it's
your
statistic-wise,
team
it is. Okay, okay. Guess they're actually right. The Akai will not go to the jungle. It's gonna be tank slot, presumably for a toss, and GEEK has to respond with something else.
What a good read, though. Really, from GEEK SLATE.
Well, they just, you know, they do have the shadow analyst, by the way. Maybe he just reads into it just like that.
That guy's so smart, man.
Crazy. But now it's a bit of a reverse situation. If they go for a long-range fight, earlier, GEEK was the ones that can just, you know, play chill and output the damage. Now GEEK needs to find something that goes behind. They've been banning away a lot of the assassins, a lot of the divey heroes. The only one available right here for the team right now is the Valentina and the Glue. And now they go for a Grok, so a very tanky composition, but is that enough damage though?
Oh yeah, I was questioning the same because Brody is definitely quite a reliable DPS, but not at the same level as Melissa. As you said earlier, Mirko, especially in the late game, it's gonna be harder for you to actually pop off. And with Akai in the front, Brody is much more, you know, vulnerable compared to Melissa or compared to other marksman pick out there. So, and it's gonna be another dive with Turizla, penalty zone and the flicker. Big threat for GEEK SLATE.
They fixed a lot of their issues. Arashi getting the 2 winning lanes, supposedly. Now with the Turizla versus Glue.
Glue. 100% Glue.
You're biased towards Glue, man.
No,
really?
Seriously. Serious.
I'm just concerned right now with how much... We talked about how in game number 1, the win condition for EVOS was for GEEK SLATE to clump up together. In game number 2, this seems like exactly what they're planning to do. Kaja, Glue, Valentina, Grok, and Brody. Not a single member on their team operates alone, number 1, and 2, has that range to try and be away from the rest of the team. And EVOS has doubled down here. A lot of AoE, a lot of crowd control, and still a lot of potential to just dive in the back line. If they start getting ahead, it's going to be very difficult. So for GEEK SLATE, I think it's all about how they can use the early game power, the tankiness, the HP bars to get an advantage and shut down the team fights from EVOS before it's too late.
Ooh, definitely. But
Mobile Legends.
I feel like we're kind of underestimating the potential of that Kai. But we're gonna jump it straight in the game for Game 2, EVOS versus GEEK SLATE.
If Beloy steals it again, I don't know what to say. And you can already see the adjustment from Taz, right? Into the purple buff first. He knows, you know what? This is the one I need to be securing with Retribution if Beloy wants to invade. Aboy, though, very aggressive early on, gonna get knocked up. Hijime still prioritizing the wave and actually will lose out in the trade.
Ooh, interestingly enough, Arashi, Brans is actually going for that Weapon Master instead of killing spree, knowing that the team kind of lacks damage. He wants to get any kind of instant damage.
Oh, you mean Chadera?
Oh, Chadera, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, before this with Brans, but yeah, that's what I said.
Weapon Mastery Brody. We'll see if this really helps him out in the late game. It's definitely gonna help, but how much? And if it's gonna be enough or not, we'll just have to wait and see. Dreams with the constructed blast, the Akai will be providing so much more wave clear, and that is part of the reason why GEEK SLATE were able to be so much more active around the map in game number 1. So with this Akai pick, we'll see if that will supplement that, as now Taz already trying to get revenge on the Beloyski.
Might be successful, has the flicker, gets out, 1 HP! Woo. No more follow-up from the side of EVOS Legends. Taz might actually be looking for this. Beloy pops in the recall. Dreams not going to be there in time. Chadera is able to actually lane pretty well here. Up against Brands, not too bad, but he's already going to get pinched down in lane. Gets a basic attack down onto Dreams, who's looking for a knock-up. 4 members have rotated up top. Here it is, Chadera. Can he outplay a 4v1? Flickers out, but Hijime is right there to make a first blood. That's the whole cannon minion lost for Chadera.
Cheesy play, but on the other side of the map, GEEK securing the turtle without any contest whatsoever. Cyclops will not be able to do anything here. Venom Team might not will actually use that retribution for him, and looking for a blue buff as well. So GEEK SLATE, they're looking for something else instead of just losing that gold laner in the top lane. Good job for them.
So Jungle Block and Taz might just be walking into a trap, but he walks away. He senses that something is wrong right there. That is some extra level game sense, but now it's a stalemate. Everyone's just waiting around for this purple buff to be initiated.
Yeah. Jana finally, he's like, you know what? My patience is gone. I need to get out of here. I need to go and farm. I need to utilize this lead in the jungle. But Taz will be able to clear out that purple buff. No invade, and I think it's a bit too risky for GEEK SLATE to pull that off, right? Knowing there's a lot of CC to kind of follow it up with.
Yeah, definitely. As also, there's not much GEEK SLATE members on the area just now, but I love the hesitation from Dreams going in. You know, instead of just striking GEEK SLATE or striking Jana Cutie right away, he actually waited out for it's safe for him to take when all of his teammates come, and Jana Cutie just getting shoot away from the map.
Looking at the talent's prediction here, though, 3 votes for the Tigers, 2 on the English desk. Shevin is caught in a Tiger sandwich. But
I just like Beloy, that's it.
Just light Beloy, okay,
Me too.
buddy, we'll see. Okay. Now, though, with level 4 available, takeoffs are going to be attempted.
The Panda here. Oh, the Torn Apart Memory. That is another thing that you need to understand.
Yeah,
Heavy Spin is a Purify, so it takes away the stacks from Chadera's, Torn Apart Memory. So there you go. That's why he was able to escape there. I think if Chadera popped it a little bit earlier, it should have actually killed Dreams.
Yeah, I think he should have waited out for like one more hit or one more basic attack towards him. And don't be surprised if actually Chadera rushed in that Malefic War or DHS for him, because a lot of members from EVOS Legends, the front lines is just very, very beefy rush. It's Ritzla, Tanks, Lot, and Dreams on the front line.
We'll see, man. It seems like for some GEEK SLATE, we're trying to freeze, but with the turtle being pressured, now they are all moving into that area. You can see the EVOS, they are a lot more willing to be apart from each other because their composition really supports that. Paz might not be spotted, but he is spotted now, and he is going to be shooed away by Luke.
Jana building up a big smack. Bands of Execution and the Retribution secured by Taz as Luke gets pinned on the wall. EVOS Legends with the neutral objective take. No trades on the board for GEEK SLATE, but they are already making the move up top into the gold lane. That's a flicker. Beloy finds the Divine Judgment. A boy as well with a heavy spin. Pins Ijume down. Chadera with the stun and the damage. A further airstrike just almost taking Chadera down. Dreams is looking for the trade right now as he goes into the knockup, but Chadera is still able to push some damage down. The kill will be picked up by Taz in the end. GEEK SLATE will disengage from this skirmish.
Oh, I think there's a bit of misplay there. Chadera shouldn't have died in that engage. Just Bloisky knowing that the perfect target in Ijume, just looking at Divine Judgment and a lot of damage poured on this guy. And another kill for GEEK SLATE.
1 kill for GEEK SLATE right here, and Taz, he's on a roll right here, trying to get revenge for game number 1. And Jana is the one confused on what to do. A Grok in the jungle, you're a lot more one-dimensional compared to the assassin junglers that Jana is used to, right? There's a lot of talk about how Jana is just on a different level only when he does get the heroes that can make those plays. With the jungle and the gold lane shut down, EVOS is on track to do well. We'll see if there's a particular plan though, because for the side of GEEK SLATE, I think a boy is the one that has more flexibility in how he wants to approach this. He has the Clock of Destiny. Will that be enough damage?
Heavy spin, bringing Beloy back. The Divine Judgment locking Brands down, but it's still going to be him picking up the kill right now as a boy going in for the heavy spin as well. Not able to pin Brands down, but is able to dish out some damage before Jana here gets poked down to death. Then the kill will be sent over to Brands. Still, Brands is the main man for EVOS Legends.
As you said, Arashi, the lack of damage. If the gold laner is not there, if Chadera is not there, what can you do about it? GEEK SLATE only has Valentina on the vicinity, and he actually goes for the heavy spin, which doesn't really do a lot of damage, especially if you're on Valentina. And just bad engage for a boy, I feel like.
It's a different situation right here. GEEK SLATE are the ones stuck with a very one-dimensional approach, and EVOS Legends are absent taking advantage of it. You can see GEEK SLATE struggle to match, to try and find a strategy that will stick against this composition of EVOS Legends. It's just a lot more well-rounded. It's almost like a reverse situation from game number 1.
Not really interesting enough. He actually goes for Athena first item. You usually see for utility jungle you would pick up that Molten Essence and Curse Helmet, but instead he goes for that, tenacity, goes for that tanky build in Athena Shield.
Yeah, Athena Shield will be very beneficial, especially if he wants to be the main person face checking, right? Because for the most part, they send Luke to try and do his thing, like in game number 1. So the real man just checking out bushes, looking for plays, has to be the glue. Because if they put the Kaja in that role, engage on the engage tool, right? So Voloisky needs to be staying hidden So with that extra bit of magic defense, especially against the Barca, it's going to be very beneficial. But Taz, once again, makes the play, and the rest of EVOS follow through.
Heavy spin, but the Phantom Execution takes a boy down. EVOS, 2.2 thousand gold lead. Still looking for more into the mid lane, but Luke is able to find a trade, at least this time around, with a tier 1 falling up top.
It's hard to execute with this kind of compensation for GEEK SLATE, especially for the backliners in France and Hijime. You see this 0-2-0-2 for Hijime 1-1-4, so there's not much threat towards the backline unless Belowski goes in with a Divine Judgment, which is probably the only actually like way for them to actually get a pick-off in the backline. And Belowski goes for it.
Goes for the conceal play right here. Taz flickers onto Hijime. Does not land though. The reaction speed is impressive, and now Taz goes in.
That's the heavy spin, but it's 2 heavy spins. A boy in dreams just going at it. But it's going to be Psychot for the penalty zone to lock them down for Brands to deal some damage. As Luke is able to find a kill back. The split flip is still there for him to survive. To their rendiments right now as Taz gets barriered from the rest of his team. Only Beloy falling for Psychot. XP for Roamer. But EVOS Legends have more of those resources up. They can put some more pressure down on the map, and they will do so onto the Lord.
Oh, Brands, there's no hesitation whatsoever, man. Every time Dreams goes for it, Brands is the first person to actually follow it up. And I like that confidence. This is why EVOS Legends trust this guy completely. He's kind of the MVP already in the regular season. We'll see if that actually stays true, but this guy, something to watch out for.
He is the king of the marksman for a reason, and he is showing it again right here. We won't get bored of reminding you guys at home about this. Now with this setup though in the jungle, waiting to try and trap someone, Janna will be the main target for them to try and pick off, but with the card control immunity, he will be able to find his way around. It's on cooldown though right now, and EVOS Legends are committing to this.
Hijime barriered on Dream, still having heavy spin. Beloy trying to buy some time as Janna's going to be locked down, but the wild charge is not going to be there. Janna and a boy will fall, but a boy is still able to survive for a bit before he gets slain by Brands. 2-0, EVOS Legends with a 3.4k gold lead and the Lord at hand. It's getting harder for GEEK SLATE in the game progressively.
As I said earlier, if there is no Chintera, there is no damage except for the Valentina. Belowski, another flicker burn. EVOS Legends is having his way versus GEEK SLATE.
That's crazy, man. GEEK SLATE, they're still getting trades around the map, but at some point, it's going to be a bit too much. And keep in mind, they're banking on the Brody doing more late game damage than a Melissa. That's a very tough bet. And I guess in the mid lane, a boy can out-damage Hijime in the right circumstances. As you can see though, with the waves being empowered by the Lord, EVOS Legends are looking to equalize in that wave pressure. Taz once again flexing that retribution potential if he is not behind 4 levels.
Another airstrike also, Hijime, the underrated mid laner. You gotta rate him now, man. That flicker from Beloy's flicker was absolutely phenomenal. They're able to utilize the Lord right now to take all the tier 2s. Let's see if they can crack the base, open with the base to retake. Brands with the dash right now, bringing the muddles closer. Taz jumps into the back line, but is going to be locked down. He's still able to escape. The passive comes out of penalty zone as well. Beloy has fallen, but the wild charge connects onto 3 members. No follow-up, but Brands, oh my god, Luke is able to dive onto the back line, finding a kill as a boy follows it up properly. This is the counter-attack they were waiting for. Dreams will fall to Chidera, and it's a 3 for 2. As Taz gets out with the Phantom Execution, GEEK SLATE have found the better trade in the team fight, but they have lost a lot of a lot of objectives.
Yeah, that's definitely where GEEK SLATE is trying to do, just banking on the fact that EVOS Legends will try to make a blunder, and you can see there just overcommitment. Knowing that Janna Curie still has the wild charge is very, very risky to do, and 3-man knocked up. Beautiful, beautiful play by Janna and GEEK SLATE, just profiting out of it. EVOS needs to be more patient in this kind of engages.
They went for that dive onto the turret without a single minion available. It got cleared out by the turret passive, along with the efforts of GEEK SLATE. Hijime though, stealing the purple buff away from Janna, so that is very, very unfortunate. And now, it's still a 2.7k gold lead. It's definitely not as massive as GEEK SLATE in game number 1, but it's something that EVOS Legends is putting to good use. And keeping in mind their composition, GEEK SLATE, they have to try and do something a bit more unpredictable now, because at this point, I feel like there's enough damage for EVOS Legends to just play reactively, and as long as they don't expose Brands too early, getting picked off like we saw in that bottom lane fight, they can really cruise to an easy victory here.
Speaking of unpredictable, you can see there Bigetron waiting out for something. I don't know what he's trying to wait there in the bottom lane with Luke especially. There's not much damage they can deal. But right now, GEEK SLATE might be eyeing for a steal here.
The gold lead has been dropped down by a whole lot, Rashi. It was 5,000, now it's down to only 2.4. Remember, Beloy, the unpredictability of this man, it can change this game, Arashi.
It's definitely a possibility. Luke now tries to open the map, but he gets stunned up, but they won't commit on him. They know that he is the tanky member with the split. They're waiting for someone a bit more important. This might come down to the wire as a conceal gets popped up by EVOS Legends.
Brands has used the models. This is the time. Beloy with the conceal flickering. Brands! That was the moment, Beloy! He finds it, and Janero flickers out. He gets the kill already, though. Now Jana against Psychots. He needs to secure this for his team, and he does. That's the moment that was made by Beloy, but the penalty zone connects on to 4. This is an all-out fight. Luke in the back line against Hijime. A boy will fall as well. Luke and Jana now, the two members left surviving. Jana versus Taz and Psychots. Luke going in onto the roamer. Jana will fall to the hands of execution as Luke tries his best to buy some time for his team. The Lord was taken down, but EVOS Legends have won the team fight.
Oh man, big boy Beloy with a man's play, just going in. Beautiful flank, but instead EVOS Legends, they have the better trade in terms of, bodies, in terms of players. But still, GEEK SLATE, they still managed to find something out of it.
What a play from GEEK SLATE, man. We keep talking about how this man looks for opportunities when you least expect it. Well, there it is. Your gold laner taken out right before a Lord take, throws everything in chaos, and now GEEK SLATE has momentum here. They have an opportunity to try and take control and take out more objectives. Of course, they're still quite behind, but we can see that in the execution, it won't even matter.
They can siege it down the mid lane turret. EVOS Legends need to respect that Lord that's marching down up top. The mid lane will be taken down by a boy and Gluck. Beloy has finished up that fleeting time. Now Dreams gonna be able to pin Luke down with a heavy spin, but it's only the XP lane who's gonna lose the immortality. But Beloy now has won enough time. That's the Divine Judgment on towards Psychots, who loses the immortality as well. Luke with split is able to buy a lot of time, but Psychots jumps into the penalty zone on the 4! And it's Brands, the 2 national team members winning the team fight for EVOS. But look at what the Lord has done to EVOS Legends' base. That's base turret number 1 taken down. They are even on the board now.
Wow, that synergy though. I feel like Brands is going in even before Psychos executed that penalty zone. The comms for these guys are it's unbelievable, The 2 national team representatives just going in 2v5, 2v4, I guess. 2 kills for Brands, and right now they're trying to go for more.
Penalty zone into that Muddles inspire damage. At this point, Brands is definitely a huge threat to anyone that he's attacking. And with that advantage though, they're going to go for Luke.
Every spin again, Luke won't be able to survive this time around. His boy jumps into the back line and that's giving the Divine Judgment. Getting the Melissa. Dreams now losing immortality. Chidera and Beloy are still going to be able to push some damage down, but the flicker comes down from Dreams. Beloy, Chidera, and Jana on the hunt for some Tigers. But the Tigers are playing it defensively, still able to escape for now. Chidera still playing in the back. Psychots having the penalty zone, jumps on it. Chidera with the flicker gets out, baiting Taz away with a nature as well. Now with the Winter Truncheon bot, Hijime is going to be able to disengage. EVOS Legends do not want to overcommit.
Oh, Brands fell for it once again. Just Beloyski looking for the perfect opportunity to get this guy off the board.
Glass cannon.
2 kills.
Right, I was just about to mention the in-game equipment by Dunya Games here. Look at Brands with no defensive items at all. It has been the cause of many defeats for EVOS Legends in the past, and he is gonna gamble on it again right now. Sure, EVOS requires some damage, but not badly enough for Brands to go Glass Cannon. With the Lord coming up, with the Raze pushing sort of evenly, GEEK SLATE are the ones trying to push EVOS Legends into an uncomfortable setup here for the Lord.
Oh, there's another idea though. This is a Brody. He's known for his split pushes, and right now it seems like they're not going for it. Beloyski just still trying to find something, trying to find a push that he can own to actually go for those kind of plays again, but this is Bransfield talking about. He's not falling for it 3 times in a row. He's already fallen for it 2 times, but this time, it's gonna be a different story.
Look at the real-time win probability presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy. 8x4, 8x4 time team. Still favoring EVOS Legends, but again, look at the poke. Psychots has been taken quite low. It's forced away, and remember, on the Grok, what makes a Grok really good in the jungle is the fact that he can constantly reset the Lord, and it makes it such a problem for EVOS Legends because the Glue has been constantly in the side lane, just using that mobility that he has to, again, be the nuisance in the far lane. Meanwhile, Terizla can't really go there. The mobility effect, or the mobility difference here between XP laners is going to play a huge factor.
If you look at the lane, the waves at the bottom side, it's closer to the side of GEEK SLATE, which means that the waves will be pushing ever so slightly towards EVOS Legends given enough time. That's the even minion rule, and GEEK SLATE, they are using it to its maximum potential. EVOS see the urgency, they go for an engage and fail to do so.
The Lord Dance is beautiful by GEEK SLATE. This is one of the many things that we have, highlighted, complimented about GEEK SLATE the entire regular season, and in the playoffs, seeing it is just even more impressive here. The way that they're able to just stay composed, and like you mentioned, Arashi, that slow push down below.
It's building up, man.
It's a slow push. It's a slow push.
Look at Beloy.
The slowest of slows.
Delightfully devilish, Beloy.
Beloy entering his villain arc as he's looking for the flanks. Let's see if he gets it. The conceal play now on the flicker. Oh my god! Beloy! He finds Hijime! Again, a massive play by the man of the hour, but they will lose Beloy in the process. Now Janna and Taz on the Lord. The 50-50 battle, but it's still going to be Janna playing with the Lord Dance. Spectacular as Taz jumps in onto Jadera, who's going to be able to find a stun. Heavy spin comes down. No pinning for now. Taz going to be zoned away, but he's going to look for an opening. Janna versus Taz. Taz is going to be taken down, and that's just the opportunity for them to burst the Lord down. The rectory goes to Hades. Janna Jutsi finds it. Taz gets shut down by a boy. Melissa nowhere to be seen as Glue comes over. A boy going to be able to take the immortality down. Bloy is still dead. It's still going to be a boy who finds the double kill. Psychots and Dreams, the 2 members left to defend.
3 members down, and look at the wave in the bot side. Free base turret for GEEK SLATE. And Icons 1v1 against Kadera. He's gonna be able to secure this kill. And the Immortal, GEEK SLATE, they're going all the way for the field goal.
The Winter Truncheon, the penalty zone. But what is a penalty zone to the man you see on screen? That's Kadera. GEEK SLATE wanted to end the game. They want match point. The feathered airstrike. A boy takes Hijime down. Janna onto the mid lane. Lug again bringing Dreams back for a boy to deal some damage back. The Wild Charge comes down to lock Dreams down. Kadera now trying to end the game, but Dreams jumps in with a heavy spin, zoning the minions away. Doing a good job right now, but Kadera is still ready to end the game. The Divine Judgment is placed down, and that's match point for GEEK SLATE.
Macro masterclass by the nerds here. This is what Beloy's care for. Beautiful, beautiful Lord Dance, my goodness, just slowly choking them out of it. Bot lane, slow push as you said, Arashi Miracle, and it's a big slow push. And Beloy 3 times, beautiful conceal, beautiful Divine Judgment to the right person in the back line. Wow!
Executed to perfection, man. The slow push, the macro, the vision, the team fight execution, right? The targeting to ensure that Brands does not have a single thing to do in this game. Gone are the days where a late game competition will guarantee you a victory. With GEEK SLATE in the picture, that is no longer the case. Match point against the Tigers. Who needs experience when you have knowledge?
Who?
Knowledge,
dude. Man. Knowledge. I gotta say, man, like I feel like I'm saying this as an Indonesian, right? A macro play in the late game when there is like a Lord Dance and you just slowly being patient. PH has it down to the wire, right? They know what they're doing.
Well, Luke was the one that initiated that whole push.
Yeah, but the shot call is from Beloy.
I agree.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that?
R7 said that.
R7 said that.
Hey.
I think it's a well-known fact that Beloy makes the calls for GEEK SLATE.
I mean, you know, can't argue with that.
And man, I gotta say, man, they're not doing me any favors. With the plays they're making, they're really making me go all out here too, man. What the heck?
I can't believe it, man. That is just insane.
They made the draft work. They're basically saying, hey, this is how you play the Brody.
Yeah.
You're saying, okay, fine, drafts can help you, but
my
only
God.
so far, right? With perfect execution, it doesn't matter what our draft is. It doesn't matter that we're on the back foot the whole early game, the whole mid game as well. As long as we are able to find the right things at the right time. Every single time, man. This is what makes GEEK SLATE so special and so dangerous in that late game. I can't believe it. It's crazy.
We've said this over and over again, Arashi. The lack of damage is killing GEEK SLATE, but what can you do about it? If you pour the damage in the right time, at the right position, on the right person, it always works out. And Poloisky is definitely the MVP of those matches, at least in those team fights. I don't want to say in those matches yet, because we're going to see who's the actual MVP of the match.
Could be a boy as well, because keep in mind, you don't see it, but the reason why Brands is always so deterred, right? He was zoned away, and when he's out of position, he gets bursted down. What do you think? Whose damage do you think it was? Yeah, like Grok? No, it was a boy's damage, and he also was able to find the right ultimates at the right time. The Beyblade fights with the heavy spin, right? And the feather airstrike in the final sequence, where he's able to take out Hijime as well. This man, we talked about the lack of experience, maybe the mental state not being strong enough. A boy just delivers.
A boy, rookie, MDL player, MPL line. I think that was proof. First, his debut on the professional stage was MPLI, an international tournament, and he was able to outplay some of the best players in the world. So, hey man, if the question was a boy, can he handle the pressure? I think he can. So far, he's proving to be an absolute monster.
Do you think the glass cannon build should be in like the option for Brands here? Because as you can see here, there's a lot of damage poured on by a boy, and it really kills Brands, especially take over Rashi.
Yeah, I mean, me and Mirko, we're very vocal about the fact that you can have all the damage you want, but if you're not alive or even present or safe enough to deal it, it doesn't matter. Brands, I think this is the 4th time we've been talking about him and his glass cannon tendencies, and honestly, looking at the compositions, maybe he's thinking that Dreams on Akai, that's a lot of protection enough. Psychots can re-engage and it's fine, but it's just way too dangerous. Looking at a boy with the Divine Glaive, with the Holy Crystal, that's just a lot of damage, man. And I don't know, the late game weapon mastery emblem from Brody also means that he does a lot of damage. Of course, it won't be the same damage as the Melissa, but like I mentioned, it's not only about how fast GEEK SLATE can take Brands out, it's also the fact that in the final sequence, with everyone so separated from each other, right? Brands was unable to join the fight again. He left. He was forced to leave Taz and Psychots, I believe, alone in the front because he can't get through, because he's too squishy, and in 1 second, in the right moment, Brody and the Kaja will just completely take him out. And that is what GEEK SLATE used and technically abused to ensure that you have late game, you have DPS, it doesn't matter, bro. We zone you out.
I think early on, you can kind of give him the benefit of the doubt, right? I mean, the fact that he hasn't been picked off that much early on shows that, you know, he can make this play work. But as the game goes into the late stage, that's when Beloy can get really creative. When the turrets start to fall and your other side of the map is completely, you have no vision on it, that's when Beloy really strikes, and that's where you need to show some respect. Brands, I don't know. That build, right? It worked up until the mid game, but seeing no change at all, Rashi, concerns me.
I feel like, yeah, he's snowballing, but he has way more than enough damage, right?
I'm going to be honest with you, Rashi, okay? I'm going to be brutally honest. I feel like EVOS had the better draft.
Yeah, same. I voted for EVOS, right? I feel like GEEK SLATE was supposed to be so like one-dimensional. They weren't able to find any success, and they were not. But in that late game, somehow, some way, they're able to find that opportunity, and it's partially because Brands doesn't respect the potential. All he needs to do, right, technically, if you look at the draft, right, all he needs to do is stay alive. Even if he only had 4 damage items and he had 2 defensive items, like a Wind of Nature, like an Athena, he can still survive long enough and do enough damage eventually to outdamage Kadera. So why is he so intent on being a burst hero when he's a Melissa, a DPS hero? Even in that fight that Shevin was mentioning, Psychots goes in, he's so intent jumping forwards, using the Inspire to try and burst people down. He does not have to do that, right? The draft allows him to just take it easier.
Oh man, you can see here, I think the Immortality is a better pick or a better item at that time, because once you get pulled off by the Kaja, it's pretty much automatic death, right? It doesn't really matter if you have Queen of Nature or Athena Shield. The Brody and the Valentina will gonna burst you down unless you get a proper peel, proper cover from Dreams, which as an Akai, like it's kind of hard to do, or maybe not. With heavy spin, you can kind of shoo away the Kaja, and
yeah, that was.
I feel like he's kind of losing out that roaming battle against Poloisky. Just Poloisky knowing when to go, like which bush to take, and Dreams failed to read that.
Well, it's also because Dreams is defensive, reactive, right? So overall, Beloyski is the one that's required. Even if he doesn't want to, he is going to be forced to be a bit more inquisitive, a bit more creative with his approach. Because for Dreams, it's about staying next to Brands and ensuring that even when he gets Divine Judgmented, you can push him back, you can stop him from pulling Brands too far, you can stop the follow-up coming from his teammates. So he just waits there, right? And I always say, I really am biased towards the man making the first move. Who dares wins.
There you go. Arashi likes it when someone makes the first move, you know? And in that... In this situation, it's Beloy.
Single?
No, he's not.
No.
0, 5, and 7. Beloy is also not single. Your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Interesting emblem
He
here.
makes the first move. This, yeah, don't look at the emblem. This is obviously Brody's emblem, the Weapon Mastery.
Yeah. But again, he went for the Brutus Breastplate for more movement speed, more catch, more escape, and then he goes for the fleeting time. He was so behind, man. He has minimal items. Look at it. He has like what, 2 items?
Need items. He's like, I'm okay dying.
Who
it's
needs
fine.
items, man?
I'll just go for fleeting time, and I'll just be the facilitator. All right, for the team. Your team needs a swimming pool. He gives you a swimming pool. He's a facilitator. He gives you the facilities, as Gani likes to put it.
He's a hustler.
He's a hustler.
He knows how to get things done.
Okay, I just want to get this out of the way. Where was the mirror curse in match 1? I mean, what the heck, man? Now it works.
You're a sham. It's a hoax. Like
now it works. When I wanted it to work, it doesn't work.
Maybe the odds of the curse just isn't as good as we thought, Mirko.
Maybe you have to switch teams, like literally,
what?
To make Bigetron wins.
There you go. Maybe in the future. But GEEK SLATE 2-0 match point. We were talking about it backstage, Chef and Arashi. We were like, 3-0. Is it a possibility?
No way.
And almost everyone, except for Arashi and Omawa.
Except for me.
And
no, I said like M4 it happened. Like what can I do right now?
But I think in the English test, we were like 3-0 is definitely possible if it was GEEK SLATE. We were like, if it's 3-2, it's EVOS, right?
Yeah,
and
we said it's unlikely, but possible.
Everyone, Ranger, Mas, KB, they're all like,
just no way.
There's no way it goes 3-0, and right now, this man is trying to prove them
we
wrong.
have to wait, right? We haven't reached the conclusion just yet. Looking at the heat map here for Beloy, very gold lane centric, very reactive. But then let's take a look at the highlights where it all paid out in the end. This was the dive. Look at it. No minions for EVOS, and they go in. They focus on Jana Cutie, the tankier members, and Glook once again, man. He is some kind of Superman, finding the place for his team when it works out. Zones everyone away here, allowing them to take out Dreams as well. This was the beginning of the comeback for the side of GEEK SLATE. And look at that. At every fight, they just find a way, somehow, some form. It doesn't matter. They make it happen when EVOS does not want to allow it. And even with Psychots coming back in that late game, even though here they lose most of their members, right? They have only Luke, I think, surviving in the end of that. With the Lord, with the pressure, that's where they're able to leverage that into pickoffs here. And it just didn't work out. There was that play where Psychots, along with Brands, look at that, that's a lot of damage. You can call it burst damage even from the Melissa, but you don't need to do that, right? And here, see, he's stuck there, he takes a lot of damage, and of course the Divine Judgments plays a big role in his death. But overall, he's also just so squishy, and once EVOS thinks, oh my god, they're always targeting Brands, they go for Hijime, right? The mind games just never stops.
Yes, definitely the highlight is Poloisky, the players, at least. For a hero, I feel like the highlight is on that Grok and Glubig. Like just a beautiful, beautiful Lord dance. Grok just constantly resetting with the wall, with the, the wild charge. He has some potential to actually win the 50-50s. And Luke, there's literally no answer if he actually goes to the weak lane to actually clear the lane. And they just let it go and slow push. Like if you actually put on a lot of people to actually kill Luke, it's gonna be a free Lord for the side of GEEK SLATE with Jana Cutie on the Grok. So it's a pick your poison kind of game. It's hard to do. It really is.
I mean, macro play is just so good, and it's just such a small investment. Clear the lane and make sure that the wave meets on your side of the map. It's such a cheap investment. And it just the return on the investment is just insane.
Yeah, if you want an actual investment that pays off, it's not an bodong investment, as Uri would say. You can get a collaboration of UBS Gold and Mobile Legends Bang Bang MPL Indonesia Season 11 with a Mia necklace, Euro bracelet.
There's a Mia necklace? Is there a Melissa necklace?
No, unfortunately no.
Oh.
Unless you want to actually custom it out on your own.
Maybe I can do that, right? But maybe
pulling some strings.
My UBS Gold bars with the bundle, I could maybe try to craft it myself. Available at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. This was the collaboration that Gani can't wait for in the regular season. He was always like, man, where is it? It's always coming
Everyone,
soon.
not just Gani.
Patience is key. Gani, right now, he's happy with his UBS Gold merchandise.
He's swimming in gold.
He's swimming in gold.
He's swimming in gold.
Yeah, if you're really interested to check it out, it's available on ubslifestyle.com or UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. So what are you waiting for? Beautiful necklace, like who doesn't want a necklace and a bracelet? Get iced out. Get iced out.
Go full drip like GEEK SLATE are right now. Again,
yeah, definitely.
Where do I get those jackets? Where do I get those jackets? I'm asking you, Sheffin.
Where do I get those jackets?
Yeah.
I don't know. Where do I get those jackets, Rashi?
Probably like on the website. You can ask the members, but before you do that, right, to contact these members, you need data.
Okay.
So with the new Dunya Games promo,
what is the promo?
You can get
3 gigabytes of
3
quota.
gigabytes of quota whenever you make a purchase, and it stacks
every single time. It's like the Sicilian passive.
Yes.
So you get diamonds, you buy diamonds, and you get data. You're good to go in ranked games. You're iced out with your skin, and you can actually play the game.
It's value, dude.
Value, dude.
The value, dude. The value, dude.
The value, dude. That's the meme right now. But go ahead and check it out with the QR code down below, Arashi TVD, which means the value, dude. And you can also check it out just if you want to type it in, dunyagames.com.id. Or just download the app. Yeah, just download the app. I would say download the app because you're going to be addicted to that because it's so value, dude.
It's the value, dude. And also, you only get it if you're actually using Telkomsel. Of course, use the best in the business in Telkomsel. Throw away any kind of...
Throw away?
Throw away.
Whoa, relax.
Aside from Telkomsel. Telkomsel supremacy.
Telkomsel supremacy. I absolutely agree because I use Telkomsel on both my Samsung
Galaxy
A34 and A54.
Like legit.
It's so good. And you know what else is so good? GEEK SLATE right now and their morale. What's not so good maybe is EVOS Legends' morale. 2-0 down, as I would say, still the favorites. A lot of people, I think on the English desk, we were all very, we all unanimously said, I think GEEK SLATE would win, but it's very different in the Indo desk, where all of them, I think, said EVOS are a bit better. And, you know, we'll see. As we are going to actually throw it somewhere. Sheffin, you know who we're going to throw it to?
We're going to throw it to Bude Mongstar with the interview with the players, of course, man.
There you go. We're going to throw it over for a VMix call, ladies and gentlemen, with a KOL.
Ooh, KOL. Let's see who it is.
Hari ini tuh bertemu dengan line up ISF, yaitu dari EVOS Legends. Betul banget.
Lu ngapain di situ, Cok?
Tapi yang lebih menarik lagi, kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol.
Here, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We're still waiting on the interview.
Yeah, this is our host, Bude Mongstar and Monica.
Which one is Mongstar, Arashi?
Oh yeah, let's
oh, we got it! There you go. I didn't know who it is. I did not know who it was, and we are getting treated to a world champion who's playing on the Blacklist Academy roster for MDL, I believe. Oheb right now. I believe he's taking a break. He hasn't really played a lot of the games in the MDL too. But welcome, welcome, Oheb. This is the interview.
Filipino sniper himself popped off in M3, of course, MVP.
Right now.
GEEK Farm is stronger. In which part? Can you mention it?
Because GEEK Farm is so strong right now. Because I think they've been practicing a lot.
Wow, jadi katanya Bude kata Oheb, ya line up dari EVOS sendiri ini seperti line up yang ketika bertemu dengan Blacklist di ISF, tapi sepertinya GEEK Fam semakin kuat karena mungkin latihan ya katanya.
Iya, GEEK SLATE seperti itu ya. But you've been met with Brands before from EVOS Legends. How do you see Brands from EVOS Legends, Ohab?
Brands as an individual player is very good, especially in team fights and in positioning. But I think in this matchup, you need to use all 5 players in order for that to work. But I think GEEK Fam has the upper hand right now, considering how they're playing. They're very strong right now.
Wow, Ohab benar-benar bilang GEEK SLATE lagi kuat banget. Memang kita melihat bahwa dari Brand sendiri positioningnya bagus, tapi nggak cuma bisa Brand dorong karena lima-limanya harus bisa memberikan yang terbaik. Dan sekarang posisinya GEEK SLATE lagi benar-benar lebih kuat dibanding EVOS di kacamata dari Ohab.
Yes, and Ohab, one more question, one last question. What is your prediction for the 2 teams that will represent Indonesia in MSC 2023?
I think it will be GEEK Fam and RRQ, in my opinion.
Oh wow, menarik banget ya RRQ dan juga GEEK SLATE. But once again, thank you so much Ohab for joining us here today. And good luck for your journey in Philippines.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wow, udah itu ya prediksi dari Ohab. Bukan cuman Ohab tapi hari ini Bude. Ada juga nih yang spesial dari Filipina juga. Kira-kira siapa ya Bude ya?
Seorang analis dan juga EXP laner yang bergabung bareng-bareng untuk ini langsung ada di sini. Ada Blapsy. Halo.
Hai Blapsy and Ryota. Hai Ryota.
Hello. Good evening guys.
Good evening. Say hi to the fans here in Indonesia.
Hello guys, to all Indonesian fans watching right there. Hello and good evening.
Good evening, selamat malam katanya. But how do you guys see your ex-player playing in Indonesia right now? Almost all of your previous member is in Indonesia right now.
Actually, it's quite shocking. At first, no one really expected that to happen. But at the same time, I find it quite interesting because knowing it's a start of a new era of MPL, Filipino players playing for Indonesian team, and excited about what they can contribute into Indonesian MPL scene.
Wow, jadi katanya sangat menarik ya, sangat seru karena mudah-mudahan bisa melihat apa yang bisa dikontribusikan oleh player-player dari PH yang saat ini bermain di Indonesia.
Yes, betul. Tapi but right now Baloiski is playing in this match. Do you have any message for Baloiski that will fight this best of 5 series?
Yeah. Do you have message for Baloy? Good luck, Baloyski. I love you.
Baloy, I love you katanya ya.
We love you, Baloy. We love you. We love you, Baloy.
Oke. Dan thank you very much Ryota and
Blapsy as the analyst and the player. Thank you so much for joining us here. And good evening, Mabuhay. Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
Itu dia. I hope to see them. Bude benar-benar pengen belajar bahasa Filipin sih jadinya.
Sniper and the rest of the guests from Onyx PH. Salamat mahal naming kayong lahat. I just put that on Google Translate if I'm actually wrong.
What did you just say? What does that mean?
Yeah?
What does that mean?
I thought I was having an aneurysm. What was that?
Thank you, we love you all. Salamat mahal namin kayong lahat.
There you go. Shepin
very
can
easy to
speak
actually pronounce
Tagalog.
Indonesian.
Go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. And
Mabuhay, guys.
yes, there you go. I have a lot of words, but I cannot say it here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for game number 3. Perhaps, again, a very big leap, but it could be a 3-0. There is a possibility of that happening.
That's the dream for the casters here because I don't want to say the reason, but of course I feel like Age and Taksam, they already done their job. It's the better draft in game 2, but unfortunately the execution below is just a different breed. He's just built different. literally and figuratively.
Well, that's all good and dandy for
Aloy.
GEEK SLATE, but now for EVOS, can you imagine having victory slip through your fingers just like that in a span of about, what, 3 minutes? That's got to be a huge mental blow right here. And given the fact that they were having a better draft and that happened, you have to wonder, man, even if they get a better draft now, can they have the mental calmness to pull it off? There is a swap here, though, in the drafting side. This might be the exact factor that Mirko was talking about.
Definitely might be a factor, but right away, EVOS respecting that look with the fluids, and GEEK still sticking on that 1-1, and Cloudben just stripping Brands naked with the hero pool. And right now, EVOS needs to figure it out. They already won the draft in Game 2. They also gonna try to win it again in Game 3, but of course, it all comes down to the execution, as you said, Arashi. Any kind of good execution will bail you out of a bad draft.
I think it's a good balance of both. And anytime there's some kind of competition, some kind of battle, the execution needs to be great, the strategy and the mind behind it needs to be good as well. It all ties into each other, and you need a bit of both to actually get that victory. So for EVOS, now they're the ones in the hot seat. The coaches definitely are also feeling the pressure. Like you said, they did all they can. They got the quote-unquote lead through the drafts for their team, and yet they're still unable to get it, so they must get something even better. And against GEEK SLATE, that is so much easier said than done.
The Fanny Band, though, they do leave the Joy open. Up for grabs for EVOS Legends. I think GEEK SLATE are just so confident of Beloya on the Kaja that they're like, you know what, go for it, go for the Joy.
Right. We have seen the Joy completely shut down by a Kaja before, so that could be the approach GEEK are going for, but if not, this also locks them down into a more defensive posture. And if the first and second game are any indication, that's probably not how they want to play this out. So with the Kaja being taken, though, will they go for the Joy instead?
I think they're going to go for the Joy right away because, you know, Kaja is, of course, the counter for Joy, but if you leave Kaja and Joy open for your opponent, that just spells for trouble. As you can see here, 144 ban, 6-time picked, 66% win rate, only 4 out of 6. Pretty good win rate, to be honest, but this case, Kaja is definitely a threat to be reckoned. But looking at EVOS right now, what will they do, man? Like, oh man, this is, they're gonna have to pull something really, really good to actually pull it off.
They need burst damage to supplement the pickoff potential. If they go and Divine Judgment the Joy, it won't mean anything if they can't really secure the kill yet. And keep in mind, by the way, the Joy has been quote-unquote nerfed, right? More beats required to activate the electrifying beats. So now with more cut control.
Less beats, but the fact that it's less beats means less damage.
Less DPS, but actually more burst, the adjustment they made. So we'll see. We did see the Joy get utilized by Bigetron Alpha as the jungler. Also in game number 1 of match number 1, I believe also Alter Ego were given the Joy in game 3, where they lost on the Joy. So right now it's 50% in the playoffs, the win rate. EVOS sticking with the carry and the Valentina. Lancelot gets picked up instantly. Again, another comfort pick for Jana.
Fulvius ban? I guess Fulvius ban is pretty obvious in this case, because but do you actually want to ban it? Because, oh, there you go. We haven't seen Mincidar any
once.
Yeah.
Alter Ego.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, it got picked up earlier, and it was quite okay. We've seen a lot more bans towards it, though. It is a good solution to mobility. So now with Lancelot, with a Joy, GEEK SLATE very intelligently bans it away. Like you mentioned, Shevin, the Fulvius so far in the previous seasons has been the solution to a lot of mobility. Will EVOS have the cojones to actually pull it off here, though? That is the real question.
Yep. Fulvius is a pretty tricky hero to play because in lane he's not really strong. Like even against Lapu Lapu or Glue is already banned here. Like a meta EXP laner, it just gets shut down real fast in laning phase, especially once you get the level 4. So it's definitely a risk that's worthy to take. I feel like for EVOS, especially with Joy and Lancelot in the picture, but Akai is the one getting banned for GEEK SLATE, so they're pretty confident to play with Joy.
And you can see the Brody ban for the side of EVOS, so they really don't want that extra bit of burst damage available to try and help out GEEK's pick-off playstyle.
Do you want to ban Melissa here?
Exactly. The Melissa is still on the table right here. And it gets a carry. We all know how that goes, sort of.
Yeah, Beatrix is still open though. Yeah, that's right. I
If
feel
they
like
really want to take, the comfort heroes away from Chidera, I think the Brody and maybe the Beatrix, right? Because that's what they've been going for. The Melissa, they haven't really respected it that much, but we did see what that ended up with in game number 1. GEEK SLATE were able to pick it up, and again, not as comfort, but he can still make it work.
Hello, my friend.
All right, final 3 seconds.
What?
It's going to be an Estes instead.
No,
What?
like, what I don't understand is, like, sure, if you want to ban Estes, go for it, but in this case, it's Lancelot and Joy, which kind of hard to pull off with an Estes, so...
Yeah, he's not going to be clumped up.
Yeah, I want to say it's bad, but it's interesting. That's the word that I'm going for.
That's a safe word.
They might have some intel we're not aware of. Maybe it's a strat, right? Send 2 divers and let the backline get dove on, but have an Estes to counter that. It's a potential, like, we don't know. I mean, we are talking about Coach Age, right? The mad scientist. This might be some crazy concoction in his head that really makes sense, but for the side of Geek, as called, Mirko, that is going to be that Beatrix pick over the Melissa.
Okay, there you go. That's the
More range, along with the Yeeve, though. That is a lot of very pesky poke damage against a team that's very, very short range.
And it's Chidera's comfort, the hero that's been banned in the 2 previous games.
Yikes.
I think Assassins is safe to play here for EVOS if they want to go for
You think?
Hayabusa. Yeah.
Okay, Hayabusa works. But I honestly don't think the Ling would work here. But
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
The one that I had in mind is only Hayabusa, or you know what? If you're brave enough, go for a cushion or something. Like, I just want to see some creativity, but that's not
what
gonna happen.
they used to win ISF.
Did they?
The Gushin.
I actually forgot. But it's gonna be the very, very standard. But Yu Zhong against a Joy, pretty interesting matchup here.
The signature
Yeah.
ISF Yu Zhong.
The last time I saw Yu Zhong on Psychots is when he got like, what, 2-8 or 2-10 by Q-Boy with the Kufra, so I don't know if it's still...
Hey, maybe GEEK SLATE are trying to open up those wounds with a Kufra pick to
yeah.
end it off.
And
I think
Kufra makes sense here.
It makes sense, it really does, but you know what? They want something more instant.
And the Grok is also, quote-unquote, a bit of a signature pick for Beloyski. He's been able to do a lot on these really big heroes, right? Big man with big heroes in the Land of Dawn. Drafts are locked in, guys. Are you guys ready for what is potentially the final game of the final match in day number 1?
Potentially, and it's a heavyweight matchup here, Rashi. GEEK versus EVOS. Game 3, a lot of things in stake, especially EVOS. The pride is at stake as they have 3 members of SEA Games representing Indonesia in the next tournament in SEA Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 3. There's a possibility that this is the final game, but it will mean that GEEK SLATE will knock EVOS Legends out of the playoffs. EVOS fighting for dear life as we enter the portal. It's still trying. We're trying to get it open right now.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward right now.
It's charging up, guys. It requires power. All right, so we're waiting on it.
Yeah, but maybe you want to see, you want to look at the sponsors here. Moonton, of course, Galaxy, Samsung Galaxy, Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G.
Channel your
Ubez
support.
Gold, of course, buy Ubez Gold to get iced out and tripped out, I guess.
Back to the venue, get juked. Get juked, guys, at home.
It's a subversion.
Exactly. You didn't see that coming, didn't you?
You never see it coming.
What is that?
That's a reference to a game that I don't want to name here because I'll get fired.
Got you.
But, okay.
All right, cool. Honestly, talking about the picks right here, which one do you guys like? Because I feel like for GEEK SLATE, they have a lot more options to play around with here. They can go for the big dive in, but even if they don't, right? They have engage, they have poke damage, and if you're talking about the Lord Dance, this range and poke damage is gonna come in very handy for GEEK SLATE. I gotta favor them, man.
That's like a Chatera doppelganger.
Lemon, Son of Thunder, X.
Do you see the
Chidera,
one?
Son of Madura. Check.
Son of Madura
is a place here.
He kind of looks like Chidera also, man.
Maybe it's his brother.
Oh, he's
Hey, he got a picture. Hey, earlier he asked for a picture with Yupi, the brand ambassador for EVOS Legends. He got it.
Oh, he got it.
Ooh,
well played, buddy.
Props.
You deserve it.
Yeah. Talking about the draft, Rashi, I feel like the icing on the cake for GEEK SLATE for me would have been the Kufra pick, but instead they go for a Grok pick. It's just a more comfortable pick for Beloyski, I guess, but yeah, I think Kufra works better in that kind of situation.
Is this real? If you guys,
Oh, yo, whoa.
if the tickets have
Oh,
been
what?
sold out, there's
Okay.
another batch, 1,000 tickets added into the fray. So, hey man, no wonder there are some seats still left open. I guess they were saving it for the next few days here where you can go and buy it. Again, reminder, grand finals, when they sold it, when they put it up online, 5 minutes was all it took for it to be completely sold out. So get your tickets now if you haven't already. Age in the back, looking really stressed, man. You know that sad Keanu meme? It's like sad Age right now.
Coach
He's looking
Reno
concerned.
looks like relatively chill if you compare him to Coach Age.
He's very chill.
Age looks like he has just worked for 4 months without any time off, man.
Yeah.
Shadow analyst. I wonder who that is.
Look at him. He's right next to Reno there, his shadow analyst. I don't know what he's doing there.
But if you think we're capping about 1,000 extra tickets, like the stage is actually huge, guys. This is probably the biggest stage I've been on. Can you confirm that, Mirko? Like you've been in a lot of venues. Is this one of the biggest you've ever been in?
One of, yeah.
One of.
yeah.
Top 3.
Top 3.
Top 3, yeah. It's been, I think, M4 and
So we're not
10.
capping. We're not capping. Actually buy it. Because
Go ahead.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Go and buy it right now. Ladies and gentlemen, wow. Here too, there's just a lot of fans of the EVOS brand ambassador here in the building from Bali. He came all the way from Bali to Jakarta to watch this match. And I believe he's an EVOS fan because of UP.
Imagine you're an EVOS fan going here, Gen 3 can gets 3-0 in the
That would
first
be
match.
pretty sad, but you know.
Oh my god.
Look at this. There's so many Chidera fans in the building, man.
Can you blame them? The man's insane. Remember, he came out of
From
nothing,
a nobody.
out of nowhere.
I'm trying to read it. From a nobody, he becomes the pride of Madura. Oh, that's so cool, man. The support from the people from Madura here, supporting all the way there.
Yep.
Here. Oh my God.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to read that. But
well,
let's not.
MPL
if
actually
MPL
played.
date. Just if you want to go for MPL date, just go for MPL date. Just don't cheat.
Yeah, you see.
Cheater's gonna get caught, just like the one we caught in MPL date.
Ooh. Well, on the top of
It's a spicy one.
Kadera though, it's definitely a Madura rise up moment, man. It's crazy. Who would have thought, right? I bet the locals over there, they're like, that's our city, man.
That's my boy.
That's my guy.
That's my boy. I knew
He's
him since he
beating
was
everybody.
5. Yeah. He's the Brody on that game too, and he's the Melissa in game 1. He's that guy. He is him.
It's gotta be pretty hype, man. I don't think there's been anyone from my area, but I imagine if there was, I would be like, wow, it's my guy, dude. Represent.
There you go. Right.
Also, shout out to Madura, man. Your duck cuisine is very, very good. I've been there, and it's probably one of the best dish I've ever tasted in my life. But aside from that, Chatera, of course. I think there's a lot of planks there, you know. Chatera, son of Madura or something.
Son of Madura,
Son
pride of Madura. Cha Dura.
What rhymes with Madura? I'm trying to
Chadura.
think of- Oh!
Chadura is from Madura.
Madura.
Chadera from Madura.
Wait, isn't his name Chandra or something? I thought he was from Bali.
What?
Well, he's
wait,
not
wait,
really
wait.
necessarily from Bali.
Usually when you're from
Am I
Bali,
being
there's
racist
like
here?
Oh, look! There's an EVOS legend in the building, ladies and gentlemen. The best gold laner to ever grace EVOS Legends. It's Clover.
Clover with Wang Wang. Clover with Melissa. If you see CW, so Clover walked
was the first
so
CW.
CW could run.
Wow, he's out of position.
There you go. Clover walked so CW could run.
The 2-trick Melissa and 1-1 is here.
Man, he's just so out of position, man. That's crazy.
Out of position?
He's
What do you
hiding
mean
from the
out of
camera. That
position?
means he is in position.
He got caught though.
Well, but yeah, I
He wasn't ready. He
Kind
was
of like
trying
his
to
play
move.
style. He gets
Yeah.
caught a lot.
He's trying to dash away from the camera like 1-1, but unfortunately in real life he's not that agile.
The cameraman Arashi in MPL Indonesia, they are literally snipers.
Yeah.
They're like that Beatrix with cheats that never misses.
Yeah, relentless. They'll follow you all the way like an Aldous
They
ulti as
catch
well.
everyone. Everyone.
You're at home, it's gonna they're just gonna catch you as well, man.
Oh no.
Okay. So if
Beware.
you have a laptop, if you have a phone, just tape your front camera real quick because
Just in case, right?
You.
Just in case the MPL cameraman is hiding under your bed with a phone or something.
Speaking of the pride of Madura, though, earlier he was laughing, so still in good spirits, and why would he not be? He's 2-0 up against EVOS Legends. Hey,
Whoa.
redeem some codes, ladies and gentlemen. Some hero fragments here up for grabs. Oh my God, that is a real MPL date. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. They were engaged.
Ooh, engaged on MPL?
No, but
Oh,
they
okay.
just showed the ring.
Oh, that would be fun, right? If you actually engage,
If you
propose, yeah, in MPL.
I think Panda did it in MPL PH, Coach
Oh,
Panda.
yeah, he did, he did.
When he won Season 9, I believe. So we have seen that in MPL PH. I don't think we've... Oh, we have seen in MPL ID. We have seen it. Season 10.
Did we?
There was a guy who proposed, and yeah, there was.
I thought you were about to follow up by saying, like, oh, he didn't get accepted.
No, there's
that
no
would have
way.
been so tragic, dude. No way.
Come on, you can't be... We got some Aura brand ambassadors here, too, in the building. You know, if the players can't come.
Everybody's here, man. Like, this is a very hype match.
Hey, where's...
Oh.
Hey, there's only one ring there. What do you mean by that, man?
Yeah, what is this?
Is that ring in the earring? It's earring and ring.
Huh?
The earrings.
From
is
who?
an actual ring.
Oh, no.
Maybe.
Oh, okay. I thought for a second she was gonna get rejected there, but it's fine. There you go. Never do that, okay? Because you are putting yourself out there. You're vulnerable.
That's a risk. That's a
It's
risk.
a risky move, man. All the other guy just needs to do nothing, and you are the joke.
Oh, well,
you are a joke.
Well, you put that cupped hand onto the person's neck because if he doesn't reciprocate.
Arashi violence. This is why Arashi stopped.
Arashi violence.
Stop
bang,
with the
bang.
violence, man. Here, you know what? To distract you guys from violence,
France.
Hero Fragments, once again, redeem your codes right now. You want to read one of the codes, Sheffin?
I don't think so, but Hero Fragment is very, very useful for you if you're making a
collect
new
heroes.
account. Yeah, making a new account if you don't have your hero, you don't have all of the heroes just yet. Hero Fragment is very, very useful, man.
You know what's cool? EVOS Legends, they're still very composed. It seems like, they're very chill.
Brands is slipping.
Literally.
Yeah.
Brands is just taking a chill pill. Meanwhile,
Hey,
Chadera.
son of Matura.
Let's see.
Chadera Matura.
Chadera from Madura.
Smile.
Combo, hero stat, Yves.
Smile.
Yves and Grok. What? 10 wins, 6 losses.
What is he saying? Are you a liberator, Rashi?
I'm not.
I think he's saying, thank you, Mirko, for the curse.
I see the thumbs, so I guess it's positive.
Yeah.
Camera's staying at him awfully long, though. He is like running
The
out of
cameraman
words.
loves Chadera. Did
What do you want
did
to
you
do? What
watch
do you
one of the
want him to
matches
do?
where he fist bumped Chadera?
Oh, Beloyski. No, it's Beloyski. It's not Chadera.
It was Chadera.
Beloyski.
It was Chadera and Beloyski.
Is it?
Yeah.
I guess.
We have more than one cameraman, Sheffin.
This guy is staying on Chadera for so long. I feel like he's waiting for Chadera to do something, or like dancing or
He's
something.
talking.
Well, look at him. Just picks up the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G that you guys can also grab. Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen, for the best MLBB gameplay. Awesome gameplay. Don't bite your fingernails just like Chadera did. That's a bad habit.
Come on, leave him alone, bro.
But we're ready, Sheffin.
Yep, we're ready for game number 3, potentially last game of the day, last game of the series. The losers will get eliminated from the playoff here. Game 3, EVOS versus GEEK SLATE.
I think a big factor here is the fact that Taz is on that Fredrin. We know how good this hero is. We saw it being used in the earlier games in the EXP lane, a far cry from its full potential. So now there's a potential that EVOS Legends can use that to its maximum possibility, but Beloyski already
Fast fingers.
getting just
No
jumped
way!
on by
Come
EVOS.
on!
No way, Beloy gets that. And Psychon's used the Petrify. Hijume might actually be solo killed here or forced to use the Flicker, but he's able to escape for now. A boy still pushing some damage onto him. Hijume staying in the mid lane, playing with fire, but he does survive. They're putting some pressure down into that gold lane though. Brands putting some damage down, but a boy's gonna be able to put some more damage down as Janna rotates as well. This might as well be a 4-man gank that, EVOS did to them earlier. Janna with level 4 now, jumping with a puncture and the Phantom Execution. Brands taking long. Janna dashing all across the place. One more hit is all he needs, and Brands will fall to the hands of a boy. Janna still surviving. This could be a disaster, but Hijume at least finds a kill back. Brands will lose a whole lot of gold though under that turret.
Yeah, definitely one-to-one trade here, especially for a gold lane. You don't want to get killed in the early game, but look, getting killed by Toss and Psychons.
It's also that joy, right, with the vengeance. So a lot tankier than you would expect, but look, it's taken out. It's not the same kind of potential that you have on the glue. So EVOS getting a bit more trades here, and with that pickoff, they're going to go for the turtle and showing Beloyski in the process, though. Dreams gets cut off. Beloyski very low. No way!
God, no
How?
way! The calculation of this man in the action beats Dreams out.
Oh,
electrifying beats. Dreams gets out with the Flicker, but it's a Flicker burned out. Taz finds the Retribution. Gets Janna down as well. Didn't notice Janna was down there, but again, GEEK SLATE maybe in the early game a bit too aggressive.
Wow, that was That was an interesting play from Beloy. He goes in, even though he has very, very low HP. And I feel like if he actually pulled off that flicker
I'm
earlier,
alone
Dreams, he actually might get Beloyski, but he goes for a safer option instead. But you can see here, Mirko might be using our Mirkos or not. I don't know. You gotta ask the guy.
Certainly interesting, Mirko. I wonder what this means. Well, for now, both teams are still doing pretty okay. They have almost equal pressure. Everyone has just been burning through their battle spells though, so keep your eyes out on that as Taz is trying to get some revenge, trying to make sure that he pressures Jana, but he is going to get bursted down, get poked and shoot away as much as possible.
Taz, look at the retribution here. Boy can actually, bait out. The Appraisers ran out with real world manipulation as they look for the damage. The wild charge connects onto Taz, but he's so incredibly tanky. Jadero with a minute's range, not able to connect right now as Taz is still in the midst of it all, getting poked down. And the Mirror's Passion takes him down. The Divine Judgment onto Luke, but he does pop the Vengeance in time. And GEEK SLATE have punished Taz in their own orange buff.
Definitely a punish, but I feel like it would be a greater punish if Luke and Chidera goes there a bit earlier. Just very slow uptake there, following it up on the wrong time. I guess they still get the kill, so it's good for them, but could have been much more.
Looking at the EXP lane though, you can see that Luke is sacrificing a lot of lane dominance to be all around the map as much as possible. This is a signature style on the glue occasionally, but later on, this means that Psychots has a lot more to say in when and how he wants to approach the fight. And knowing what he can do, right? The IESF performance is something that you want to try and avoid, but look at that damage coming in towards Brands.
Dreams doesn't have the Divine Judgment. He's just trying to slow Beloy down, but he is going to be able to escape right now as the boy rotates up top as well. He does have the real world manipulation and the mobility field. Will be able to lock Brands a bit there, but he does use the flicker to get out. EVOS Legends, 2 abilities utilized here defensively. Divine Judgment finally back up, but it's only on to Beloy, who gets the kill. Taz is able to find the turtle down below. It's Brands who took the kill. Janera wants to gut the turret though.
Jana trying to find something here as well, but both teams are being more aggressive, but it seems like EVOS Legends are the ones that keep getting the, I don't know, more guaranteed trades. For GEEK SLATE, if it really works, then they kind of trade equally, but if it doesn't work, then they lose double value. So I think EVOS is still the one dictating the pace right here, and it seems like that's the approach they want to take. In the late game, they know that the lore dances, the macro plays are just so good from GEEK SLATE, they do not want to rely on that at all.
Beloy taunted up, has the flicker, and they will ignore him actually. Beloy now caught in the wild charge, has the wild charge, and he gets out again. Hugeman with the damage, but he flickers out, and it's a bait. Hugeman falls under the real world manipulation. The barrier comes down, and the Mirror's Passion as well. Dreams taken very low. Beloy with the phenomenal calculation once again.
But I feel like in this game, Beloy has been... Hugeman! Goodness gracious, Jana Cutie with the punctures. And Chidera in trouble. Oh my god!
Fade away by Brands, picking up a kill onto Chidera. That was a beautiful kill though by Jana QT in this playoffs.
This is a bloody contest for dominance in the gold lane, man. Both Chidera and Brands cannot be allowed to snowball, and both teams understand that, which is why you see a lot of attention being put there. But you must say that for the most part, EVOS Legends are still getting the better of all the situations. On a macro level though, they're still holding their own. A 600 gold lead is definitely not decisive in any way or form. But you can see that when it comes to crowd control, when it comes to the front line being able to zone the aggression of their opponents, EVOS Legends have a better chance. But for now, it's before GEEK SLATE goes for those weird flanks, for the weird maneuvers that will allow them to get some weird pickoff in the late game.
But so far we've seen a lot of solid punish from GEEK SLATE, especially a lot of good real-world manipulation. Just there's no one there just yet to punish all of the members of EVOS Legends, but Turtle take.
Black Dragon form, 2 real-world manipulations popped in. A boy gonna be able to flicker out, but Jana wins out in the retry battle this time in the 50-50. Phantom execution to disengage, and Psychos jumps in, finding the Petrify onto a boy who's gonna be taken down. Mid lane, gonna be the target now for the side of EVOS Legends. The Divine Judgment bringing Beloy back, and that's the damage from Brands to take him out. EVOS built up a stellar 1,000 gold lead, but GEEK SLATE do not stay silent. They pick up 2 turrets, tier 1. Down below and up top.
I think that's good value. Mid lane turret traded for the side turrets. From your perspective, Rashi, like which one is more profitable?
when
It's
both
2 versus 1, but it's mid lane turret.
Exactly. When both teams are being this proactive, by the way, big snipe, something that EVOS needs to keep in mind here for the next fight. When both teams are being this proactive, the mid tower technically isn't that important because everyone groups there anyways to clear the wave. Afterwards, the fact that the side lanes are no longer clear also means that your jungle is a lot more vulnerable to invades. It means that whoever is clearing on the sides must wait and do it reactively because their safe space is further back away. So I think it really benefits Geek Slate, and especially considering their playstyle, this is a big advantage. And Janna, he is just fearless right here.
Yeah, very, very aggressive. Like, phantom execution towards a bush. Kind of expecting someone to be there, but turns out there's none. But Baloyski has to be careful because he's been playing very, very aggressively to the point where he gets punished a lot. And right now, it might be another one.
Divine Judgment onto Beloy, but he doesn't find the wild charge. He's able to bait all of them into the real world manipulation dose. Right now, Janna is going to be able to dive onto the back line, getting out the puncture as well. The fadeaway doesn't take him down, but Luke is hunting for a solo carry. Beloy gonna fall to the hands of the dragon, Psychots, but now he's all left alone, isolated, and gunned down by Chidera, who's gonna be taunted up and bursted down. He's still able to flicker out, and the prolonged team fight going to the hands of Luke as he jumps back and forth, not utilizing the vengeance just yet, saving it for the right time. Janna, again, with a puncture and the Thorn Rose, trying to buy some time, but the carry, Brands, picks up a tier 1 down below.
See what I'm talking about? It's a solid punish with real world manipulation, but there's just no follow-up, or the flicker is just there for EVOS Legends at the right time. And Luke, I feel like he's a bit late to actually follow it up as well, but Geek Slate, right now they're eyeing for the Lord.
Just going for it directly because everyone from EVOS Legends are sort of low.
Very,
Even Taz is stuck
intelligent.
trying to go for the purple buff. He did not realize that that attempt was going on. What a clean, high-tempo play from Geek Slate. And we talk about we talk about the macro, but even now, look at those team fights, right? Members from Geek Slate have been surviving with barely enough HP. Janna has been going in and out on a very small sliver of HP and still living to tell the tale. So Geek Slate is showing the mechanics in this game as well.
I mean, again, this is nothing short of exceptional, man. Geek Slate, the way they're able to play the game, they say, we don't care about the gold lead, you can take it, but they are controlling the map. It feels like even though EVOS Legends have that gold lead, Geek Slate are in control.
Definitely, and we can see the Lord marching down towards the top side. But Janna QD, there's no one in the bottom side to take care of that lane. EVOS Legends trying to fix that with Psychos going to the bottom lane, but there's going to be a lot of damage towards the bottom lane turret to tier 2. But Lord is still marching down. Geek Slate will try to make something out of it.
If you look at the items right here, more burst for Hijime with the Lightning Truncheon, but for the side of Geek Slate, already a glowing wand in the hands of Luke, so it's going to be a lot of damage to Yuzong, to the Fredrin, all these beefier HP members. And look at Baloyski just shredding forward. He might be going for play here on the Brands!
Wild charge and the flicker finds Brands. Luke is going to fall to Dreams as he brings him back with a Divine Judgment. Hijime picks up the kill. Psychons on the back line. Chidera going to be able to position himself really well. Getting the render shot onto Taz. Now gunning Psychons down. Psychons with no Petrify will fall to the hands of a boy as Hijime steals away the real world inflation to take the Lord down. Dreams, no Divine Judgment. 2 for 1. Geek Slate can utilize this with a wave coming in to look for that siege on the tier 2. Even here, Taz still securing the purple buff with that retribution. But the tier 2 will certainly fall to the hands of Geek Slate.
Not gonna lie, I was gonna expect Brands pull off a Benny, just trying to reaction time that one with a flicker, but instead he gets punished for it. I really expect he kind of read that out. The flicker wild charge play from Beloy, but what can you do about it?
Well, it just comes really quick, right? Wild charge, like Mirko mentioned, this is why he goes for the Grot pick, right? It's instant, it's faster, and there's less reaction time, especially against a player that's used to try and, you know, go against people using the higher reflexes, the higher reaction speed. Brands is just a perfect target for Beloy to just punish in that way. And now with more objectives taken, with how much more outplay potential is in the hands of Geek Slate, they're having a lead and they're waiting for the next opportunity. It's still anyone's game at this point. The gold lead, mind you, is still only at about 1k, so it's a very intense game.
But the
very
map
fitting.
control, Arashi, the turrets as well, the map pressure that Geek Slate have.
Exactly.
How are they able to do this, right? The gold lead was in the hands of EVOS Legends for, I think, almost the entirety of the game up until this point, right? But it always felt like Geek Slate were in control. What makes them have that control?
I think it's the superior planning. They know that, okay, worst case scenario, we lose something, we know what to take. And how fast they were able to just go about it. Like I said, knowing what is your plan A and what is the plan B. Earlier, they lost the fight sort of, but then they get the Lord instantly. No questions asked. Everyone just passed it over there instantly. Now, Pelosi goes for the play. It doesn't land though.
That's a bait right now. The Divine Judgment connects onto a boy. A blunder here. Brands taking half HP. The flicker forward by Chidera as he tries to kite away. Now going to be the taunt and the damage to take him down. Now GEEK SLATE are running for the hills. EVOS Legends have punished them. 2 of their main damage dealers have been taken down in the 13th minute of the game. Luke, Beloy, and Jana QT. Luke dashing in. Do they want to take this?
I don't think so, man. I don't think so. 5v3 right now, and Luke very, very careful for that Divine Judgment from Dreams as he doesn't have it. Oh, he already has that.
Ooh, I was about to say that there's a level advantage for Jana QT early on, but now it's even. Level 15 to level 15. He's trying to go for it, but he gets surprised by the Divine Judgment.
Divine Judgment buying some time right now as Beloy is going to be able to try to zone them away. Has the wild charge. They can combo it together right now as he jump in together. That's the wild charge, but it's still going to be Taz who secures it for the team. A boy will fall just as he spawns. Beloy still having immortality. EVOS Legends will go for the target onto Jana, who gets taunted up. Beloy losing immortality as well as the Bennett's Rage comes down from Chidera. Hijime finds a double. EVOS Legends have come alive in the 13th minute of the game. 2,000 gold lead marching down. They want to end the game right here.
Can they do? Can they do? Luke dashing in and out, but very, very low. EVOS, a chance.
Bennett utilized Chidera, bursts it down. Base still alive, and GEEK SLATE have managed it. Miniwaves not going to crash down onto the mid lane. EVOS Legends just dealing with it right now as GEEK SLATE members come back to life. 14 minutes in, 4,000 gold lead for EVOS.
That was a good gamble to take though. Like the lower take, Jana QT managed to find a way to actually execute that retreat, but losing that 50-50 instead to Toss. But right now, EVOS Legends, with the Lord marching down, they're definitely trying to end this.
4 to 5k gold lead right here.
No,
won't be enough for EVOS to try and brute force it. They know that, yes, they had an advantage, and they caught GEEK SLATE off guard, and were able to swing the tides completely. But still, they are a dangerous team that knows how to play around situations like this, so they're taking the disciplined route. They go for all the turrets, and they're going to go for the final base turret as well. If they're lucky, they might be able to get some more, but GEEK SLATE will definitely not let it go without a fight.
Jana dashing here and there. Psycon's going to be able to zone the 2 damage dealers away from the final base turret, which gets taken down, sieged down by Brands. A beautiful siege from EVOS Legends, capitalizing, punishing the mistake from GEEK SLATE.
Ooh, I dare say that Lord contest with 3 members was a bit too costly, man. I feel like they really could have let it go and then prepare for the siege, because EVOS Legends are still very much respectful of that damage. If you look at the items here for GEEK SLATE, the glowing one and ice queen one combo from a boy means that they can't just ignore it, right? It burns the longer you stay in the area of effect. Along with that, you can see it's a full, almost a full inventory slot for Kadera on that Beatrix. Yes, he was quote-unquote shut down, but overall, it's still a lot of damage, and now it's back to the status quo, but Beloy gets pulled over.
Beloy there with wild charge, gonna be able to stun Brands right there as Luke jumps into the back line with a vengeance as well, but look at the back line for GEEK SLATE. It's Chidera with Wind of Nature, buying some time, dealing some damage. He praises Rad, dodged away from Taz, gets it down. Meanwhile, Jana QT all alone, trying to buy some time with the puncture, but will in the end fall to Brands. 2-0 to EVOS Legends. Game 4, we might see it here.
Once again, it's Luke and Chidera and a boy trying to find this Chidera with the Reverse Passion.
A miss from Dreams, the flicker, but no Divine Judgment. Bennett is the option, is the point right now as they jump into the back. Chidera going to be zoned away, but look at Luke! He's able to buy so much time right now, but he doesn't stay long enough. The mini waves crashing down. Chidera doing so much damage on the back! He is going to be able to dish that damage out, but the turret, the targeting, the priority from EVOS Legends, forcing a 4th game in the series.
You can see the breath of relief from Age. New alive gain. Game 4 is secured. Chidera and crew, very, very confused looking right now.
They had it in the bag, man. It was looking so good until that blunder in the mid lane. This is what we've been talking about for GEEK SLATE. When it's good, it's amazing. When the mistakes happen, it is terrible. Everyone jumped in on board with that play, and they got completely punished for it and lose all semblance of control in that game. Man, EVOS strike back in decisive fashion, but it was a lot closer than I think it looked like on the surface.
And the Joy pick doesn't really show out to be a very, very important pick because of that Kaja pick from Dreams. Just non-existent towards, especially in the end of the game. He can only do so much, especially in the kind of 3-3-5 situation. Pretty good attempt to actually stop that siege from GEEK SLATE, but in the end, what can you do if you're 3-3-5 with gold laid down?
Yeah, I believe they nerfed the tankiness on the kit of the Joy as well, right? Less shielding whenever the beats are picked up, so 1v1 against a Yu Zhong. Luke was unable to do so, and he was forced, or at least he took the initiative to let go of a bit of lane dominance in order to be able to help out his team all around the map. And in the end, it just means that he is not as dangerous of a threat. And keep in mind, with the Kaja counter available for EVOS, he was just not having the best of performances. So this is, once again, the draft becoming a big problem, but honestly, it was really, really close. GEEK SLATE were still able to get some control there, but you can hear the fans, man. They are so relieved it's not a 3-0.
If you're not coming here, you're missing out, man. Like, the atmosphere is really, really good. You can see the drums here from this stage, from this desk. Very, very loud. And just want to remind you all that GEEK SLATE is still on game point. It's still on match point, actually. EVOS, huge W, but they still have a lot to do to actually turn it around. 2 games for them, only 1 game for GEEK SLATE. So it's a best of 1 for EVOS, I guess.
Technically, they need to build up, right? It's an uphill battle that they're fighting right now. And hey, they were able to actually get 1 on the board. For GEEK SLATE, though, I feel like it's just minor adjustments that they need to make there. I feel like even then in the loss,
they're in control.
Yeah, it was they were in control, and they kind of threw that control with Beloy making a very uncharacteristic, or maybe characteristic play, but it didn't go the way that he wanted to. He made the risk, but the risk didn't pay off. He did not land that wild charge that kind of gave that position away.
Also leads to Kadera flickering forward, and again, it all cascaded down. And by the way, keep in mind, we've heard rumors that when things go wrong, Beloyski gets quite passionate about the fact that things, could have gone better. So with that in mind, right, there's now, again, the question of mental preparation, of nerves and experience here for GEEK SLATE. We have seen a reverse sweep happen before. There's no reason why we can't see one today.
Well, I think it's playoff time. It's Beloy. He has the experience, he has the calmness to actually reset and go back to the way he is before the match. Beloyski, we're talking about Beloyski here, the captain of GEEK SLATE, so I feel like he's gonna be A-okay, but game highlight on point. Brands gives hope for EVOS' comeback in Game 3.
Look at the crowd earlier, man. Spotlights on them. That's a lot of guys. They all left the seats to go in front of the stage, right?
We're
Just to show their
day
team
1, by the
that,
way.
like, what's up,
Day
guys?
1,
Come on, get it done.
The support, even though they're down 2 games, they're still showing all the support, and even when they were down 2-0. So you can imagine the hype, the relief in their, in their head right now, or their mental state with that win, especially when Hijume just riled the crowd up. A big moment here as we try to dissect the item builds. Arashi.
I think item builds wise, it's a bit of a similar story. 3 main frontliners, right, beefy members, and then solid backline presence. For GEEK SLATE, it's a bit of a different situation. They don't have nearly as beefy of members. Even Luke, he can kind of do the same thing a Glue does, as in he can dash around, have mobility, but he does not have the crowd control or the liberty to just build in a lot of defensive stats and still do damage, right? This is why that Glue ban was so important. Look at him, he has 2 damage items, which already means that he cannot be as, as tanky as he usually is. So Kadera and Aboy, yes, they have range, yes, they can do damage, but now you can see that for the side of EVOS, it's a much easier task to shut them down. Send Psychots in the back, and for the most part, problem solved. And that is something that for the whole of game number 3, GEEK SLATE was trying to, they were just struggling to try and solve on the fly. Looking at the stats right here, Rich Guy is going to be Brand on the carry, but Hijume on the Valentina. Always the hidden presence, right? You never notice it until it's gone. But that Valentina late game going for the glowing one as well, knowing that there's a tanky Luke, right? Tanky Joy build. There's a Janna Cutie tanks a lot, and Beloyski on the Grok goes for the percentage HP potential on the glowing one. Very smart itemization. Beloyski was able to get the sandbag emblem, but unfortunately it was not enough. And being the sole frontline without Luke to try and tag team with is just something that is different, and that is something that EVOS has found success with. This might be their winning key to victory unless Geek Slate can find yet another strategy, another adjustment to try and throw Coach Age off guard. But yeah, Brands finally having a solid lane, right, winning, able to output some damage. He just brings back hope for the fan base, right, for the EVOS fans that are just hoping for this very elusive long-range reverse sweep.
It's funny because he wasn't in the winning lane, he wasn't in the winning matchup. Obviously, everybody was trying to get him ahead, but he wasn't in the winning matchup. But here, again, it shows. It's so weird, right? The fact that EVOS Legends, Arashi had most of the control in the game in terms of gold, but when it comes down to map pressure, no, it was actually Geek Slate who had more map pressure. And like Arashi mentioned, it's just because Geek Slate were always proactive. When EVOS Legends were farming, getting better pickoffs with the Kaja, they're always trading it for something, whether it be a turret or even invading an enemy jungle, just putting some more pressure down there so that it kind of stops the rotations coming in from all the other laners.
But that's the unfortunate part, right? When you have a gold advantage, you need a shutdown or something of that nature to try and get back in the game. But when your only lead is in map pressure, look what happens. You lose one big team fight that way, all the turrets fall down. Or if you lose a single lord, then most of your turrets can be equalized just like that. And that is the danger when you play for map control over a solid gold advantage. The MVP though by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G is going to be the king of the marksmen, 72% kill participation. And honestly in this game, he was silent but deadly, man. He wasn't making those crazy plays, he wasn't getting maniacs, savages, but the damage is definitely there, and he was a lot safer, right? A lot of attempts were made by Geek Slate to try and deny him, but he was safe behind the meat wall of the front line of EVOS, and he was able to output that damage when it really matters the most, especially when Luke is trying to be that nuisance diving in the back line, trying to abuse the tankiness.
A lot safe to play, and also a lot safer build for him because he actually built that Radiant armor for Luke for that Yeef also. So you can see, compared to the Glass Cannon build earlier, it really pays off, the respect that he has towards the opponent, especially when there's Luke with the Vengeance also. He actually goes for Dominance Ice instead of Blade Armor, which is very, very interesting. We've seen this in Knots from RSG, I believe. A lot of people seem to think that he kind of overthought that Dominance Ice. He should have gone for Blade Armor for the bounce damage.
Bounce.
Yeah, with the Vengeance also stacking it up. But we can see here the heat map for Brands.
Always sticking in the gold lane for the most part before rotating with his team. Let's look at some of the highlights, man. This gold lane was such a hot spot for big fights and skirmishes. Everyone was trying their best to try and make sure that their guy, their gold laner, is the one that has an advantage. Overall though, I feel like Brands did come out on top, but as Mirko mentioned, all across the map, trades were being made by Geek Slate, and with the Lord, with their very good neutral objective control, they were able to actually get the Lord and use it to its full potential to get those objectives. But with this one misplay, a boy gets taken out, Chidera tries to compensate for it, does not succeed. They went for a 3-man contest here, putting them even further behind, and like we mentioned, with the Lord taken, it's a completely different story here. The waves and everything gets pushed together, and I was quite surprised with how decisive, how aggressively EVOS counter-push to try and go directly for the end in that opportunity. And Geek Slate, by all means, were able to stall for just a bit longer, but EVOS, they know how to get the job done.
Well, especially when you have a lot of waves crashing in as well. It's a 5v3 situation, so what can you do about it? You don't really have a frontliner that can tank all the damage except from Luke. With the Vengeance, when that Vengeance drops off, it's gonna be easier for him to get taken down. And after that Liber's Passion gone, Bennett's ult gone, there's no high ground potential aside from a boy with real-world manipulation, which is, the cooldown is not there. No, he doesn't have that, so it's an easy win in the end for EVOS Legends for that siege especially.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to that, right? A lot of these skirmishes, in the end, I feel like, especially for Geek Slate in game number 3, it really felt like that main mistake, one big mistake just became a domino effect that really helped EVOS Legends to come back in the game. And again, up against EVOS Legends, sure, you do have a 2-0 lead. You can't afford to lose some games, but remember, EVOS Legends, they understand how to punish, right? Even though in game 1 and 2, they kind of got outclassed, it doesn't mean that they are completely down. They have that championship mentality, and we're seeing it here. 2-0 down doesn't matter. Still staying composed up against GEEK SLATE. And this is where GEEK SLATE needs to be very careful. This is their first time in the playoffs. And remember, sure, Beloy, veteran. Most of them, though, aren't veterans. Most of them, Beloy and Jana, okay? But everyone else have never set foot in MPL playoffs before.
In terms of burden to actually perform though, like I feel like GEEK SLATE has it easier than EVOS because EVOS, they've proven internationally that they actually is a class team.
More pressure.
Yeah, more pressure to them. But GEEK SLATE, they're coming from 8th place, first time in playoffs. So even if they actually does bad, like it's still a W, especially for the fans. Like they're still happy to get to see their team in the playoffs. But of course, they want more than this, especially the players. Beloyski, the runner-up of M3, this kind of achievement, just going to the playoffs, getting eliminated in the first round is not enough for this guy. He wants more, and he will do it. He will do so, I believe.
Ooh, okay, big words from Shevin, but he has mentioned that that is his goal, right? He is not aiming for the scraps. He wants the whole package. He's a big man with big needs. We keep saying that, but he has a lot of passion right here, and he has what it takes to make it happen. So we'll see if he can get it off here. But here, let's take a look at Dunia Games though, because you do not want to miss this action, man.
Tell us about the value, dude.
Yeah, the value, dude. As there's a lot of event going on, if you buy an item in-game, diamonds and all that stuff, you can also get quota, you can also get data up to 3 GB every time you buy an item or vouchers from Mobile Legends using Telkomsel. So it's the whole package. Use the items, buy the items, get iced out, get very, what you call it?
Get like swag.
Yeah, swag in the game with the skins.
Yeah.
New Mia skin, new Eudora skin. So you get the skins, you also get the data to actually play the game. So what are you waiting for? Use Telkomsel as well, the best in the business.
There you go. Check it out on duniagames.co.id or on the Dunia Games app. If you guys are lazy, there's always the QR code right below Rashi, right there, to go and scan and to visit the website or to download the app. Below you, Rashi. On your left. Below
what you looking at?
We're looking at you because we said it's going to be below you. Not anymore, though. If you missed it, tap the screen on your Samsung phone. Just back a little bit.
Back it up.
Back it up.
Back it up.
Back it up. And I think that's what GEEK SLATE need to do. Back it up.
Back
They're
it up, man.
Way too
Back
aggressive. Back it up. All right? They're getting way too aggressive. And as Beloy's name was back in the day, greed. They're getting a bit too greedy, I believe. When they had the lead, when they finally had the lead in Game 3, they decided to throw it.
The adrenaline.
Maybe the adrenaline, but it was a bit too risky, I believe. And I think the value out of that risk wasn't too good.
The value,
wasn't valued.
Especially if you consider that in the grand scheme of things, if they were able to actually catch up a bit more in gold, right, there's a bit less potential for that backline to get pushed. I mean, in that final fight, Psychos was diving alone, and for the most part, Kader was able to survive it. So he was, if he can grab a few more items, right, there's potential for him to just be a bit more self-sufficient.
Yeah, that's what Psychos did wrong. He dived in alone. He should have dived in with his Grab driver. PL ID S11 begins. What? Grab promos are ready to enjoy. If you're a new user, enjoy a 50% discount for a Grab food to power you up when watching online. MPL ID X Grab is the code, or get a 90% discount if you're going to the event using Grab Bike or Grab Car. You can also win MLBB skin also with Grab Challenge. No, Grab Challenge is the event. Grab Challenge is on March 18th, so if you want to check it out, details is on grb.to/MPL. Yeah, what are you waiting for? 90% discount going here? And you're watching MPL? It's
get your Black Dragon Form Grab service.
Yeah, honestly though, it's real what he says. Because sometimes, well, a lot of times actually when I ordered my Grab Bike, he's like, are you going to MPL? Because he knows the place in MPL in the regular season. I'm like, oh, you watch? Right. Yeah, there's a lot of RQ fans out there. Shout out, man. The Indonesian...
Did he recognize you?
No, he didn't. Most Indonesians don't know English casters.
Yeah, that's the sad life of English casters.
It's okay, though, internationally.
Yeah,
especially in the Philippines.
Yeah, Filipinos. Filipinos rise up.
How y'all doing, English viewers?
Should I be a Filipino?
There you go. Mahal kita, I believe.
Mahal kita.
It's a good word.
Magandang umaga po.
I don't know what that means. Anyways.
It means good morning.
Oh. Means good morning. Here we go. There's a Wanwan cosplayer here in the building. There's a lot of cosplayers actually in front as well. I think there was a Mia cosplayer.
Oh,
Sheffer.
yeah.
Did you get a picture?
I did
Turn
not,
it.
but I will. But we're going to go into the drafting phase for a Game 4. EVOS looking to get it going with forcing Game 5, but we'll see if that's still the case. If that will be the case for these guys. White Tigers. Same bans for GEEK SLATE. Alice ban still very, very weird, but looking at it, like, what are your thoughts on this ban, Arashi? Like, what are they trying to accomplish?
My thoughts first and foremost is the fact that there has been yet another switch, man. And so far, if you look at the pattern,
100% win rate.
The winner is always on the left side
Oh,
right here.
wow.
GEEK they just go straight for the
Kaja ban.
Kaja is banned.
It has to be Minsatar or Franco, right?
Has to be. I think the Minsatar makes the most sense right now.
I harness.
But they go for Valentina first. Now they're really thinking about it. The Minsatar? Or do they go for a pick for Brands
I think they have to pick it now. Because if they didn't pick it, GEEK has the option to go for it. To kind of make the Joy pop off. And Minsatar is pretty flex hero, right? You can see, I feel like you can use it in XP. You can also use it in jungle area as well. Maybe roaming too. Very like flexible.
It's
like
possible. That's why quote-unquote new heroes have so much more potential right here. And if anyone's gonna try and pull off something that crazy, it's gonna be Coach Age, right? Mad scientist, man himself. Will go for a very early tank slot. Or maybe it's actually a full damage Lancelot. We'll find out soon enough. 2 more picks for the side of GEEK SLATE. Very quickly though, it's gonna be the Franco and Brody.
So, there's no real counter set from the Minsatar, but I feel like Age has something else in mind. They don't want to force to play the Minsatar if they're not really...
Glue? The glue is still available. I thought GEEK would definitely pick it up, but EVOS can go for it. But like you mentioned, they might want to secure something that can stop this mobility a bit earlier in the drafting phase.
But we have a comment here from the Bud brothers of Beloyski. Kyrie, they've done everything well enough to secure a place in the playoffs. So I am very proud of Beloyski. Unfortunately, Kyrie, Beloyski is not proud of himself just yet. He wants more than just clinching the playoffs. But it's going to be a Melissa pick for Brands. Just countering that Brody pick right away. Interesting enough.
Not just that, but Melissa does pretty well against the Joy too. You can't dash into or through the go away. So the go away is going to be a good tool that EVOS Legends can utilize to stop the Joy. Also, the Joy can kind of cancel the Bloody Hunt too. If the Bloody Hunt is used, let's say, onto the Valentina, all she needs to do is get close. The Melissa, get close, pop the go away.
Go away.
Franco gets knocked back, and that's CC.
Now I'm wondering if this is going to be a jungle Joy though, because we saw the EXP Joy and it really didn't have the same kind of kick like we saw Luke and his element on those beefier, meteor heroes that can just stay out there and face danger and absorb damage. So with that being the case, maybe this is going to go to the jungle, and that is a very real possibility. For EVOS though, they still have to try and contend with the idea of dealing with the Iron Hook. And Dreams is a very well-known Lolita player. We'll see if GEEK SLATE recognizes that and ban it away.
Lolita is definitely an option here, but he normally also likes to play the Diggy, so he banned it right away. But I want to talk about the Joy EXP or jungle. The downside of Joy jungle is definitely the, the tankiness of the hero. You don't have the Vengeance, you don't really have that, maybe that Blade Armor as well, because it doesn't really matter if you buy Blade Armor if you don't have Vengeance. In this case though, if you go to the jungle, the plus is you can pretty much rotate to any lane faster if you're a jungler. So it's very interesting if GEEK wants to play this.
Right. Among the planes, the jungle, more presence, easier dives, easier ganks, more mobility, and the potential to just build full damage. Because you can just act like an assassin, quote unquote. You don't have the same responsibilities that an EXP laner has. So that is something that could be more in line with Jana Cutie's mentality, especially with the tank slot not available for him any longer. This might be what EVOS is trying to do here, move him to a unfamiliar hero.
Well, if we're talking about familiar hero, he still has that threat in mind. Remember, this hero has been picked most of the times for this guy, Jana Cutie, even though he's very, very proficient with the assassin as well. Fanny is also an option here because there's no real counter just yet, but if they actually go for, well, like before that,
Technically,
man,
it's a
like,
counter, bro.
I think that's not really a counter for...
Mincetar's still open too, right? Technically, right now, and they kind of need an XP lane. So I feel like with EVOS having the final pick, it's a bit too risky to try to pull off something like a Fanny that is basically going to make it as though Geek Slate are doubling down on dashes, right? EVOS can really punish that now with Geek Slate only banning Diggy and Yuzong. I think a safer pick with the Diggy ban would maybe just be something like an Akai.
Not gonna lie though, like I feel like Joy versus Mincetar is not really a counter, like full-on counter towards the Joy because you want to stack up those...
Oh, wow.
Hello there.
I didn't expect them to go for the Fairness. I thought maybe a Lilia would be the option here because...
Teresa is there, Melissa is there, so I don't think Fairness is...
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Valentina can take the call Alter. That's why I really didn't expect Geek Slate to go for it. But props to EVOS Legends because I noticed the ban already from the Farsa and the Yve, and it only gave Geek Slate 2 options. Well, you know, if they want to go for a Kagura, I guess 3, but 2 viable options that we've seen, that we've seen a boy perform on. It's Feramis or Lilia.
Well, with the Cult Alter available though, it really seems like they are lining up for a very aggressive composition to try and use the Cult Alter aggressively instead of defensively. We've seen it work, and now with a Martis, this is a very dangerous comp in the early game. But if EVOS can weather the storm, once they group up as 5, it's going to be a lot more difficult. So
XP Joy.
Geek Slate, they're going for very, almost an all-in the early game kind of situation here. For EVOS, they have the choice of one more pick. Now that
should be Lolita, right?
It could be the Lolita. Right? It deters a lot of the commitment from Geek Slate as well, but maybe they want something a bit more direct. Numeron Blast does take a long time to cast. It does take quite a bit and can be cancelled.
If they really want to shut down the Franco, the Kadita is an option too. We've seen it in EVOS Legends many times, but yeah, the Lolita is the standard usually that we see, especially up against a Brody and a Feramis. It's a pick that makes sense, right? The Numeron Blast can really punish these clumped up players with the composition, and just a bonus, Guardian's Bulwark for that torn apart memory.
Also, blocking the Iron Hook with the Guardian's Bulwark is a legitimate defense plan. So far, it seems like EVOS has a lot more options to play around with, but Geek Slate are going to have a lot more danger in the early game. It's only... But again, EVOS with more experience, they have been through this kind of situation before. They have faced and weathered the storm of an all-in early game composition, so this is looking dangerous for Geek Slate in my opinion.
Let's see if this Feramis pick will pay off for Geek Slate. A very, very interesting pick against a lot of AoE damage, AoE CC from EVOS Legends, but we'll see. In game number 5, game number 4 or 5? 4
buddy.
For EVOS versus Geek Slate.
Here it is, into the land of dawn we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Geek Slate still at match point 2 to EVOS Legends is 1. One more game for EVOS to equalize the odds, to make it a best of 1, but Beloyan, a signature pick, will try his best to deny that away from EVOS Legends.
He also gets chunked down badly though. That is the Valentina damage coming in from Hejime. We'll have to see. In the jungle, the Martis, I'm not sure if I've seen Janna play this quite often. So a lot of questions around this pick, but it is going to be a very effective pick, especially going up against the quote-unquote assassin that Taz is on.
Speaking about question though, Rashi, this time Jotaro brings out that killing spree instead of that weapon mastery. So you can see he's not really just, I prefer to play weapon master. It's just based on the condition. Like I want my guy to have more survivability in teamfights, but what seems to be different here?
The fact that there's more damage available. There's more damage coming in from Luke, from a boy as well, especially later on in the game. So he isn't really forced to be the sole damage dealer to try and melt down through the tanks. But on the other side here, Luke getting pressured already, and for the most part, Geek Slate is trying to abuse this Franco, pairing it up with a Brody for a very oppressive lane. But with the Lolita, EVOS Legends can wither through that, block of the aggression.
He connected.
Go for it, leader.
Bottom lane though, Branch with the Inspire just getting back to a lot of HP. Jadera not letting him do that. Trying to zone him away from the cannon minion right now. Punishes Branch quite a bit as Luke is forced back away. Janna trying to secure that gold buff. He gets it with just that final Mortal Coil proc.
Just want to say to you all that first kill of Brody is not really countered by the Guardian's Bulwark from Lolita.
It goes through?
Yeah, it goes through. So it's not really that Brody cannot do anything when the Guardian's Bulwark is active. Like you can still use that to stack up for the tournament part memory later on, but Turtle Contest, I feel like GEEK SLATE is just letting this go.
They don't really have enough pressure and XP to contest.
Yep. Especially without level 4s available, the early presence of EVOS Legends in the EXP lane paid off in that turtle fight. And almost in poetic fashion, it all comes down back to GEEK SLATE relying on Beloyski, man. If these iron hooks do land, that's a huge game changer for the side of GEEK SLATE, but if it doesn't, then EVOS Legends have a lot more advantage here. So kind of funny how it all plays, it all comes around to the same few factors.
It's just pretty much the same game plan over and over again. Just rely on Beloyski to make plays happen. With the Kaja, he pops off, but we'll see if that's also the case with Franco. Overall, so far in the regular season, he actually can play the Franco to the highest level. But this is EVOS we're talking about against Dreams with the Call of Duty Full World and a lot of skilled member of EVOS Legends. So it's going to be a different story. Maybe Beloyski eyeing for Brands.
Yes.
Ooh.
He reads down that Brands is in the bush, but the hook isn't on point enough. They're looking to siege bottom lane now with the Brody, trying to utilize that lead against Dreams. Again, it's Dreams just nullifying that pressure, giving Brands so much more space to farm up.
There's the lane management as well coming in from the side of EVOS Legends.
Oh, Beloyski spot out.
We stuck behind turrets here, flickering away. Wow, punished sort of by the defensive maneuvers, reactive plays from EVOS Legends, but look at the turret though. This is GEEK SLATE trying to use their pressure. They haven't been getting a lot of success, but they are getting small victories here and there as much as possible.
Only one objective so far for EVOS Legends, the total, but only a 300 gold lead for them. So you can see here GEEK finding all the golds available in other side of the map. Especially, we've seen the gold lane. It actually doesn't feel like Jadera is losing a lot. With the presence, the pseudo-presence, the not presence of Beloyski, it puts a lot of pressure towards France, so he has to play it safe in case Beloyski is there. So we'll see if the Lord fight or Turtle fight will favor EVOS again.
Look at Brands. He's already playing to kind of match Brody if he decides to rotate. He's already in the mid lane right now. Retribution battle, Jana going in, not going to be able to pick it up. It's Taz with the Retribution, still on point as ever. The now blast cancelled out by Jana QT. Meanwhile, down below, look at the mini waves and look at that turret gold. It's going to be munched up by Chadera on the Brody.
Yeah, that's going to be a full 300 gold for him. So it kind of neutralized that gold lead from that total also. Especially, this is a Brody we're talking about. This is a gold laner. This is the one who you want to get more gold, a lot more gold as possible. But Beloyski missing the hook, Jana Cutie. Out of trouble, he has the protocol. So this is the beauty of the Mars pick against a little pick. You can see they're just canceling out everything that Lolita throws.
And keep in mind, the late game, though, really does favor EVOS Legends. Yes, GEEK SLATE can use a call Alter. They have the Joy, technically, and the Faramis, but when it comes to DPS, we're back to the situation we saw in game number 1, the Melissa difference. But of course, if GEEK SLATE can get the pickup onto the Melissa, it's a whole different story. So let's hope that the itemization will be a lot more defensive for Brands. Let's repeat the same situation from game number 1.
Definitely the burden late game. I feel like Luke has, you know, oh, Luke might be sandwiched here.
Doesn't have the vengeance, technically. I don't think they're going to be able to lock him down right now as he jumps into electrifying beats, but the go away, as per expected. Dodging away from the Minot Blast, but the flicker out away. Proper vengeance, though. Well played by Dreams. The Brands with a follow-up there to pick up first blood in this game, 6 minutes in.
Beautiful play by Dreams, just punishing the fact that he's not really respecting the potential flicker, but Beloyski might be eyeing for another flicker too.
Pretty expensive miss there, Rashi.
Seems like EVOS Legends, they're just, I don't know, they just read how Beloyski is just able to predict their movements, so they're trying to do weird stuff instead. Look at Psychots there, he just didn't care to dodge from it at all. They're not hiding in the same bushes, and now they jump on Jana Cutie, getting out of the Mortal Coil. Good for him, but now the turtle is under the control of EVOS completely.
Resources burnt out already. Psychon's on his own right now, but he's going to be caught in the bloody hunt as well. The cold Alter comes down. Jana steals away the turtle with the Retribution. The penalty zone is able to connect onto 3 members, and that's the AoE. The go away, peeling away. Luke not going to be able to push some damage down as that's Beloy taken down. Chidera pushing some damage back onto Psychons. Torn apart memory and the fadeaway to take Psychons down. EVOS Legends, it's a turtle for Beloy. But in Psychots,
Ooh, look at Taz though, trying to go against Janna, but it's a 1v1 fighter against fighter. Oh, Taz just takes him out, and EVOS takes the mid tower with him.
The difference in levels and the difference in gold, also the HP before that, just kind of wins it out for Taz. And right now, EVOS Legends sitting on a not very comfortable 1k gold lead, but they're definitely happy to have it, especially with 2 total takes for them compared to 1 for GEEK SLATE. And right now, they're gonna eye for this upper turret just to take every tier 1 turret down to make jungling, to make owning Bush easier for Dreams in the future.
If you look at the gold difference here by UBS Gold, for the most part, it's very close except for the jungle. Janna Cutie is going to be a bit behind. He is 2 levels below Taz, and that is not where you want to be. We've seen how difficult it is to be in the jungle, to be going for those retribution contests and the situation, but GEEK SLATE, they usually adapt and just go for the fights instead of the 50-50 on the retribution. Luke, though, is not given any chance to be nearly as oppressive as he is on the glue. So GEEK SLATE, they are losing out on a lot of map pressure that they usually can rely on.
I think Luke has to rush the plate armor, maybe in second item, even third item. Just, oh, Beloyski, conceal.
Taz on a Bloody Hunt right now. Jume is going to be able to steal the Bloody Hunt as well. It's only Taz though, however. He gets out with the Phantom Execution right now with the Midnight Blast. Connecting onto 4! Onto the back at the penalty zone as well from Psychot. Taz with a follow-up, and Brands has rotated up EVOS Legends with a 3,000 gold lead. Proper response, reacting to GEEK SLATE's proactivity.
Again, leave and die by Beloy. Good idea, just bad engaged towards the wrong opponent, towards the wrong target. Thus, definitely one of the most mobile heroes of EVOS Legends. As you can see there, the puncture, the Toll Doors and Phantom Execution just fail him out from any kind of danger. And this is tank slot, remember, so it's not really easy to burst him down with the damage that you have, especially when Chatera and a boy is not in the vicinity.
This is dangerous.
They wanted to get the retribution out of EVOS Legends' hand and go for the objective. Unfortunately, they don't have enough damage to make it happen. So now, EVOS Legends, the 4k gold lead with the Lord behind them. This is the quote-unquote worst-case scenario for GEEK, and EVOS Legends can do the exact same thing. Pressure, siege slowly but surely, and prepare for a counter-engage.
Blue team turret has been
High
destroyed.
potential for GEEK SLATE. They're definitely, it's really hard for them because it's Beloyski, so there's really no like real frontliner aside from Janna Cutie, which also is their jungler. So his life is more valuable than a normal tank because he has to execute those stretcheries
Blue
and those
team
objective
turret
take
has
battles.
been destroyed.
And right now,
Blue team
EVOS is
turret
eyeing
has
for
been
an inhibitor
destroyed.
turret or base turret at bottom lane.
There you go, Magic Sentry popped in, Janna admits it all. They're able to disengage with Mortal Coil. Waves coming down, the Midnight Blast as well popped in. Massive resource already used, Taz able to zone the other members away as Joy is up in the top lane, clearing it out. Good micromanagement for the Waves to defend and to only give EVOS Legends just the tier 2s, but EVOS can go with a second wave now with a 6,000 gold lead built up.
So now EVOS Legends, they can do what they did in game number 1, but play it a lot more patiently. They didn't go for the dive right there. They're waiting for the wave. They're going to get caught. They can't really do much, but play defensively and try and minimize the goal difference until the next Lord. That is the only thing they can really bank on, and maybe rely on some of that very good macro play that was able to get them the edge in game number 2.
Ooh, Beloyski. It's definitely heavy for them. Just to make those hooks happen, and so far, none is landing. We haven't seen a big hook from Beloyski, but maybe I'm looking wrong here.
There you go, Beloy still holding on to the Iron Hook now with the Bloody Hunt. Not going to be able to pop it up just yet. He goes for the Iron Hook and he misses. Jume will not be able to get locked down. Now the Midnight Blast is going to be charged up. No flicker to follow that up. It's still both teams disengaging, but Beloy needs to start landing these hooks.
And 2 flicker burn from the side of GEEK SLATE, so it's a very, very heavy consequence, especially the Lord is coming in 30 seconds. Oh, okay. I thought
okay, he needs to start landing the hooks, but on heroes.
Exactly, Taz will be able to take away this orange buff, fortunately. And this is what we've been talking about previously, right? For GEEK SLATE, if you put all your eggs into the Beloy basket, if it drops, you have no engage tools. And now with the Iron Hook denied by positioning, denied by the Guardian's Bulwark, there's nothing that they can really do to get a decisive, proper engage. And all EVOS Legends have to do is ensure that the main carries, that the Melissa, that the Valentina does not get hit by an Iron Hook. If they can maintain such a simple win condition, GEEK SLATE are the ones that have to be constantly on the back foot.
Okay, Jana with Immortal Coil.
No way.
There's no way they go for the steal right now, but Beloy goes over to conceal Hijime with a flicker as well, and then a blast onto the back. And it's gonna be Jana who gets caught. A full collapse onto Jana. With Hijime picking up the kill, Taz still going at it. EVOS Legends, 7.5k gold lead, 12 minutes in, and they are looking good to equalize in this best of 5.
This composition is not made for losing position, right? Because it definitely shines more when you're winning, when you have all the turrets taken down. But I want to shout out the EVOS Legends' itemization though. Dreams and Psychots both has immortality. He knows that they're the one who's most likely get hooked and getting killed and under the turret, but they actually build the immortality as an insert.
Oh my god, Luke is so squishy.
Nah.
Too squishy, look at him. It's chunk low just by that much. Oh, turn apart memory on the Dreams. Only getting the immortality right now. Shadera puts some damage back on that bottom lane onto the Lord. EVOS Legends playing it as disciplined as ever. Not rushing to end the game.
On the flip side, GEEK SLATE though, they're getting some more items. They're trying to equalize. Keep in mind, it's still GEEK SLATE. They can turn things around at this level of MPL. Any kind of small mistake can be translated to a swift victory, so I think both these teams are very much still being careful, especially for EVOS, knowing that they have thrown a similar position before. They are definitely taking their time with this one, waiting, it seems like, for the next Lord before trying to do anything, just trying to deny any kind of income to GEEK SLATE as much as possible.
Oh, what can you do as Beloy here? He's been landing, I mean, he's been trying to hook some people in the bushes like that. A lot of times where, you know, pretty much there's not going to be people there. They know that they're going to hook, or Beloy is going to hook the bush, so they're not going to be there. So Beloyski might be, you know, just try to own some bushes and make something happen. And the risk from that is just the engage from Dreams is very, very fast, especially when you have Flicker. Yeah, the penalty zone is also Flicker as well. So it's a hard. Whoa,
There you go. It's only on to Psychots though. Definitely not the target you're looking for. That's a guy who can engage on your team. And you can see instantly, Beloy calls it. Everybody backs off right as the hook lands. He's looking for some more right now. He needs to get it onto Brands, or, man, a beautiful Luminon blast onto the back right now with the call altar placed down by a boy to save his team. But Beloy will fall in the front. Taz with a puncture, dashing back and forth onto the mini waves. That's going to be cleared out right now by the side of EVOS Legends. Luke jumping in back and forth, using the electrifying beats onto Brands with a vengeance as well. But it's not going to be enough damage to take Brands down. Brands still able to heal back up, but EVOS decide to disengage.
It was a big play from Luke, you know. A good electrifying beats and also with the vengeance also. Unfortunately, didn't manage to get someone down because he's just, EVOS is just way too ahead right now. Almost 10k full lead, 7-1 in the 15 or 16 minute. Luke!
Going for it, but now Dreams is the only one being caught. Beloyski was looking for something a bit more. Almost lands a massive hook. But the positioning from EVOS, knowing the potential, the possibility for Beloy to go for it. And now without any base turrets, EVOS Legends are the ones that can hold this Lord as long as they want.
They have to gamble.
Yeah, GEEK SLATE needs a gamble, just like EVOS Legends in game number 1, Arashi. Oh! Beloy finds a stun. This might just be the burst enough to take him down. Taz taken very low with the Thorn Rose. It's Taz who gets out, but the torn apart memory finds the kill. Luke will fall. A boy is popped in to call Alter. A massive resource. No jungler will mean that GEEK SLATE bought a little bit more time now. There's not going to be a contest onto the neutral objective for now. They can clear the wave safely, but only for 28 seconds.
Wow. Luke goes in just in case the torn apart memory does not work. And kind of worked out, but unfortunately with one man down, EVOS go for it.
No call, Alter, Jana, the Mortal Coil doesn't get him through the wall. EVOS Legends punished now. GEEK SLATE's jungler has fallen. Beloy needs to make a big play. A miracle play on the Franco. Will it work? He flickers forward, but Brands takes it away from him. Beloy will fall. Brands with a monster kill. Beloy buys the immortality, but it's a bit too late. 30 seconds on the death timers as the base is wide open. The Lord marching down to the mid lane. This might just be it.
It is. It is 5v3 here. And no Janakiru, no Beloyski. Lord is marching down towards the mid side.
The Tigers are roaring and Psychot leads the pack with a without blast. EVOS have equalized in this best of 5.
Once again, we're seeing a potential reverse sweep from the Tigers against the Geeks. You're a first-timer here. Know your place, Geeks.
Wow, what a performance, man. You can give credit to the draft all you want, but they played that to perfection. GEEK SLATE, the team that is well known for adapting, for doing things out the box, were unable to find a single successful play during the whole course of that game. EVOS now equalizing, the pressure is on the other side.
I think they're putting too much on Poloisky, you know. We've talked about EVOS putting too much pressure towards Brands. This time around, Poloisky has to make the hook happen unless or Geek's gonna lose, and we're seeing it right now. There's not much hook he can land, and when it lands on the wrong target, there's only one hook that can actually turn the game around, but instead, Luke just goes in 1v5, 1v4, throwing his life away to make Geek lose that advantage. It's a 4v4 again in the lower fight, and again, EVOS definitely favored in that 4v4 situation with a lot of gold late in their hands.
Well, game highlights here. Dreams, Newman, and Blast becomes the best counter setup for EVOS in game number 4. We called it out in the drafting phase. It's a very good pick against a Franco. It's a very good pick for counter-engaging, and that really seems to be the bane of GEEK SLATE's existence.
Wow.
Whenever their aggression can be punished so efficiently, so effectively, they just can't make it work. Unfortunately, their composition is just way too one-dimensional, and I think the Joy pick at this moment right here is what is throwing them off. If this is how it's gonna be, if this is the effect that Joy has in the composition of GEEK SLATE, they might as well let it go and not use it.
What's going through the minds of GEEK SLATE, right? 2-0 lead now completely gone. The championship mentality from EVOS Legends, though, shining here with the crowd as well. Sheffin, you can hear them. They are roaring in the back.
I can't even hear you.
Yeah, I agree. I can't even hear you half the time. Whenever EVOS makes a play, it's just, I don't know what you guys are saying. It's just the drums,
man. You can hear
yells.
the drums, the cheers, everything. It's really drowning out whatever we're saying. Even our fellow casters, they have the sound system on their side, and yet the crowd is overpowering them. What?
Rashi, what do you say?
What do you say? Here it is.
Speaking of momentum, though, there's also a team that has 3-0 win streak, but ended up losing in the playoffs right away. We know
they didn't have a 2-0. They didn't have a 2-0.
3-0 win streak in the regular season translates to playoff. No,
was
not
that?
really. I don't know which team was it.
Bigetron had a 4 win streak, not a 3
Okay,
win streak. So
know your
match-wise,
stats.
match, not
know your
Sheffin.
stats, Sheffin.
So momentum
Do
is
your
definitely
research.
something that you don't really rely on. But in this case, EVOS will take every advantage possible, especially the fans here. It's also an advantage. So if you're a GEEK SLATE fans, what are you doing at home? What are you doing?
Gotta come and support, man.
Go
Right
here and
now, you can see
support.
the support is really helping EVOS Legends with that morale. They know that win or lose, these fans are gonna be by their side. And you saw it, 2-0 down, they're still staying.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you keep saying that, oh, it seems like EVOS is like dominating the audience game. We just happen to be on EVOS' side. There's a whole bunch of people over there as well just cheering for GEEK SLATE. So, you know.
But they're not as loud.
You have no idea. Well, because they're not winning yet.
But they're geeks, so they're not loud.
What? Unironically, what?
They're geeks, so they're not loud, but we can see here the items for the game 11-2. Arashi, what stands out?
Well, what do you know? Win of Nature on the Melissa. Advice taken finally, and you can
Selling
see
the boots.
We won't say that, you know, it's all because of that one change that EVOS Legends were able to win, but it definitely still made a difference.
Psychots, no Bloodlust X. That is very, very interesting.
Yeah, full tank, yeah.
Yeah, the only reason Psychots is there to execute that penalty zone flicker, basically. So he doesn't really care about his survivability. He can also do that with Immortality. So I think that's also something that I need to, you know, take note of.
They are fully giving it the carry role, the damaging role to Hijume and Brands, mainly Brands.
Exactly. I mean, he has the Festival of Blood, so he has some regeneration built into his kit still. But for the most part, his job description is literally wait around, right, and see a good chance for a penalty zone, whether it's defensively, whether it's aggressively. And I think throughout the game, he was coordinating with Dreams, right? If Dreams is going to counter-engage, then he has no issue just going first. But when you see it, when the Numinant Blast is used aggressively, then he holds his penalty zone as follow-up, or just holds on to it for a bit longer before going all in on it initially. So I think that coordination, that flexibility is exactly what GEEK SLATE usually takes advantage of. It's usually them wondering, okay, is it going to be Beloyski's Kaja, Beloyski's Franco, and then Luke comes in with an Arlet, or Luke comes in with a Glue. But now with Glue on a Joy, right? What is the Joy going to do? EVOS can just back away, pull him away from his team, and then beat him down, right, with superior numbers. Looking at the stats right here, it looked kind of close. GEEK SLATE kind of made it intense-ish, but for the most part, it's a dominant showing from EVOS Legends, and it's due to that. Even Janna Cutie, that occasionally can make those crazy plays with the Lancelot, it got denied as well. He is forced to play the Martis, and it's just not the same kind of impact. You have some damage, yes, but he's losing out on the mobility, on the farming speed. He was levels below Taz as well, so clearly things were not going as planned for the side of GEEK SLATE.
Now we see how it turns out, man. The Faramis pick, as we've talked about earlier, Mirko, against this much AoE, against the Numinant Blast penalty zone and the models from Brands, it just doesn't work at all. And there's a lot of times where they clump up, Numinant Blast, it's easy punish.
Man, I do wonder why the Franco second pick. That was very, very early, and I feel like there are options available for Beloy. We've been hyping it up, right? Beloyski, the man that was questioned for having a shallow hero pool, now just bringing up all these crazy picks. So why was he forced to pick it so early? Right? I feel like there were options available, and even if the usual options weren't there were still things available for him to try and make use of.
I think they just really tried to
make the Joy pop off.
Yeah, they just tried to remove a lot of the heroes that can really stop the Joy, like the Franco. That's why they picked it up, and we know that Dreams can play that Franco too. My question here is, Arashi, why are they doubling down on the Joy that didn't work for them? At least now we know. If it wasn't clear in Game 3, it is clear in Game 4. Luke is not comfortable on the Joy. Get him on a Glue, get him on an Arlet, get him on a Fredgen, heck, even, right? Because the Joy has not worked out, has not looked good.
It's just not his usual role.
Different play style, very different.
Again, take damage, engage fights. Right,
Sustain,
take damage,
prolong.
dive behind, buy time, put pressure on the map. None of these things are available with the Joy pick. Or even if it was, he wasn't able to do it. I don't know why. Maybe he's just not comfortable on that pick, like you said. So, like I've been mentioning, I feel like if that's the impact the Joy pick is going to give you, don't take it. It's damaging through their gameplay.
What's not damaging, what's very beneficial was this beautiful Alita pick because, again, Franco, Brody, Faramis, everything. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Your MVP, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's Dreams and his Numinant Blast in that game, Rashi, were absolutely amazing.
We talked about it, right? The Bulwark just working so well, and it's such a clear counter to Beloy. You can see that he was struggling, man, because usually the clump of heroes that could be easy hooks, now it's just a Bulwark, and you can't really do much against it.
It's kind of ironic, isn't it? He's not having the Joy while playing the Joy, so...
Yeah, he's not really having...
Luke,
he's not really happy while playing the Joy.
Get Luke with Luke? Nah, that doesn't work.
With the glue was actually available.
It was, and the Valentino was... So they picked up Joy first. That's the reason, and I believe right now, I believe they can't flex it into the jungle because Janna has never played it.
Exactly, but I really feel like, come on, Janna is a player known for assassins. I feel like
yeah, it makes
logically
sense, right?
It makes sense, but unfortunately, maybe he is just that uncomfortable. Looking at the heat map, there's not much for Dreams to do, but just move around and counter. Of course, when things are there, Luke tried to try and 1v2, and usually the tankier, beefier members can survive that kind of dive under the turret, but he was unable to do so against Dreams and Brands, and that was just so damaging to their whole macro gameplay. Of course, look at these Numinant Blasts, man, and the penalty zone on top. Whenever they clump up like this, there's just no way. Usually, if they do clump up, it's because they are all jumping in and they get Brands out of the picture. So even though they get comboed like that, it's fine. But here, they're all clumping up without mobility, without the tools necessary to try and supplement the playstyle, and it just does not work.
Man, I don't know, Arashi. It really feels like I don't know. It feels very forced. The joy, it's not Luke's style, man. It really isn't. And the Faramis, we really doubted the Faramis. Right after he got picked, we were like, wait, I thought the Lilia would have been a bit better. Heck, even the Lunox, I believe, would have done a bit better to, you know, melt down the front line at least, right? Because, holy, that Faramis was a big setup for the Numina Blast and the penalty zone. And the bottles.
Yeah, it's the brilliance of Age banning out all the mid laners in the second phase of the draft, right? Forcing them to basically pick a hero that's not really, you know, it's not the right hero to pick in the kind of situation. So Age just sit there and as the weeb would say Rashi, all according to Kotaku.
Keikaku?
Is it?
Keikaku.
Are you gaslighting me? Are you gaslighting me or is it actually Keikaku?
Keikaku, it's the plan, like strategy. Keikaku Dori.
He has a Japanese name, so.
Exactly, bro. Come on.
He's the weeboo.
Put some respect on my name.
There you go.
Are we going to be taking a break though? Because this has been a very intense rally, man.
Gotta get some point coffee.
There you go. Sheffin, take us to that break.
Yep, we're gonna take a break after this. After this, we're gonna have a Game 5, the deciding game for the fate of the two teams. So stay tuned. We'll be back.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Semua serangan jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't
best of fives this day and to Game 5. Of course, this game, it's a win or go home situation for the White Tigers versus the Geeks. A lot of things at stake here. Of course, EVOS Legends has 3 members that they have in SEA Games representative in the next tournament. But GEEK SLATE, of course, has nothing to prove. They're the 8th placer, and right now they have the playoff spot, and they're trying to make the best out of it. And so far, it has not been working out in Game 3 and Game 4, but, you know, what else is working out?
Well, what's working out is Max Stream. Whenever, you know, you're tired, you don't know what to watch, you can always just open up Max Stream on your Samsung phone, because for those of you who love MLBB, MPL 2023 is available on Max Stream. Max Stream is an app that combines OTT and a lot of channels so that you don't need to swap between the apps, and guess what? There's a lot of exclusive content, original content that only airs on Max Stream. There's Love in-Game, Love Coach with Rachel, The One Believe, Rasha, The Wonder Kid, and Cole Ack Express.
So don't miss out on cool and exciting shows. Watch only on Max Stream. You can Max Stream and chill with your girlfriend too. If you have one, if you don't have one, just chill on your own.
Yeah.
Just like me.
Solo chill.
Yeah.
Solo.
Well, what can't be solo is Beloyski, man. His team needs to try and figure something out. Looking at the game recap from the previous game, Kadera and Brands, both the impact player on their team. It just is unfair. Yes, it's Kadera's Brody, but given the whole circumstance, the whole context, it's not only about the gold lane, it's not only about the roamer, right? Overall, the composition needs to make sense. So we're going back to this whole topic again, but this Joy has been such a big problem. If you don't want to let it go, ban it. If you want to let it go, then you may need to make sure that you know how to play it. We were talking about the possibility of Janna Cutie going on it, and it really makes sense logically, unless Janna really does not know how to play it. And if that's the case, that's such a shame, right? It's a pick and ban hero. There's no reason to not have some time on that hero just in case it pops up, and you need to flex it around, right? It's a very important pick to have your way around. So for Geek, will this Joy pick once again throw them off, or will they finally put a bit more flexibility in their composition? Because if it's only on Beloy, only on Luke, or only on a singular member, well, guess what? They're doing the exact same thing that EVOS Legends were struggling so hard to try and overcome, being one-dimensional and relying too much onto one player.
No more experimental drafts, please.
Please.
I read that in the comments.
Will they still ban the Atlas though? Is the question for GEEK SLATE here, or do they want to
I am
just
the
ban
power of
Evo?
light incarnate.
But it's another Natalia and Glue ban, but this time around, GEEK SLATE banning out that Kaja. So I don't know what's the game plan here. Maybe if EVOS still lets the Joy go. No. There's no way they're gonna let the Joy go, because after this, GEEK SLATE will still ban a hero. So they don't want to play the Joy against the Joy without a Kaja. Maybe, just maybe.
I wonder what gold laners are going to show up, and if a bulk of them are going to be banned out like we saw in the previous games. It really seems like the gold lane is where the pieces of the puzzle are being moved around, shuffled around by both these coaches, Coach Reno and Coach Age. So for the side of EVOS, they're trying to shut down Luke. And it has been a pattern we've been seeing since, I believe, Game 3, right? A lot of bans towards Luke, and it's for good reason. This man has been an absolute menace.
EVOS, no Kaja this time for GEEK SLATE to pick up, right? EVOS basically are giving a Joy here. Maybe Geek want to go for something like a Minzathar, but the Joy is wide open.
Your team is picking.
Okay.
Makes
Some
sense,
developments.
makes sense. So you can already see, like,
they want Luke to pick it.
At this point, picking Joy is a gamble in this series.
It is time
to
banish all darkness.
Your team is picking. Christian Wright.
Don't be surprised that Beloyski and Vin are unstable in MPL Season 11, because they are the ones who control the game. They analyze heroes, enemy and team positions, enemy winning conditions, and their team's winning conditions. With all those conditions being considered by the team, you have to really wonder, right? The longer the games go, the more you kind of read into habits that have changed, right? Past movements that have been amended by your opponents. And of course, the mental fatigue that comes with being such a calculative player.
They are still doubling down on the Joy.
Oh my god! They're actually doubling down too on the counter. It's gotta be Mincidar and the Franco, so Two counters
Among
for
the
these
planes
dashes,
exists
Hero,
the
but
equilibrium
the answer for that is a
which I
Yeet pick.
was
I like the
made
Yeet pick though.
for.
It's not really vulnerable to this kind of heroes, so there's not much dive yet.
what's your
from
command?
EVOS
Your
Legends, so that's
team
why
is
they like to
banning.
play the Yeet. And by the way, a Fanny ban for GEEK SLATE, banning towards Taza's comfortable hero. But at this point, GEEK SLATE still doesn't have, and EVOS 2 actually doesn't have the gold laner. They're not going to exhaust the gold laner, looks like, from the looks of it. GEEK SLATE banning the Fanny. So what are they going to do in this banning phase?
For EVOS?
For both.
For EVOS, I believe right now is ban out Beloy, right? Because even though he has learned a few new heroes, it's still quite limited. Now that we see, he still relies on his comfort heroes, especially here in the playoffs. Like we just saw from Rek, that comment, when you're making all those calls, sometimes it's just best to pick up a comfort hero instead of a hero that, you know, you've learned recently.
I wonder if the Lolita will be banned or
Need some
picked in this
stitches?
game.
I can help.
It's a solid
It's banned.
counter against the Franco. It is something that Beloy can use, and if you look at the composition, now EVOS are the ones that are relatively short-ranged, right? There could be a potential for GEEK SLATE to use EVOS' own weapons against them, but for now, it's going to be the Melissa band away. So maybe EVOS are trying to avoid the clumped-up teamfight situation.
Maybe. Fanny ban as well already for GEEK SLATE. What do they go for now?
The obvious pick so far is the Lolita again, but I feel like EVOS gonna read it. Let's see if that's the case.
They can actually ban or pick the Terizla as well. The Terizla is again a very big
is the
menacing
proof
foil
that I'm
here, but
still
GEEK SLATE
alive.
are the ones banning out the Brody, so they're expecting some kind of lane bully attempt from EVOS.
So Beatrix and Carry, the two heroes still left up for grabs. EVOS Legends can try to ban it out, and hey, Valentina can be flexed by EVOS Legends actually. We've seen that. I mentioned that, I think, the regular season, Rashi.
You know what would be crazy
Brad
though?
has been practicing Valentina Gold.
And he did bring it out once. Although, if you don't see something really crazy, Geek maybe can put the joy in the gold lane. That will be even crazier, but we just said no more experimental drafts, so let's not go there. Last ban for EVOS. Is it going to be another gold laner? It's going to be that utility, that counter, that deterrent of aggressive play. It's going to be the Lolita, and Geek goes for the carry.
Beatrix wide open for EVOS Legends. A hero that Brands has found a whole lot of success on, but again, is that Valentina going to the gold lane?
I don't think so, man. I really don't think so, because I don't know, Valentina as your DPS, this is not Brands' hero. I think he pulled it off once, and I don't know if he actually won or not. Did he win?
He didn't.
He did it. But it's not really Brands' comfortable hero, right? But in this case, like, I really am lost on what Geek has to pick here, because of course Bloisky is pretty comfortable with certain heroes, and we see some of it getting banned in this case, so
it might be a big gamble, and he'll pull off something he hasn't been showing. And the question is he going to be adept at using it? Because for EVOS, Fredrian and Beatrix, those are solid picks coming out from their composition. It's a lot of crowd control and a lot of solid damage. Although
Skatira makes sense.
Although Geek does have the
Can
carry,
you use the
though.
oddity while you're in the King's Calling?
I
don't think so.
I don't think
oddity
so.
is the dash, right?
Yeah.
No way.
Exactly. So I don't think the Kadita works here.
But as long as you go in the King's Calling, like, it doesn't matter, right? You can just ult your way out of it. So it's an option, but
so any kind of
Chow
big
makes sense, but it's not below his
Troll?
hero, right?
Well, it also gets stopped by the denial though, so it's gonna be the Grok yet again. So solid front line, then a tank slot and the Joy. So they still have the same problem of having a vulnerable backline, the Yeev and the carry, and yet not a solid front line hit.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it over to our hosts, Budi Clara Monster and Monica.
Di sini kita akan langsung untuk mendengar bagaimana semangat sorak-sorai dari GEEK SLATE, Geek Community. Kita bakal kasih semangat untuk GEEK SLATE. Mana suara untuk GEEK SLATE? GEEK SLATE! Monik gimana di sana? Wow, panas sekali di GEEK SLATE sana. Tapi tentunya EVOS fans, jangan mau kalah, mana suaranya? Panas sekali di sini, dan langsung saja kita ikuti, ini dia game penentuan antara EVOS Legends dan juga GEEK SLATE. Back
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
The game for EVOS versus GEEK. This time it's do or die. Game best of one. Whoever loses goes home.
Here it is. Back to a best of one, Arashi. That 2-0 lead gone. Just like that.
Everything on the line right here. And it's looking scary because honestly, nothing crazy has changed. No drastic measures have been taken for both these teams, and they're just attempting to try and iron out the simple mistakes, betting on that to win them the game. Man, so intense right now.
Speaking about down 2-0 though, EVOS has been in this position in M1. They actually came back from a 3-1 lead against EVOS Legends, just like what Cleveland Cavaliers did to Golden State Warriors, but Jana Cutie read that perfectly.
Did Dreams get it? I believe Dreams did get it.
Wait, did he?
Yeah.
It seems like he didn't to me, but
oh, he actually used the
you wouldn't know.
retry. Oh wow.
Trying to do some damage.
Later. I'll try to look at it in the replay because again, these little things are really going to build up, especially considering GEEK SLATE are in a position where the reverse sweep is possible. Their mental state is in question. A flicker by Beloy early on. These little dubs for EVOS in the early game
Dreams.
are going to be massive. Dreams.
Oh, that's a swag move. Oh, wow.
Wow. Super intelligent by Dreams. If he lands this hook, it's a tilted GEEK SLATE. Jadera brought back Brands, dealing some damage. He's still going to be able to last hit here. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get the last hit.
Dreams just showing Polowski. This is how you actually play the Franco, my guy. But the Grog pick is very, very weird at this point, to be honest. I feel like it's just a comfort pick, as you said, Arashi. It's
Dreams
better to
did
make...
steal it.
Oh, wow, okay. So it's interesting, but total take. Polowski definitely has something in mind. The wall charge is going to be a very useful tool for him to utilize in this team fight. Apoy already has the real manipulation also.
Only that though, will that be enough? Because for the side of EVOS, a lot more crowd control and the engagement cycles goes through.
King's calling onto Aboy, a lot of damage placed down as Aboy is trying to run away, but the mobility field will not do it. Warwick Beloy with a 3-man wild charge, no more follow-up. Both teams disengaging. GEEK SLATE still with some pressure to place down, but Taz definitely with more resources. Both retributions still up. Luke putting some damage down onto Taz. He decides to reset it. Hook comes down. Not connecting onto Luke, but look at Hijime picking up some hits onto the turret shield.
Brands is rotating, so this is going to be a 5v4 for EVOS Legends.
Luke again jumping back and forth, trying to buy some time right now as he pops into the electrifying beats to zone them away right now, but it's going to be Beloy who gets hooked. First blood, 2 kills over to EVOS Legends, and it's a kill onto Brands. Meanwhile, Jana secures the turtle, gets out with the puncture. But again, it's a 1,000 gold lead for EVOS Legends. They're going up top. Chidera, I think he might have stayed a bit too long. Dreams has the Bloody Hunt. He's waiting for Hijime. He pops into Bloody Hunt. Hijime now following it up now with a hook as well. Chidera has fallen. EVOS with a 1.4 thousand gold lead on track for that reverse sweep.
A lot of small mistakes by GEEK SLATE, but it's gonna be very costly if it keeps piling up like this. Dreams looking for the next opportunity, already being so much more aggressive because he knows, right? The counter engage is so limited as Beloyski goes. They might try and go for it. Wild charge will be able to secure it, but the counter.
Another wild charge, the Mirror's Passion as well. The barrier not able to lock them down away from that escape. Brands!
Whoa!
Oh my goodness gracious,
My lord.
That was close.
Okay, so Brands read that up perfectly, but fortunately didn't get it done. Misses by 2 inches there, almost like getting it done, but
you would know.
Right now, I was gonna say that, but GEEK SLATE, I can sense some desperation. I can sense some, you know, they kind of feel restless in a way, you know, like they're not playing like they used to be. It makes sense, right? They lose 2 games in a row, and right now their momentum is not there. It's EVOS Legends' game to take.
I feel like they're just losing out in the drafts, man. At this point, during the Lord dances, where GEEK SLATE has been so dominant, they're gonna just wait for an Iron Hook. They're gonna wait for a taunt from the Fredrin. Now Jana Cutie goes for Taz, but he'll get zoned away by that Bandit's Rage. As I was saying, so much more crowd control, so many more engaged tools, 2 hooks in the hands of EVOS Legends. So if GEEK SLATE doesn't go all in like this, then EVOS Legends are the one that can actually get the advantage.
I think they have to utilize Luke. Like, you clear the lane as fast as possible. You enter the team fight in the mid lane, in the top lane when your gold lane is there. So make it a 5v4, make it a 4v3. So using that mobility to perfection. this point, though, it doesn't seem that way, to be honest. Look, still 0-1 or no contribution just yet in any team fights.
I mean, on the bright side, though, for GEEK SLATE, if they can get a very messy fight where everyone is on their own, technically, Kadera on the carry has a lot more independence, depending on the situation. But now, the Turtle getting pushed, get taken by Taz.
Beautiful King's calling there to zone Janna away. Free Turtle boy. In the midst right there, the render shot not connecting, but Hijime says, I will take that real world manipulation and I'll take that kill. Luke now jumping, but he's gonna be gunned down. He pops the vengeance.
It's overextending way too much on the hero that is not as survivable. We've been saying this again and again. All 2 times Luke has been on the Joy, doesn't seem to be that effective. He doesn't seem to be that big menace, and he is making a lot of mistakes, and these are costly.
Look at the damage slowly but surely. The DPS building for Brands, who has a lead now on the Renner. Dreams with a punishing Renner shot connects onto a boy in the back.
Beloy, not much of a big boy anymore, just getting bursted down by 4. Dreams, though, so far in this game, you gotta say, like, he's been outplaying Beloy to the utmost potential. Like, this is a Franco that you actually plays the Franco the right way, and it's a roam camp, to be honest, in this game.
It's not about how you play the Franco, it's about what the Franco is going up against. No tanky member, they can take the Iron Hook, no Guardian's Bulwark to cancel it out.
Well, the first skill from Grok kind of works, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but you can. Exactly what EVOS Legends is doing. They're baiting it out because Beloyski needs to use it preemptively when he is looking for vision. So on the way out of his scouting trip is where the Iron Hook lands, and that is just denying GEEK SLATE any info. But look at his play; it might just work. But unfortunately, no.
It feels very desperate, the move right now that GEEK SLATE are trying to do. They're making the late game plays that Beloy likes to make, but very early on. Dreams, I mean, it's a good flank right now for Beloy.
Oh my god.
Beautiful read.
Wow, oh no, how could you read that?
Red out, Power Nature gets him out. 0, 2, and 1 in the scoreboard. Beloy still going to be able to escape, but Taz is putting some pressure down.
Look at Luke, man. He's behind, but he doesn't seem like a deadly presence. And there he is, going out to try and clear the waves, takes out Snipe, and what now? He's low and he does not have the same kind of regen. EVOS, they're making the move.
The flicker. Manipulation pop down. That's going to be the Bloody Hunt as well. The Bandit's Rage, everything, and even the Retry goes to Taz. Oh boy, now it's going to be Brands flickering forward. If he was bashing, oh my goodness, almost takes him down. But it might just be a mistake right now as that's going to be Luke onto the back line, finding a kill. In redemption, Chadera buys the golden staff as well. The mid lane turret going to be targeted by Janna QT, who's looking for a trade desperately in this game.
That can happen, man. That cannot happen. You have all the members of EVOS Legends on the other side. You have to execute your retry. There's no threat at all on you, Janna QT, but instead, Thoughts, just beautiful, beautiful timing on that retribution. All the W's in that fight, EVOS takes it.
I mean, Taz, one of the best junglers in Indonesia right here. His retributions have always been solid, and he's proving it here yet again. When he's not 5 levels behind, he can get those retributions done. But in true Geek fashion, they're getting more pressure around the map, going for the objectives, the turrets, trying to go for a split push, kind of, because technically they do have 2 assassins. This is one of the only advantages they have over EVOS Legends.
Not gonna lie though, the gold lead is not really that much. I expect them to be much more, especially with that turtle take just now. But oh wow, 2 at the same time. Okay, I can see why you're worried about Power Nature, Rashi.
Yeah, exactly, it's limited. Now he's using it again. Fortunately, it's still available in GEEK SLATE. They're trying to zone away, get out from all those situations. Looking at the items though, Luke, not tanky at all, but he has some damage available. And for a boy, so far it's only utility. Until the glowing one is built up, he will not be that big of a threat as Janna goes into 4 people!
No King's calling, that's the wild charge as well, connecting as Luke jumps in, but he's going to be caught in the taunt right now. Dreams looking for the Iron Hook, a boy going to be able to push some damage down to poke them down. Appraiser's Wrath and the Renner shot not connecting. GEEK SLATE still in this game. 1,000 gold lead only for EVOS Legends. The Lord has spawned in the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It's getting exciting.
Oof. Definitely getting exciting, but Janna QT just going into the 5 people watch there.
Yeah, he doesn't
funny,
care.
But good reaction. Toss definitely has the better advantage in terms of zoning people out with the tons of CC, and Dreams and Psychos also just pretty much, you can pretty much throw anything and hope it lands at this point, you know?
Ooh, Power of Nature denies a lot of the engages here. Luke has been able to push the wave up, but look at that. Janna gets pulled in.
Locking him down right now, but Janna's still going to be able to escape with the puncture. Joy already cleared out that top side with the mobility. Dream's going to be caught in the midst of it all right now as the burst comes down. Jadera looking for a one final hit, finds the kill. Bennett's Rage onto a boy with a hook from Psychots, takes him down. Mid lane for Roamer. Worth it for EVOS Legends, still having their damage dealers up and ready. Brands clearing out that bottom lane as the Lord will be utilized right now, but that's going to be Luke jumping in once again, forcing the flicker out. A massive resource burnt out for both XP and gold. Hijime in the front, going back onto Jadera and Psychots. Flickers forward, looking for it right now as Brands is able to dish some damage out, but Luke gets the damage done. Janna and Taz, this is it. Once again, the retreat battle, it's gonna favor Taz again.
That's a weird Phantom execution, man. I think you should have done the Thorn Wars, but I feel like it's on cooldown. If it's already there, I think it's for sure it's gonna be the Thorn Wars, but instead, Dreams just being a menace in the gold, I mean, in the jungle area.
There's just such crazy plays happening right here, but in the moment of truth, Taz is still the one that got it done. With that Lord advantage right here, EVOS Legends, they can deny all the trades that GEEK SLATE has been taking. It's a bit of a similar situation from game number 3. And now they're going to try and clear the Lord, but EVOS Legends can land a big hook. Could be dangerous.
Remember, 2 hooks from EVOS Legends Psychots, and wow, the long-range presence, the long-range threat from EVOS is just insane, man. The hooks, the Renner Apathy, even the Nibiru's Passion, and also the Bennett's Rage. A lot of options to actually pick. This time, they're going to utilize it to take the mid lane turret. No.
Not just yet. And later on in the fight, maybe, right? A weakness we've been able to spot. Oh my god, no way!
He catches Beloy. The Renner shot onto Luke as well. To add salt to the wound, Luke taken very low by another Renner shot. EVOS Legends, 4,000 gold lead. Rashi Sheffin, it's looking bleak for GEEK SLATE.
Very, very intelligent though. The fact that he waited for Poloisky to use the sentry, just read that out perfectly. Poloisky didn't know that Dreams was there, but yeah, this guy is intelligent. No wonder Aziz picked him.
That's crazy, man. EVOS Legends right now locking GEEK SLATE into their own base. The only real weakness we saw is the fact that in the big team fight, Brands does get left alone quite a bit. And if you look at it, there's both physical and magical damage available if Luke and Janna QD jump towards him at the same time. That could be something that GEEK SLATE can use, but they need to catch up on gold first. If they make that play with a 5k gold deficit, it might be too difficult if the hook lands again!
Beloy able to flicker out right now as the RWM gets placed down onto a boy who's going to be able to actually respond to it now. He's giving the damage coming down. Hijime going to be able to flicker out right there, but Janna QT with a bloody retribution gets out. Pulled back into the King's Calling. A boy will fall. Carry recalling. Janna in the midst of it all taunted up. It's a double for Brands. He's looking for more. Onto Janna QT now, who has the Thorn Rose, who is able to get away for a bit, but it's 1 by 1. A maniac Brands is looking for the Savage. He doesn't get the final few shots. 4 for 1 for EVOS. No mini waves to play with. Luckily for GEEK SLATE, but it might still be the end. 6 seconds for Beloy. It won't be the end.
They'll try to take the mid turret down here without Beloy and the crew. Only one person here, Jadera, trying to defend it, but oh, EVOS. Okay, you actually get it.
Oh, Beloy wants compensation so bad, but it's just a bit too dangerous here. And look at that. Once the frontline members guard around Brands, instantly he is just no longer a viable target. That fight was so close, but Brands was able to maneuver around all that damage and even picking up a nifty maniac in the midst of all that. GEEK SLATE, they need to go in at the same time. Funneling in 1 by 1 like that will only spell disaster. With a 6k gold deficit now, they are forced to try and contest this Lord.
Remember, Jadera is on a sprint, so Dreams, if he wants to, just can go flickering in with the Bloody Hunt, but you can see Poloisky just owning that bush.
Look at Beloy.
Yeah. But will this come through though?
That's a big question right now. It's a desperate play. Janna zoned away. Psychot to the King's Calling. Dreams with the Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt. Brands all open. He gets stunned up, but Jadera now is going to be able to take him down. Brands is taken low. Brands still able to survive in the midst of it all, but he's going to get taken down in the end with Taz taking the retreat once again. again. A boy in Chidera.
Chidera popping off.
Is able to dish out some damage. Psychon's melted down by Chidera, who's still in the midst of it all. Jumping forward once again with the immortality pop. Psychon's gonna be able to get the hook down, but a boy finds the kill. It's a 3 for 2. Enhanced Lord over to EVOS.
The
Wow.
flanking comes through, Rashi.
The flank, like we always talked about, for GEEK SLATE comes through and they were finally able to isolate Brands right there. Even though Janakuni got picked off so early in the middle of that fight, it doesn't matter. They find it, and might be the chance, this might be the pattern that they can identify and look to try and emulate in the next upcoming fights. With the Lord out of the picture for now, let's take a look at the instant replay right here. It's all set up by Beloyski, coming in together with Kadera. They go in with the wild charge, they instantly take out Hijume, taking out the burst damage threat initially, and then just put their eyes onto Brands, sending Luke after him. No defensive items available just yet. That was such a huge moment for GEEK SLATE. Might be exactly what they need to try and turn this franchise around.
Is it too late though?
Maybe not. But
Considering they have a Yves and a carry, I feel like the late game threat is definitely still present, but it's so difficult because they're up against so many more engage tools from EVOS Legends. Let's take a look at the items right here. Almost a full item build for Kadera on the carry with the Wind of Nature for good measure. And on the flip side, for Brands, actually, he has the Rose Gold Meteor, a very smart build, giving him a bit more shielding, giving him a bit more sustainability, denying Luke that easy pick, but he does not have a Wind of Nature. That could be a problem the longer the game goes.
not gonna lie, is this just me or do I not know how to build? But Luke is not going for plate armor, especially against a Beatrix. This is kind of weird, to be honest. So he doesn't want to go for the bounce damage. Instead, he wants to kind of nerf or kind of debuff the attack speed from Beatrix. Interesting approach, but let's see if it comes through. But in that fight earlier, Luke was this close to actually...
Very close.
Yeah. If the first kill is not there, he would have died.
It's all down to the wire, man. The best of matches are settled in those very small moments. And this is no exception. 17-18 right now. GEEK SLATE is definitely in the better spot, but they still have to deal with all these different hooks, all these different frontliners on the side of EVOS. They lose their purple buff as well. It's a weird formation here. They keep sending Beloyski together with Chidera. Like it's a duo, a dynamic duo kind of play. It worked out once, but I wonder if they can replicate the same kind of success repeatedly.
Exactly, especially considering here that Brands, again, has no defensive item aside from the Rose Gold. It's possible, Rashi. Because the thing is about the carry, you can't build a Wind of Nature, right? True damage.
Right.
Technically you can, but you can just... Not all the damage will be tanked by the Wind of Nature, but you can see their Dreams just eyeing a weak lane pickoff towards Luke, presumably, without the plate armor, so Vengeance will not help him much, but...
Oh my god.
Might be a good flank here. It's a flank battle.
Oh, Brands and Dreams looking for the hook right now. Luke not going to be hooked. A boy, oh, Purify.
All 5 already there.
To get him out. Let's see if GEEK SLATE realizes that the Marksman and the Roamer is missing.
I think Beloy's going to read it.
Beloy reading it out. Now with the Power of Nature, reads it out. Brands, that's going to be the Conceal as well. They are trying their best to force it out, but the Conceal comes through from the side of EVOS Legends as well. Beautiful reads from both of these teams. High-level gameplay. Oh! And it's going to be Dreams who brings Beloy back to the team right now. Immortality is right there. Chidera going to be able to free hit right now with the RWM as the Wild Charge connects out the 3 members. Taz losing Immortality. Luke in the midst of it all right now. Deals some damage. They'll try flying beats with Vengeance as well. Taz jumping on. The hook landing. Luke buying a lot of time, but no one is there to follow it up. Psychos with a flicker. Chidera not able to do anything with the sprint. He tries to disengage. Now onto Dreams. Dashing away. GEEK SLATE will concede an Evolved Lord.
See what I mean? Imagine if there's plate armor there. Brands would have been taken care of quite easy, but he goes for a Dominant Ice instead. But this time, EVOS Legends will take the Lord no problem at all.
Free Lord for EVOS Legends. It all began with the Iron Hook from Dreams, man. The setup on the top side was done. We've seen it in the previous games. The slow push that GEEK SLATE was going to use to settle that late game Lord dance. But EVOS Legends, they learn from their mistakes. They engage the fight directly, knowing that they don't want to give GEEK SLATE the time to try and outmaneuver them like that. Now with a full item slot, with a Wind of Nature on top of the Rose Gold, Brands is ready for the next fight. can see defensive respect items being built. For Hijime even with the Blood Wings and the Mincetar. You can see that Psychots also has the Blood Wings, the Queen's Wings.
They're going with the Evolved Lord. They do not want to utilize the other waves right now, utilizing the damage reduction. Real world manipulation popped in to clear out of the Lord, and it does really well. But the bottom lane will be sieged down by Brands with that Renner shot. EVOS Legends still very well in the lead. Oof. A good Renner shot threading the needle onto a boy, but he is very close to the base. He can just walk back. Another hook, not connecting. Power of Nature as well, popped in by Beloy. GEEK SLATE looking to defend.
This is a hard comp to defend, man. There's a lot of hooking potential there, and Beloyski still, oh my goodness, almost there. Dreams catching Beloyski once again.
They have to get punished once they have a chance like this. Once the hooks are on cooldown, that means that that hero doesn't really do anything if you jump on them. So that's a small window they can try and take advantage of. But with so many hooks, they can just cycle it and, you know, just cycle the cooldowns one by one and ensure that at any point, one hook is always available.
Whoa, what?
Moment like this though, this could be the chance they can use to try and go for a fight. Beloy seems to be intent on going for it, but no. His team won't be able to follow up and go for a catch.
You do have a point though, Rashi, but the thing is there's also King's Calling. Once you go in, it's a kill zone for EVOS there. So once you go in, it's Janna, Cutie, Luke. A lot of dash heroes, right? It's gonna get punished real easy when you have a Beatrix too in the late game. It's gonna make your life harder and harder. You can see here, Psychos actually pulled off a Rose Gold Meteor. Interesting itemization there.
They're all really respecting a boy and Luke's damage here. And again, they kind of took your advice here, Chefin. They didn't go for the Blade Armor onto the Joy, but Beloy did pick up the Blade Armor himself. So that's a little bit more, I guess, a little bit more of a fight that they can give towards the Beatrix. But I agree, honestly, in this kind of situation, especially because there's a King's Calling, Luke definitely would find a bit more value with that Blade Armor. Oh, Blade Armor. Close. It's very, very close. And the fact that they have two hooks to play with is massive, and there you go. That's the hook connecting. That's the King's Calling and the Bloody Hunt. Look at the timing of that play. 15 seconds for the Evolved Lord, and Beloy, 9th death this game.
I think they have to gamble. I really do think so, because this is really not an easy comp to actually defend. You have a lot of range threat, but actually EVOS trying to get the top lane as well as the Lord. They know that they can do both. Why just do one?
Ooh, there we go.
RWM once again. Luke gonna be able, pops the Vengeance without jumping in onto Brands. A massive resource burn now. Purify though from a boy, now poking them down, but another hook comes down. The Bloody Hunt as well. He sells an item for the Immortality. They're diving into the backline with a Winter Truncheon bought as well by a boy. Buying so much time, but in the end, it's gonna be Dreams. With the Iron Hook Flicker combo, Jandera with Winter Nature buys a bit of time, buys the Immortality. But in the end will fall. Luke as well with the Immortality. This is where it ends. The miracle run. GEEK SLATE. The Cinderella story. Beloy with the wild charge. Now the two Filipino imports it out. But Brands will be able to survive. Healing and buying the Immortality in time.
Oh my God!
Shutdown to buy some more time. 20 seconds on the death timers. No way. They have saved GEEK SLATE. But will they be able to prolong it once again with two more waves crashing in? Janna caught in the Bloody Hunt, now taken down. Taz onto the base, 13 seconds on a boy. Beloy buying as much time as he possibly can with the barriers, delaying. It's so much for a boy.
A boy for a second.
Who can respawn? The mini waves are crashing in. Beloy are still holding it up. A boy is here. RWM.
GG.
Mini waves not there. GEEK SLATE's Cinderella story will be ended, and EVOS Legends will prevail.
My goodness. Reverse sweep. GEEK SLATE blew a 2-0 lead, a clean 2-0 lead, but my goodness, we have to appreciate what they've done, man. Like 4th place in the playoff. The first time they gave a little bit of shock towards EVOS, but this time around, the world champion ISF prevails. You can see the disappointment on Jadera. He could have achieved much more. There's a lot of what ifs in his mind, but what can you do about it? It's already done. It's already done and dusted.
We were talking between matches. Imagine if this was a best of 3. Things would have been so different. But unfortunately for GEEK SLATE, It is not meant to be, not just yet. And EVOS will once again rise to the occasion and continue their journey in the MPL Season 11 Playoffs.
Oh, Delar just... that's your ex-teammate, Delar.
There you go. The playoff run will end here. A sign of sportsmanship here from the EVOS Legends squad. Coach Reno as well, jumping out. Beloy getting support as well. A good sign of sportsmanship.
It's so sad, man.
This is a heartbreaker, man.
You can see the pain in Beloy's face.
Yeah.
It's always a painful moment for everyone involved, but to be completely honest, they have nothing to be ashamed of. This is a great performance, such a great change from the previous season, but it surely is not up to what they themselves want, right? The goal that they themselves have set for themselves.
It's a tough burden to handle for Beloy because, especially, we've been mentioning that they ride and die with Beloy. If GEEK Fam or GEEK Slate wins, he gets all the glory. But if they actually lose, there's going to be a lot of consequences, especially Indonesian netizens. Just, I hope they take it easy, man, because this guy is actually incredible. He's the sole reason. I wouldn't say the sole reason, but definitely the biggest reason of this turnaround of the GEEK Fam round, the Cinderella round that we witness right now. Just fell short once again last year. They didn't manage to get the playoff. This time around, they didn't manage to get into the second round of the playoffs, going to that Final Four. But EVOS, once again, they have the chance to challenge the royalties of the game in Onyx and RRQ, the kings of kings and the king of the sky.
Wow. We're gonna hear some words from GEEK Fam, GEEK Slate, it seems. Look at that, man. The thrill and the agony. This is what competitive esports is all about. Unfortunately, I say it every time, not everyone can be winners. There needs to be a loser for us to find out who is finally the best.
I'm going to see some parting words in this season for GEEK Slate.
Halo guys. Perkenalkan gua Reno, coach GEEK Slate. Thank you buat GEEK Slate yang udah dukung kita di season 11. Mohon maaf apabila ada kekurangan dari match hari ini. Ya, kita udah melakukan yang terbaik dan inilah hasilnya, guys. Jadi thank you buat EVOS fans. Sekali lagi thank you juga buat GEEK Slate. Ya, kita pamit, GEEK Slate pamit ya guys ya. MPL Season 11 comeback stronger guys.
A lot of people might think that GEEK Slate are chokers. For me, they are winners. They improve a lot from the previous season. Season 10, 8th placer. No hopes for playoffs. They turn out the Jets in the late stage of the season, but this time around, they managed to get the playoffs, and this time they prove that they're not a team that easily, taken care of. It's a 3-2 win for EVOS Legends. Always two sides of the story. EVOS, right now they're celebrating. GEEK Slate, as you see earlier, Matt just in tears, even though he's not playing, but he can feel all the journey, all the effort that his teammates gave from the season. It's just...
In a way, the fact that you are not actually playing could feel even worse than the players who are on the roster. Soon we have an interview right here. We can take a look into the minds of EVOS, I believe, who have certainly reversed the expectations of a lot of people.
Yeah, the world champion mentality, reverse sweeps, kick out of the playoffs, but we're gonna see an interview for the winners of this game, EVOS Legends, in a second.
EVOS fans, mereka bersorak-sorai untuk kemenangan EVOS Legends dengan sangat reverse sweep.
Yes! Sangat menegangkan ya. Sempat 2 game pertama sempat terhalang ya, terhambat sebenarnya.
Yes.
Dan berhasil mengejar lagi.
Ya, jadi semuanya penasaran banget apa yang kalian lakukan di belakang. Bagaimana cara mengembalikan mental di panggung sebesar ini setelah hanya mendapatkan 0 poin pada saat awal 2 game.
Sebenarnya banyak sih yang kita lakuin, kayak mungkin kita dari in game, terus dari mood kita harus jaga juga, kayak vibes positifnya juga harus dijaga. Jadi kayak ya udahlah, mungkin emang rezekinya kita dan GEEK belum dapat rezekinya.
Tapi ya ngomongin soal GEEK, GEEK ini adalah salah satu strong contenders yang mana sebagian besar mungkin memprediksi GEEK ini bakalan melaju terus di playoff. Tapi ternyata kalian nih, EVOS Legends membuktikan hari ini akhirnya memulangkan GEEK. Menurut kalian gimana dengan prediksi-prediksi tersebut?
Ya menurut kita GEEK Fam adalah tim yang kuat lah, salah satu kuda hitam lah di MPL Season 11 kali ini. Cuman kita janji buat EVOS Fam semua kita nggak mau bikin mereka sedih lagi. Jadi pasti kita bakal usahain ngelakuin yang terbaik buat mereka semua.
Ya, ini menarik juga ya karena season lalu mereka gagal masuk ke babak playoff dan akhirnya season ini berhasil dan akan melanjut ke hari selanjutnya. Ini mungkin Psychots bisa jawab kali ya. Psychots, akhirnya kamu menjajaki playoff nih.
Kira lu playoff.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah setelah kerja keras yang kalian lakukan.
Iya.
Dan akhirnya ini kalian akan melawan Onyx, tim yang belum pernah kalian menangkan saat regular season. Menjadi tantangan tersendiri gak sih? Apalagi kita ngelihat kayak Onyx begitu kuat di regular season.
Kalau buat tekanan sih ada sih sedikit. Soalnya ada gila San.
Gila. Semuanya ya ini gila San. Dan menurut kalian sendiri ketika kalian udah bermain di hari yang pertama kita ngelihat dari match 1, match 2. Banyak banget kejutan mungkin dari hero, dari gameplay juga tim-tim yang sudah bermain. Apakah menjadi sebuah hal yang bisa dibilang bisa kebaca sama Onyx besok mungkin kah dengan hero-hero baru kah? Ada nggak concern seperti itu? Kalian udah main di hari pertama, mereka belum.
Ya pasti itu udah keunggulan yang di upper bracket juga lah, bisa ngelihat musuh di hari pertama bakal main apa. Tapi kita juga pasti mempersiapkan juga lah buat lawan Onyx kita bakal kayak gimana.
Wow, oke. Dan kalian lolos ya di day yang pertama di playoff, kalian bakalan melaju ke day 2 dan pastinya ke day 3. Ini pressure-nya, tekanannya gimana sih? Apalagi nih ngelawan besok Onyx nih. Gimana biar bisa, bisa tetap lebih semangat lagi walaupun bakalan mungkin sulit ya ke depannya.
Kita lihat kan kalian tadi match-nya begitu panas hari ini. Gimana untuk esok hari nih mungkin?
Ya paling nothing tulus aja, terus jaga mood lah paling penting. Apalagi kayak tadi kita posisi kalah 2-0 dulu, mood tuh harus dijaga banget. Jadi itu lebih di playoff ini lebih ke arah mental yang main sih.
Wow, dan tentunya kemenangan hari ini tak lepas dari dukungan-dukungan dari EVOS Fam di sini. So mungkin hari ini EVOS Legends bisa berikan pesan-pesan buat teman-teman EVOS Fam di sini sekaligus memberikan semangat juga.
Apa itu? Hijume. Hijume, semuanya pada minta hijume ya, betul? EVOS Fam.
Ya terima kasih lah EVOS Fam yang udah dukung kita, walaupun tadi kita kalah 2-0, kalian tetap support kita terus sampai sekarang lah.
Wow, udah. Oke, terima kasih. Ini menarik banget sih untuk mereka hari ini berhasil untuk membalikkan keadaan dan esok hari pasti akan lebih mendebarkan dengan match-match yang luar biasa. Nyawa mereka tinggal lagi 2 nih. Kalau hari ini cuma 1, besok jadi 2 karena upper bracket mereka melaju ke upper bracket.
Yes, Bude Clara, dan tentunya di sana udah ada yang nunggu untuk mengupas lebih lanjut lagi dari match yang baru saja kita saksikan. So langsung aja di sana udah ada Om Wawa, silakan.
Good game, well played for both EVOS Legends and GEEK SLATE, of course. Man, I gotta say, man, I'm not a GEEK fan, but GEEK SLATE fan, but I really do feel the sadness here. But I really feel like I'm
Same, man.
low
Imagine
energy.
what that guy's feeling.
Imagine, especially Beloy on stage even, right? You can really sense, but hey, for EVOS Legends fans, it's all G. It looked really bad at the start, 2-0. Are we gonna lose 3-0, right? But man, that comeback, the reverse sweep in the play-in stage, it couldn't get more dramatic than this on the first day. Both Bigetron Alpha and GEEK SLATE, 3 and 4, losing to 5 and 6 in the regular season standing. So already we're seeing a change in MPL Indonesia Season 11, because usually it ends up being the same, Arashi, the order of things. Usually 5th and 6th gets knocked down on the first day.
Yeah, so for better or worse, it's definitely a bit different. But I think soon we're gonna take a look at the highlights, because there's a lot of moments we haven't even got to start to talk about.
Man, GEEK SLATE, they already have one leg in the next round, but the other leg, how do you spell it out? But we're gonna see the highlights here. Arashi, what's going on?
I think for the most part, it's just hooks upon hooks, man. And it's a bit sad in a way, because you can't even say that, oh, it's just dreams with the crazy hooks. Of course, there are great ones like this, predicted, calculated. But for the most part, it's just quantity over quality, man. When you can pump out hooks the way EVOS composition is doing in game number 5, it's a matter of time before something sticks. And not to mention, with the counters available, with Mincetar to try and stop down the mobility, the backline, Brands is relatively safe. Here is where credit is where credit is due, when GEEK SLATE were able to somehow get a very close fight despite being behind on gold, despite not having any tools to work with, but afterwards, just wasn't enough at all. GEEK SLATE, they really had to have a very solid front-to-back composition, front-to-back fight, but it wasn't allowed by the side of EVOS. And eventually, even if one hook misses, the other one lands. And here you can see that everyone is just trying to do something, anything, to keep the game alive. But unfortunately, there's just not enough overall to take out everyone at the same time, to save the base, to clear the minions. Great plays were made. This final sequence was also very intense. You really hoped that something was going to happen, but unfortunately, it isn't so.
We're casters, we're not allowed to be biased, but at that moment where Beloy is just defending on his own, I really do hope that miracle happened.
Kept going.
Yeah, the momentum is there, but unfortunately, the reality hits harder than I was gonna say
Mike Tyson.
Ladies and gentlemen, there it is, right? And here you can see it. You can really see it. EVOS Legends, their improvement, and the fact that they learn so fast into the series, Arashi. In just the best of 5, 2-0, they were everywhere. They were literally everywhere. It didn't really feel like this was a unit, this was a team. It was just 5 individuals playing their own way. Whatever Age and Taxum said in the locker rooms, man, it had to be like a crazy speech or something to get them rolling like that, because like we mentioned, an uphill battle from match points. What a performance. You gotta give props to EVOS Legends, man. You like them, whether you like them or whether you hate them. That's impressive.
Yeah, everybody can win 3-0, but coming back down from 2-0 is not for everyone. This is the world champion mentality from EVOS Legends. They proved it. They can actually play the game. They can actually came back from rock bottom, basically. Like, it's 2-0. Everything is just going wrong for you. The draft, you draft better in game 2. Still nothing going on, but in game 3, they turn on the chats and finally they prevail. The MVP of this game, the hooker, Dreams.
MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. He was just doing so many things for his team, man. It's not just the aggressive maneuvers, the defensive counters as well to shut down aggression coming in from Luke, right? From Jana Cutie just jumping in towards the back line. He's a solid roamer, always has been. And unfortunately, the question we posed in the beginning of the match, right? Will experience prevail over new ideas? For now, that has to be the case. We'll see if the same pattern just continues, but soon the fun part begins. Let's check out the mic check. See the communications.
Gue dapet tabus, Chan. Careful long bus.
Gua tancap.
Mati.
Dar! Kocak! No flicker Brody. Link one push bottom. Balik ya Lois. Link.
Guys, santai ya.
Push. Oi mati Link! Santai lah! Aman, jangan mental deh. Aman bro.
Santai guys.
Ini.
That's an age well.
Nice.
Yo 1v1 kocak!
No flicker dulu.
Entry guys, entry. Oke, ya. Woi kocak, defense kocak! Kocak!
Mati.
I'm holding guard guys, I'm holding guard.
Flicker Barca. On the way. Bapak Lancelot, Mike. Cannot join, Mike.
Nice! Ayo, ada gua.
Flicker Barca.
Ayo.
Flicker Barca.
Ayo, titut. Barca, mati sama gua. Mati. Akai.
Ada flicker juga, Dut.
Wait, tadi turun.
Melissa, guys.
Bras, mau kemana, Bras? Bras! Woi, saya kocak! Woi, Bras! Baiklah! Kocak! Woi, mau kemana? Mati, kocak! Woi! Kocak! 2-0, ah! Hai!
Lancelot, guys. Santai. Lancelot.
Winter! Sabar.
Clear bar. 2-0, Tasky. Dia nggak mungkin dari...
Lihat gua, pikir. Gerokan. Kasih V, sekitar sama gua. Pikir V. Ayo, gas. Betik target. Lihat gua, betik mati, Bran. Ada Jay, Bran.
Ya, ada Joy. Gua.
Lanjut dulu, sumpah jangan di hit load. Dia paksa, guys. Dapat gua. V. YP mati. Grok. Gua. Grok mati.
Nice.
Bareng Lord ya. Dapetin Lordnya. Mati dia. Let go. Orang lu guys. Belum masuk. Sen. Sabar, pelan-pelan, Matt. Groknya hidup. Pelan-pelan guys. Kalem.
Sen.
Bisa Brand. Goton. Alhamdulillah. Konsil. Kemana? Lihat. Gol. Salah berarti. Bisa. Balik. Ke gua. Ada gua. Gua gigit. Dapat 4 orang. Lihat, sini dulu. Aman. Udah. Bisa Lord, kalem.
Dapat gua.
Nice. Perangko. Gol di Paramis. Perangko dulu. Nice. Flicker Brody, flicker gak ada WWN. Gol di Paramis.
Ini dapat gua.
Lihat, sini dulu. Aman, gua begini nih. Lihat. Martis. Ayo, lagi. Lot. Aman.
Let's go.
Oke.
Let's go, guys.
Ayo. Flicker. Gol. Pecah. Nice. Satu. Udah todong. Let's go. Gua gigit groknya. Aman gua. Gak bisa ada sini. Sabar lagi. Dapat 2. Dapat TV gua. Itu belakang lancar. Satu Brand. Lancar dulu Brand. Aman cuy. Gua ready dulu ya. Joy lagi. Dah. Mid. Atas. Imo. Jadi gua masih Lord.
Let's go.
Aman gua, let's go guys. Kari Brand.
Gua taruh lagi. Woi! Kocak!
Fokus dulu, Kot. Fokus. Reset dulu.
Saya kocak nih, Bos!
Sabar ya, Brandnya, sekalem Brandnya. Belum masuk ya, Taruh. Aman.
Kocak!
Sudden, I don't really feel that bad anymore.
I feel bad for Beloy still, but for others, it feels like, they were going a bit far
a bit
with
aggressive there.
With the smack talk, the trash talk. So in the end, I guess they kind of got what they started. They started it.
They're a young team. They're trying to hype themselves up, trying to
be
get
fair,
through the nerves and the crowd. You can understand, but so at some point you're like, oof. Dang, like you gotta go that far, like ooh.
And in the end as well, Psychon was about to just go full. He was going like Psychonchak. He's calling himself Psychonchak. Like, what's up, bro? What's up?
But the
it's
mic
me. It's Psychonchak.
cut before that, so.
No, but Hijim actually told him, yo, calm down. We haven't ended the game. Wait. And then once they ended the game, so that discipline within the team, I would have just gone crazy if I reverse sweep someone who was trash talking me, Arashi.
Oh, we've seen that happen before, Mirko. You're notorious. But the EVO's keys to success here, dreams for sure, but along with that, respect banning on Beloyski, and not just him, and Luke's heroes, and disrupting Janacuty's jungling pattern. You can see that is definitely the case. When Luke is not on a beefy playmaking hero, different Geek Slate altogether. When Beloyski doesn't get the easy picks and doesn't have a partner in crime to make the plays happen, he completely gets shut down. Teams are good enough in the MPL to avoid a singular playmaking entity. If you can play around it, you're good. Along with that, once that happens, they have all the space available to shut down Janna Cutie. You saw that when Janna Cutie also was put on the Martis, was not put on the Assassins that he's so well known for, like the Lancelot, he just starts looking a lot less solid. And that is the keys to victory. That is what EVOS was able to identify in the middle of a best of 5, being down 2 games.
Not for everyone.
That's
Comeback is not for
experience.
everyone. Yeah, that's where
That
experience
was
comes in. As I said earlier, everyone can win 3-0, but coming back down from 3-0 is it's way
what's
harder.
the big lesson we learned today? A hard-hitting lesson. Sheffin, experience is key. In Bigetron Alpha's match, 2 new rookies. You felt it, you really felt it, and even here, the rookies, again. And just the whole team in general, right? It did not work out in the end, and that is the result. Experience beats talent.
Well, you can't lie. I mean, the stats, the results don't. You can't really argue with them, right?
Match is 3-2. Super dramatic.
Yeah.
The way it ended off, AEBTR is just like 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, 3-2.
You want to bet there's a guy in the comments like, man, this is rigged. There's no way both games,
my
you know,
God.
like Geek Slate being all the way up there losing. Like, huh?
Speaking
There's
of
no
Rick,
way.
though,
There's no way.
Speaking of Rick, though, there's someone that's on the background trying to set something up.
Well,
But
Doyok, I guess it's
looks
confirmed
like-
now that he's no longer an MPL Mafia.
Yeah.
That whole meme,
It's so ironic.
it's gone, it's destroyed now.
It's so
And so
ironic.
has the Mirror Curse, man. They
not-
patched it.
it's
Muton
not-
patched it.
it's not according to Kekaku.
Yes.
They've patched the Mirror Curse. It's now the Mirror Bless? Question mark? I don't know. Both of the teams I rooted for or I voted for.
I guess.
have won.
Huh? Karma. It's called karma, Mirko.
Well, now I
You-
guess I know
you
what I'm
took it
going to be
too
doing.
far. Hey,
No longer
I
Curse
don't like
King.
that look, Mirko. Relax. Watch yourself.
I don't know if that's gonna stay true though. Like, Arsh's team is a different team than yours, Mirko. Definitely different. Arash's team is definitely a different team than yours.
Yeah, they lost
In
to
a lot
my
of
team.
ways. Oh, okay. But they're somehow enough
It's a
bracket,
different
though.
time. We're in a different time now.
Sheffin, I think it's time to take a look at the updated brackets, no?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna see how things are faring up. In MPL playoffs so far, we got all we wanted. 5 games in this day, 10 games actually. 5 times 2 is 10, quick muffs. But we have our final 4 here, RQ versus Alter Ego. Has a lot of history, right? Especially
Season
Albert,
6 grand
the
finals.
heroics. Let's see if he can recreate it again with different role this time. But Onyx versus EVOS also a match to watch out for.
Season 8.
I actually forgot that.
Eliminated EVOS Legends to get to the grand finals,
I see,
so
I see, I
sending
see.
EVOS to 3rd place.
Yeah, but we're gonna see if Alter Ego and EVOS has what it takes to break the streak of RQ and Onyx representing Indonesia in international tournament. This year though, MSC has much more in stake. New challengers from new region, Turkey, MENA, NA.
NA.
Ooh, how about to Southeast Asia Championship?
I don't know.
It's a cup in Southeast Asia.
Yep.
But it's
I see.
Yeah.
It's not,
Okay, we can take that.
it's
That
not Southeast
explanation
Asian
checks
Cup,
out.
It's a cup in Southeast Asia.
Well, looking at the brackets though, there's so much potential for like dramatic conclusions here in the lower bracket, man. Like, I'm pretty excited.
And if you're interested to watch it, the exciting match is gonna be here in G Expo D2 Hall. 12:30, we're gonna have RQ versus Alter Ego, best of 5 again. Match number 4, Onyx versus EVOS, the Porcupines versus the White Tigers. Let's see who will prevail in these matches. And the one who wins this match will be automatically top 3 and securing the upper bracket.
Let's bring, let's get a flashback a little bit to Season 8, because this is the same season when all 4 of these teams qualified to the next round. Onyx, EVOS, RQAE, Season 8.
Because EVOS knocked out Aura.
Exactly.
Did they not? Ugh.
EVOS knocked out Aura, and Alter Ego knocked Bigetron Alpha out, so hey, just happened.
Dude, history
And it was
rewriting
both
itself.
3-2. It was both 3-2.
Deja vu, I guess.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
You're missing out if you're not coming here in the venue, of course. It looks like we're gonna nearing in the end of the stream. We're gonna be back tomorrow again at 12:30 with 2 matches coming in your way. Thank you for watching. See y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan